Earth is round. Earth is rounded.
Probably get in trouble or kicked out of the class or fail your exams or something like that. You get rewarded for being a good little student, parroting the information, memorize it, regurgitate it on the exams, and then you can get a good mark. Not for questioning like the core fundamentals of it. Yeah. So yeah, I know I had never even heard of flat Earth back then either. I was more interested in how long until the end of the class. But once I started. What's that?
I think I've always known about it because I remember I was like told this book or story of this like girl had to go to the edge of the earth to like find some like thing, and then in the book the earth was described as like flat and like a disc, and like if you got too close to the edge you like fall off. I know that's not like what flat earth is to you guys, but like it was an early version of it I was taught.
Yeah, it's probably, kind of like the ridicule propaganda tactic or something like that, just to make the idea of it seem ridiculous. I'm not sure.
A genuine question. What do you guys actually think happens when you get to the edge?
Oh, we don't claim an edge.
Oh, wait, then what? If it's flat, then it has an edge.
Well, what do you mean, define edge?
I mean, if the earth is flat, then there's like... I'm not gonna define the edge, man. You take a plate, it has an edge. Like if the earth is flat, it has an edge.
Does a lake have an edge as well? Is that the same as the plate edge?
Okay, no.
Kind of edge.
Okay, no.
Completely different, right?
There's nothing to fall. There's nothing to just enter into land. You don't fall off into space. So then what's the edge of the earth to you? Like what surrounds the earth? Sorry.
Well, we don't claim the Earth is floating around in space.
Okay.
Yeah, like what people hear about flat Earth, and they try to replace the globe with like a flat planet, and that's not what we claim. Yeah, we can't try to put the flat Earth into the globe model. It's not really compatible.
So expand. What do you think it's in then?
Well, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, flat's not a shape. So when we say flat Earth, we're talking about the surface of the Earth, which is mostly covered in water, not curving over distance. And we're not claiming to, I don't think anyone knows the extremities of the Earth, the shape of the Earth, the size of the Earth fully, right? We only know the area that has been explored. And we know that when we test over large distances, there's no curvature, where there would have to be curvature if it were a globe because of gravity and because of the size of the globe.
Wait, so is this the entire flat Earth community, or is this like a thought? Like within the community, there's multiple thoughts.
All of the flat Earth community that I know of.
So
all agree with what I just said.
So you believe it's flat, and it could be any shape. It could be a rectangle, triangle, circle, any shape.
Any shape, yeah, or something beyond what we can comprehend. Yeah, we don't know. We don't know the extent of the Earth. That would just be speculating. So we try not to speculate.
Can we DM and invite if you prefer? What is this? Chroma Key Challenger. Oh, right. Okay. What else is there? Okay, so you don't know the shape, and you don't know what it's floating, like quote unquote floating in.
We don't know if it's floating.
I think it's exactly.
Yeah, no, that's what I said, quote unquote. Like, you don't know what it's contained in.
Not really.
So you don't know. Okay.
Yep. Sorry about that.
Interesting. So then, then how do you explain satellites and like stuff like things that have physically gone up and looked down at Earth and seen nothing around it?
What would that be?
Well, yeah.
So like, do you just think it's all computer faked?
No, the problem that we have is that there are claims about things apparently above the surface of a globe Earth taking pictures of it, in outer space, tethered by some magical force called gravity. We just don't have any evidence for any of that. What we do have is a measurable surface that is flat. So anything after that, if it includes a ball, it by consequence has to be false.
Interesting, because
That's something to add to that. Just quickly to add to that.
Okay.
Quite often when we hear about the satellite data, what you're going to be looking at is like a composited image. Okay, for example, the blue marble images of the Earth that we get from NASA that shows the whole globe. Okay, if you actually have a look into how they're made, they actually just take a bunch of scans of the Earth essentially, and they convert those into imagery. Okay, so it's just data scanned with radio telescopes, and then they convert those into images, like an artist does it, and then they stitch together those images into a big flat map, and then they wrap it around a ball in Photoshop. And then if you have a look at the images they use to stitch together from NASA, right, they don't show any curvature whatsoever. So I just put a screenshot of the data set, the images that they use to craft the 2002 blue marble, the 2005, 2007 blue marble images. You don't see any curvature in any of the images they use to stitch together.
I mean, yeah, because it's on such a small scale. It's like there's nothing to define curvature. Like it's a paddle of water, and how would you even get like a defined sense of curvature on that?
Well,
Okay.
This is the thing. These claim to be satellites that are in space, the ones that you're talking about. Okay, and then once they stitch it all together and composite it into a picture, you see the globe, right? And that's kind of what you were talking about, right? How do we see these pictures of the globe from space? Well, this is how they're made. This is how most people don't realize how they're made, and NASA admits how they're made. They said that I already told you how they do it, right? They stitch these together into a big flat map, and then they wrap them around a ball in Photoshop, and then they color them in, and then they keep tweaking them like an artist keeps tweaking them until they meet people's expectations of what they think the Earth should look like from space.
Okay, then sure. But those are some images. There are genuine images that are completely just one picture, like the blue.
Which one's that?
Let me find. Okay, I know the moon landing ones are obviously just like the moon landing photos and video.
There's
So this
only
is the
one
thing.
photograph that's supposed to be a photograph of Earth
Oh,
from
photo.
the moon. One photo. So that is basically a perfectly spherical Earth. So we go, okay, well, no problem. We should be able to measure this curvature on the surface and validate this photograph. Well, when we measure the surface of the Earth, there is no curvature. So now what do? Do we accept the photograph as true? Or should we go ahead and scrutinize what the claim is and say, well, maybe that's not possible because the Earth is not curving?
What methods did you use to measure the curvature?
Laser, long distance photography, anything that we can possibly use to see if there's any drop over distance over large surfaces of the Earth, large surface area portions.
Okay, so you're telling me that if I went outside and did like that experiment with like the two stands of set height with the two holes above the ground on the same height, and you shine a light, and if you see the light through both holes, then there's no curvature. If you don't, then there's curvature. That experiment.
Well, that sounds kind of like a dumb experiment to me. But go okay.
It is a dumb experiment, but we actually went out and replicated a similar experiment. Instead of doing it over a short distance, we got two people at each end of a lake that is just about 14 miles across, and they did the same thing with a flashlight from just 5 foot height. Okay, and he could see the other guy's flashlight 13.7 miles away, and then as soon as he would put his hand over the flashlight, you couldn't see the flashlight anymore in the zoom footage. Okay, so he was able to see a flashlight from 14 miles away, whereas in the little Netflix demonstration that you're talking about, it just shows 52 seconds worth of footage at nighttime. It doesn't show the setup, and the distance is only very, very small, a small distance. They don't show it. They don't show anything properly, but I can show you one where you can see the flashlight clearly from 14 miles away, which would be about 120 foot or more of missing curvature.
Okay, I want to do this. I should like get one of my friends and do this.
Yeah, man. Yeah, look. Here's one in the side chat as well. So some people have really expensive laser beams, like big giant laser beams. Now this is a team of field engineers, and they got a $30,000 laser beam, and they shot it over 40 kilometers distance, and it hit the target. Here is it hitting the target in the side chat. That's from 40 kilometers away. And that beam should have been 90 meters up in the air if the Earth were a globe, but it hit the target. They did 5 different tests.
There's no target. It's just the grid with target.
Yeah, but you can see that the laser beam is hitting it. The green beam, that's from like 40 kilometers away.
Okay. I mean, because I'm seeing this, it's not center, it is upwards, but like that's the expected position for a flower.
Yeah. It should be 90 meters upward if we're a globe, like 90 meters.
Oh, it shouldn't even hit the sheet. Okay.
No. It should be like 90 meters. That's like I don't know how that is in feet. That's like a skyscraper.
Yeah, that's way high.
Yeah, way high.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Really? Wait, there should be 90 feet of curvature?
90 meters. 90 meters.
Yeah.
So there's 40 kilometers.
For 90 meters.
Yeah, hold on. I'll check exactly right now. So I'm on an Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so hold on. I just got to change it to kilometers.
Is that a NASA calculator?
No, it's just Omni calculator. If you go to Google, you type in Earth curvature calculator. Just a whole bunch of them will come up. You can pick any one. It's just a basic calculation. Okay, so the distance was 40 kilometers. The eye height or the laser height was 1.5 meters. Okay, so 326 foot of curvature over that distance, which is it's like 99 meters or something.
Is that what obscured object part is? That's such a weird name.
Yeah, obscured object part. Yep, that's right.
The height of the ground to
it
the
would
lowest.
be obscured. It would be obscured behind the curvature, like behind the horizon.
His eye. Saying 100 meters for me. 98.62.
Yeah, I got 99 on my one.
Okay, sweet.
And this is a team of engineers. They were using some seriously expensive equipment, and they did a whole bunch of tests. They got a 180-page PDF document and an hour-long video that goes over everything start to finish. I can post it for you if you want to. Oh, yeah. Old Dude just posted it. Thanks, Old Dude. But there are more simple tests that you can do, like with the torch as well, if you want to do it, on a budget. Don't have to buy a $30,000 laser.
I don't know how much range the torch would have.
Well, here it is. Look, here's a torch over, obviously it's a pretty high-powered torch, I guess. But this one. I'll just put some screenshots. Like, this is all out of a video, but I took some screenshots the other day. Okay, so this is the distance, 13.7 miles. Here's the math, the screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator. Okay, this is the camera setup. It's like 5.5 foot high. And here is the torch strapped to the camera tripod. And the image on the left is the zoom footage from the other side, right? So he's got a high-powered zoom camera and he's zooming over to the flashlight. So you can see the flashlight. And then the guy tells him, because they're talking on the phone, the guy tells him, put your hand over the flashlight. And then he puts his hand over it and, all of a sudden you can't see it anymore. They do it a bunch of times.
Oh, okay.
And then after that, they do it with a laser as well. And then this is the laser. And with the laser, they start at about 5.5 feet high, and then they lower the laser, and then they try it again, and then they lower it down to like 9 inches off the surface of the water, and you can still see the laser right across the lake.
Why is there also one thing about the distance?
Mhm.
Why does that say 13.7 and your count was 40 kilometers? There's an extra 20 kilometers, like 21 kilometers.
This is because so the one that old dude posted above. Okay, that's the laser test with the engineers. Okay, that's a different one. That's 40 kilometers. And then I started talking about the torch test. This is a completely different test. So this one was just done over 13.7 miles.
Correct. My bad.
No, you're good.
Interesting.
Yeah, all sorts of different ways to test it. You can even do it even cheaper than with a torch. You can use mirrors. Okay, so if you just say you find a 10-mile lake, you could go on one side of the lake and your friend could be on the other side of the lake. And if it's a sunny day, then you can use a mirror. And if you angle the mirror correctly, you can shine it into the person's eyes or whatever, on the other side of the lake. And you have to have it angled perfectly to get you need a line of sight basically for the person on the other side to see the mirror flash. Would be called like a mirror flash test. That way you can do
this.
Do it for for free that way. Just need a mirror.
Imagine I actually do this and I'm like questioning my reality if I get these results.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, I did the same thing. I saw all of this stuff. People showed me some of these tests, and I lived on a giant lake. We had a huge section across the lake, Lake Macquarie in New South Wales in Australia, giant saltwater lake. And yeah, I did my own observations, and I could see the shoreline on the other side of the lake by zooming across the lake. But yeah, we encourage people to test it themselves if you want to.
When did you become a flat earther?
Back in 2017. Yeah, quite a fair while ago.
Right, fair. I'm still like hung up on the whole like you don't know what encompasses the Earth basically. And
we can't test that. Nobody can test that if you think about it. But we can only get up so high. Like we can get up to 40,000 feet on a plane, which isn't very high. And then we can send up a weather balloon to about 120,000 feet. Okay, and when we do that, we can send up a camera. We just see a flat horizon from that height. And we can't really get much higher than that.
Okay. Also, how do you explain gravity then?
Well, gravity just say the Earth is flat and contained, like a contained system that the Earth doesn't move. It's just a flat Earth within a contained system. We don't need to have gravity the way that you would need to have gravity on a globe. Because you guys need to explain how you can have oceans sticking to the outside of a spinning space ball, essentially. We don't have to explain that. We just say water needs a container and things will rise or sink due to their density in relationship to the density of the medium that's surrounding them. Like obviously air is a very light medium. So that's just basically fluid dynamics. I'm pretty sure you call that. That's just basically fluid dynamics. That's not really gravity. No, it's not fluid dynamics. It's called Archimedes' principle. It's actually called specific. It's called specific gravity. Okay, and it explains perfectly why things rise or why things sink. Okay, so if something's more dense than the medium surrounding it, and you lift it up and drop it, it's going to sink if it's more dense than the surrounding medium. Like if you pick up a tennis ball and drop it through air, it's going to sink. But if you pick up a tennis ball and you drop it through water, it's going to go up because it's less dense than the water, but it's more dense than the air. Now, if you drop a helium balloon, it's going to go up because it's less dense than the air. But if it were more dense than the air, it would sink. It just so happens that air is very light, and most things are less dense than the air. More dense than the air, so they're going to sink if you displace them, right? So you need to put some force into it first, right? So something sitting on the ground is never going to move unless some type of energy exchange happens. So if you
Yeah.
come along and you force it out of its state of rest and pick it up, then you've input energy into that. Okay. And when you release it, it's going to sink back down to find its like place of rest again. Very easy to explain. Very easy for anyone to test anywhere. And we can even do an experiment to test it as well. Like we could get like a glass of water, like fresh water, and put an egg in the water, and the egg's going to sink down to the bottom of the cup. But then we can vary and manipulate the medium by changing the density of the water. So we could put some salt into the water, and then all of a sudden that egg that's sitting at the bottom of the cup, all of a sudden it's going to go upward. It's going to start elevating upward, and it's going to go up to the top of the glass. We didn't touch it. All we did was vary and manipulate the medium.
But I swear, with that, like, I forgot. I don't know what it's called, but like the whole like with the example of water, let's say helium ballooned water, it will go up with more force the more like buoyant it is, right? Like it'll shoot up with more force.
Yeah, so you can explain that using gravity on a globe as well. So
does it sink with more
they're
force
going to
too?
say, well, they would say that the buoyant force is more powerful than the weak force of gravity. So
Interesting.
yeah, the globe has explanations for everything, basically, for most things. Well, not really for the water that doesn't curve. But it should curve, right? Because of gravity. If the water's not curving, then that debunks gravity. Straight up.
Yeah, probably. Yes, it would.
Yeah. Well, it has to be curving.
Okay. What do you say about the moon and like Mars, other planets?
Like we can't confirm exactly what they are, and we've been fed a big story about what they are. But they're like celestial bodies that move like clockwork, right? Everything in the sky moves in cycles, like a big giant clock above us.
Interesting. You can tell I say interesting a lot. Well,
It's interesting, yeah. It's interesting stuff for sure.
okay, so you don't buy any of the like how planets formed and how the solar system formed. You don't buy any of that.
No. What do you mean? How nothing exploded and turned into everything, which was
that's the Big
up
Bang.
by yeah.
No, I'm talking about like because there's a theory called the solar nebula theory or something. The planets formed from a big disk of rotating like gas, and it coalesced into the sun and the planets. Do you not buy that?
No.
No.
Well, no, I can't confirm it, man. And if they say space is a big vacuum, I don't think you can have that happen in a vacuum. Nor can you have water in a vacuum. Nor can you have like a big ball of plasma gas inside a vacuum. Nor can you have a planet that's covered in water and gas inside a giant space vacuum. It's not something that anyone is going to be able to prove that is possible. It goes against gas laws. It goes against a bunch of natural laws. The second law of thermodynamics. It's not possible. It's just something that you're going to have to choose whether you want to believe or not.
I mean, you could. You talk about there's no plasma in a vacuum like the plasma of the sun, right?
It's a burning ball of like plasma gas.
Yeah, like the way they explain that, like there's like atmosphere. Does the sun have an atmosphere? I think it does.
I don't know what the story is about the atmosphere of the sun, but you're not going to be able to show me a sun in a vacuum chamber. Something that's similar to the sun in a vacuum chamber.
I mean, you're not on Earth, man. You could barely get one. We're working like a flippin' reactor.
Yeah, but it's not analogous. It's not to do with gravity. It's not. Are you talking about?
Oh no, I'm completely moved on with gravity. I'm just trying to like learn as much as I can, Loki.
Yeah.
So, real quick, if the air is like an ocean or where everything sinks in it, if it's less dense, and if it's more dense, it becomes buoyant. When you drop a rock at normal gravity, at normal pressure, when air is there, it will fall at 9.8 meters per second. And if you drop it in a vacuum chamber, it will fall at the same rate, even though there is no air. So how does it fall in this way if there's no gravity? It's not floating in
because
anything.
the density
there's
of
nothing
the
that
rock,
lifts it.
because the density of the rock and the resistance of the air is not going to make much of a difference. So it's going to approximately fall at 9.8 meters per second squared, whether it be in a vacuum, which is just a less dense medium than the air. So get something like a feather or something like that. Obviously, there's going to be more resistance and it's going to slowly float down. But then if you drop the feather in a vacuum chamber, because you've removed what's acting as resistance, then it's going to fall at a similar rate to the bowling ball or whatever you want to put in there. But in a vacuum chamber, we can't test it properly because it doesn't have enough distance to get to its terminal velocity. So they're just going to fall at roughly the same rate. But that does yeah. So that's just an observed effect. We agree on that. We can all agree on that. That's
Y'all
something
are
that anyone can
needs.
test.
I'm not the guy with a cat with eyebrows for a profile picture, bro. Come on. Sue a guy for trying to learn.
No. That's that's a troll. That's a globe Earth troll trolling us, not you. You probably. Yeah, that's not a flat earther. Gotta watch the cat profile picture, people, bro. It's their trolls.
So wait,
Pretty much every time.
Wasn't your whole explanation for gravity based on your substituted gravity laws for buoyancy laws?
No. Nope.
No.
Basically, explain the gravity substitution to me again.
Okay, so first of all, I think it's important that there is really no substitute for gravity, since gravity, number one, has never been proven or exists. At this point, it is only a mathematical concept. So if there's no replacement, all we have is what we observe. Apparently, we have a pressurized system where there are 3 to 4 different states of matter. We wouldn't be having any oceans unless we had some kind of containment where this pressurized system could keep the water in a liquid state. So we have these 3 mediums, if you want to think of it that way: solids, liquids, gases. Solids pretty much always descend or fall downwards in the gas. Sometimes they fall downward in water. Sometimes they rise in water. This is just what's observed. It's like a giant density tower. So there is no replacement for space-time. It's just what we observe. Heavier or more dense objects within a less dense medium will go downwards, and vice versa. That's what we have.
Okay, so now you take the rock. Wait, the rock is always more dense than the vacuum or the air, which is what he was saying. So
And
it's like
typically
in
the
both
water.
situations.
hmm
I had a thought, I lost it.
So now let's take something different. Let's take let's say a block of wood. So a block of wood still descends through the air, right? The air is not dense enough to support it, so it goes downward. You take that same block of wood, you put it in the water. Now it wants to rise upward and find its equilibrium at the surface of the water. But you'll notice that not the entire block is resting on top of it. So the little bit of density that there is displaces the small amount of water that is there. So everything is just a really big density tower. Have you ever seen a density tower?
Just again, so in a vacuum, when you drop the thing, there vacuum chamber, so there is no, it's also going to fall down.
Correct.
So yeah,
That's what we
dropping
observe.
it down now? Vacuum is the presence of nothing, or nothingness. You have taken out all
Well,
It's
the
look, man, it's the same thing that I was describing without the vacuum chamber. Okay, so the things that you put in the
you
vacuum
were
chamber.
talking about air resistance. So
Yeah. Hold on. This is it, though, right? So the things that you put in the vacuum chamber are just going to sit at the bottom of the vacuum chamber forever. They're never going to move unless someone comes along and forces them out of their resting place and lifts them up. Okay, then they're going to reseek where they were due to their density, okay, and in relationship to the density of the surrounding medium, which is essentially no resistance, right? Because there's hardly any gas left in the chamber. Okay, so they're just going to sink back to where they were, but only because you lifted them up. They never would have moved if you didn't lift them up.
So how come the air pressure decreases as you increase altitude if it's air is the same medium, right? Like if we're talking about like a homogeneous system at this point, not two different densities, you know, why did the densities change?
Okay, so completely different question, unrelated to the one we were just talking about. But thank you, Josh. Okay,
happy to hop in line. That's fine. I'm just next time we find a pivot.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously it's a lot warmer down here, a lot cooler up there, and then also the gas is all being created down here. Okay, almost all of the gases are created down here. Okay, and gas obviously slows down like crazy as it gets cooler. Okay, so is it such a crazy claim to think that you would have more gas pressure where the gas is being created, and that you would have less pressure where it's way cooler, and also there's way more space up there? But yeah, who are we talking to just then? CYE? Psy? And
Yeah. And Bean Toasty.
No, I'm here just thinking about what you said.
Yeah.
When you're talking about the pressure where gas is more dense, there's more of it down there than it's up there, but there's something called osmosis pressure, where matter from the more dense parts would go to the parts with less density. So if there was no gravity, it should be equal at everywhere, since there aren't many obstacles in the air, like walls or pillars, as you said, that would obstruct it. So shouldn't it be? It should be just equal everywhere, because matter flows from the objects of high concentration to parts of lower concentration.
Sorry, I was typing something towards the end of your sentence. Can you just say that one more time for me? Sorry about that.
Yeah, if you think about like the osmosis pressure in sewer water, in the higher concentrated places will flow to the lower parts. That because matter always wants equilibrium.
Mm-hmm.
Objects always want equilibrium. So gases at the bottom would rise to the top, almost reaching an equal state. If there is no gravity, that should be the case.
Well, not necessarily. Like gas particles behave very differently than solids and liquids.
Yeah, this also applies to gas. How do you think about air pressure or the weather, to be exact? Why does rain or something happen at any place? Because winds from
it's to do with temperature, though. It's to do with pressure systems that are caused by temperature differences.
Yes, temperature causes concentration differences. When you increase the temperature, the matter gets excited, so it disperses more. That creates a concentration difference. The part where the temperature increased would have less wind or less gas. That's why it would increase. Unlike the
but if what you're saying, like, look, let me use your own argument against you for a second. Okay, so if things are always trying to reach equilibrium, then obviously high pressure would go to low pressure, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're claimed to be inside a giant space vacuum that's 10 to the negative 17 torr, about more than 100,000 times more powerful than any vacuum chamber that we can create here on the Earth. Yet we have high pressure adjacent to the low pressure, extreme low pressure system of space. Okay, yet it doesn't happen, does it? The equilibrium doesn't happen. Entropy doesn't happen. according to you guys, and you're going to say gravity is the solution for that, and then is that what you're going to say? Yeah,
exactly. Like
and then we're going to start looking into gas laws. Okay, and we're going to see that gas particles don't have a downward bias. Gas particles move randomly in all directions. You could look up any definition of gas particle movement, and you're going to see the same answer: that gas molecules, they move in straight lines indefinitely, unless they bounce off another gas particle or against the walls of the container. They can slow down. They can slow down or speed up because of temperature changes. But if a gas particle is going upward, it's not going to be pulled back down to the Earth by gravity. That doesn't happen with gas.
No, exactly. Gravity acts like the barrier that holds it in place. It holds the gases in place. Think of it like not the vacuum in space, like the vacuum cleaner. When the vacuum exerts pressure, air enters in it. You can test that by, of course, putting your hand over it. You'll see that your hand's getting sucked. The Earth acts exactly the same with gravity.
No, the gravity would have to be pulling. The gravity would have to be pulling.
Yes, gravity
things towards the center of mass. Everything would be pulled towards the center of mass. So that means that a gas particle would be pulled downward. So that means that a gas particle would have to be getting pulled downwards towards the Earth. But gas particles don't do that. A gas particle that's going upward doesn't get pulled back down. Gas particles move in straight lines, and they move in random directions. They don't have a directional bias. They don't have a downward bias.
So they're just going to go indefinitely, even if they're leaving the Earth, if gravity isn't holding them down. That means if I go to the center of the Earth or go mine really deep where I'm far away from the surface, I shouldn't find any gas there. No oxygen, no carbon, no anything.
I didn't say that. Gas particles move at random in all directions. The gas is being created at the ground level, where 80% of the oxygen is created in the ocean by ocean plankton. Okay, then we have nitrogen cycles. We have all of these different gas processes where the gas is being produced, under the surface of the ground. I got to go on mute for a second.
Yeah, anyways, I had fun talking with you guys. Should be back in another time.
How we doing?
All good, all good.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Thanks. I had someone else pipe up just a moment ago. Someone else was wanting to speak. Say hello.
Was it Dayu? And we've just had Austin join us. Hello, Austin. Welcome.
Hello, how's it going?
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome.
Welcome.
What brings you guys to the Flat Earth channel?
Well, listen, I've never been in this one, so, listen to people.
Never been in this one. This is the best one.
All right. Prove it to me.
You're in the Well, I guess you'd have to listen, but basically
This is why I'm here
pointing
for,
out...
so listen.
Good. Well, do you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I don't know. Until today, yes, but if you can prove me wrong, I'll be surprised.
Okay. Would you be surprised, though? Because think about it. You've never experienced a globe. You've only ever seen images of one given to you by governments. What you've experienced in reality is a motionless surface, doesn't seem to move, and a flat horizon. If you go to the beach or a body of water, just looks flat.
I know it looks flat, but I know some several stuff about this topic, and because of the globe is so big and so huge. When you look at the sea and the ocean, the
I get all
the,
that,
s-
but would
you know,
you
the
would you
surface
really be
further
surprised?
than you looks flat because it's so big, and the
Yeah, but
curve
would
coming like after a lot of miles. So
yeah. But would you be surprised to learn that when you've been told it looks flat, but that's just because it's so big, it's actually curved? Would you be surprised to learn that that's not actually true and that it just looks flat because it is? I mean, would that really surprise you?
like I said, prove it to me. I'm here for learning. You know.
Okay, well we could start with the physical nature of water. Water lies flat and level when at rest.
It's not have to, you know. If I'm taking a bottle of water, not filling it to the top, it can make like water is a flexible material. It can be whatever shape I want it to be. It can be like a
Well, it will
diagonally.
take the shape of a
like-
container, but if you fill
Exactly.
up but the surface of it though, so like in a cup, right?
Yes.
I mean, it'll take the shape of the cup, but the surface of that water will be flat.
Uh-huh.
And then same with a bathtub. The bathtub can be whatever shape, and it'll take that shape, but the surface of it, if undisturbed, will lie flat.
But there's the gravity that pulls the water back to its place. You know, if, for example, if the globe is like upside down, going nuts, all right, the water
that's what they say, they
keeps
say
in
it's
place because it's the gravity pulls it back,
So is
If
it
you're
the
jumping.
gravity that makes the
Yeah.
water flat?
not make them flat, make them make them in
Oh,
shape,
no.
stay in
Well,
shape.
but the water's flat though. I mean, when you look at it.
It does looks flat, but just think
Yeah.
about the waves that going on in the sea. You know, there's a storm in the sea, waves going nuts.
Yeah. The
Five,
waves,
four,
the
four,
waves
four,
can go
like
crazy, but that's
the-
waves on a. That'd be waves in relation to the flat surface of the water.
but if like a wave goes, I don't know, 5 feet in the sky, 5 feet in the
Yeah, that'd be 5 foot above the sea level, let's say. So
yeah, I know. So
flat.
it's gonna came back, not to be flat, but going back because there's a storm. So why the water just like I don't know, in the space like flying around?
Well, it might go up and it might go down, but it will go up and down relative to a mean average level, flat.
Uh huh.
Yeah.
you
So
got
the
some
physical
points.
nature of water, we know it's fluid dynamics. It's hydrostatics. This is in all the textbooks. You look up hydrostatics and the physical nature of water. Whether it's a cup of water, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, or an ocean, that water is going to do the same thing. Now, what they've done is told us, like you said,
Wait, so how do you explain the footage from the national station in the sky? The footage
NASA.
you can, yeah, NASA. So how you can like?
They're an
see
intelligence
that is-
agency, right?
kind of, yeah. It's a nationality intelligence.
Well, no, it's a spy agency
Spy agency. Why do you say that?
because that's what it is.
You got proofs?
Well, just look it up. Just Google NASA spy agency.
Let me see.
So part of what spy
Spy
agencies do is called counterintelligence, and that involves
NASA
propaganda
promised space against.
and lying.
But who they are spying to? Like,
Well, do
what
you see
is
that? Have you Googled it? Do you see it?
Yeah, I Google it. I can, NASA spy
Yeah.
agency.
So they would be like the CIA or something, right? An
So the
intelligence
CIA control
agency.
NASA.
No. I'm saying that's the CIA is a spy agency, yeah.
Yeah. So what
And they
it's
put
related to
out
NASA?
propaganda. They put out propaganda, yeah.
Okay.
So that's what NASA does. So when I'm saying, hey, we know in reality that water lies flat and level when at rest, and you're asking me, what about that propaganda agency that says otherwise? I say, well, they're a propaganda agency.
Okay. So how do you explain? I'm talking like in general. You know, we were kind of the first people who land on the moon. I have no idea if it's fake or real because I
Was
know
that
there's
from
a
the
debate.
propaganda agency as well?
I have no idea to be honest. I know they
Well,
like
it was
the
NASA,
first people,
right?
but how do you explain the footage coming from the sky for like
Propaganda.
8 years ago? So they did
propaganda.
propaganda 8 years ago?
Yeah, they did propaganda decades ago. I mean, propaganda is as old as politics itself.
Oh, it's so weird to be
Medium
honest.
was
'cause
available.
we're
Images,
born to believe
photography,
them.
video, they've used for propaganda. And like the moon landings, that's just the US trying to project technological superiority.
So I have another question. All right, if you're saying they use propaganda, so we're not gonna take the awards that the world is like the globe is around it.
Yeah, no, we're gonna go
like
to reality.
a big X marks.
Yeah,
on
we're
it.
gonna go to reality. We're gonna go.
Yeah,
out
like
into the
I
world,
have another question.
measure it.
Like I want to say, for example,
Okay.
if like I have a company, I'm just giving a big question. I have a company. I have drones that like can fly kilometers above the sky, above the sea level, and above and above and above. I can see the world like sort of like be like in kind of a shape, like a ball. So what is
Oh
that?
no, you wouldn't see that. You wouldn't see that. You'd see.
Why not?
You just see flat because the surface of the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a motionless topographical plane, flat. So the only way you see a curve to it is if you're using like a GoPro with like a fisheye lens, right? So they do show high altitude footage and they use like GoPros, and the lens is a curved lens, so it curves the horizon. So it looks curved, but that's just a fisheye lens is what it's called.
Okay.
And if you watch those videos and you look at the start of the video, you'll see the ground looks curved when they're on the ground because it just curves the image. So it's not Earth curve, it's lens curve that they're showing people. And most people don't think to check. They just accept it. And the propaganda agencies know this. Just gonna accept it. But it measures flat, right? People have gone out to lakes, right? So like you were saying earlier, this is what we should stick on for now if you're interested in learning and you want to hear what we have to say. So we agree that as far as we can tell as human beings on Earth, the physical nature of water is that it will find its level when it rests. Now, we've been told and educated as children to believe that at a certain point beyond our comprehension, beyond our observation, it starts to curve, right?
Okay.
Now, that's a positive claim that has to be tested. That's essentially the claim that this whole topic is about. Does the water start to curve like they claim? And this can be measured. You can measure this over a long distance. You can test line of sight across the surface to see, is there an obstruction due to this curvature? And the answer is no. Whether it's observing long distances, shooting lasers long distances, a whole bunch of other things, there's no curve. Measures flat.
All right.
Just like
I'll look into it. It's kind of an interesting topic, to be honest. I'll look at it. I'll
I
check it
tell
out.
you, if you want some resources, because again, right, and people ask us, who cares if the Earth is flat? Who cares? Why does it matter? Well, the U.S. government, Congress, the heads of YouTube and Google, they certainly care because they censor it, right? They hide it when people
Alright,
search for it online.
Wait. I have another question. Let's go for like another like example. Like I'm trying to like put you in the line because like really want you to convince me because it's hard to convince the globe is flat surface. So I'm going on a plane, plane flying between countries, and the plane goes a lot of kilometers above the sea level.
Mhm.
And at a certain point, it's like you can see the globe curving. How do
No. You don't see the globe curving. You might
curving.
think you see globe curving if you're looking through.
So you're
the
seeing my eye
window.
lying to me?
No.
So how do you
Your eye
explain that?
isn't lying to you.
I flew a
Well,
lot
just
of time, like
listen.
above 20 times in the last 2 years.
Because the windows that you're looking through,
Yes.
those can flex and bend, right, with the pressure, right? They're
No,
designed.
let's
flex.
go nuts. Without windows, I don't have windows.
Okay,
I
well
have
now you're just imagining it. So now we don't have a real example. Now you're just saying, imagine if I saw curve. Now what?
So we do have windows, all right.
You have windows, and they
We
might
have windows,
they
and I'm
might
looking
they might
through the windows,
they might
and the
curve
glass
the
through
horizon
the glass,
with
and the
with
horizon is
with the
curved.
glass
How
or
do you
the
explain
lens.
this? Should we call my eyes
Yeah.
liars? Is my eye lying to me?
No. You don't see curvature. You might see a distorted horizon due to the window curving, but you don't see curvature. And actually,
I'm like dead ass right now.
the fact that you bring up pilots is good because did you know pilots when they fly they treat the Earth as flat and motionless? They don't account for any curvature. They don't
Because
account
they need
for
to
any
stay in one
spin of the
shape. If
Earth.
they like change the shape, if they change the shape a bit too high, a bit too low, they're gonna crash.
No. Think about it. If you're traveling over the surface of a ball in a plane,
Yes.
you're gonna have to your nose of that plane is gonna have to dip around, down and around the ball, right?
No, you're right.
Right. Well, pilots aren't doing that. They're just flying flat, level, straight.
They're flying flat. They're flying flat because they need to save the plane in the same like level. Because if they
Well, if
go
they were
too
flying
down,
level straight on a ball, they'd be flying off into space.
all right. Let me open Paint.
Okay.
Painter on my PC real quick. I want to paint something, and I'll send it on the VC chat. All right.
Great. We love a paint.
Okay.
We love a paint argument.
On PC, so I have a painting program they can paint on.
Very good. Well, I'm glad you understand, though, because if you fly in a straight line on top of a ball, you're going to leave the ball, right? Pilots fly in a straight line. They don't leave Earth because the Earth is a plane. The airplanes fly in the air over the plane. There you go. Makes sense, right?
Kind of. Wait a second.
Yeah. They fly flat and level.
I just sent a picture. It's a bit like crampy, but don't judge. Not a great painter. So.
Give me a second. I'm not looking at the chat.
I can send images on the VC chat.
And also, you can't see the curve from that height. You can't even see the curve from the ISS.
I do can see the curve. I flew a lot of times for the last 2 years, and
but dude, what you need to understand is mathematically they give us a claimed size of the globe. Yeah, do you know what size they claim it is?
I send you a picture. You need to accept me. I send you the paint.
I'm not at the chat at the moment. Can you just post it in the general text chat?
I tried. All right, I'll try.
And one of the flat earthers here.
I said it on the media. Where is someone can take me on the media chat?
Yeah, no, it's just the text channel associated with this VC.
I can. I have no idea why, but I can send messages. Not messages. Pics on the screenshots.
You maybe don't have the roles. Are you new to the server?
What do you mean by new? I joined December 2. This is the.
Well, because you need to rank up. You need to have a certain role to post the images and stuff. So maybe you've not reached that level.
How do I get a role like this?
Well, you need to. It's activity based.
Okay.
So the more you talk, the more you chat, the more you understand the Earth is flat. You get terms.
T-Dub sent me a friend request to send him the paint.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep. Send it.
Oh. All right. I said you can open the share screen. Maybe send it on the VC chat for me.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Look at that. How helpful.
It looks a bit weird. I tried to paint another one. Better one. For a second. Let me try to paint another one. More perfect one.
Don't worry, it's not an art channel.
Yeah, I know, but for the
it's nice to have good images. You're right. Ooh,
yeah.
Let's see. It's like an Among Us character.
Yeah, it's kind of if you like
or
take
a big
the plane,
toe.
take off. Come again?
It looks like a big toe.
Nah. Like I said, I'm not phenomenal at painting. Just
no, that's all right.
Imagination. So the plane line, where I wrote the plane, this one where the plane is taken off. All right.
Yeah.
If it keeps consistent with the line that I draw, if it's going to be too down, if it's the plane is gonna go down a bit, it's eventually gonna crash. But if it's going to be consistent with the line that I'm trying to paint, it's gonna land safely and smoothly on the landing side. So this
you're
is
saying the plane is gonna. If the plane was going around the ball, it would. Yeah. Let's say it's going from the UK to Australia. You're saying it would curve around a ball, and then it would be upside down from where it started.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't happen.
So what happened? Explain to me.
They fly level. They go up. They fly level. They come down.
Okay.
Guys,
I didn't know this, to be honest.
The Earth is not.
No, they don't teach you.
Round.
They don't teach you that in school. They don't teach you that in school.
Just think about it for a second. Do you have any evidence that you end up upside down? If you look at mechanical gyroscopes work on the gyroscopic effect or rigidity in space. They don't move, so if you move them across a curved surface, the housing would twist, but the gyroscope would remain upright. That's how we create artificial horizons for the planes. If the gyroscopes were moving across the curved surface, we wouldn't be able to use them as artificial horizons because they would constantly drift as a consequence.
All right.
Think about this, to put it simply, right? So they've told us that from UK to Australia, you're doing like a 180 around the ball and you'll be upside down. Yeah? But what we're saying is, we're all on the same level, right? So if someone in Australia is looking up, that's the same as our up. We don't have a different up. We don't have a different down. People are not playing football upside down in Australia, and the snow is not falling upwards towards our feet. It's just we're on the same level. They're just at a different part. They're further away from us on the same surface, a level topographical surface. You understand?
Yeah, but there's a footage that proves wrong from your eyes view, from your view.
No, there's no footage that proves us wrong.
There does.
What footage?
Let me send. I try to send the GIF. A second.
This isn't going to be that spy agency again, is it?
Why do you call it a spy agency? Because
remember, you looked it up and it's a spy agency.
It's the only agency to give proofs and give you
No, but they're a propaganda agency, remember? They do counterintelligence. That's propaganda. Like the CIA.
I see. So why don't you, like that, I'm going to go nuts, all right? Why don't you're like a normal person in Earth, right? Why don't you save up, go to work and do something that's going to prove all the world that it's actually an agency that is spying on people, on the government?
Because they already admit it. We don't need to prove it. You just Googled it, right? And it told you. It's a spy agency. It's an intelligence agency. We don't have to prove that. They admit it.
Yeah, but we can do it.
It's called Intelligence and Security Function Agency. The spy agency is a made up. It's a made up name.
Bro, you can
That's what intelligence agency is.
Bro, you can see in these pictures that they show you that the Earth appears curved and the water appears curved. Okay, so you can go out and test if that is true. You have access to the Earth. You don't need to take their belief. You don't need to take it on faith. You can just go test it.
Yeah, remember we discussed the water earlier? So they're showing you pictures of curved water, but you know the water lies flat when it's at rest. In reality, when you go outside onto the Earth, a lake, a shoreline, a beach, that's what you experience, right? And the intelligence agency has told you, no, your senses are wrong. Trust us, the spy agency. But
I asked ChatGPT if NASA. I just sent NASA spy agency explain, and he said NASA is not a spy agency. Here's the clear breakdown. NASA National Aeronautic and Space Administration, a civilian space agency focused on space, exploring science, styles, technology, and research. Example: Moon mission, Mars
ask it if it's not designated as an intelligence agency.
Studies.
So you believe everything the AI tells you?
Not everything, but most of the time it's correct.
Didn't you just Google it and you saw the article saying NASA is an intelligence agency now?
I asked, and he says NASA is a primary civilian space agency, but recent activate orders re-accelerate. It's having a national intelligence security function, leading to it's being called a spy agency.
Oh, so it's being called a spy agency because it's now
But
being
it's not
classed
formally a spy
because
agency.
it's being classed as an intelligence agency by the government, right?
Okay, so you're saying the government is also a spy agency?
The government has classed NASA as a spy agency, an intelligence agency. Intelligence and security.
The government has separate divisions, right? Like the British government isn't a spy agency, but MI5 and MI6 are, right?
For example, like ChatGPT says, CIA, spy intelligence agencies in the US, it goes for the US. The CIA, human intelligence and foreign intelligence, NSA, single intelligence, and cybersecurity, NRO, books,
so NASA's
and operates
like that.
spy satellites, DIA, military intelligence.
Yeah,
But
and
NASA is not on the line.
Yeah, that's what it is classed as. Just Google it. You'll find the articles in the
I
press.
googled it. Tell me what to Google, and I want to find it. So you tell me what to Google.
Yeah, I already gave you the link. If you look in the text chat, there's
Let me see.
Politico. We're talking
NASA,
about
the
it
spy
being
agency.
a spy
My question. Question
spy
mark.
agency now, and then I have here a recording of an ex-CIA official who became a judge, and in this court proceeding talked about NASA and how internally the CIA did not consider them a space agency and referred to them as not a space agency, to abbreviate NASA. And he also claims that the bulk of the mind control happened over there.
Yeah, it's just that agency is there to propagandize and control your mind. That's it.
Wait, you don't think they pay them off, like bribe them to sell?
What this ex-CIA head and soon-to-be judge, he paid him off. It was you need to watch it, dude. You need to watch the proceedings themselves and dictate for yourself whether he's being paid off or not.
If they're like, I don't know, he's a former CIA agent, right? If they want,
he's a judge.
He's a judge right now, but he's a former CIA
He's
agent.
a judge, or he was. I think he's dead now. He was a judge proceeding over a sex trafficking case. Okay.
All right. So
they killed him.
He became the judge. They killed. Like I want to say, they killed him because
killed him.
probably they bribed him.
Because
the people want.
Hey, we used to in the CIA. We called NASA not a space agency because we knew they were just a propaganda agency.
Okay, let me ask you this. All right, there's not a slight. Let's take it's 100%, 90%, 80% cases. All right, if you go with what you're saying, all right, 95% is true. NASA is really a case scenario of a spy agency, like you're saying.
That's 100%.
There's not a slight 5%. All right, I'm going with my mind. There's not those 5%, slight 5%. That the people who want this guy to say what they want them to say and go public, bribe them, pay them off. And when they did, NASA found out about this one and they killed him.
What weird scenario are you making up in your head to make this plausible, dude?
Yeah, I'm not really following this.
What? Who would have justification to pay him to out NASA?
Yeah, why would they tell him to call them not a space agency and blow up their whole
Not NASA. They killed him off. The people who don't want.
Yeah, he's been killed off. President Trump 2 months ago has reclassified NASA's role. Let's say, okay, cool. So do we trust what NASA says? Well, we can go out and verify what NASA says, and when we go out and verify the surface of the Earth, that measures to be flat. So they're lying about that. We can demonstrate that to be true. Anything else, we don't fucking know.
So let's say the Earth is really like flat. How does it affect me?
How does it affect you?
Yes.
Well, you thought that I'll tell you. You thought that you lived on a ball. I'll tell you. You thought that you lived on a ball that rotated around the sun that came into existence by some kind of Big Bang. That Big Bang exploded all the physical matter into existence. Then they tell you a story of evolution and how your consciousness was devolved over millions of years, so me and you can sit here and have this conversation. They get to tell you where you come from and who you are and your possibilities and limitations. The Earth is not the ball that was created by a Big Bang. So go back and ask the question how the Earth was created then and your purpose on it. that will lead you down a different path.
Yeah, it basically makes it so that you, instead of believing that your rights are endowed by some sort of creative force, whatever the religion may be, you now think that the government endows all of your rights, and you have given up those rights freely, and so have your ancestors, through this globe belief. It has taken your freedom away from you. That is what it has done.
Okay, but why does I care about it? Okay, they're taking my freedom. I'm good. I have money. I have life. I have a family.
Well done. Your
I have
prison,
babies. I
your
have
prison's
fathers.
got nice things. But your prison is deeper than that. It's a prison of the mind, my friend.
So let's say.
Well, hold on. Let me cut through this. Because the answer is because we care about what's true. Right? We want to know what's true. So if you're not interested, hold on.
Let's say it's true.
Hold on.
Go on.
If you are not interested in truth, and it might not matter to you, but we are interested in truth, and that's why it matters. Because we want to know the truth about reality, where we live, what our situation is. And we didn't get here by a random explosion and then evolving from a bunch of monkeys. This is the story that they're teaching all the children in school. This is the story they told us, presumably you as well. And it forms your whole worldview, how you think, how you behave.
So let's say there's big people, like big power and financial people who call the governments. And NASA is really a spy agency. All right. After we said, how does it affect me? All right. Let's say I believe you. Genuinely believe you. What can I do? What could you do? What could everyone do that believes the Earth is actually flat?
Just take control of your mind. Okay,
you take control over my mind. Those are
not your mind. You take control of your own mind. This is what you do. Now you realize that the story you've been told about where you think you live is wrong. You now take control. You figure out where you live. That's what you do. Okay, and then what you do with that is entirely up to you. We're not passing out recommendations. We're just pointing out the facts. Okay?
Okay, but
we're not giving you a replacement belief system.
Wait, just a second. After all the knowledge that I have in my mind right now, I'm gonna live my life, like going outside.
Yeah, you still have to live your life. Yes, you still have to live your life. You still have to go to work.
So I'm going to suicide after knowing this
the human being is deeper than that. The human being asks the question, why am I here? What is this place? What's the point of all this? What is this experience we call life?
Yeah,
right?
I also want to give him
does that.
I also want to give him the answer that he wants. What does he gain from this? And that's what you gain from this is a critical mind. What you gain from this is the ability to detect fallacies, because we're not here to give you a replacement cosmology for the cult belief system that we were all raised in. We're here to give you logic, reasoning, evidence, so that you can see through the deception that you have been fooled by. And so you won't buy into more deception because you can identify it when you hear it.
Yeah, that's helpful.
All right.
Because when you make decisions in your life, you want to be making your decisions based on the best available information. That's how you inform your decisions. And this is exactly that.
This is an interesting thing that I really need to investigate, to be honest.
Yes, you need to investigate. I was going to say earlier, we have resources on a server which are not easy to find just by Googling and YouTubing because they censor the topic. So if you want access, we've got terabytes of articles, videos, PDFs, all kinds of stuff. Someone will post you the link, DM you a link, or you can look at the YouTube box and you can find it there at discord.gg/flatearth. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You can find us here on the politics server and in that 24/7 home server. And we're live. We're live on YouTube, by the way.
All right.
You're on YouTube, so we've got a couple of channels streaming, and we stream 24/7, 365 days a year. It's Christmas today. It might even be Boxing Day now. We've just given you.
You can send me the link to the
best.
channel.
We've just given you the YouTube channel 247 Flat Earth Discord.
All right.
Right, just type that in and you'll find us. And we've just given you the best Christmas present that can be given, right? A wake-up call about your reality. So Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, man.
Merry Christmas, people. Happy holidays.
Yeah. So there you go.
All right.
So there you go. You just became Dumber. For Christmas.
Nice.
Nice. Pretty good.
Well, if not rejecting reality because a spy agency told you so is considered dumber, then yeah, I guess so. But we would consider that to be of a critical mind, to challenge claims made to us. That's not dumb. That's exactly what an intelligent mind would do. Question these stories. Hey, you experience a flat, motionless Earth every day. Every human being has in history. And yet, a 0.0000000 continuum 1% of some elite intelligentsia in the militaries of the world have told us, your senses are wrong. You cannot trust your senses. Trust us, the government, with your entire worldview and creation narrative. And you've lapped it up and said, okay. See, this makes you weaker as a person.
Got it. All right.
That's more to the other guy who's trying to jump in. But no, you've been chill. Welcome to the channel. Good to speak to you.
Thank you.
Good luck. Good luck in your research. We're here all the time. So when you've got questions, come here and ask us.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Have a nice one.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
You too, bro. So who's that other guy? You think it's dumb to observe flat water?
Yeah, pretty much.
Wow. So you think it's dumb to go to the beach?
No, sorry, Cyclone. You think it's dumb to observe flat water, even though we use water as a horizontal reference tool? We use water for horizontal, don't we?
Yeah, what's dumb about that?
You said it was dumb. I pointed out it's actually used practically as something, that being horizontal. Do you still think it's dumb?
Pretty much.
Wow. Okay, I don't understand why you're here. I'll mute myself.
I understand. He thinks practical reality is dumb, so he's a globe believer.
Well, how come, because he probably lives he's probably a brain in the jar kind of person. How come in his brain in the jar world, the Earth is still flat?
Did you understand that you experienced the Earth to be flat? Or have you not noticed? Is that it? You're dumb? That's the culmination of the globe argument in 2025. Nearly 2026. Boys, it's been a hell of a year. We need to do a roundup show. Top of the bill. Flat Earthers turned NASA into a spy agency. That's pretty good, no? It's pretty good going. 10 years in, the only globe primary evidence has essentially conceded that they're just liars. And now legally so. That's pretty good. Anyway, good talk, boys. I'm going to go on mute for a bit and then dip off. Good to hear you all as usual. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, man. You have a good evening.
Yep. Peace, brothers.
If they never showed you that, right, and they showed you some other picture, and said that was the Earth, and they showed you this and said, this is a fucking exoplanet a light year away. You'd think that that was an exoplanet a light year away. Whatever they fucking captioned that fucking image, you would just buy it, whatever they said.
So no one else has ever, no one else has ever captured something like that. Just them, right?
Want to look in the chat?
Has this ever been?
Look in the chat for a second.
So if I can
it's very convenient that I made this. I just happened to make this today.
I can find other people validating
look in the
this.
chat.
So if I can find
find the
sources, hold on. If I can find other sources going up to space or going upwards, take the picture downwards,
and it don't look like that,
and it gives more Earth-looking balls.
What do you mean Earth-looking? How do you know it's Earth-looking?
If green and blue balls,
all they can do is be consistent amongst each other.
If you go upwards, okay. What is the color of?
You don't actually listen, do you?
What is the observed color of the water and the sky?
Well, it depends.
What is the average color observed of the water and the sky?
Well, if I go to the Atlantic Ocean, it looks green.
What is the average color?
Green, dude, green.
Okay, green. So what is the average color of trees?
It depends on the time of year.
What is the average color of
Depends on the time of year.
Average.
Are you deaf?
You know what the word average means. What is the most likely color of a tree?
Well, I guess green.
There you go. So what's the most likely color of sand and desert?
But the water's green, dude. Didn't you hear me?
Okay, so we're getting some colors here. We've got green. We've got maybe some blue. Maybe we'll get some arid for desert. Maybe get some white for snow. But if you're not going to see that, like obviously those colors are colors we see on Earth of things. So if you see a round shape
we see the rainbow.
of a lake or of an ocean or some body of water, and you go up and you take a picture. If you look at a city or a shape of a landmass that looks
okay, less fucking words, dude. Less words. You're filibustering.
Well,
you know you are.
Yeah, but you're also sea lining.
So when I talk, you're going to interrupt me 50 fucking times, not listen and say a bunch of bullshit, right? Or you're going to sit there and listen, and I'm going to fucking drone on and on and on. That's what you're going to do? You're going to listen to me?
Well, I listen.
Because you're just droning on and on.
I droned. I apologize. I listened to what you said. The point was just that we know it's if you go upwards and you take a photo downwards, unless there's something in the way, it's of the ground, right?
Yeah.
There you go. So if I can produce another image from another source, so it's not just them, to validate them.
It's another person making another claim.
Will that sway you?
No.
So no matter how many different validations we get or different sources,
there's lots of photos of Santa
and taking a picture downwards. No matter
you don't know that they did that though, Ice J. That's the thing you're trying to. Ice J. That's the thing you're trying to prove, that they went up and took a picture downwards.
No, but here's it. No,
you're just assuming the thing you're trying to prove is true.
So okay, so then more people are like, here's the issue.
Now you're going on mute. Okay, you're assuming the thing you're trying to prove is true in the premise. You understand? They went up and took a picture downwards, and we're just going to compare the claims to each other. Right?
Well,
are you assuming?
Here's the issue. Either they're lying, right? Either one, they're lying. Either one, they're lying. Either one, they're lying. Two, they don't know how to aim a camera, and we somehow found something else that looks like.
Dude? Who is they?
What?
Who is they?
European Space Agency, NASA.
That's not a they, dude.
I'm listing them.
Okay, so the guy that sweeps at the European Space Agency, he's lying.
Are you okay? Can you just listen for 1 second?
No, dude. No, we're gonna sift through your fucking bullshit propaganda.
Very hard time with this.
We're gonna sift through your bullshit propaganda tactics, Ice J.
You're having a very hard time understanding my point.
I know what your point is. I've heard this point for fucking 10 years, dude.
No,
for 10 years.
Not.
Oh, you come up with something original. Hey, no, I'm new Ice J. You come up with something original. Oh, let's hear your original point. Let's hear your original point, Ice J.
It's one.
Why lie? How can they all be lying? That's so original.
Observations of
You don't know their
And
observations.
so, hold on. Unless it's a lie or fake, it's an observation.
No.
Or
You're
manipulated
wrong.
or somehow. Okay.
Okay,
If
there's
you
a
have-
whole book on this, Ice J.
Let
And
me
there's
just
lots of listen,
from a
Ice J.
guy.
You're
saying-
just too incredulous.
From a guy resting his entire, not you, but the other dude, resting his entire basis of flat eartherism on his subjective observations. It's rich to say, oh yeah, these observations could just be bunk by the more
You can
if
repeat our
observations are bunk, I don't give a shit about your flat
Okay.
Earth observation if you can't accept any.
Okay, your word count is getting irritating, dude. You're saying like 30 words for every one word I say. You're not gonna filibuster anymore. Okay? You're gonna listen. You said a lot of bullshit. You stacked a real high pile of shit. Okay? You can replicate our claims. You can go test them yourself. You have no reference, as in, you can't say whether these images look real or not because you have no reference from which to evaluate them from. All you can compare them to is the claims of other people. So this is a self-referential circle jerk.
You can go up. No, nothing's stopping you from going up.
And you can go up and take this picture.
You can go up. Yeah, why not?
You can. How do you know that?
Nothing's stopping me. What's stopping you?
How do you know that,
What's stopping you? What's stopping you?
How do you know that?
What's stopping you?
How? That's why are you asking me a question? I asked you a question. How do you know that?
Because other people do it. There's nothing.
How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do I know that?
All you're doing is appealing to somebody else saying they did that. I said, how do you know that?
What reason
I didn't
could I
ask
not
you.
do it?
I
What
didn't
reason
ask you what you believed other people did.
What's stopping me?
I didn't. Well, obviously I can't jump that high, but
So jumping is your limit. I got rocket science on my side. What's
no, you
stopping
don't.
me from going up?
You're not part of them. What are you talking about?
What's stopping me? What
don't have
physically stopping me from building a rocket and going up?
Because there's nowhere to go up to. There's no vacuum of space to go into to take this
Hold
picture.
on. So I can't go into the sky?
You can go into the sky, but not high enough to take a picture of the entire Earth.
How far can I go up?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Maybe 300 miles.
I keep going up, so I can go up. We're not
Let's go to so now we're back in imagination land.
No, we're not.
Some people
Because
told me they
people
went
go up.
hirher than
No,
that.
you said
yeah.
no,
Some people said they went to La La Land, so they did. They really pinky promised that they went really high and took a picture of the Earth. And I believe them, and you don't. And there's something wrong with you because you don't believe liars.
Yes, we can.
You just believe that, dude. And you only believe that because someone told you that.
Bro,
You're a sycophant. You're a sycophantic suck-up, dude.
Fucking rocket, bro.
I don't have.
It's true.
There's no reason to believe them.
I go
There's no
all the time.
Yeah, that's right. You can't see the curve of the Earth from there, can you?
And if you shoot a rocket upwards, straight up,
you just believe that.
You keep going upwards.
So you're just chanting your belief.
You can take a photo downwards. The higher you go.
Okay, you're just chanting your belief over and over again, and you have never substantiated how you actually know that, other than people saying they did it. I want to know how you actually know that to be true. Not how you believe it to be true or how you believe the claims of other third parties to be true. I want to know how you know it's true.
Because the laws of physics entail it to be true.
Because the laws of nature physics.
Physics, nature, observations, data. How do you know you can go view a oil rig?
Are you really making that type of false equivalence?
Yeah, no, how do you know? How do you know?
Because there's oil rigs out in the ocean.
Because there's oil rigs. But how do you know you can go out and make that observation?
Because there's an airport and they sell plane tickets.
No, but how do you know that you can make the observation?
And I know people that have been there. Well, I can just go to my ocean. I don't need to rely on the oil rigs.
So not the oil rigs, but
I don't need to rely on that.
So you have to. You don't know.
I don't rely on that. You're trying to create this crazy straw man. You're trying to create a crazy false equivalence, dude.
No, it's not. Which is
it is a false equivalence.
Oh wait, how do you know that if you go up, you can go up and then take a photo down? It's like, are you serious?
No, take a photo down of a fucking ball from a vacuum. You're leaving out the You're leaving out key details intentionally.
No, it must be a joke.
Which make it a fantastic claim. You're leaving out the key details. Everybody knows there's an ocean. Anyone that's been to water knows, hey, it's not very freaking absurd to have something in the water out there and a human being put it there. That's not that absurd. When you start claiming, I went very high, hundreds of miles above the surface of the Earth, and I captured the entire Earth inside my camera's field of view. And not only did I did that, it was from a place that was near. Shut up! Why are you interrupting me? No, shut up! Why are you interrupting me? I told you this is exactly what you would do. Okay. Now I'm on my fucking soapbox, and you're interrupting me. Okay, so it's really simple. I'm showing that the claim is not these are false equivalences. They're claiming they go into a near fucking perfect vacuum and take a picture of it, the entire Earth, from a place where things don't fucking fall, where they're going 17,000 fucking miles per hour. Okay, this is not an equivalent claim, dude. They're not even close. This is like saying you went really high and saw fucking Santa's village on the North Pole. You guys always do this. You try to drag flat Earth down into your shit. I don't have to imagine. I don't have to appeal to a third party to tell me fucking what the Earth is. I can just walk out my door.
Are you done?
I can just walk out my
video.
I'd like you to address something I said.
I'm posting a video in the chat. Look at it. Is this also fake? Is this fake? They put a camera on a rocket.
Uh-huh.
You're saying so
you
this
think
must
that
be
that's
impossible,
you
right?
think that that's the curve of the Earth?
No, I'm not saying that. You're saying this is impossible.
How high did the rocket go?
You're saying this is impossible, right?
No, that rocket only goes like
stops it from going further.
Listen closely.
Hold on.
Shut up,
What is stopping it from?
That rocket only goes less than 100 kilometers. Okay. Can you see the whole Earth from 100 kilometers? Can you see the whole Earth from 100 kilometers?
What is stopping it from going further?
Fuel? Size of the rocket?
So if
what do you mean?
Add more fuel to it, it can go further, right?
Hypothetically, but then you need something to push off of.
Great. So don't
you need something to push off of, though? You need something to push off of. And if the air gets thinner, you're going to reach a point where you can't create thrust.
Air gets thinner. It's almost
that's right.
as if we're approaching this thing called space, where it keeps. Think about it. There keeps getting less and less air the higher you go up. So eventually,
does it go to
there's
zero?
No more air at some point.
Oh yeah, so it goes to zero. It goes to absolute vacuum.
Yes, there you go.
He just said absolute vacuum.
That is our observed reality.
Observed reality. Okay, how did they measure the pressure in this absolute vacuum you say exists? This should be funny. How'd they measure the pressure? How'd they even measure the pressure at 100 kilometers?
I'm sure the same way you measure
I'm sure. We've actually had
or anything else. I mean, you're asking questions that if you really actually cared, you would know the answer to.
I do know the answer.
So what's the answer?
I want to know if you know the answer.
What's the answer?
They haven't.
Oh, they don't? Ever?
No, they can't.
No one has ever taken
look, bro. We had a meteorologist in here.
Okay, I'm going to
professional meteorologist
pressure from
tell
space,
us that they
you're
can't.
Going to eat your words and hopefully never speak on this again.
No, you're going to find a model, but you'll never find measurements.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's right, Ice J. You'll find a model, but you won't find measurements. Your entire worldview is based upon a fantasy land created in somebody's head.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Right. Oh, you're helping create it in your head because you see this.
Right.
You see this 2D image, and you see a circle, and you go, "Yep, that's the Earth. That's obviously the Earth." The only reason, if you were shown that, and you were never told it's the Earth, you never would have thought it was the Earth for 1 fucking second.
You can literally see it coming from the ground and then going up.
Yeah, not high enough to see the Earth.
So, at what point, like, if you're in a plane, at what point does what below you not become the Earth? Like, how retarded?
You know, you're committing the most atrocious logical fallacy.
That stops becoming the Earth.
You're committing a uniformitarianism that you can do something that you can do it forever. That's stupid.
No, it's basic logic that if you're looking at the
It's not
Earth,
basic logic.
you're
It's a
going-
logical
no, it's not.
fallacy.
If you're looking at the Earth and you
It's
keep
logical
going upwards,
fallacy, I
and you
say.
keep
You're gonna
going
continue
upwards
with
and you
it?
look at the Earth, you're going to keep looking at the Earth.
Yeah, people thought they got microscopes and they kept looking smaller and smaller shit. They would continue to see smaller and smaller shit, but that wasn't the case. And they thought if they took a telescope and looked in the sky and they'd see shit further and further away, but that's also not the case.
I
So
feel
what
like
are you talking about?
I don't understand how
You don't understand this. This is called
reality
like
works. But if you're looking at
no,
something,
you're not talking
you're
about
looking at
reality. You're talking
something-
about mental constructs, dude. You don't know you don't even know what reality is. You literally don't anymore. You're fucking
I don't know
lost
what reality
in
is,
the sauce.
right? Says the guy
You don't.
denying what we are seeing.
What you're seeing? I'm telling you what you're seeing. You're seeing an image on a fucking screen.
Of
You
what?
can't accept that.
Of what? What is the black stuff when it goes up high enough? What is that blackness?
What do you mean? What is that black? What does that even
Did you
mean?
watch the video that I sent in the chat?
Yeah, it's this. Yeah, the Elon Musk's freaking returning rocket. Yeah, what about it?
So when it goes up,
So the space is black shit. Is that what you're defining space as?
no,
now?
no,
Black
when
shit?
when you see the blackness, all that
Yeah.
black space,
Uh-huh.
space,
Uh-huh.
and then below it, you see
It's
the
blue.
blue, the
Yeah.
sleepy ground and all the sky.
Yeah. You're too
So the
verbose,
sky-
dude.
So the clouds.
Dude, are
and
you a
stuff,
communications major?
The blue and the black, the blue in the sky and the white is under the black.
Yeah, great. You don't even
So that
believe it
black
under.
stuff, that black stuff, what you're seeing, that is not. You think that's a billboard or like a paper?
No.
Do you think that's a CGI?
No.
So then you understand that is space.
Oh, so black shit space.
Well, why do you think it's black?
Because there's no light reflecting off of its contents.
Off of its contents, it's empty
Yeah,
space.
so the contents of the earth, right? The
Empty
solids, the liquids, the gases, the light reflects
Hold on,
off of it.
whoa. We're
It is
talking about
absorbed and
empty
re-emitted,
space.
and
We're
then we
talking about-
see it. But
Hold on.
But the light
Hold on,
doesn't
hold on,
reflect off. Well, no, but there isn't enough contents to see it.
Wait, so you're okay? You're admitting
We already
that there
covered
is
that.
literally nothing
I
for
didn't say
light
nothing.
to reflect off of or refract off of.
That's not what he said.
That's
Start
not what I
listening,
said.
boy.
He said there's nothing for it to reflect off of.
There's not
refract off
enough. I said there's not enough.
of. Enough. There's literally
Yeah, enough. This isn't a dichotomy, dude. This isn't yet all or nothing. You think there's an absolute vacuum. I don't. Nobody thinks that.
No,
In fact, all of physics says that that's not true.
There are spare particles, maybe, but there's clearly no blue.
Maybe.
Like, do you know what causes?
Yeah, so so there's not enough air to re-emit the light. So what?
I mean, there's functionally no air. I mean,
You can't breathe. There's not enough air for you to breathe.
you're seeing it's pitch black, and there's a hard barrier, which means that you have a clump of air, piled
Clump
at
of
the
air.
surface of Earth.
Why don't you see through the air, man? Can't you
Why
see
is it
forever?
the case that you can see?
Hold
the blue
on,
Earth?
dude. I just
You
thought
can
of
see the
something.
blue on
Why
Earth.
can't you see through the air?
You can see the blue on Earth.
Yeah,
You
but
see the
shouldn't I see the
clouds,
Eiffel Tower from
you
Washington,
can't-
D.C.?
But for some reason, there's a
You're just
limit.
in monologue mode.
I mean, we're looking
it's
at
funny,
space
bro.
right now.
Listen
I'm
to you
tagging
just
off.
monologue. Are you even participating?
I'm sorry. I'm just looking at this video. This isn't on.
When you said the bit about physics, India, he didn't hear that.
Yeah. He doesn't know any physics. Ice J, you're the biggest poser. Hey, there's lots of photos of Santa. Are they all fake? Is that a giant fucking conspiracy? I just want to know. I'm asking for a friend. Because they're looking forward to Christmas, and I just want to know if they're all fake. Showing the absurdity of your logic. There's no referent. You can't even evaluate that image. The only way to evaluate the image is to test to see if what's in that image actually exists in the world. And that means doing things like measuring the surface of the earth. But you hate that. You'd rather look at a screen and have other people tell you what to think of reality is. I know it's safer. I know it makes you feel all squishy inside. And if you want to live like that, That's fine. While you're in here fighting with us, are you protecting your own belief system? I'm sorry that we're realists and we're relying on how reality presents itself and just say, hey, dude, that must be what it is. And we're not going any further and saying, well, maybe it's not that way. Let me ask these other people. Oh, look, he showed me an image. I'm a fucking baboon. I'm going to fucking believe his image and whatever he says about it. And I'm going to conduct my life based on what this fucking stranger said about this image. That's you. Sorry, we're not like that.
How's it going, guys?
Good, man. We had a flat Earth believer in here a second ago, wanting to talk about cameras of 24-hour or videos of 24-hour suns in Antarctica. I think he went to sleep in 2015 and just woke up a few days ago. I don't know.
Right, wow. That's so weird because earlier I was watching a 2-hour presentation on Flat Earth from Dave Murphy, a very recent one he's just released in the last few days. And I found that to be almost exactly what you were describing.
Yeah.
2015.
Yep.
Hasn't moved out of it.
Allegedly Dave or whatever.
Yeah, the pee drinker.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, the pee drinker, yeah. That was kind of the beginning of the end for old Dave.
Yeah. Big time. Dude, it's just, isn't it sad that most of the flat earthers out there, outside of this platform and a few other ones, are like these AE map tards, like that last guy that were in here. I was listening to Flatzoid's, show. They were doing a live stream just before a few hours ago. And, oh, man, freaking train wreck, man. Just a train wreck.
Flatzoid 2? Is he still kind of stuck in the past or whatever?
What, just I wasn't impressed at all. But, yeah, a lot of, just bad arguments, yeah. I was calling them out in the comment section. They were freaking very angry.
Wow.
But they were making arguments like, oh, if the Earth was a globe, like how can they build anything on the equator? Right? They're sideways. How can they,
Wow.
No shit. Yeah, no shit. That was one of the arguments they were bringing up. And no one called the person out that was like bringing it up. They're all just sitting there like, yeah, point, man.
Man, Flatzoid should know better. We don't really have to operate from that position anymore. We don't have to even talk about moon landings or anything, Like, how's it measured? Pretty much all we have to talk about. How's it used?
Yep.
And if you have evidence to the contrary as to what we're doing all the time, every day, present it. Otherwise, I don't know what we're talking about. And I know people don't like to operate from that position because the conversation is not real free flowing, but okay, you think you live on a ball. Why? Oh, because of all the stories I was told. Okay, did anybody prove that? Well, no. Okay. It's almost too simple now. Like people, I realize, and shame on me for forgetting what it was like to remember, what it was like to believe in a globe. But all the questions that they're asking are just kind of products of the indoctrination. Well, what about the eclipses? Well, what about tides? Well, what about, the Coriolis effect that I was told about that isn't actually the Coriolis effect? Yeah, I know. None of that matters. Because the dude that was in here a second ago, you heard him. He's like, well, we got to have something. We got to have another bad rhetoric to replace the bad rhetoric we already believe in. Well, not really.
Yeah, spot on. Yeah, we don't. They feel obliged to or something, or I don't know what it is. But really,
So if I had to put my finger on it, I would say that the masses have been trained to basically live in circular reasoning or operate in the opposite direction, kind of like Sasha was saying a second ago. Now, you start with the original, and then you could create a model, but you'd have to have something to base it on. You don't start with a model and all of a sudden the reality exists as you've modeled it. That's silly. But nobody seems to be aware that they're constantly begging the question or affirming the consequent with their proofs. The ship's going over a horizon. Well, okay, over means you're begging the question that the horizon is something for a boat to go over and behind. And then second of all, the circular reasoning continues, because if the Earth was a sphere, then boats would disappear behind a horizon. All boats disappear behind the horizon. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. Like, they've been trained to do that since, birth. So they are, I don't want to overuse the word indoctrinated, but they've been programmed or trained to operate from the position of whatever I see in a picture book, a textbook, the TV, the internet, and then whatever somebody says the narrative is about that, that's my reality. So we have to have some kind of image of the Earth and what we think it looks like for it to somehow carry any validity. And it's like, no, man, I don't know what it looks like. I really actually only see it from my perspective, which is on the ground, and occasionally maybe I'm in an airplane. And it always looks flat. And up and down are always the same no matter where I'm at. So that's the basis for reality. An image is really not that helpful. It's helpful if you would like to have the curiosity, if you've got the curiosity, I would like to see how this place looks ultimately from God's eye point of view or whatever. Yeah, I'd like to, but if I can't, it still doesn't mean the Earth's a ball. And I'm really trying to have compassion for people that have been trained to think backwards, just because I was trained to think backwards. And we're not different. I'm not better than them, whatever. But maybe I've just lost the compassion or the patience. Maybe that's because I've been dealing with so many trolls like everybody else, and you just get tired of doing that after a while.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's being put out there to, for us to be more aggressive. Like our group, who want to bring this more to a, empirical. It presented from more of an empirical framework, right? Like, and present it to the world as a legitimate and serious topic worthy of consideration, rather than being this like conspiratorial sort of ideology, right?
Yeah.
And we've heard people saying we should be more aggressive with that, like covering more platforms, getting out there, being more active, proactive about it. But that doesn't mean, and we're not so much, well, maybe some of us are, but like, I'm lazy. But if like you did, someone comes to us, we're gonna, by all means, pull them up, correct them, or or point out their flaws and their errors.
Right.
Yeah.
My objective is to hopefully, with asking a simple question like, what would it matter if there was a 24-hour sun? And he thought about it. You could tell. He thought about it for a second. He thought, well, they'd sell the globe better. And I'm thinking to myself, well, they've sold it pretty well without it, but it doesn't make a difference. It doesn't matter what the sun is doing, ultimately. It matters what the ground is measured as. And so when I clarify that and they ignore it, it's like, okay, it's going to take you more time, and hopefully, although this is probably, and this is my fault, but he's probably just more pissed off at my attitude than anything at that point, and has completely forgotten about what the topic was for. But I don't know. I'll have to find more creative ways or gentler ways to help people change the way that they think. Like, what does it matter? Who cares what the sun would do for 24 hours? Hopefully they think about that.
Yeah, because some flat earthers are under the impression that an affirming the consequent argument has some value, and like I was watching that Dave Murphy video, and he showed the little clip of Feynman saying if it doesn't match experiment, then it's wrong, right? So the kind of like paraphrasing, like more encompassing of that quote was that he's saying, so what we do is we come up with an idea, right? We guess, right? And then we go out into reality and see if anything matches that. And if it doesn't, it's wrong. Now that's fine as a modus tollens, right? Like that's like what QE tried to do with the Black Swan, right? But he in saying what he said, there is this insinuation or allusion to it meaning that if it does match, you're onto something, right?
Yeah, it's a little too ambiguous.
Yeah, and that would be affirming the consequent. He's not telling those students, now look, you can't, if you find it matching in reality, you're not allowed to say that it's confirmation of your bias. He doesn't say that, right? But he's allowing them to just reach that conclusion on their own, because why else would you be going to look for confirmation of your bias, right? Are you actually going to try and falsify it, or are you attempting to confirm your bias, right?
Yep. Yeah, when I started this, all I got was, and this is 2015, 2016, was just a lot of long distance observations. I was like, well, that's interesting. So I think what I first did was go looking for solutions to that problem, because it's uncomfortable, right? Like, that should not be possible if there's a bulge blocking stuff out. So when you have anchor bias, or you want to, confirm your bias, you go looking for the information that makes you feel better. And so affirming the consequent will do that for you.
Yeah. And what was funny in that little clip was that Feynman said, experiment or experience, right? So all you have to do is go out into reality and experience something that matches your guess.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. That's not experiment. No. QE talks about, you'd fail third grade science or whatever, and I'm already trying to think to myself, what did I learn in third grade science? What did they teach me? Did they actually teach me what a hypothesis really was, and how it must fit a certain criteria, and how important the control is, and what a null hypothesis is? And I'm thinking about, is this third grade? Is this fifth grade? Did I even learn any of this? And I got to be honest, I don't know that I did. I don't know that I was told the correct, scientific method. In fact, if I remember correctly, they defined a hypothesis as an educated guess, but they didn't, or I don't remember, I don't know if they mentioned any independent variables and dependent variables and control variables, null hypotheses, all that stuff. I'm like, I don't remember that stuff. So I don't know if I got taught. I don't know if I learned until I was in my 40s, for crying out loud, you know? So in the last few years.
Right.
I don't know.
I remember from the 7th grade, but I don't think it was exactly put forward as would be, valid, right? Like by a strict standard, right? I think it put across to us as you can just ask any question. Any question.
Yes.
Doesn't right. So what makes a plant grow? Right.
Right.
Or how does light behave? Right. Like these sort of like questions that aren't necessarily where you would be. Well, I guess what makes a plant grow, because you witness a plant grow. I guess that's a phenomenon. So I guess that would be valid.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something that you observe in nature, right? So, but we had the same thing. In fact, once upon a time, I was part of a homeschool co-op because we homeschool our kids, or did. And the first step in that was classical education, right? So the curriculum with this classical education is trying to give people the scientific method. And the first thing that they list is to ask a question. And I never even, this was years ago, so I didn't think too much of it. I'm like, oh, this is the scientific method. And I thought, no, like, what day is it? That's not a scientific inquiry. What's your favorite color? How many Skittles are inside this jar? It's just, asking any old question is not going to be the beginning of the scientific method, especially if we're dealing with natural science, right? Once again, QE breaks this all down. We're talking about the natural physical world here. So you would first have to see something happen and then ask why it happens. That's the second thing you could do. But a question isn't actually necessarily part of the method. If you observe something, you are already asking yourself, how does this work? The next thing you're going to do is to figure out how. The next step is to form a hypothesis. All right, I think if I add this or subtract this or apply this or, then maybe I can get the thing to do what I saw it doing. So it's very simple. I'm not sure that I ever knew the real scientific method, though, and I'm glad that I know it now. It's just that the rest of the world seems to be playing catch up because they've all been taught the incorrect method of science. In fact, I don't know how many people we have coming in here telling us that apparently something is just assumed to be true until you falsify it. Like, holy cow, how is that going to answer any questions? So I see the sun do whatever. Okay, well, my hypothesis, and it stands as fact until somebody rebuts it by testing, is that, it is pulled by the chariots of the gods. That's whatever. The sun moves. Oh, it's the chariot of the gods or whatever. So they're pulling it across the sky by magic horses and shit. Is that really what we're going to say to people? No. That's silly. So you can't operate from that position. The other thing is science makes predictions. Science doesn't do anything. It's a descriptive name or a title for a method, especially if we're talking about natural science, because there's the other thing that really confuses people, is the ambiguity of the word science. So it can mean knowledge, and so people just talk about the knowledge of whatever. That's why psychiatry apparently is a science, right? Or psychology. Well, no, not really. I don't know how when you're dealing with sentient beings and the way that they behave, is there really an input-output with the way that they behave? I'm not so sure, because no two people are alike. So that's not science. So natural science only deals with natural and physical, and you have to go through a method to figure out what's happening. You can't just say, oh, I'm studying colors and call it science. You can't do that. Or you certainly can't call math science. Yeah, people are pretty well confused, well indoctrinated, well programmed, backwards thinkers, and it really isn't their fault, only if they choose to maintain that position. And it doesn't hurt them to consider or to learn about a different way of thinking. It's not harmful at all, because you can just reject it if it doesn't make sense, right? If someone comes along and says, the way that you're thinking is circular in nature and illogical, you'll be, well, what is the correct way? And so if they'll listen, if they're asking the question and you expand upon it or expound upon it like we do, they'll ask a question sometimes and they seem genuine. Okay, well, it's actually this. Well, then the bias or the emotion kicks in and they're like, oh, no, that's not it. That's not what I was taught. You're not one of my priests. You weren't my elementary school teacher that loved me and I trusted my intellect too. They would never lie to me, but you're just some, bloke on the internet. Like, yeah, well, they were just some stranger to you until you went to grade 4 and grade 5. They don't care about you as much as you think they do. Their job, they got paid to give you a curriculum that, maybe they didn't even feel that comfortable about giving you, but that's what they accepted the money for, so that's what they're going to do. And so now here you are, decades later, walking around, totally confused and believing things incorrectly or that are just blatantly false. And now you're mad at me. Well, I don't have time for that. And I certainly can't convince you otherwise. Not over Discord, for crying out loud. Very rare that we get somebody who's humble enough to receive any information here.
Hello, Flat Earth.
Hello.
How goes it?
Great. How are you?
Just contemplating on the sphericity of our Earth,
You're contemplating it.
Yeah.
You're thinking about it.
Yeah.
So the sphericity that you're contemplating, where was that measured at?
Measured?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like, what kind of measurement are you looking for?
I mean, someone measured drop over distance consistent with the sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles as claimed by the heliocentric cult that started it. Who measured that?
I think it's more like the Earth isn't flat than the Earth's a sphere, It makes more sense to me.
So it's not a sphere, but you just mentioned the sphericity of the Earth.
Well, I mean, once you've established the Earth's not flat, things start to fall into place.
Well, why don't you define flat for us? Because when you say it's not flat, you're going to have to give us an actual definition so we agree on terms.
Well, in this case, we're just talking about a topographical plane.
A topographical plane. So you don't think it's a topographical plane?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't you think that? Where's the curvature, the rotundity, or whatever it is that you think the Earth is? Who measured that?
Well, the reason why it's not a topographical plane is because you can't marry together circumnavigation with known distances between land masses.
Okay, so what are the known distances that we're going to be measuring here?
Within a margin of error, you will know the distance from Rio de Janeiro to Cape Town.
Okay, and just give me the distance. Give me the distance.
Well, you want to know the exact distance?
Yeah, how did you measure it?
Well, you can measure distance with speed over time.
Well, you'd have to know the distance before you can get speed.
Do you?
Yes.
Sorry, what's the formula for distance?
There is no formula for distance. There's just a value, a measurement between points. My goodness, man, are you okay?
So you think that? Wait, tell me what you think. Okay, what's the?
Oh my gosh.
What's the formula to if we're going to know the distance traveled?
You can measure a distance traveled. There's no formula.
Okay, 1 second.
You know how the tires on your car, they have a certain circumference as measured? And so how many times they rotate between point A and point B, that would be the distance traveled. That's a measurement. You get that?
Speed. Yeah,
okay,
so
great.
if speed equals distance over time,
exactly.
We can just
distance are we traveling? What distance are we traveling?
So if we do speed times time, we'll get distance, right?
No, you have to have distance first. How far did you go? Then you divide that up.
So you just
you
don't
get
know
your
how
average speed. No, you just don't know what you're talking about. So, I mean, if you want to start with the ad hom, why don't you give me the distance and we'll see how long it took to get between point A and point B, or how many revolutions of a tire it took to get from point A to point B, and then we'll divide that over the time that it took to get there. Come on, dude.
Let's just pretend like we can't just do speed times time, right? And we'll say that we have no idea what the distance is between Rio de Janeiro and Cape Town. Wouldn't that be a bit more retarded in and of itself, given that we make those we travel those distances all the time?
How'd you get between?
Like we have no idea how far we're going.
We don't. Not over land or water or air. Good luck with that. How would you measure it? Through these fluids. Jeez. How do you get the distance?
Fluids.
Yeah, so I mean, water is a liquid, but they both have fluid properties. So it's not, real friction like you would have like a roller wheel that surveyors use.
Within a margin of error, right?
What is the margin of error? Can you give me the margin of error?
Yeah, there's a margin of error based on like wind speed, maybe the let's say for instance, if you're talking about shipping, if there's like particular stormy weather or whatever, there's obviously going to be error margins. But you don't.
Yep.
It's not just error margins, is it? What you need? You need a really, really absurd longer distance between the periphery over the core, right, of the Earth, right?
What core of the Earth?
So, so here you go. This is the funny thing, right? If you circumnavigate the Earth, you have to be able to form, at least in the known Earth, a circle. And all circles have a periphery and a core, right? An inner part and an outer part. And the outer part takes longer to travel than the inner part. Put that point wherever you want. The South Pole, you could put it on the North Pole. You could put it in Massachusetts. You could put it in London, right? Doesn't matter where you put the point. Everything that radiates outwards will have to become a longer and longer distance, which doesn't happen in reality, right? So if you can't marry together distances between land masses and circumnavigation, when in reality we know both of these things can be married together, therefore, by reductio, flat Earth can't be true. So we know the Earth's not flat, and we ask the question.
This is such horseshit, dude. Enough with the diatribe. Give me the distances.
You just do speed over time. Speed times time equals distance.
Okay, and what's the margin of error?
Could be a few. I'll give you a few hundred kilometers because you need tens of thousands.
Oh, you'll give it to me, so you don't actually know. You're just making it up on the spot.
Well, it would never be that much. Like I'm actually being generous by giving you 100 kilometers, right?
Why are you giving me any error margin when you could just measure it? So give me the measurement, and we'll talk about it. Which points do you want to measure?
What points do I want to measure?
Well, not to mention he's just strawmanned you. He's stated your position for you. You'd need tens of thousands of kilometers.
Yes, you would. If you could circumnavigate the Earth, yeah.
He's asserting that he's making your position for you, Cesso.
Yeah, but he has to have that, right? Otherwise, you don't believe you can circumnavigate the Earth. Otherwise, then flat Earth isn't true as well, right? So
hold on, what do I have to have?
So in reality, you have to accept circumnavigation and distances between land masses within a margin of error, right? A reasonable margin of error. If you don't,
have to reject
either of them,
no, sorry, friend. I don't know why you're just continuing. I don't know why you're continuing. Why do I have to accept the distances between points? I mean, I agree that circumnavigation does exist. The people are going in circles, but why would I have to agree to the distance that you arbitrarily declare?
Well, I'm actually not being arbitrary. I'm being quite generous to you, right? I'm saying, for instance, we can give a few hundred kilometers.
Is this Britnat? Does this sound like Britnat to you guys? Is he already this rusty?
It does, yeah.
Britnat, dude, like you need to work on your stuff again. Are you this rusty, dude?
Hello. Yes, it is Britnat.
Okay, why are you this rusty, dude? You sound like shit.
Well, okay. I think this is the.
Okay, this is where you just stay on mute.
stating that, well, we could have an imaginary error for 100. I'll give you hundreds of miles. Oh, but you'd need tens of thousands of miles, right? Like that's a declaration that you must have a position that those landmasses would necessarily have to be that far apart. That's ridiculous. Whoever claimed that? Sounds to me like he's trying to project onto you some kind of map.
Yep, sounds like a map. I guess these maps have known distances between points. Where'd we get those from? If we just go ahead and use speed, okay, we're going this fast. So if it takes us this long, then that's the distance within a margin of error. What's the margin of error? Oh, I'll just arbitrarily give you this. But it has to be over a very large distance. That way we can fudge it up even more. My goodness, man. Yeah, you've gotten worse. Go back and listen to some of your old stuff. You were better then when you were just kind of throwing in straw man and stuff and affirming the consequent. You were way better. You brush up again. Maybe you and Peter should get together, hold hands, talk it out. Do some brainstorming on how you guys are going to come in here and just get destroyed again. My goodness.
Guys, excuse me for interruption.
You can speak, buddy. Speak.
I don't believe that the Earth is flat.
Why?
Because why not?
Well, you see it. It looks flat, right?
No, like the sun and the moon.
Yeah, that's not the Earth.
They are all have the square, the cycle shape.
So?
The sun and the moon and stars.
Are those things the Earth?
No, why should the Earth be different than them?
Why should it be the same? You think the Earth is like those things? Why?
Repeat?
If you think the Earth is like the sun, the moon, and the stars, that they're the same thing, why do you think that? Can you think of anything that's the same? Are there people on the sun? Are there trees on the moon?
It is a good question to ask you as well.
Why do I think they're different? Hold on.
Yeah.
Got an ambulance. Yeah, so I think they're different because everything we observe is different. There's nothing the same. There's no water there. There's no people. There's no trees. There's no life. There's no plants. There's no animals. Nothing is the same. Like, why would I think it's the same?
Do you believe there's
Can you at least concede there's nothing the same that you can see in your life?
No. Do you see it's not the same in the religious perspective?
It's not the same in any perspective, other than a government cartoon, right? An image.
Are you religious, by the way?
I don't know really what that means. Do I believe in God? Yes.
Yeah.
Do I go to church? No. I don't go to mosque, church, synagogue. I don't go to any of those places. To me, religious means practice, right? You go there, you go to the mosque, church, synagogue, and you worship with a community. I don't think that's the same as believing in God. That's a different thing.
No, I mean, if you believe in God, this means, you know, that this very different perspective.
Yeah, and if you believe in man, that's a different perspective too. Because that's the other side, right? Either you believe the words of God or you believe the words of men.
We all believe that this is different because of God Himself, like this specific design.
Well, if God says the earth is flat, but men say the earth is round, who do you believe? Do you believe men or God?
That God say Earth is flat. Can you give me the source?
In the Bible, in the Christian Bible, well, in the Hebrew Bible too. In Job, it says that the earth is like clay. Hold on, listen. In Job, it says the earth is like clay pressed by a seal. And if you know what that is, when you press a seal into clay, it makes it flat. No one pressed the seal into clay and made it into a ball. That'd be quite the trick.
So, is this move have any changes in our life, like whether it's flat or not?
I don't know. Go tell your family right now you're a flat earther. See what they say. Go in the other room. Go, Mom, I'm a flat earther. See what happens. See if it changes anything.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll change something. They'll think you're crazy. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Why would they think you're crazy? One minute, you're not crazy. You say Earth is flat. Now you're crazy. Why? Just because you said those words? I think they're crazy. Look, when you go,
look, you to believe, yeah.
I was already a globe earther. Okay, I believed in the globe for 50 years.
Excuse me, someone is asking for me.
Okay, no problem. I don't know why they ask us what would change our mind. We already changed our mind. Show me you can change your mind. Dumbest thing ever said. Flat earthers are closed-minded. We ain't so open-minded that our brains fell out.
Yeah, when the flat Earth started taking off in 2015, the first thing I did was look at all the evidence against flat Earth and found it incredibly lacking.
Me too. The very first thing I looked at was surveying, right? Like that's where the answer is. They're measuring the Earth. That's where the answer. They measured a globe. Turns out they never measured a globe. They took a bunch of measurements and put them on a globe, but they didn't measure the actual globe.
Yeah, somebody
because
was-
I know a lot about like 3D graphics and how you can take any flat plane and put it on any, wireframe model. I'm like, they're just taking a flat surface and wrapping it around a globe. And then Rob Simmons at the same time is saying, yeah, that's exactly what we do. I'm like, okay, they admitted it. Case closed.
Exactly. They got very clever at making things fit their model.
I got to figure out how to sell intellectual duct tape. Have you seen there's recently, I can't remember, it's like Danny something, I think his name is. It's a YouTube channel. He interviews Bart Sibrel and an Apollo astronaut at the same time together. They're sitting there talking about how it was impossible for a rocket to go to the moon, that they would need to put rockets into orbit to refuel the rocket to go to the moon because it would take too much fuel just to get into orbit. And they turn it to him, and he starts talking in the third person. Like, bro, I thought you went there. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, didn't they say that the rocket would have to be the size of the Empire State Building to make it to the moon?
Dude, it's like, yeah. And then it became 7 rockets and like 20 rockets and like all, like, I think they're like at 32 rockets or something now. You know that Smarter Everyday YouTube channel? That dude like said he did the calculation and it was like 27 rockets. Now this guy believes in the moon landing and his dad works at NASA. The wheels are falling off the moon hoax, man. I think that Apollo guy is going to meet an untimely demise, man, because he did not acquit himself for someone that said he went there. Because if I was there and I did something, people are like, well, it was impossible for you to do that. I'd be like, bro, I was there. I did it. Well, you can say it was impossible, but we did it. He wasn't even like that. He started talking in the third person. I'm like, what the? Like, bro, you were supposed to be, you should be telling us your experience, not talking about it in like some abstract way. It was very strange.
Yeah, I found it just strange that the one Apollo astronaut said, "Oh, we were just passengers." Really? Is that why you went through thousands of hours of training just to be passengers?
They're probably patient zero of MK Ultra.
Yeah, there's this dude on X who says, "Oh, the moon landing hoax theory collapses under its own weight." And he goes, "There's no whistleblowers." I said, "Yeah, because the whistleblowers are dead." And that taught everybody else to keep their mouth shut.
Yeah, they're not whistleblowers. They're daisy pushers. They're pushing up daisies.
Yep. Like there should have been thousands of scientists who at the early 60s said going to the moon is impossible. But they decided getting research grants was more important. It's also things like that get memory hold. Like you don't hear or see the books from that time, from those people because those books don't remain published. They get pulled out of republishing, and so you end up with only like a sparse few copies here and there. And if you don't know, you don't know.
So I was listening to one of the Apollo Detectives guys. He was talking about how he got into the moon hoax, and he read, I guess, one of the books, the moon hoax books, Dark Moon or something like that. And his dad was really sick, so every night he had to basically for 12 hours supervise his father and had to like be awake. He doesn't explain the circumstance, but he spent that entire time just downloading all the NASA images, all the NASA PDFs, and going through them, all the contractor documents, like everything, and highlighting all the reported problems that they said they had. And of course, there's thousands of them, right? And then going back and checking if any of them were ever fixed. And he was saying none of them were fixed. They didn't fix any problem that the contractors had in the development of any of the parts or pieces or technical problems. They just like, oh, we got this technical problem. It'll be okay. And just manufactured it anyway, allegedly.
It's the same even with the documentation. It's like they made the program, they made the LEM, and then somebody said, "Oh shit, we don't have a proposal for the LEM." So they quickly made one up that's only like 1,000 pages or something. He goes, but if you look at the scale of that project, typically a proposal should be anywhere from 25,000 to 50,000 pages.
Oh, I bet. Dude, that would be like a serious piece of technical machinery. Like every nut, bolt, rivet, everything would need to be hyper analyzed and then redesigned and then redesigned and redesigned probably like 5 times.
Yeah, especially when you're doing something new for the first time. You need documentation up the wazoo.
You know, and that's like Gem Panda's. His only argument for the moon landing is they couldn't have faked the paperwork. Well, they didn't fake enough paperwork. That's the problem.
Yep. And they never tested a rocket engine in a vacuum.
They never tested it outside of a vacuum.
Yeah. And they're not able to get the test vehicle to land itself on Earth, but they did it properly 6 times on the moon.
Yeah, I have a clip that's very apt for when you say the first moon landing astronauts are most likely MK Ultra victims. And here's a ex-CIA official and a judge basically confirming that.
When Alan Dulles brought in all the Nazi scientists and so forth, they went to 2 places. They went to CIA and they went to the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, which in our world we call it not a space agency.
And
as Kathy O'Brien has said so clearly, that's where the bulk of the mind control has been done.
It's pretty clear to me.
But look at how weird they act. They don't act like normal people. Dude, they're put out there as like superhumans, but they have to be like crazy autists. Because not only do they have to be like expert engineers, they're also expert pilots, they're also expert repairmen, they're also expert mechanics, and they're expert photographers, and they're like expert level everything.
Yeah, it's difficult enough to take a photograph with a film camera when you can see through the what you're looking at. But these guys had it mounted to their chests, and they only could push a button. They couldn't see anything else.
Oh, and you had back with film, you had to know the light levels to adjust the exposure. So all of them are also exposed perfectly. Right, at just the right light level, turning a dial that they had no way to know what setting the dial was actually on.
Yeah, you set up the camera, then strapped it to your chest, and then you couldn't do anything with it other than press the button for the shutter. But the batteries work perfectly in that vacuum and at those temperatures. The film worked properly, even though it was exposed to cosmic radiation. Just amazing, all this stuff.
But listen, they trained in the desert and took a bunch of photos that looked just like the fucking moon in the Arizona desert, training to use the camera, but not with spacesuits, but like with their regular stuff on. I think they trained for a little while in the suit, but that was like 6 hours of training. But that wouldn't be normal because the suits wouldn't be pressurized and they wouldn't have the weight on them, and there'd be a whole bunch of differences. You know, because you always train in an environment you're not actually going to be in, because that makes you better.
That's how that works. And how dare you question the intelligence of this man?
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
If you just watch NASA and listen to these people for a while, it's the whole glamour just wears off.
Dude, you saw what Feynman's opinion of them was. I swear to God, dude, they killed Feynman. They killed his ass. They gave him the same thing they gave Arafat. They fucking stuck some polonium under his desk and killed him.
Yeah.
He was part of that shuttle stuff, and he died right after. He must have, the proximity to him dying and him doing his report excoriating the impossibility of their numbers and him getting cancer. I don't know. It couldn't have been like a year or months. He probably already had cancer when he issued that report. And maybe they were trying to kill him before. He just didn't die quick enough.
Yeah, he worked on the Manhattan Project. How come the radiation there didn't kill him?
I have a short recording here from a lady at the World Economic Forum.
Becoming much more proactive. We own the science, and we think that the world, should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
Since we're just in silence, I'll play another small clip. This is from Brett Feinstein, for people who don't believe that there's a crisis within science.
We have a situation in which everybody sees the problems. And so when Sean does a 4-hour podcast, which I think maybe 3 hours I'd recommend to anybody, because Sean is one of the best explainers and also extremely good at mathematics and keeping true to actual physics in terms of his understanding. he then goes into this thing that there is no crisis in theoretical physics. And as one of my physics colleagues said last night, the first rule of Physics Fight Club is don't talk about the problems with Physics Fight Club. There's a self-evident crisis. I can show it to you numerically. Somehow, the idea is that a small number of people who are either at the top of the physics influencer pile, which is where I would put Sean, or at the top of the prestige pile in research, have held a view that is completely at odds with reality, whose key feature is the exclusion of different perspectives.
So I'm downloading the rocket clip. Well, I'm downloading the whole video, but I'm going to clip that clip out where they're talking about the number of rockets they would need to go to the moon. It's really good, and then we can play it.
Yeah, Grace, I picked up a moment ago, but I wasn't able to talk back. I really liked how you said that. That's dogma, not science.
I'll have that in just a moment.
If a GT and a half could lay out a life in a minute and a half, how many minutes would it take 6 GTs to lay out a dozen lies?
All right. Almost ready. Now, just background here. Who's talking? This is the Danny Jones Show. Charles Duke, former astronaut, U.S. Air Force officer, became the 10th and youngest person to walk on the moon, allegedly. Apollo 16 mission in 1972. And Bar Sabrell, filmmaker, was written, directed, and produced. Films arguing the moon landings between 1979 and 1972 were staged by NASA under the control of the CIA. This is the first ever debate between an Apollo astronaut and a moon landing skeptic. So let's rock and roll. Now this is a clip. It's just talking up. You'll figure it out. I don't want to poison the well.
When was this filmed?
Recently. This was done December 1st.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah, play it.
Is the bot not working?
I don't hear anything yet.
I can play it if you want.
Yeah, it's in the chat, dude. Just
saying it himself. There's not enough fuel to leave Earth.
Oh, there it goes.
Let's hear
It
is commonly believed that men will fly directly from the Earth to the moon. But to do this, we would require a vehicle of such gigantic proportions that it would prove an economic impossibility. Calculations have been carefully worked out on the type of vehicle we would need for the nonstop flight from Earth to the moon and return. The figures speak for themselves mathematically. 3 rockets would be necessary, and each ship would be taller than the Empire State Building, 100 stories. Apollo rocket was about 30 stories, and weigh about 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, or 800,000 tons times 3. The Saturn V weighed 2,500 tons. That's a difference of 30,000% times 3. Now go to clip 18 and you'll see that Elon Musk just said.
All right, Bart, pause. Where did you get that quote from?
It's from his book, Voyage to the Moon, written by von Braun.
Is there a way we can find that quote on the internet?
Probably. I mean, we bought an old copy of his book.
Okay.
And it was written by him and quoted by him.
Okay. So if it's on the internet, Steve will find it.
What's the purpose of this discussion?
You don't know.
The purpose of this discussion is
that we didn't go to the moon.
Allegedly.
You're just
that's
proving
what I'm
if you're acting like you don't know, it just proved that you're acting during the interview. So he's not the only one who said you need multiple fuel trips to go to the moon.
So von Braun, he's saying von Braun himself was quoted saying that the Apollo missions would need multiple fueled.
3 rockets, each one 30,000% heavier than the Saturn V rocket.
Yeah.
And then Elon Musk said about 6 months ago, if you go to clip 18, he said the Starship, which is 3 stories taller than the Apollo rocket and with the boosters on the side, carries twice the fuel as the Apollo rocket. He says it will take 15 launches, or the equivalent of 30 Saturn V rockets, in order to leave Earth orbit. We even have a video clip of von Braun saying everything, the best rocket he can build can only leave Earth orbit.
Let's play that clip. Let's play the clip of von Braun from the horse's mouth. Let's get what he's saying. What clip number is that so Steve can find it?
What clip?
That one I didn't include, but
how can we find it?
Just go to Sabrel.com. It's one of the links of the book.
I don't understand this. I don't understand this conversation.
Well, read this article.
We did it.
I understand that's your position, that you did it and you went and you walked on the moon and you brought back the moon rocks. But why would von Braun say that it was impossible to get to the moon without multiple fuel trips?
I don't know. I never heard him say that.
Well, we got a video allegedly.
Okay.
Well, and look at the clip of Elon Musk.
I want to see the clip of von Braun. Show us where to find the von Braun clip. Let's stick to one thing.
Says he doesn't have it.
Well, if you go to Sabrel.com and then go to Moonman links, look for the one that looks like old 1950s color. And there's one of von Braun. I don't know what clip it is, but in the meantime, while you're doing that,
no, wait. You're getting too far ahead of yourself. We're here now. Where do we go?
Scroll down. Keep scrolling. Keep going. Keep going.
Maybe you can find it on YouTube. Maybe you can find it on YouTube or something.
Yeah, I decided not to bring it, but von Braun says the largest rocket that we can build, it's with Disney film, can only achieve Earth orbit. He says it word for word in a quote from my book. And now we have Elon Musk. If you go to the clip of D18, he's saying the very same thing. Look at D18. Read this headline and read the highlighted part.
Okay. This is a headline from spacepolicyonline.com. Okay. At least 15 Starship launches needed to execute the Artemis 3 lunar landing. SpaceX will need to launch at least 15 Starships to execute the Artemis 3 lunar landing, NASA said today. So NASA said. So SpaceX will need 15 Starships to execute it, says NASA.
Right. And
Starship
they carry twice the fuel.
Starship cannot fly directly to the moon, but must refuel in Earth orbit before setting out for deep space.
Yeah, that's what the clip of von Braun says that I didn't include, that you can go to the moon if you do multiple trips of fuel and ferry the fuel first. Mm-hmm. And now you're going to love this next clip. Go to clip 19. This was said less than a year ago by a rocket scientist who works with NASA. And he says it's going to take possibly more than 15 trips of fuel in order to leave Earth orbit and go to the moon.
So we did do it. Is what you're saying?
I don't know why you keep acting surprised.
Go ahead, play it.
You're just proving you're acting. You know, you came in here and reminded me of a phone call we had 20 years ago when I said I have proof we didn't go to the moon when I found the footage.
So, okay, who's this guy?
Issues in how people communicate about it. Like there's some architecture problems that people are unwilling to talk about these days because of how they got there politically. And I was like, you know what? I just want to go say the thing that nobody's saying. So that's what I decided to do. Now, a lot of people I respect, when I was doing my research and asking these questions, they said, be careful, Destin. If you say certain things, this might change your relationship with NASA forever. And I thought about it and I decided, you know what? This is the truth. And this is what needs to be said.
I did not understand until this week when I really thought I was going to embarrass myself in front of you guys and then decided to further embarrass myself in front of you guys. I didn't realize that in order to get the human lander to the moon, we have to launch a bunch of additional rockets to tank up in low Earth orbit. I didn't know that. And I'm like, well, how many rockets do we have to do that with? And they're like, 6. And then I start,
Who is this?
He's a rocket scientist building rockets for NASA.
What's his name?
I don't know.
That's would be important.
That guy, he's a YouTuber. He has a channel called Smarter Every Day.
Smarter Every Day on YouTube.
Okay, so He's
Well,
saying it's going to take multiple.
Let's finish playing the video.
Yeah.
I know people. I started calling people. I was like, dude, really, how many rockets is it? They're like, well, boil off. And okay, so I was like, some people were like, well, it's looking like 8. I was like, 8 rockets? We have to fire 8 rockets to fire 1 rocket to the moon? And then they're like, I mean, that's what they're saying, but it's probably more like 12. Really? And then I was like, I'm an engineer. I know how to do this stuff. So I started to account for like nominal schedule slip and boil off. And this is how many rockets it's going to take to fuel up that thing to get it to the moon. I've done the math. If you had any questions.
I found the Von Braun clip. It's D17 there, Steve.
Okay.
Von Braun says the biggest rocket you can build can only achieve Earth orbit. You need multiple fuel trips to go to the moon.
Okay.
Says it on camera as well as in print.
All right. This will be good for Charlie to see. Charlie, watch this one.
Here to reveal a plan for a trip around the moon is the chief of the guided missile development at the United States Army's Redstone Arsenal, Dr. Werner von Braun.
A voyage around the moon must be made in 2 phases. A rocket ship taking off from the Earth's surface will use almost all the fuel it can carry just to attain a speed great enough to balance the pull of gravity. Unpowered, it will then keep circling the Earth in an orbit outside of the atmosphere. This is the first phase. However, if we can refuel the ship in this orbit with fuel brought up by cargo rocket ships, it can set out on the second phase, the trip around the moon and back.
So 3 people just said, Von Braun said it twice, that you have to make ferried fuel trips to have enough fuel to leave Earth orbit. You had him say it on camera, you had Elon Musk say it, and you had a rocket scientist building rockets for NASA saying it. He also said, I just discovered this, because he is taking the Apollo launches on faith. My bank web page says that my money is backed by the faith in the United States government that kills their own presidents, kills their own soldiers, and fakes moon landings, right?
So, Charlie, what do you make of that video of Von Braun saying that you would need to refuel in Earth orbit to get all the way to the moon? And because he said it would take all the fuel in the rocket to get that orbit around the Earth, and then you would need to refuel again before going to the moon.
I've never heard that before. Actually, they built the Saturn V.
Yep.
And the Saturn V.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I clipped it there just because he just starts talking in the third person. He doesn't even know what to say.
Must be a challenge to know. I mean, what do you say? You have all your handlers watching you and everything else, and so you can't say something wrong. What would you say? Other than
he didn't get the updated script, right? He was probably trained on a script back in the 1960s, and he stuck in the, are you saying we went there? We didn't go there? And he just says that over and over again like an automaton.
This will be a really good clip to present to the Globers,
And look, I'm not even going to spill the beans on the Smarter Everyday dude. I want them to start slandering him. Okay. His dad worked on the James Webb Telescope and has worked at NASA for something like 30, 40 years. This kid grew up mingling with these people. That's why he said, oh, I know a bunch of people. He does. They know him from like when he was a little boy. He's known these people. He's totally integrated into their culture.
That makes perfect sense, You'd expect a backstory like that for, the poster child of science to the youth on YouTube and
He's
stuff
also
like that.
He's also the one that went around with Don Pettit and said, what do you do if you get a leak? He's the guy that asked him that question.
I thought that was Veritas or something like that.
No, it's smarter every day.
Was it? Is it the same dude? It's just
Yeah,
changed
he's
the
also
name.
the dude who showed the baffling behavior of the balloons.
I'm not aware of that. What, describe that to us.
It's when you put a helium balloon in a car and weight in the car. So one weight is hanging from the ceiling. The helium balloon is tied to the floor. When you accelerate, the weight goes backwards, but the balloon goes forwards.
Yeah, that's weird, but there's actually an explanation to that. The explanation would be that the air in the car moves backwards, right, and pushes the balloon forwards.
Yeah, it bunches up at the back, essentially.
I find that an acceptable answer. I mean, you don't have to, but I think it is. It's plausible. The only way to know what they should do is like put some smoke in the car, right? Colored smoke. See if that actually happens.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Like I just don't think there's enough actual testing. There's too much like, well, I believe it might be something like this, and that's just where it ends.
Yeah, because there's the 0G planes. They got helium balloons in those, and when they go into 0G, the balloons go to the floor, which I thought was crazy. Like I'm like, like the air thing doesn't even explain that because they're in free fall. They're in neutral. They're not even. They can't be. They're not. Well, I guess they would be accelerating technically.
Can I comment on something regarding the clip?
Oh yeah, like I said,
just quickly,
I played it for comment.
Indio, do you have the source for that? So I want to put it in my Flat Earth Central server in the library there.
Did you? Yeah. Do you want the YouTube link?
Yeah, something like that. That'd be good.
I'll DM it to you.
Yeah,
this was
awesome.
done on December 1st, so
awesome.
Yeah, this was very recent. This was the actual astronaut versus who is he against?
Bart Sibrel.
Yeah, I wanted to say it was him, but I wasn't entirely sure.
I'm not even a big fan of Bart Sibrel. I think he's he does say stuff that actually he can't back up sometimes. This is not one of those things.
At least he substantiated everything in that clip there, and that's pretty damning by itself. But what I wanted to comment on, but I need clarification, is when he started speaking about the rocket engineer at NASA just finding out that it's going to take like 6 rockets, and kind of his is like, how do you just find out something like that? You know what I mean? Wouldn't your head be in all them numbers every day, all day? How does that just like blindside you? I think that was pretty telling in itself.
Dude, he's at a debate about the fake moon landing, and he's like, "What do you mean you're saying we didn't go there?" Like 3 times. Like, dude, are you senile? Like, fucking, didn't you read your email? Like, how did you get here? Like, like, where am I going? Going to a debate. What are we debating? You not going to the moon landing? Gets there. What are we debating? Like, come on, bro. I mean, seriously, his responses. Like Bart Sibrel didn't even have to say anything about the rockets. Like, just the response. Hey, people said you didn't go to the moon, and then he starts talking in third person. Like that's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, man.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about handlers and all this, but like, handlers put him in this position. Surely.
Look, bro, if I said, "Hey, man, what'd you cook for breakfast?" and you started talking about how frying pans work, right? Like, I'd be like, "What? Like, apparently, you didn't have breakfast, or you lost your mind." Right? Well, frying pans go on top of the stove and they get heated up. And occasionally, eggs are broken. Like, yeah, I want to know what you cook for breakfast. Like, I didn't need a freaking. It's great. Nobody does that. No, like only psychos talk like that.
You sure it's not early onset dementia or something?
I mean, I guess it could be, but
not maybe early onset, but early stages of dementia. I mean,
yeah, I clipped out that one part. They also go over the radiation. They go over the moon rocks. They go over a bunch of other stuff. But the only part I heard was that one part. David Banner, he's a flat earther. He's a British flat earther. He like live streams on Saturday, and he was playing that, and I'm like, holy shit, dude, this is gold.
Sure, yeah. I wonder what the end game of putting these things out to the public is, though. Like putting these astronauts in this position, you know, because if they're just like, I wonder if they're trying to create like a soft landing environment to finally admit, yeah, the original moon lands were bullshit, right?
Well, you also got to think about,
right? We're going for real now with Artemis and all that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, think about it though. The people that ran that, right? So say it's a secret compartmentalized, like super secret compartmentalized, right? There's only a few people that know. If you have a couple deaths, now people don't like. What if his handlers died, and his handlers were like freaking 90 years old? You know what I mean? How did they pass the torch? Maybe he just outlived the people that were in the program, and there are no handlers, and he's stuck in his Manchurian Candidate mind control loop. Poor guy.
Yeah, something like that.
No one said the word that gets me out of it. I'm stuck in the fucking loop.
Oh man, what a story it would be to truly find out the goings-ons behind all this stuff, you know? The God's eye view.
That'd actually be a good book. You could probably write that book. Dude is brainwashed, but he's still conscious. But the MK Ultra programming's got him like in a hypnotic loop, and he's aware of it, and he can't get out until someone says the freaking trigger word that releases him, and all his handlers died. He's just being tortured. He wants to tell everybody that the moon landing's fake, but he can't.
Have you seen The Irishman? Yeah.
The movie? Yeah.
Yeah, you know, right at the end when De Niro, he's old, he's done, right? And the FBI agents are there. It's like, who you fucking protecting? Everybody's dead.
Yeah, that's funny. That's why, you know, it has to be related to bloodlines. There's no way that this power structure can last for so long if it's not passed through bloodlines. You know, it has to be. How else could it continue? Because all the people, all the dirty people, right at the top, the elites, they all die off. And unless they're passing it through some hereditary or they're anointing successors, right? How can it continue?
Yeah, it's actually it's bloodlines, and it's the esoteric structure of their like differences.
Oh, like initiates, right? Oh, yeah.
And so that maintains the structure, prepares the next generation, and then the bloodline kind of use nepotism to keep each other on the top of the pile.
In any other words, it's called inheritance.
You think the people that came up with the idea of faking the moon landing, like, did they not think that they were going to get caught, or did they think either they thought getting caught didn't matter, which it probably doesn't. Right? Even if they came out and said, "Yeah, we faked it," everybody like, "It's okay. It was the Cold War. We understand." Everybody would do that. You know, everyone would do that shit, especially the boomers.
I think I think what I think's best and most fair to say is that is kind of human nature, that most humans are members of the church of what's happening now. So once they tell the audience to unplug chip A from their brain and plug in chip B, they've forgotten what they've been told while chip A was in.
Yeah.
Well, the Ukraine war is almost over, so what do you think's next?
I'm not sure, but I think they're pretty convinced that like they're going to be fine as long as they just stretch out any accountability until you're dead. And you see that happening all the time. People get protected. Like Epstein didn't traffic to anyone but himself, apparently, according to Cass Patel. But after like those people grow a little bit older, like you'll get like in 10, 20 years, you'll get like, oh, these people did bad stuff, brr, brr, brr. And that'll be used as justification for other things. But it's in the now, you generally don't get anything. So like there was heavy like pushback against like alternative thought back in the day. You were painted as crazy and put in an insane asylum.
You know, back during our current president's first term, there was this thing going around where he had supposedly saluted a North Korean general. And of course, that's how it looked in the picture. And what he was doing is he was returning a salute while a big number of them were all kind of saluting each other and stuff. And, you know, there are still people that talk about him just as if he just walked up to a North Korean general of some sort and saluted him, even though it's been long debunked. And that's how, once you've told the lie and it's accepted, most people will never let go of that lie. So I would suspect, I just, you know, maybe in the grand scheme of things, maybe the truth is the moon landing is one of the least, maybe it's actually one of the smaller gigs that they've pulled off. You know, I certainly wouldn't be surprised that, because they pulled off some big ones.
Yeah, but I think you're probably right. It's the smallest, but it's like the shiniest. You know what I mean? It's the most audacious.
Yeah,
it's crazy. Like it's a crazy like claim, dude. You got to think those things up there, those little dots. We went to one.
Yeah, it's also it's we conquered the heavens, is what they're saying.
Yeah, you know, it's certainly just a recreation of the Tower of Babel. There's no doubt about it. But I mean, what's more audacious, saying that they went up to a rock in the sky, or believing in the indestructible passports? I mean, to me, the indestructible passports is far more audacious.
Well, the government can violate physics whenever they want. So.
Worse was the building that collapsed despite having almost no fires.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine. He was all angry a couple years after that happened. And I mean, he was furious because there were some people sitting in a restaurant talking about how maybe that didn't go according to what the news told him. And I told my friend, I said, I'll tell you what. I said, go home. When you get home, just go search for number 7 and tell me what came up there. Just go on YouTube and just search number 7. And he didn't call me for a week. And then finally, he called me out of the blue that next Sunday and just talking like nothing happened. And I said, hey, so I didn't hear from you all week. I knew you were busy, but did you look up what I asked you to? And he said, yeah. He said, those people at that restaurant were right. That was all a hoax. And he started spouting off stuff that I had not even heard. And he said, yeah, that's why you've not heard from me in a week. He said, I've been watching these videos for a week.
It's pretty audacious to claim that no one in Washington, D.C. saw a fully loaded commercial airliner do a freaking corkscrew dive into the Pentagon, nor did any of the 200 cameras surrounding the Pentagon. They all missed it too. That's pretty
and
audacious.
there they had these wonderful, indestructible
And no debris. I forgot the Pentagon. The Pentagon, it automatically just eats metal debris.
Yeah, even the engines disappeared.
Yeah, and there were these indestructible wooden wire spools there. Just unbelievable. I mean,
now I'm going to play devil's advocate for a second. Should the government respect people that gullible? Shouldn't they just treat them like a bunch of fucking idiots if they're going to be that stupid?
I think you have your answer.
I've
my
said
friend.
this before, yeah.
Your question is your answer.
I mean, why are we whining about it? Maybe they deserve it.
You know, you've all probably heard me on my little tirade, and since this is Speculation Sunday, I'll give it again. You know, if somebody's not ready to go through a door or go past a gate, you know, maybe it's best that we don't try to drag them through a door or a gate they're not ready for. If they're that gullible, that means they're not ready to go to the next gate. Just maybe it's just what they need.
Well, that's what I think about like 80% of the people that come in here, you know. They're just chilling, hanging out in whatever kind of arbitrary other channel that's, you know, challenging nothing fundamentally. It's all day-to-day stuff. And then they pop in here and have, you know, everything shattered in one go, right? They're not ready for that.
No doubt, and in a moral sense, if you drag somebody through a door or a gate to somewhere that they're not ready to be, you know, like it or not, you're kind of responsible for their condition to an extent. So my kind of theory is maybe it's best that we keep that in mind. Maybe throw out a few breadcrumbs so they can come back when they are ready, you know.
Yeah, I used to say something along them lines. Say, you know, if you're kind of involved in burning someone's house down in any way, you should probably be responsible and helping rebuild it too. But I don't care at this point. Like, the world is gone way too fucked, way too fast. I don't have the time to be rebuilding these guys' houses.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. In that case, just don't light the match and let them leave a few breadcrumbs so they light the match themselves, I guess. But
I guess my opinion's changed on it because, like, realizing the reality of the world is not that fucking terrifying. Just grow a set, you know? We're coddling these people with that kind of thinking, you know?
Well, but also we don't also know what their mental situation is. We don't know what world they live in. Like, for instance, if they've got a kid, if it's a kid of some sort that's 16, 17, or 18, and they've got a parent like Brenda, what could possibly happen? You know, we don't always know what happens on the other end of the Discord line. That's the only.
But I mean, that's minutiae that you'll just never be able to account for, and you'll just be endlessly tripping over yourself trying to, you know, walk on eggshells, essentially.
Well, I don't think we need to walk on eggshells. I just think that, like, the moment somebody starts to break down or something like that, rather than keeping them in the spiral, just, hey, sorry, it sounds like this conversation is not ready for you. Come back to us tomorrow. Come back to us another day when you're a little more reflected. Adios.
Yeah,
pal.
I agree with that. I fully agree with that. That we should invite people to leave far more often, or even just turn our back on them and move to someone else instead of constantly pestering. One flat earther leaves, another flat earther comes in and has their hours time with them, you know. That type of stuff I agree with.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I mean, I'm not, now don't get me wrong, I'm not for mollycoddling somebody, but if somebody can't handle the conversation for whatever, or we get the idea that something ain't right, you know, it is best to move on. But regardless, I just find it interesting that the stuff that people will believe, like, once upon a time, they told pregnant mothers, oh, take this thalidomide, it'll be good for you. You know, they did all kinds of stuff, all kinds of health and science scams out there that they pull off. You know, sometimes I wonder if they gave us the moon landing so it keeps us busy and not focusing on the really important stuff. Not that the moon landing's not important, but just, you know, there's so many other brilliant scams that they pull on us just right in front of us. And most people aren't ever any the wiser.
Yeah, it's no doubt that they put stuff out there. We just go back and forth on and waste our times while they just get on with what they're doing. That's why I think, you know, Globers really react the way they do to Flat Earth, because the book opens and the book actually closes in this topic. Every other topic, right? Because, you know, I believe everybody, you know, believes in some conspiracy of some level. Even these Globers that would deny it, you know. I mean, they are conspiracy theorists fundamentally, because they spend all day claiming this or that about the opposite political party, you know, conspiring against their interests, yada yada. You know, they are conspiracy theorists. So, but with this topic, you know, it's like, yeah, the ground measures flat, and that is that. And that's uncomfortable.
Yeah, no doubt. It's interesting. You know, I was in talking about Washington D.C. I was in Washington D.C. last month, and so I used to not. I didn't actually ever live there, but I practically lived there. I spent a good number of weeks in 2000 and a good number of weeks in 2001, and then in 2002, just northeast of Washington, D.C. And so I was having some interesting talks with a couple people. One guy, he's the public relations director of a industry group based there. And so we were talking about the supposed National Guard there. And he was like, said, I kept seeing this stuff in the news, and he's like, they're showing these neighborhoods to where the National Guard is. And he's like, not only are those the wrong neighborhoods, he's like, what's reported in the news about living here is nearly always wrong. And so I get on the subway to catch the bus and see how it's perfectly clean. Everybody looking at me saying, yes, sir, no, sir. Extremely polite. And it becomes very clear that maybe the biggest scams that they pull on us are the ones right in front of our faces that we could go verify if we wanted, but very few people ever will. He was just of the bend that, it makes for good news theater, infotainment theater that they gives them good screen time. Because then you have some news stations talking about, oh my God, it's so dangerous, they bring up the National Guard. And then you've got others showing, why is the National Guard coming into these neighborhoods? And so it's certainly an interesting sign of our times.
Ayush, welcome. Zorro, welcome, Zorro.
Hi guys, what are you doing?
Not much. We just started an event, a New Year's Eve event.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, we're just going to be chilling out, talking about the flat Earth topic.
Okay.
Have you been in this channel before?
No, I'm very new.
Okay. Have you been in the server for a long time, or you're new to the server?
I'm new for the server.
Ah, okay. Well, welcome to the server. It's a very good server. And yeah, in this channel, we discuss the topic of flat Earth versus globe Earth. Have you heard about flat Earth topic before?
No, I have not. I guess this will be interesting to hear.
Okay. Well, yeah. So you've heard of flat Earthers before, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So what's your opinion on the topic of flat Earth?
Like, what do you think of when you hear flat Earth?
Hello, world. You have background noise, my friend. Please put yourself on mute.
Tony, I swear
Yeah,
to God,
so-
people are moving them into this channel, man. I still think that.
Happens so much in this server, man. Crazy. So Zorro. Yeah, so when we talk about flat Earth, we're not talking about a flat pizza Earth. We're not talking about a flat disk Earth instead of a globe Earth.
Mm.
Okay, so when people think about flat Earth, quite often they just replace the globe with a little flat planet. And they think that that's what flat Earthers are claiming, but that's not true. We're not claiming.
So where is exactly the flat Earth according to you?
Well, it's where we are. It's where everybody is. It's where we all reside. And I would consider it more like the foundation of the system that we all live in, or the floor of the system that we all live in. Right?
Okay.
Just like we experience, and then everything else that we experience is above us in the sky when it comes to the the celestial bodies in the sky, the sun, the moon, the planets, the stars.
Mm-hmm.
So the ground is a flat plane, obviously with mountains and hills and valleys, but most of the known surface area of the ground is covered in water. And then when we go out and test over huge distances over the surface of the water, we don't find any curvature. So what I would say is that large bodies of water need to have a container. You can't have a large body of water without a container. So if you have a pool or a pond or a lake or an ocean, that would be a large body of water that's contained. And then the surface of the water is not curving over distance.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's exactly what everybody experiences. But we've grown up being taught that what we experience isn't true, and that really that we're living on a ball in space that has water covering the outside or most of the outside of the globe. Yeah. So when we go out and test to see if the Earth is really a globe, we don't find any actual real world evidence that it's a globe.
Yeah, we just heard about this, The Earth
Yeah.
is oval, and yeah, we have been. Um,
Yeah, it's something that we're all taught from a young age. And most
yeah.
people have never questioned it, and they've never tested it, and they just believe it. Okay, so, we flat earthers decided to go out and put the claims to the test in reality, and we're going out doing very long distance observations where we can see things that are far, far beyond the limitations that would be present if the Earth were a globe. For example, being able to see something that's 50 miles away that should be hidden by a huge, huge amount of Earth curvature if the Earth were a globe. And we can consistently see things that are way too far. And then we have people going out doing long distance laser tests, and all sorts of different tests have been done now, and we can't find any curvature. And then we can't find anyone from the globe side that can provide us any proof that there is curvature on the Earth.
Can I add something real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
For who's the person we're talking? Zorro.
Zorro. Yeah.
So you may be thinking about like all the other things in the sky, right? Like you start thinking about Jupiter and Mars and planets, all these things, the sun, the moon. We're focused on Earth. Okay, we're not denying that we don't see Jupiter in the sky, the moon. Moon goes through the phases. We see all the same things. We just don't ascribe a story to them. We don't sit there and make something up and then say, "Oh, it has to be." You can't verify it. That is what it is. We're focused on the Earth, right? Let's focus on what we can verify.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay, I got that. It's some interesting, you all people are in same ideas or what? You have same points, or is there any alternative points, or like you all agree on that point that the Earth is flat?
Probably doesn't, or yes, that is most of us who know this.
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah, this.
The surface of water measures flat when at rest everywhere. So if the Earth is made up of 70% of the water on the surface, and the surface of water is flat everywhere, then the Earth can't be a ball.
Okay. Yeah. That's something interesting and makes sense. We can have a discussion on this. You know, if I think it's a very good point that
You may think you have some silly questions, but please feel free to ask any question, and we'll be honest. If we don't know the answer, we'll say we don't. It's not a big.
Sheepdog, your mic's a bit low volume and a bit choppy. Yeah, so let us know if you have any questions, Zorro. I'm sure there's a whole bunch of questions, like, what about this? What about that? How does this work? How does that work on a flat Earth? It's like a good observation that Indio has. I'm looking forward to seeing what the numbers are on it.
Seven miles, 15 feet above sea level.
Is
So
that
the
an
horizon
infrared?
should be like 4.5 miles away, something like that. Yeah, so I got a bunch of stuff. That the thing is, I took a flight, and I happened to. So I also have there's a couple ships, and they've been anchored out there in Boston Harbor for I don't know, at least a month. I got the ships in the photographs, in a couple photographs and some video. But I also got them from the airplane, dude, and they're fucking, dude, they're way out there. It's really hard to conceive of how far these distances are. But when you're 1,000 feet above and you're looking, you're like, holy moly, dude, those ships look like they're way the hell out there. I just happened to be on a flight that took I don't know why they took that way, because I've landed at Logan before, and I've never landed on that runway, but they took it's like a looping where they have to fly out over the ocean and then come back around. So I got some pretty good photographs. So I didn't know this was going to happen. So on the 18th, I went to the beach because the water temperature, the air and water temperature were pretty much identical. I planned it it's hard to get especially in the Atlantic Ocean, that the air and water are the same temperature. It's pretty difficult. So, I'm like, dude, I'm jackpot. I got a good weather day. Well, good enough. It was freaking freezing. It was pretty windy. So that did mess up some observations because actually, people don't realize that wind makes shit move around itself, just the wind itself. Not even like a shimmering on a road. You kind of get a sideways shimmering because of the wind's direction. There was probably a 20, 30 mile an hour wind that day. But I got some good stuff in infrared. So that shot's in infrared. It's not black and white. It's infrared. That's 930 nanometer infrared. The lighthouse there. So I shouldn't see any of that shoreline or anything.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, you can see the choppy part of the waves, the foam from the waves at the bottom of the.
Yeah, this is a screenshot from a video. So I got a whole video. It's what I'm finding out, because I've never really used a camera like a P1000. What I'm finding out is because it was windy, it was really hard to keep that freaking thing still, and my tripod kind of sucked. But I'm finding out it takes way better video than it does still shots.
Yeah, that shouldn't be true though.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it was because of the wind that day, because it was really, like I said, it was really freaking windy. If you look at the buoy, it might have the wind speed on there. Yeah, wind speed at 10 meters, 17 knots. Wind speed 15 knots. Yeah, that's like a 20-mile-an-hour wind. But that's it. So this lighthouse is right on the buoy line of sight. Like I can't find it, but I took a picture. So the buoy should have been at my horizon and the lighthouse like 2 miles past it, but I got the freaking buoy like way in front of the lighthouse. So it's like yeah, I just gotta find it. Also got, but you're right, it shouldn't, the still shots should be better. I don't have a lot of experience taking photography, so it's just still a work in progress.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's really difficult to keep it steady when you zoom out, unless you have like a really high end, like a gel head tripod or something like that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, my friend has a bunch of tripods, and I'm like, man, let me use one of your tripods. He's like, yeah, okay. And I told him like 3 weeks in advance, like, bro, I gotta come get that tripod. Then when I get there, he's like, oh, I don't know where that is. Like, you motherfucker! Like, I've been playing this for 3 weeks now. You don't know where that shit is. So he did give me a tripod. It was like really crappy. It was like a fixed tripod, so you screw the camera on and it doesn't move. Right? The only way I could like pan it was like to unscrew it or screw it, and then it wasn't like it wasn't really that stock. So the camera was kind of like wobbling, because of the wind.
That's awful.
Yeah, it was awful. I'm lucky I got this quality. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, like I said, work in progress. This is my this year is, as far as I'm concerned, is a year just doing observations. That's all I'm doing all year. So this is
Let me ask you this, Indio.
What?
Would you be willing to spend money on a tripod? Not a lot of money, but like if I sent you a link to, I have a good tripod. It cost me like $90.
Yeah, that ain't a lot of money.
No, it's not, and it can elevate your camera up to about 7.
Yeah,
I'll send you a link in the DM for like where I got it on Amazon.
All right. I want to get one. Do you ever see a tripod where it's got a hook on the bottom?
Yeah,
I'm assuming the hook is for like a
I've seen
counterweight,
those,
right?
and I've
Aren't those?
seen the stems invert too.
Yeah, so that's why I want to try and get that, like, so I can like hang a counterweight to keep that, keep it like anchored, so it doesn't. It's very stable.
Yeah, but if it's really windy, you shouldn't be using the camera anyway. The wind distorts all the images.
I didn't have a lot of options. It's December and freaking. It was just a freak. Because typically our water temperature varies between, I would say, 37 at the coldest and only gets up to 67 the warmest, right? So finding a day, and that's in August. It's never 67 degrees in August, right? It's freaking 100 something or 90, right? So finding a day where the temperatures are the same, so I don't have to like listen to any bullshit. That's a mirage, So I was like, this only day, like where these freaking two temperatures are going to intersect, at least until like spring. So I'm like, gotta take my chances.
That's awesome. I like it that you got the temperatures, and it even works against the Glober's argument for looming, because it says the water temperature is even a little bit more than the air temperature. So
yeah, and I got more. That's not the only one I got. I was like, taking screenshots like every 15 minutes of the water. This is active buoy data, right? It's like updating like every 8 minutes, right? And the buoy is in my line of sight.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, I probably can get an exact shot with placement of the buoy.
So what's it called? Graves Light Station or Lighthouse? Graves Lighthouse?
Graves Light Station, yeah.
Yeah, right. I'm going to make a channel in my server in the observation section and put all this stuff in there.
Oh, sweet. Now I also saw. So when I was coming in, I could see what's called the Bourne. It was either the Bourne or the Bourne of the Sagamore Bridge. They cross like the Cape Cod Canal, and I was only like maybe at 1,000 feet. That's like 50 miles away, easy.
Hey, what's up, Amina? There you go.
And it's like blocked by trees. You know, there's like trees and rolling hills between it, and I could see like the road deck. That's when I was coming in with the plane. So I took the photos on the 18th. Well, photos from the plane were yesterday. The fucking photos from Revere Beach were on the 18th. But I got more. I just really haven't had, because I've been busy. I haven't had time to like go over them super crazy. I also had to upload them to fucking Lightroom because I took them in RAW and like I have to get which is like Nikon's custom fucking file format.
Yeah,
I'm not,
yeah, I've got
and
a
I'm running Windows 10, right? So if you just download, I have to go find a Windows 10 version of their, photo viewing software.
Do you have footage of the zoom, like zooming out?
Yeah. I got like it's like a 2-minute 2-minute 20-second video of like zooming in and out on different stuff I see. So I do like a horizontal pan, a right to left horizontal pan, capturing different things that were out there. I mean, like it wasn't like it was very hard to do anything because I was freaking freezing. It was very cold. My hands were frozen. So like, there's like no method to the madness of how I took video and photographs. Just like, okay, I'm gonna try this. Okay, I'm gonna try this. So I just like tried a bunch of different crap, and like I got the lighthouse on. I know I got it on another video, but I haven't had like I have to go over it. So I do a horizontal pan. There's a bunch of crap. I don't know if the video is probably too big to upload into this. So anyway, anyone interested? So the photo, the video I posted, the photo is in visible light. The second one is the video is in infrared light. Right above it is the ship in its position, and then it's been anchored because I actually have more photos that I took with it. Let me actually just post one of them where it's a 10-degree water temperature difference or air water temperature difference, and there's certainly like an inferior mirage that seems to like push the boat like down, but there's definitely like I'll post that too. So anyway, this boat's like 13 something miles. Ship, I should say, a boat.
I think it is a common misperception that infrared negates the effects of miraging, because I think miraging still shows up depending on the gradient.
Yeah, that's why I think miraging is a type of reflection. That's what I think it is. I don't think it's light dipping down into the freaking cold air and then bending back up. I just can't buy that for some reason.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And I'm in back chats with some of our friends regarding this, and it's always been kind of controversial. I mean, it seems controversial in the mainstream literature too. But yeah, the fact that you can see miraging in infrared and deep infrared at that, I'm like, ugh. I mean, it cuts through the shimmer, cuts through the haze. You can see through like mist and clouds and stuff, but well, not through clouds, but through like mist, but humidity.
Yeah, but reflectivity does not depend on wavelength.
Right. Because everything gets reflected.
Like,
right?
I think that whole the book on that shit needs to be rewritten. So because I've been looking at so there's a bunch of people that do observations, and Pablo's dog, and and just based upon the Plain Truth, Sky Free, what's his name? Can't remember the name on the top of my head. I don't know, but there's a bunch of people that have been Heath Carmody. There's a bunch of people that have been consistently doing observations, and those observations don't match what the textbook says should be going on. It's just that simple. It just doesn't match it. There's no way, because if they have the air and water temperature, they go out and they go, wow, there should it's. If you type in, if you look up, hey, when is there an inferior mirage? Oh, there's a temperature inversion that that the air temperature is colder than the water temperature, whatever the reason is. And if it's the opposite, you see the opposite thing. But that's not actually holding up to scrutiny, but that's actually happening. That the observations are matching temperature inversions or any other thing, right? It's just yes, the inferior mirages exist. They're happening, but they're not happening in the conditions that they say they should happen, right? And it's and there's a couple other things I've noticed is that the miraging has a depth to it. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I think I know what you mean.
Miraging. There'll be there'll be no miraging in front of the horizon, but there'll be miraging of objects. What thing Pablo's dog has done, right, is he keeps going in the same spot, right? And sometimes you can see the miraging, the horizon itself would be miraged, and then the oil rigs are past it, and then those will look miraged or squished, or you'll see all the way the horizon's past the oil rigs, and the oil rigs will look miraged, or they won't. But then if you look the background, because there's mountains way, way, way in the background, and they have features, right? They have things on top of them. They have a landslide thing where they used to do mining, right? And that way back there, way beyond what they're looking at, right? What they're looking at will be normal. But then there'll be an inferior mirage of something that's 30, 40 miles away. But there won't be one in the foreground, but there'll be one in the background. Or there'll be none in the background, and there'll be one in the foreground.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, there's depth to it. So it's taking place at a specific location. It's not like it's affecting everything behind it. It's only affecting what's there. Yeah. So what does that mean for the path of light that's going through it?
Is there a focal point? If you take the camera and you move yourself back a mile, will that object still look miraged?
Right. Well, you change your angular relationship to it, so it may not be anymore. Because there's a surface. There's a surface that's reflecting at a specific critical angle to your eye from that particular location that you're standing to that particular point. And if you change that angular relationship, then it disappears.
So what would be cool is find a location, an ocean spot, right, where there's a road or something that goes right, that points right at the ocean, right? It's perpendicular to the ocean. Something where you can move the camera perpendicularly to the ocean. So you can not moving the height, right? Not moving the camera up and down, but moving it back and forth. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, or laterally.
Yeah, and say, hey, dude, at 5 miles away, I saw an inferior mirage, but then I moved the camera back a tenth of a mile, and that disappeared, and the inferior mirage moved to some other place, or it disappeared altogether, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, we can see this at a smaller scale, I think, in that popular GIF we have that shows them miraging over the road with the guardrails that curve back on themselves and the camera lifts up.
Yeah.
So same deal. And you'd still see some elements of that miraging in infrared. Much of that would still reflect, just like, radio would reflect, and whatever's happening there might reflect like VHF.
Yeah,
as much as it does infrared.
Certainly, I mean, I'm sure you're with me. The textbook answer ain't the answer, and it definitely isn't some simple spherically symmetric atmosphere of very spherically symmetric density gradient that bends rays around a ball. That's horseshit, dude.
Where do you find this uniformity in nature? You know, that's a philosophical issue too that I keep bumping into in my research on geodesy. As a matter of fact, this uniformity of nature, when they're like measuring, they're trying to measure the angular distance relationship of the stars over the surface. I've been on this kick, dude. Like,
where the fuck is there a ball in nature?
Yeah, exactly.
Look, where is there any ideal geometric shape in nature? When you actually see one, everyone goes, "Holy crap! Look at what nature did." It's like an amazing. Becomes a tourist attraction, right? If it's anything like our abstract ideas of shapes, right? Like holy crap! Look what nature did. And in fact, usually when we see something like that, we go, "Oh, that's actually man-made. Nature didn't make that." Right? So there's actually controversies about this where people are like, this rock has to be man-made because it has 90-degree angles. Like the Bimini Highway, right? You've heard of that? The Bimini Highway?
Yep. Bimini Road, yeah.
Yeah. So they're like, well, this has to be man-made. Nature doesn't do this.
Gosh. So I've come across a book. I need to grab a copy of it. Maybe you've heard of this. The Measure of All Things, The 7-Year Odyssey and Hidden Error That Transformed the World by Ken Alder. It's a book that basically tears apart the history of the meter, how the meter came to be. And the guy goes in and talks about all the doctoring of field notes that happened, how they used math to average out anomalies and threw out data that didn't match what they expected. Kind of like when they went to go survey these arcs of parallels, like in the Himalayas, and they expected a deflection of the vertical, and it didn't happen in the Himalayas like they wanted. And they threw out that data and said, "Oh, we've got no deflection of the vertical here." I mean, I just find this happening again and again and again. You know, and they're doing it with optical effects.
There's a whole geodetic surveying freaking paper, and they surveyed some part of California, and they I don't want to say threw it out, but they did some massive culp called, the measurement data is because this thing called unequal refraction error, because when you're surveying uphill versus surveying downhill, you're looking either up into the less air or down into more air at a 45-degree angle because we're going up mountains, right? And that there's an unequal refraction error that came about in this survey of this section of California.
Well, I mean, that kind of makes sense to me that would be the case.
Yeah, that makes sense to me too. But they only apply it to that one spot.
Yeah, you got all these local datums that have their own local rule sets for how the physics of optics and supposedly gravity behaves. You got all these exceptions.
Yeah, that's literally it. I've looked at a lot of the literature, like the surveying literature. They really made a pretty good effort to deal with refraction as a concept. In the National Geodetic Survey, right? They just the National Geographic how do they call it? NGS, whatever. NGS. There's a lot of 70s publications about refraction that came out of NGS, and I'm not saying they reach any conclusion, but they actually. There was a lot of work done by the NGS during the 70s, man. I've read a lot of stuff, and they actually did a lot of data. You know what I mean? Data collection. There isn't abstract shit. These guys are out in the field doing stuff. You know what I mean? Actually measuring, measuring the displacements, measuring the best time, the dates. They're even measuring our fucking rods, dude. How do our rods change in size based upon different weather conditions?
Right.
They went through a lot of effort. But I'm not saying that they reached any conclusion, but they collected the data. So you have things like, oh, we did this survey and we have this unequal refraction error thing. Okay, fine. But they never took that information, right, and changed their practice of surveying, right? That's what I'm saying, is that there's a lot of information out there that they collected, but it never made it into their techniques, right? Because they were just like, oh, we'll just invent this thing we'll just use this GPS thing. We'll just do everything electronically now and have this abstract, idea of a ball.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. And now with computers, they can take all of their localized exceptions, call it the geoid, right? Every locality gets its own exceptions to these rules, and they can automate it.
Yeah, you get a lot of these people that come in here and make the argument that when you're doing navigation, you're like, there's cloud cover, you can't see any of the lights in the sky, stars, sun, moon, whatever. And then you're like, okay, find your latitude and longitude. Oh, that's easy. I just GPS.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's true. They go to this extreme effort, but then they cram everything into a reference ellipsoid. And you're like, okay, where'd you get the seed data for your reference ellipsoid? And it goes back to freaking Eratosthenes. You're like, what the hell? Like, you can build a timeline.
It all goes back to Eratosthenes every time, man.
It does. It does. I'm going through history here, so I got started building a timeline here. You have basically Eratosthenes going to Hipparchus, going to Ptolemy, going to a guy named Jean freaking Fenel or something in the 1520s, where he took the Eratosthenes globe concept and all that, and he decided to try and measure the Earth by using the number of revolutions his wagon wheel went from one town to another. Not even joking. Like this then gets rolled into freaking Newton and gets further wrapped up into the Cassini versus the Cassini-Newton oblate-prolate debate. And the French king commissioned these guys to go to Peru and Lapland to try and measure arcs. And then those guys fudged all their data and faked it, and they started discovering the deflection of the vertical. They would plug all this into the Eratosthenes ellipsoid. Like everything goes back to the freaking Eratosthenes from antiquity all the way through the Renaissance and post-Renaissance era to the modern age. It's all based on freaking Eratosthenes, and it just blows my damn mind. And you got to ask, like, if Earth is a globe, guys, they got fucking lucky. Like, what are the chances?
No shit, right? Yeah.
Because it all goes back to assuming parallel light rays from a star from a sun that's so big and so far away that the flat surface of Earth that we can measure was geometrically transferred to a flat surface of the sun to produce parallel rays to a curving Earth, to a point of convergence. Like the flat globe thing, I mean, the reason why Eratosthenes didn't prove anything either way is because there's a geometric equivalence between whether or not you've got diverging rays from a source to a flat Earth, or from a flat source of parallel rays to a small Earth. And so you have the geometric relationships preserved. And the tiebreakers, the only way to tie break it is either to measure whether or not the light rays are parallel, and or to measure the surface of the Earth to see if it curves. And it doesn't freaking curve.
Well, the sky curves? No.
Yeah, I mean, the sky, that's kind of where I am. We're these people with their geodesy, right? And they've got the geoid. And the timing of stars don't line up with where it should be on an ellipsoid assumption. And so they blame gravity being unequal. And they don't actually measure gravity bending things so much as they have like these pendulums that swing. And they claim that the pendulums aren't swinging as fast over here as they are over there due to gravity difference.
I know, like we're talking about, like, these are like they're just completely unjustified inferences that are reliant on so many assumptions that they just don't hold water, right? Whatever happened to, like, these guys, they come in here, they go, Occam's razor. You guys don't actually believe in Occam's razor in any sense at all.
Yeah, it's like, you want to talk Occam's razor. Let's talk about how the geoid was made in the context of Occam's razor. And look at all the shit that they're doing. They're swinging pendulums. They're looking at stars, comparing it to astronomical almanacs, and they're holding up plumb lines, and they're comparing them to pendulum swings, and they're comparing them to clocks, and they're in the freaking jungle, right?
Have you ever actually seen the pendulum data, like that Shineland Mountain or whatever, Scotland Mountain, where they, like, is that data actually even, like, available? What did they actually measure?
Right. Well, they're taking their fucking pendulums through, like, the Himalayas and through Africa and through India.
Oh yeah,
and
it'll
comparing
still
them to
work after
plumb
that.
lines.
Jesus Christ, bro.
And they're grabbing 100-foot chains. Like, so when they did, I think, the India, that famous India arc measurement in, what was that, like the early 1800s?
Yeah.
When they went from like north to south, they used 100-foot freaking rusty metal chain. And after like several thousand leapfrogs of it, because they'd have to take the chain and stretch it out and measure each link and make sure that it's accurate, and they'd have to then disassemble it and then pull it tight again for another 100 feet and then do the same thing. After doing this like 1,000 times or two, a new guy came in and said, this is too much. It's easier if we use a 10-foot chain instead. So then he goes like 10,000 iterations of this. And I'm like, really? God. Like, how much accuracy? Yeah, this is like what Globers bring to us is the best evidence for measuring curvature of the Earth. You got a team of people going through like the freaking hinterlands of a relatively unexplored part of the world. They did this in India, and they did this in Africa, and they did this in Peru, in the Andes. And
well, how about like
so how do they control for elevation? Well, they use trigonometry, and yep. Anyway,
well, EDM, you got electronic distance measuring, right?
Yeah.
You're like, okay, we're gonna measure the distance between the two theodolites, right? Using EDM. Now they have a max range, and the other technique is like using like a scintillometer.
Yeah. You haven't looked into that closely.
But they're trying to measure an arc length.
Yeah. Yeah. How are you doing that?
What are they making like I don't even know what you call it. Like how many sides to that polygon out there? You know what I mean? Because between each EDM spots is a straight line, no matter what.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's and that's the same thing with the chain, right? Suppose they pulled the chain straight, which we know they can't, right? So they're actually measuring a convex surface with a concave surface. Like, look at how cracked up you have to be, man. Do you even think that you're doing that?
I know you're taking flat segments and you're bending them at discrete angles, and then calling it an arc.
Well, I mean, when you pull the chain, it's going to have the catenary curve, right? So, like, that's the concave surface, but they're measuring what they think is a convex surface with it.
No, that's funny. I think they just keep it on the ground, though.
Yeah, but then what about the topography? So they actually measuring the actual surface distance, like.
Right. So they have a way to control for that. I was reading about they basically they do trigonometry, so they measure elevation heights using theodolites, and they take a sample rate, and then they use like RMS or whatever to smooth it out over longer distances.
That can't work.
No, I know, but it's so fraught with error margins, so wide you could drive a school bus sideways through them. Is the point? Like, and then they claim that they've got like centimeter or millimeter accuracy, and then they claim that they've got sub-arc second accuracy with their observations. And I'm like, this is such bullshit. You guys are taking a 100-foot chain through the wilderness, disassembling and reassembling it thousands of times over different elevation and different weather because it takes years. The chain's rusting, the chain's expanding, the chain's contracting, the chain's curving up, the chain's curving down. The people are getting tired. They're getting lazy. The chains are stretching.
Dude, I love the one the arc of the parallel where they supposedly measured like whether the Earth was like an oblate ellipsoid or a prolate ellipsoid or whatever.
Yeah.
And they went down to freaking Ecuador, right? They did all this like in the South American jungle in the 1800s. No, they didn't. You can't get through that place now.
Yeah,
You think you're freaking dragging a theodolite through the South American rainforest in the 1800s?
Dude,
Like,
I'm with you
no,
100%.
you're not, bro.
That's what I wonder.
Bro,
And like,
you can barely walk through the brush in the northeast freaking forest. You're not walking through the freaking rainforest down there with something.
well, get this. In the 1730s, when the French king commissioned to figure out whether or not it's prolate or oblate and sent two teams, one to freaking Lapland and the other to Peru in 1730s, spending years isolated and somehow coming out with proof that Earth is in fact an oblate spheroid because the distance angle relationship changed the further north you get, and you had to cover more distance in Lapland to get an angular rate of change than you did in Peru. It's like, I want to see the freaking data.
Yeah, that's probably classified. They probably invented
1730.
classified data back then.
Yep. I mean, how rigorous could they have been with their methods at the time? I mean, I'm surprised that they didn't get freaking, eaten by Native Americans in the 1730s down there.
Yeah, I know. It's like, dude, the Native Americans. What about the diseases?
Diseases, exactly. And yeah, you get a toothache and you die from tooth cavity.
So something like, I saw something that said 80% of the people that live at the equator or below, south of that, have parasites. Right? And like that's why the life expectancy is so low, because eventually, basically, you just get eaten alive by parasites. Eventually, everybody does. And right, so you're gonna have a bunch of white dudes that have no concept of like anything to even treat any type of parasite, and like the water parasites, like all the stuff. Like I don't even know if boiling kills some parasites in certain stages. You know what I mean? And then even if you boil it, it's not like they are doing like white glove treatment on shit. Like it's not even feasible to even do that and survive, right? You can't. Like they're not washing their hands at every freaking meal. I mean,
yeah, and the surveyors that they were sent were like French aristocracy. So, like, what survival training did they freaking have?
Yeah, man. I think these are like they're all this shit, like the aristocracy thing. That just made like a light bulb go on. That's right. All these so-called scientists and botanists and they all come from the aristocracy.
Yeah.
They live relatively pampered lives, but their lives are probably equivalent to like just a normie today. You know what I mean?
Yep. And you're going to convince me that these guys, the French aristocracy, were going to freaking Lapland and spending years there, and going to Peru, years there.
Not speaking the language that everybody else speaks, not knowing where they are, not having any freaking type of. It's not like, oh shit, man, we forgot the sugar. Okay, let's go back. Let's hop on the train and we'll go back a little ways and freaking grab some sugar and come back. No, it didn't work like that. You can't send somebody for the. No, you just like. Shit, we're dead. No.
Yeah, right. I mean, what? Just to measure how much the stars rotate in the sky with respect to the distance you travel on the ground, you have to go to freaking Peru from France to do that.
And then, hold on, bro. And then let's say they do it. What are they even going to do with that information? What good is it?
Yeah, well, the French wanted to give the middle finger to the English and say, "See, we're right. Earth is a lemon and not a squished sphere."
Yeah. It's an egg.
Yeah, the cosmic egg. Yeah,
Unbelievable.
these French and their esoteric. Yeah.
There's no practical purpose. Now, nowadays, you could say, yeah, we need to know, with accuracy because we have technologies that can make use of them. Like, there's no way they could use that information for any practical purpose at that time, especially not because of where they're doing it. That's only like those surveys are only valid for where they were. It isn't like you can take their Lapland survey and be like, oh, let's just go to freaking. We're going to build a train. We're going to build trains in the Himalayas, right, or across some other place, and we're going to base it upon the measurements we did in the Lapland, right? We're going to say, hey, this oblate ellipsoid thing, we're going to use that reference ellipsoid. We're going to use it over in the Himalayas. Like it wouldn't even work. So, which is why they have various datums, right? All around the world that have all these custom datums. There's no practical purpose for it in any way. What are you going to die for that? Oh, I want to die for that.
Right. And decades later, we find out that there are these optical effects that we understand better, and then so-called gravitational anomalies that we understand better, which should have been a part of those prior expeditions that they didn't know about, which would have affected the data that they presented to the public that was then used later. So, in other words, when they're out there like measuring horizontal using plumb lines and they're in the freaking mountains but didn't know about the deflection of the vertical that came decades later, then how good is their data? So, I mean, it's just so bad. I've seen so many now lectures on geodesy, the history of geodesy. They all go back to these fundamental stories. Eratosthenes, Ptolemy, Newton, and then these French expeditions to settle it once and for all that 69 degrees or 69 miles are traversed for a 1 degree of rotation in the sky on average.
Yeah.
Like it goes back to this shit. And I'm like, really? That's the bet you're relying on. So did NASA rely on 1730s French era freaking dubious expeditions to Peru to conduct their rocket experiments and factor into their orbital mechanics equations and all that stuff? Because if they did, they got freaking lucky.
Yeah, why did you put your NASA badge as your avatar, Josh? Do you think that's gonna?
No. I just dusted it off. I thought it was funny because I got accused of lying the other day.
You were lying about what? You worked at NASA?
Yeah, someone was saying I was lying about that.
So you had to dox your NASA badge on it, dude. That's crazy.
Oh no! I edited the photo. I took the badge number off. It's just my name on there.
Okay, I was gonna say that's
Yeah.
pretty crazy.
No. I censored it.
Anyway,
hey, send me that file. You can take your face and name off of it, but send me the rest of it. I gotta do something.
What are you gonna do?
We're all gonna get NASA badges.
I'm going to NASA.
Oh, he's gonna go. It's gonna work.
I'm gonna copy that onto a blank one, and then walk into NASA, and I'm gonna start using a computer system.
He's gonna be like, "Earth is a globe." Am I right? Try to high five everybody. They're gonna look at him like he's crazy.
Hell yeah! I'm gonna wear a big NASA hat, all kinds of shit. Earth is a globe. Don't tell me anything different.
Well, if you ever end up in the San Francisco Bay Area and you want a tour of Ames, as long as you're a U.S. person, you can get a tour.
Wow, really, Josh? That's amazing.
I mean,
Well, if you're in Ohio or near Cleveland, I'll give you a tour of Glenn Research Center.
I mean, what do people usually get out of like? Are they? What is it, like a spiritual experience or something? Wow, look at all these computers. You guys actually work on these computers? That's awesome. What are you guys studying? Like outer space stuff?
I mean, Ames has like huge wind tunnels and a ton of like aerodynamics work as well, because that's where
name is Glenn.
Yeah, that's true. Glenn does a lot of electric propulsion and microgravity research as well.
Wind tunnels, and they've got a gigantic, the world's largest vacuum chamber.
Yeah, I mean, there are offices with just computers in them, but there's a lot of hardware labs too and test chambers.
Just another day at the office, huh, Josh?
No, I'm avoiding the office today. Amazon just laid off a bunch of folks.
Why? Because the government shut down?
No, because we're automating everything.
Yeah, they're telling us to use AI more, and they cut a bunch of jobs.
That's right. Dude, taking your jobs away, dude.
You knew this was coming, Josh.
Dude, I've been telling you guys that I'm one of the people that is doing this to you guys, and you should have been ahead of the ball game a long time ago. So you can't stop us from automating everything. It's just going to happen. Just don't fuck with my house. I don't want shit automated here. Only thing, I have Alexa turn my lights on and off. That's it.
So, I mean, overall, what kind of reduction are we talking about? What percentage do you think in the company of Amazon?
About 5% of all corporate employees, about 15K.
Jesus, dude. I mean, do they ahead of time give you the guys notice? And
they have full boxing line. They have full boxing lines in Cleveland. There just no people running them. Gets the items, puts it in the box, makes the box, closes the box, puts the address on it, moves it down the line to a truck. We have a prototype. Prototype plants here, and the prototype plants here in Cleveland are doing perfect. They don't need people to run them.
Much cheaper too, huh, than labor?
Yeah, no, these are corporate employees like HR and program managers and engineers.
Oh God, them guys must have had like lengthy, time there working for the. Yeah,
it varies.
I don't know.
It varies. Like I've been looking. There's folks with like 8-9 years of tenure. There's folks that just got hired like 6 months ago. But my department is exempt. So none of our. Just because we're much harder to hire than most other corporate employees.
Okay, well, at least you're in a bubble.
Due to ITAR restrictions and other things like Kuiper, the past like 4 or 5 rounds of layoffs, Kuiper has been exempt.
I was going to tell you the other day, man, you were sounding like Elon Musk, like the way he speaks. You had the same cadence in your voice, the same and all that shit.
I'm somewhere on the spectrum, it's all good.
Seriously? I didn't know that.
That's weird.
No,
honestly, you can't really.
No, not ASD. I just have an auditory processing disorder. So when people are asking me questions, I have to. It takes me a second to get my ducks in a row.
Well, isn't that what he has? some or no? He's
I have no idea.
Oh,
He has Asperger's.
No, he
has
yeah, he has
Asperger's.
no, he has earpiece burgers. Listening. That's why he stutters.
I was gonna say I've met Elon a couple times. He definitely is like that all the time. It's not. It's
Yeah,
interesting.
It's
It's
who
kind of
he
an
is.
asshole.
Yeah, it's who he is. You think? He really doesn't care what people's opinions are. He's just gonna say what he's gonna say. Like, it's just about how it's gonna be done. I've heard him. I've heard him in like certain talks where people are trying to talk about, him getting certain funding or taking their, their funding away from him because like companies that support him. And he's like, "You can go f yourself." Like I'm like, "Golly, man." Yeah, I don't know. That's not professional, but it's just who he is. He doesn't really care.
Who's this? I missed it.
The money bag with eyeballs. Elon Musk.
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna say which one. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Like I don't know, man. Like he might
No,
be a
he
little
cares
bit intelligent.
because every time he whines a lot, dude. Every time like something happens to like SpaceX, he's whining, so he does care. That's just a front.
I don't know. As far as his intelligence goes, do you think he knows more than the people that work for him? I don't know about that.
No, I think
He
he's a
knows.
fucking idiot.
He knows a good amount for a CEO about rocket propulsion and like satellite operations, but like he definitely leans on his. He's more of like a vibes guy. He definitely leans on his direct reports and his execs, but he knows more about the technical side than most CEOs.
Right? Would you want him teaching at university?
For a business school, yes. For an engineering school, no.
Okay.
As far as like how to break into an industry that
What makes him a
doesn't
great
have-
business person?
Oh, just understanding government appropriations, product market fit.
I agree with you. He
Regulatory.
understands government appropriations very well. He knows how to grift like no other. I'm serious, dude. Like all his businesses depended on government largesse.
I mean, they do,
and they would have all failed if it wasn't for some government freaking tit he wasn't sucking off of.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But here's the thing, dude. At what point, like, how do those deals even go down? Do they happen like at a specific power meeting, like at a luncheon, or like, where does this?
I can tell you. Yeah, you're not supposed to be wandering the halls as a contractor trying to gin up business deals with government employees, but that happens all the time.
Yeah, dude, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, isn't that like not the right way to do it? And then that's how it happens. Like,
yeah, you go wander around the Capitol building and go talk to the representatives that are on the committees that you're interested in.
Dude, that's not how they say that it's supposed to be done, though, isn't it? Like, I mean,
people get paid to
these
do
meetings
it.
are supposed to be formal, aren't they? Am I getting that wrong? Like,
yeah, but you never go into a formal meeting unless you already know what the person is going to say because you've had a bajillion informal meetings ahead of time.
Oh, for God's sakes, dude! Like, what could
it's
you?
how it works.
Okay, but that almost sounds like you have to be in a club to even talk to those guys.
AB.
Yes, you are correct.
Washington, D.C. has the highest average income in America. The average income is $250,000 a year. That should tell you something. That's the average income. Average.
But most of their dollars don't come from their specific job.
I'm just talking about people that work in the D.C. area. The average income is $250,000 a year. The average income. They're doing some dirty ass shit. There's no other way to explain that. Dude, it's more than New York City. New York City's like half of that. Think
And then
about
they
that,
talk
dude.
about they
New
got
York City, the most expensive city to live in America, is half the average income of Washington D.C.
I think Yoder was even talking about like that's partly the reason why he wanted to get away from that whole scene because there's a bunch of corruption when it gets up. You know, you have to be a part of a special group, and that group has to invite you to certain like meetings and soirees and all this other shit. And then you have to be in bed with certain groups. And like, dude, it's
I think of it like this, dude. It's like raisin bread, right? Most of the time, you're gonna bite into the bread, but sometimes you're gonna bite into a raisin. And there's corruption sprinkled, and you never know where it is. It could be around any fucking corner.
but they sell us on this idea of how things are supposed to be, right? Like, in order for you to get to this position, you have to work hard and be a diligent, a person to like study and do this. It's all fake. None of that's real.
Well,
like,
I will also say this: we're starting to run out of bread, and there's a lot more raisins than bread at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
I was going to say, like, Loudoun County in Virginia, where I live, median household income, so not average, it's lower than average, but like 50th percentile is like 180K. And like, I'm bottom bitch on my team, and I clear 350 a year. So like, it's kind of nuts, not gonna lie.
Yeah,
So
but
you're poor?
Yeah. He's barely got two nickels to rub together, it sounds like.
I mean, that's. I don't even know what to say about that.
My VP made like 1.2 last year.
He took that as salary? Is he retarded?
Okay, here's the thing.
No. It's a lot of it's stock. I think salary's probably like 4 or 500.
Mm-hmm.
And then is that how your comments? Is that what you're including in your 350? 350 on your base, right?
No. Base is like 250.
Oh, okay, because then that kind of fucks you, because then if you want the whole thing, you're paying capital gains. Which is more, capital gains or income at that point?
Capital gains if you hold on to the stock for a year after it vests. You pay the 20% as opposed to the whatever, the 27 or 32.
Yeah, they're raking you over the coals with that.
Nah, it's fine.
It's just coming right back.
No, it's it's fine because you don't mind it. You're still getting a payout, but at the same time, man, like, they're getting their cut.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more than happy to pay my taxes.
It's not.
Amazon makes most of their money off the government, so it's just a circle jerk. Government pays Amazon. Amazon pays them. He pays the government. Government pays Amazon. Amazon pays. It's just a circle jerk.
So the same $20 that you paid them, they're going to give it right back to you. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, yeah, they give us a 10% discount on everything on Amazon.com, and it's like, oh, cool, I get a discount at the company store, so I can take my salary and give it right back to them.
Dude, that's like the olden days where they had the corporate towns, and all they had was the store, and they'd pay you in script.
16 tons, what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. No, I mean, it's Kuiper's awesome.
But isn't Amazon's largest revenue source the government from their cloud computing shit?
I don't know if it's the government from the cloud computing, but AWS definitely props up the rest of the company.
That was like 30% of their revenue or something. Last I looked, which was a long time ago, but I thought you know what Tesla's major revenue stream is? Fucking carbon credits.
Yeah, for a while. I mean, they're clamping down on that.
Dude, this shit is not maintainable. You realize that, right? A system built like this is not maintainable.
Agreed.
I mean, COVID, the pandemic was kind of like the writing on the wall when nobody goes to work and the whole world the whole society doesn't collapse. That means there's a lot of people doing jobs that don't mean anything.
Yeah, that's what's his name was talking about. Elon. He's making everybody go to work.
Yeah, well, his job, we could get rid of his job and nothing would change.
He'll still be a money bag with eyeballs, bro. And the thing is, once you get to that level, like he's somebody now. He can go and talk to people that are in political positions.
Well, from my understanding is he runs his day-to-day lifestyle off of debt, right? So he just borrows money against his stock and then pays back the debt. That way you don't have income. Right? You never actually have any income. Because you're living off of debt loan proceeds. In this system, money is debt, dude. Debt is money. At that level, at least.
And we got Alex Max that just joined us. Alex, welcome. And other new people that are joining, if you want to chime in, go ahead and if you have any questions about the globe, flat Earth conversation, let us know. Take that as a no.
No, y'all are right about the soirees and the invite-only events and things. You have to be at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and shake the right amount of hands, and then you'll get what whatever you're funding for your project or whatever. It's just funny that it operates that way, and it's not the formal way that everybody thinks in their mind the way it should work. You get what I'm saying? Like if you're gonna have a business like there's this projection of how it's supposed to be, right? Then there's this whole other side of how it really is, and it's not what you've been told. Like if you're learning if you're going and you want to become someone in that specific area, like if you wanted to move up, right? Don't you have to be a part of some group of like people that then you go meet somebody else who's gonna you're gonna shake, and he's gonna be like, okay, well, yeah, I like what you're saying, I like what you're doing, and you're proposing it to him. It's informal. It's not something that you go into a room perhaps and have a real formal kind of sit down and everybody's listening to what you're saying. It's not, I don't know, it's not, you never see you have a lot of people saying it's that way, but it's never, is it really? You're up there, you know what's going on. You know where the real transactions happen are at informal meetings.
It 100% happens like that.
I don't know. That's the other side to like why people say, well, why would they lie? Why are they? It's like, well, then if nothing's really above board and legit, like the way we all perceive it to be, at least that's not the perception from like hearing people that are actually working these jobs. I guess not, and it's not just you, Josh. Everybody that works in that specific those areas of field of expertise, engineers or some sort of person that works in a high position. They're never they never get there without like somebody actually giving them that spot.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I definitely benefited from a good amount of nepotism. Like my gig at NASA, like I didn't even apply for that. Like it was my bridge summer between my bachelor's and my master's degree, and I told my advisor who runs the satellite lab at Georgia Tech that I'm not planning on taking an internship this summer. I'm planning on sticking around Atlanta, bartending, like just chilling out for a little while. And like even after I had already finished my finals, I got a call from my advisor. He's like, "Hey, yeah, buddy of mine at NASA Ames had an intern drop out last minute. They're contractually obligated to fill this spot. I know you've like actually said you're not doing anything this summer, but you're qualified and this would be good for you." So I sent them your info and your resume. You have an interview in 45 minutes.
Holy smokes, dude.
Like I didn't even apply for the position. I was just told, hey, you're going to go do this.
I mean, this
that's
ain't news,
intense,
dude.
bro.
I've been hearing since I was a kid. It's not what you know, it's who you know. So this isn't
Yeah,
really new.
I mean, but it just isn't the perception like, well, you got to submit your resume, you got to put all your qualifications down, and it's like everybody's doing that thing, right? But out of the hundreds of stacks of like, applications, of which I'm pretty sure there was a lot of good ones, they, for the sake of just trying to get somebody where they don't have to vet, they already met someone like him, like Josh. They were just like, hey, we'll just get that guy you talked to that one time that sounded like he knew what he was saying. Let's get that guy on
Oh
there.
yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, that's exactly how I've got like half my jobs. Actually, most of them. Like almost all of the opportunities I've had have not been like stuff that I've like formally applied for. It's just because I knew somebody and they pulled my stuff out of the stack.
So nobody, I guess there's an argument that can be had for people that would say that you'd have to do everything by doing it this way and that. I don't know. It's just.
Well, I won't say it's a pure meritocracy, but it's definitely like you need to pass like the smell check. Like you need to be able to do good work, right? But the network and like the who you know is just sort of a catalyst on top of that.
That's the deciding factor, though, isn't it?
Well, it's the difference between applying for a bunch of jobs and interviewing and like
it makes life easier. It makes life
way easier.
Bro, it makes life easier if a friend of a friend introduced you to some person that had a real high position to put other people in certain positions, and then he's like, well, yeah, I like what you're saying. Meet us on Friday or whatever, and then you're just like, whoa, like.
So I mean, it gets even crazier than that. Like I'll explain the snowball here for a little bit. Like, got this NASA internship. While I was at the NASA internship, I like overheard a meeting of like a canceled project. So they had funding kicking around that they were like, oh, wow, we're not going to be able to do this project with MIT anymore. So like, we're going to need to find something else to replace it on this launch manifest. And I was just like, oh shit, I would love to so I just like walked into this director's office and like pitched a satellite program idea. I was like, hey, I'm going back to Georgia Tech in like 2 months. Can I get this funding and just work on this project that I want to do? And they made me go through a rigmarole, but like I ended up securing my own like tuition waiver and funding for grad school just because I happened to be in the right place at the right time at Ames.
Jeez, dude.
And like I ended up sitting next to a specific person in my undergrad capstone who got into like this super elite like internship program. And she like helped me with my application to apply for it. Like she, gave me her application. She like let me talk to a bunch of other alumni. And so when I got into that program the following year, like the guy who runs it is a CEO in my industry, and I really enjoyed working with him. And so over the past like 6 or 7 years, now I run his 501c3 and like have a call with him once a week. Because he's a CEO in our industry, and he helps me make connections and get access to conferences and funding for travel and a bunch of other shenanigans outside of work. But it's all that shit.
It's all of what I already thought it was, but not as perceived as what it is. That's all I'm saying, man. Like a lot of people would say, well, you gotta work hard, you gotta do that. I mean, that's part of doing something, getting to a position you really want, but that's not, because out of the stack of all the applicants and everybody that's trying to get to a position, it's not going to be the reason why you get that job, bro.
100%. I mean, that's why LinkedIn is so powerful. Like I tell my mentees all the time, I was like, I would rather you apply for five positions and like find a Georgia Tech alumni that works at that company and like send him a LinkedIn DM to have a coffee chat than like shotgun like 20 applications from the hip. Like cold applying is like the worst way to get a job.
So I don't know. I guess I'm going to switch it over to like, if people wanted to actually propose something for Flat Earth, and you wanted to be taken seriously or something, you'd actually have to have like a little informal meeting or something with someone that could probably get you in some sort of door. Like it's not going to happen like the way people are portraying it to be. Oh, well, just submit some peer-reviewed paper or do some sort of thing and submit it to academia. That doesn't happen that way. I understand the way this particular little game is played. You have to know people in order for you to get something actually accomplished. And then if something's going to get pushed through, you got to know some more people that know more people. Like, so it's not, it doesn't work in the same manner like people, the way they portray it to be. Oh, if you want to have flat earth, something as legit as what you're saying it is, then you got to do this and go through the channels. And it doesn't work that way. I've never seen that when people say that, they don't, I know what they're saying, but it's not going to be the goal won't be accomplished. Not in the manner in which they think it needs to be you get what I mean? Like if they want flat earth to be, this is the reason why I was going through this whole thing with you. It's because like, I know when people say to us, well, you want flat earth to be put to a broader audience, then you need to do it this way. And it's got to follow this channel and you got to talk to this guy. And it needs to happen. Everything that's done here needs to be done more informally than formally, I think. What do you guys think? That's why I was actually having that conversation with you, because that's what I understand with people. For us trying to get this out to a greater platform, we'd have to actually have those sorts of meetings with people. And the only way to do that, I hate to say it, man, but like people like you, Josh, talking to you, then maybe whispering it to some other guy, and then some other guy's like, hey, that's weird. I was thinking the same thing. And that guy might be in a high position, and you're like, really? And then the conversation then spirals into like, well, then let's have a meeting with that one guy, and then so on and so forth. Otherwise, it's not gonna, dude, it won't get recognized. Academia will just be like what you said the rest of your buddies will do, is just shrug it off and like, oh, I don't know how you still talk to those guys or whatever.
So from my perspective, I want to use the same type of like relationship for the exact opposite reason. Like I understand that like formally like getting access to all this stuff and filing FOIA requests and going through official channels and going to conferences and things like to get data and information, like you can get stonewalled. But if you're hanging out in here and I have a bunch of friends at different space companies, and you want a tour and you want to go kick the tires on the hardware, like you want to get access and ask a bunch of questions. Like for example, my cousin who's like 6 years old, he just had his birthday and he wants to be an astronaut. And so his parents took him down to Cape Canaveral for like his birthday to go to the Kennedy Visitor Center. And so like they reached out, they're like, hey, we're going down to Cape Canaveral. Like, do you know anybody? Could we get like extra tours or like behind the scenes stuff or whatever? And so I was like, yeah, fuck yeah. So I literally like reached out and they got access to like launch pads and went inside of Blue Origin and saw like the production line for the New Glenn rocket and like the satellite manufacturing plant down there for Amazon. Like all this stuff is, you just have to know somebody and have somebody like vouch for you to like, that you're not going to, steal state secrets or, be a security risk. But, if you know somebody, you can get access to a ton more information and things besides just like stuff that's Googleable. You obviously have to sign an NDA and things, but, I want to leverage that sort of backdoor, type relationship to provide y'all with information and let y'all kick the tires on things that you're skeptical about.
What do you think, Indio? You want to kick the tires?
The asterisk there is you have to be a US
and discover what, dude? I've already done this. Look, I mean, those people are building shit. So what? I mean, Ben and Jerry's. I've been to the Ben and Jerry's factory too, where they're making ice cream. They could say this comes from fucking Magic Space Cows. How am I going to know? And everybody at the factory could believe the fucking milk comes from Magic Space Cows, and no one will be able to tell one way or another. I mean,
you come in with like very pointed questions.
Well, I mean, yeah, and they can give me like very pointed answers, but the fundamental claim, they don't know, right? You can build rockets all day long, And if it goes out of sight, you don't know where it eventually landed. I mean, obviously they track the device, but eventually there's a handoff where they don't know anymore, where they're relying on a third party.
Well, you could see what the nature of that third party is, right? You could ask questions about what's your relationship with them. What does that data transfer process look like? Like once you're under NDA and you're a U.S. person, like they're able to speak freely with you.
Sorry, I was talking to somebody. Yeah, I mean, none of that shit would have. Listen, bro, I worked for General Dynamics. I've seen all the shit already. I don't like seeing more of it. Doesn't convince me of anything.
Okay, I'm just off.
I'm
extending
just
the
saying,
offer.
like, yeah, it'd be really cool. I mean, I watch people make all sorts of freaking classified, top secret fucking channels that, like, well, I can probably do this. I helped set up a facility that they're building a replica of an optical satellite that was in space that was put there allegedly in the 70s, and they were building a complete mock-up of it to figure out when it would fail. Okay, this was Raytheon, Draper Labs, and General Dynamics in collaboration. So I helped. I don't really want to say exactly what I did, but anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're treading on thin ice right now. For your own good, I'd recommend you change
Well,
the subject.
no, well, I mean, it wasn't like. I mean, it wasn't like the collaboration wasn't classified. Let's put it that way. That was like in in their what do they call it? Their corporate newsletter. We're collaborating with Draper Labs and Raytheon to do this thing, right? But the nature, right? The specific nature of like what exactly they were doing, I'm not going to talk about. I'm just saying I've seen it all, so it's like more isn't going to convince me. Like I'll just use this example: the people that worked on that, what do they know, right? They just got a bunch of spec sheets, engineering diagrams, schematics, shit like that they're staring at, and they're like, "Yeah, this thing is it's up in space, and we're going to do all this stuff." And they don't know anything. They have a bunch of beliefs. I know that. Just like I didn't know anything, and I could sit here, right? And I could sit here and tell all the flat earthers, I know satellites exist. I set up this facility where they did this, that, and the other thing. But I don't know anything. I don't know shit. It's like Robert Utah. I touched a rocket, dude. Like, fucking, what the fuck?
The only assertion I would make there is things have shifted in the past like 20 years. Like it's not like a General Dynamics or a Raytheon, Lockheed, Boeing, or whatever. You've got a lot more like small commercial entities that are everything is in house. You're talking about a group of a couple hundred folks where their mission control is right next to their manufacturing floor, where the CEO is walking around right next to the custodian. Like there's a bunch of these new age or we call them commercial space entities out there where things are a lot less of a close hold, where there would be more opportunities to really dive deep into like, hey, here's a live view of the satellite. Hey, here's live telemetry we're getting and command and control and
Josh, I'm listening to you, but I have questions. I have questions to ask about that. What good is it going to do if I'm the only one that's going to know that information, and I can't, like, because you said like it's going to be held within like an NDA or something, like, so what good is it? What good information will that do just to me? I can't tell anybody else. Like people want to know. It's like inquiring minds want to know. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, and you'd be able to say like, hey, I saw XYZ. Like I saw them do this. Like you wouldn't be able to say like, here's their encryption key or like, here's
no. I'm not talking about like sensitive information. What I mean is like how they can prove something. Like, okay, India was talking about he saw some things like the company did. Obviously, he had firsthand knowledge, and he said that doesn't move the needle for him. As far as like what he said, his interaction with that information was. But what I'm telling you is, if we get exposed to that information and somehow are able to tell everybody here about what our experience was, or perhaps documented in some way, like, what do you like? Are they going to give us what we want, like as far as what we're asking, or are they going to be too cagey about it? Well, we can only say only to a certain level of this information. Like,
Well, yeah, I mean, that's, this isn't, I wouldn't, if you were going to go on this endeavor, I would recommend that you put together some sort of like proposal for like what you want to see, what questions you want to ask, et cetera, right? So that they make sure that A, they can answer your questions in a manner that satisfies, at least you. And B, if those answers are like proprietary or sensitive information, figuring out what the release schedule, or like, what's the classification of any documents that come out of that visit are like. So I wouldn't say just like, oh, show up and say, oh, hey, I want to ask a bunch of questions, and like you'd have to prepare things ahead of time, and I would assert that you would.
Well, I wouldn't know. Yeah, I wouldn't know what overstepping the boundaries is. Like, I wouldn't know what questions are going to be too. So in other words, you'd have to have an informal sit down with someone that you could have the conversation with before you make the proposal, is what I would say.
Yeah, exactly. Like, to make sure it's even like worth your time.
Yeah. So how can that take place? How can you then? That's what I'm saying. Then it would go back to leaning on the person that would know that person to have the sit down for the informal meeting, so you can have a proposal. You know what I mean? It just steps to that.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
yeah, exactly. I agreed.
So what I'm saying is, how could you initiate the first step? Like, that's the most important one. Like, the actual sit down informally. Like, are you going to invite me to a barbecue, or like what? You get what?
No.
I'm saying? Like,
It would probably just be a phone call, or like a Zoom meeting. Like the organization, like there's a good organization in Texas, like Cedar Park outside Austin. There's a cool organization in like downtown San Francisco. Hell, we could probably even get y'all into, or a few y'all, if you're in the LA area, into either JPL or SpaceX, or if that's too large, like figure something out. But there could be some sort of collaboration here, to get y'all at least access to ask some questions.
All right. And as far as documentary, because this needs to, like, it'll be more on a professional note. So it would be like a documentary, like that we control, not like some other organization like Netflix or something is trying to do. Like, we'd have the funding to actually start some sort of like documentary that's going to be able to put everything together for a case, And you guys are anybody, and that way you guys will know exactly what we're doing, like full transparency. There's not going to be any like, oh, we were trying to figure out the Earth was flat after all. Like, no, it's not going to be anything like that. Like, some people would have like this hidden agenda, like to kind of surprise some guy that works at JPL. Like, all of a sudden, hey, like, how does this work? Is the Earth actually flat? And like the guy's just bumped, like what do you call it, railroaded with these questions, and he doesn't know how to answer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not putting my neck on the line for that type of bullshit. Like, I would want to.
Yeah.
I would want to be.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, if this does happen, it would be completely on the level, but only with the questions that would be, you know what I mean, proposed as to like how
possibly answered satisfactorily. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I'm not sure. Hey, what's up, guys?
Mina, are you there? What's going on, Mina?
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
Doing well, man.
I am a new member here, and I just read my level in English. What's my level? Okay, testing me.
Okay. It's very hard to hear you because you have like this echoey sound when you speak, but it sounds like you're curious about what we're talking about here. Is that right?
Yeah. More.
Okay, what was that?
Okay, rate me. I will introduce myself, and you can rate me from 0 to 10 in English. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. My name is Mina. I currently work as software developer from Egypt. That's all.
That was good. That was a good introduction.
Yeah.
Nice. Thank you.
I know, yeah,
Rate
I
my
know
accent.
exactly.
What's my name?
Well, yeah, obviously you have an accent. I can't tell where it's from though, so that's good.
A2, maybe
DJ,
A2.
hold on. Mina, hold on. DJ, could you take point on this? Do you mind? Or are you busy?
Yeah, sure. I have only a few minutes, so.
Okay.
How can I learn? How can I develop
Oh,
myself?
Mina, with Mina.
Develop my
Yeah, I
skills?
don't know. Mina just kind of wants to practice English, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Mina, this is Advanced English Channel. You're not gonna understand a lot of things we say because we're talking about a lot of English words you might not have heard before. That was a good introduction though, but like this probably isn't the channel for you. I mean,
Okay. I am not right channel, right? I will go now.
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone wants to bounce in here and practice English.
We got a few people in here. Oh God.
What golfers don't know that freaking.
We got
Josh knows
Because in here. Welcome, Because. We got Don Julio. We got High Q, IQ, HWIQ. Welcome, guys.
So Josh, why are you trying to why are you like promoting this space idea to us? Like I'm like if we don't believe in it, then are you not gonna be able to go or something? Is it like a collective consciousness thing? Like everybody has to believe in it for it to happen?
No. My wife says I'm not allowed to go to space. It's like one of the things where it's a no go. So I gotta wait for her to kick the bucket before I do that. No. It's just.
Do you think you're ever gonna go, Josh?
Oh yeah. It's a one question, not an if question.
You think you're gonna go to space? You personally?
Yes.
Okay. Good luck with that.
It's like half arrogance, half manifest.
What if you don't?
Okay. I've
Yeah,
lived
I'm
a pretty
just
good life.
asking. Curiously, I'm just this is just a well, I'm asking for a reason because you know who Lex Friedman is, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so he was interviewing an MIT chick, and she studies exoplanet biology, fucking whatever that is. Anyway, what got her into it was that her dad was also like an astrophysicist, and she was lamenting on his show that he died thinking that he would be able to go to space in his lifetime, and he never did, and it was a great disappointment to him, she said. So when you reach the end of your freaking lifespan and you're still earthbound, what are you going to think?
It's not my life's goal. Like it's like, am I ever gonna go on? Am I ever gonna see the Great Wall of China or Machu Picchu? Yeah, that's fine.
No, like
honestly, the biggest thing for me is the people.
At what point would you start questioning it? Like, if you still haven't gone in like 20 years, 50 years, 70 years?
I don't think I'd ever question it because it's a matter of money at this point. Because I can just write a check to Blue Origin and go up in New Shepard. So it's not it's not an if. It's not an if question, right?
You would consider Blue Shepard going to space?
I mean, yeah, you're above the Kármán line.
Well, that's a political designation.
I agree.
You should know that. You worked at the UN, so
Yeah, but I'm
political
curious.
designation. So
Knowing that we have,
the Blue Shepherd lands like 2 miles away from where it starts, right?
Oh, I understand. It just goes
Hey,
straight
and
up and down. It's like
It's a giant pogo stick. It's like a
I
amusement
agree.
park ride. Like, we're going to
Agreed.
throw you up and you're going to fall down. Like,
Agreed.
hey, but knowing what you know now, as far as our conversation goes, what do you think you would think of if you went up to that altitude and you didn't see what you thought you would see? How would you feel about that? That's the other thing too, because your expectations
go
are going to
kick
be
the
like,
tires.
I'm supposed to see. What would you say?
Go kick the tires. Like, what's going on here? Like, obviously.
No, I know that, but I'm saying like you're not going to tell everybody there, like, oh my god, like, or maybe
I would,
you guys,
watch video ahead of time and see what the projected view is going to be, right? Like, and make sure it aligns with
well, they've already,
that.
yeah, they've already shown that, like,
Oh, I know.
But that's the other thing too. It's like firsthand experience, right?
Yeah, exactly.
what do you think about people like Chris Hatfield saying the Earth looks flat and beautiful from the ISS?
I think he's referring to topography in that question, or in that answer, not the overall shape.
You guys are funny, dude.
Topography,
I'm just being honest with you. I'm just being honest with you.
You guys are like the whisperers, right? You guys like read people's minds. They say something, but you guys know what they really meant. Maybe he just meant what he said.
Okay, that's fine. Like I said,
because you got to think that
when I get poked, I'm super comfy.
So, Josh, you know the ISS can only see like 3% of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
If you could see that whole circle, but looking out any particular point, you're seeing less than 180 degrees. So you're seeing at best 1.5%. But you can actually only focus on 5% of your field of view. So you're actually seeing something like 1/10 to 1% of the Earth's surface.
In focus.
Yeah, in focus. So if you think about this, is that, okay, the horizon is supposed to be equidistant. So how can it be curved? How can it look curved from that perspective if the horizon, like say you have your eye level and then you have the surface of the Earth, the horizon is supposed to dip at one angle in every location. How could it ever look curved? At best, it would look like a circle around you, like looking down on a hula hoop. But you wouldn't be seeing the curve of the Earth. It would just be the circle of your vision. At best, you wouldn't see the curve of the Earth. Not
Well,
from
the curve
ISS.
of the Earth. The curve of the Earth just is the delimiter of the edge of the hula hoop. Like it's your hula hoop starts to be at the boundary between black and atmosphere, which is what people perceive as the curve.
Yeah, but the way people think of it, they think they're looking at the side view of a circle.
No, agreed. You'd have to be up pretty high to do that.
Exactly. It's about 1/8 of the circumference, where you would have a sufficiently large enough view where you would see the actual curve of the Earth and not just like the limiting circle.
Correct. People perceive that delimiting circle as curve. And then they,
oh my God, an actual confession. An actual confession. Well,
yeah,
I mean,
dude, I try to be as honest with y'all as possible. Like, if you ask me about things I'm not super knowledgeable
but you're
about,
actually
I'll usually throw my hands up.
Well, I'll give you credit because you're actually. I'll give you credit because you're actually thinking about it. A lot of times when we talk about this, they refuse to even think about it in their mind about how it would work, and they're just like, "No, it's curved from the ISS. That's the curve of the Earth." And they freak out, right? So at least I'll give you credit. At least you're thinking about it, what the problem is, and being honest
100%.
about the answer.
Yeah, no, I have nothing to lose or nothing to gain in here. As far as like my point of view, it's more about the people, right?
Your friends might find out.
Oh, they already know. Actually, I brought y'all up in an interview recently for a fellowship program. One of the questions was, "What's your favorite conspiracy theory?" and do you believe it? And so we talked about my conversations with y'all.
How was it received?
So like I said, I framed it from a sociological perspective and just trying to meet people where they are and understand their worldviews. It's more of a science communications exercise rather than a debate exercise.
Yeah, but what was the response? Like, what did the group? How did they?
Oh, yeah, no.
Did they ask you where we
poked at
think
it.
the edge is? Did they ask? Yeah.
No. They asked like, is that uncomfortable for you? Like, what is the outcome? What is the goal? Like, so they asked me to define, the boundaries that I set when I come into these rooms.
I guess don't touch my no spot. There's one boundary.
Yeah. Well, they're saying like you're not saying anything that's sensitive, are you, Josh? Like they're probably probing you to make sure you're not saying shit that you're not supposed to be.
No, I'm definitely get screened. Well, I had to go through quote unquote, it's called speaker training at Amazon. Like they practice interview questions with you, like pretending that you're on stage or like you're giving a presentation and people ask pointed questions about Amazon. And then you have to they teach you how to it's called ABC, address, bridge, and I'm trying to remember what C is, but it's basically like you address the question, you don't answer it, you bridge, you pivot away from the question, and then you get back to your talking points.
Oh, that's classic. That's classic.
So you're
they
formally
put you-
trained
they put you-
propaganda. Congratulations.
Oh, 100%. But that's
Gosh,
once you
dude,
go through
they're
that
gonna put
training,
you on the
they give
couch
you a
for being
longer
so
leash.
honest. You're gonna be on the couch at Amazon. They're like, fuck, you can't tell them the truth.
How to give a non-answer 101.
Oh, 100%. And make your audience feel like they actually got an answer.
Well, you work with the government. I looked at your LinkedIn, so obviously you work a lot with the government. So, government actors, their expertise in saying a lot of words and saying nothing.
Oh, 100%. It turns like there's only so much time for a Q&A. So if you can filibuster while getting your points across, that's mission accomplished while giving the illusion of having audience input.
All right, let's
Obama. I just want to say something. Obama was the greatest person with that skill I've ever seen. Literally talked for 2 hours, and you had no idea what that was about.
Exactly. Real quick, I'm about to go get my flu shot.
You can project any psychological desire onto a speech, and it would apply to you. Like it was fucking
100%.
straight out of the horoscope.
AB, I'm going to run in and grab a flu shot real quick. If you want to practice, I'll be back in like 5-10.
Yeah. Yeah. Whatever. I want to keep that line of
Grab a
communication
flu
open.
shot.
Listen, I want to keep that line of communication open when it concerns what we discussed earlier about actually. No, I'm serious. Putting a documentary down.
I hope we see Josh again after his flu shot.
You probably didn't hear me. That's fine.
The line of communication with what?
Like if he's actually given a position to let us talk to somebody about things, and I think at some point we should formalize a documentary that we fund, that we organize, that we put forward.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm for that. Go fund me that shit.
And then, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. And then have like a few representatives actually carry out the mission, and do it to where we have the right cameras and everything. You know what I mean?
Who's the dude that already does it? Already did? Yeah, who was the dude that has done a few documentaries, and one of them was about flat Earth? He's a flat earther. Is it Hibbler or something? Anyway,
yeah, sure.
I think it's Hibbler or something. I think that's the name of it, like HIIBEELER.
Because we're always tiptoeing around it, but when it comes right down to it, if we put something out, like let's say the brand 24/7, like if we put something out, and this is what we're saying, this is going to be our legacy, then we will have the full rights behind it, like all the individuals who contributed to it and so forth, the questions we would ask, that sort of thing. I'm thinking we could come out with a really, really good documentary. My opinion, but I don't know what you guys say. I mean, now that we're at this level, this stage of like the argumentation, like why wouldn't we do it? You know, like who would be the representatives? Have somebody that is, pretty well spoken. I don't know. Like I was thinking like I have Yoder in mind, but like because he's had his already dealings with the government to some official capacity. Like I don't think he might not fit that bill because he's too close to that.
Well, he also values his privacy.
I get to go home the rest of the day, so don't have to go back into the office.
What?
That was a fast food shot.
Yeah, he was hot miking.
That was weird.
That was kind of a weird statement, though. I'm going in for my flu shot. Like, I'll be right back. I'm going for my vaccination. I'll be right back.
One of these days, we're going to hear someone smashing hot mic, dude. They're going to be just like, ah.
Oh, yeah, I just read your comment, Yoder. But yeah, I know what you mean. But that's the thing, though. To some level, everybody that's dealing with these guys will be able to have a discernment whether or not, like, we'll know who we want to speak to. Like, so if he's going to point us to, oh, well, I know this guy. He's, he works at this particular part of the factory or whatever. I don't know how it goes, but then we'll know who he is and whether or not he's worth talking to, and kind of like we'll bet who we want to speak to. All I'm saying is it's just a great idea, to put something out there so that we're not just like some unknown group of people that are some niche corner of the internet. Like I do want to leave something behind, that we all collaboratively put together, because all our efforts and what we've discussed should echo into, time, however that is. Whether if it's in the hearts of people, propagating the message that we speak of in here, or some documented, video or whatever. Like we wouldn't strive so hard for excellence if it was not for the end game of having people actually be able to, in some way, propagate this information forward.
Yeah, but like Yoda said, we need the right people. We all due respect to Josh, I don't think he's the right person.
Yeah, but maybe he knows somebody that we would like to speak to. That's kind of what I was alluding to. Like he might not be the guy, but because he's working at a capacity where he probably rubbed elbows with the guy we want to talk to, he might be a way in. You know what I mean? Like,
I know it's from my viewpoint. The commercial space industry is a grift. It's just it's just like AI. It's just like all these other, feeding frenzy at the government trough nonsense. And that where the meat really meets the bone would be in somewhere in the military industrial complex. It wouldn't be fucking some private company.
Yeah. Okay. So just like Yoder stated in the chat, you couldn't mention that publicly. So it's a shame, right? It's a shame. I mean, that's where we're at with the kind of like the whole documentary. Like, if we're going to actually put something out there, it's like we'd have to have a conversation with people that know what's going on. If we don't, then it's just going to be us talking to people who have heard it, maybe the 3 people removed from the actual person, I don't know if that's going to help.
It was funny. Well, I mean, I just think it was funny. He was talking about, hey, there's all these little teeny companies. Yeah, me and Radwin got a company going on. We got the moon selfie company where you zoom in from the moon, right? Just give us a bunch of money. We'll do it eventually. Trust us, bro.
And we're looking for investors because we're going to do the live shot where you get like a 10-second clip of you walking in your yard from the moon.
Well, there was a company that works with a satellite that actually zooms in. I don't know if it's proprietary tech or not, but there was a movie that I seen. What was it? The one with Will Smith, The State of the Union or something, where they had a satellite that would focus right down into like a quarter or whatever. Like, what type of that was back in what 2008 or 9 or some bullshit.
So I'll handle the photography. I'll just send a drone up over their house when they're whatever. They won't know who's got a drone. Just send it up real high. You can't hear it. And I'll just take pictures and zoom in a little bit. And that'll be your shot from the moon when we get down.
I'll hold
and then
a
we do a
fishing pole with a little model satellite in front of the camera so we can pretend we got a satellite accidentally in the shot.
Of course. Well, that's just another layer in... what do I use? Is it on this one? Anyway, that's that's the satellite layer. Make it curved a little bit so it looks like the rest of the photographs that ever come from space.
But if y'all actually want to do anything, like actually execute, right? Because I've offered a few times to folks. Like I had a meeting with the Secretary General a few months back, and like I was talking to some of the folks over in Aether Cosmology, and I was like, hey, if you want to put together like talking points or like questions, like I'd be more than happy to like at least have a conversation, because that's like half my role within the UN is the youth perspective. I'd be more than happy to, but they never actually followed up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to see if anything can be actually taken from a conversation with an individual such as that, or maybe he's not the guy. Maybe he's not the guy we want to talk to, and that's the other thing. We have on our side, we need to actually see which guy we really want to speak to, and if you have even access to talk to those people, because it sounds like the guys we want to talk to, probably you don't have the ability or access to actually have those conversations with those people, because they would be kind of in the realm of the information that we need would be a bit more sensitive, and that's kind of like how we're going to have that convo, It'd be,
well, I mean, are you interested in like satellite operators? Like, you would have to you'd have to figure out specifically what information you're looking for, and then we could figure out who to go talk to. Like, and if it is somebody that I can't get access to, like I'll be open and honest about it. But you need to figure out, you need to like actually put a line in the sand and figure out what information you need to figure out. Right. What questions do you want to ask? And then we can go from there.
Yeah, Yoder's basically responding to what you're saying right now.
Don't necessarily know, right? Like, but like we go talk to the satellite operators, or talk to the executives. Like if you want to do a full canvas, like whatever you want to do. But I'm just saying, like, hey, if you establish what good looks like, or what the objective is, right? We could figure out a plan of like, who would have that
plan of
information
action.
and who we can go.
Well, that's the thing, Josh. 24/7 has always been a cut above, so we're not going to be going to like some mediocre standard, kind of documentary presentation. We're going to have a really high standard for what we're going to be putting out. So that's why I'm saying we would elect somebody who's going to represent, whoever's going to be out there and talking to the people. So it wouldn't just be like carte blanche, like me or someone else. We'd all take a vote, probably talk about who's going to do it, how they're going to do it, what questions are going to be asked. Like, so this isn't just kind of like your standard. This is something serious, like somebody should take serious. So
yeah, I agree.
That's why it's important. Like when we're discussing this, who's going to be and put in front, and also what questions are going to be asked, and who we need to talk to. So
and
that's why
y'all have access to my LinkedIn. My LinkedIn has my resume, which has my contact info on it. If you want to set something up, get a chat going, like, I'm open and accessible. Happy to help. All right, time to find a coffee shop.
By the way, thanks for offering, though, Josh. Anyway.
Yeah, no, that's like I said, I don't debate in these rooms. I don't, but I'm here to, I personally think that the space industry is too elitist, and not accessible enough. Things have shifted over the past like 15 years, and part of that should be, more open communications with folks.
That could
be not a huge fan of ITAR.
Check this out. This could be one of the questions that gets part of the lumped into the ones that we asked. The statement you just made.
Oh, 100%.
What if? Yeah, I mean that's not like a crucial point of like knowledge for us, but like that could be something, as in like what we were discussing earlier. Like you have to shake the right hands and be in the right place, and that sort of thing. That could be another thing that we talk about, as to like why there's a projection of like what it's supposed to look like formally if you want to apply for, something like you want to be an astronaut or something. It doesn't happen in the manner in which people think it does. You know what I mean? Like that could be another rabbit trail that people didn't know about, or they're just assuming it's just that way. And we could prove within this documentary that it's not that way either. Like, you know what I mean? Breaking down the walls of like
how this works,
like what is real and what isn't.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, y'all put some stuff together. I'm happy to kick the tires on it, and yeah, I mean, a lot of these commercial entities, as long as you're a U.S. person, right, that you have access to, at least getting in the facility and talking to folks. And I know for a fact, at least the majority of these small commercial operations aren't doing classified work. It's mostly all in the open. So it's just, a U.S. ITAR stuff, not security clearance stuff. Yeah, Yoda, those are great questions. Like there's folks on console all day, every day.
Yeah, he did make a good point right there, what he just said. We already know that information. Yeah. And he said it before too. It's kind of like what everybody doesn't realize. There's actually a black box in the black box. So we don't know information that's locked behind those doors. And that would be the kind of information that would be crucial for us establishing a documentary that would present to the world whether or not we can decide the information we're receiving is one that they're being forthcoming with, that the Earth is a globe. And why not, right? Because like you said, if it's this elitist group of people and they're not allowing people to know more, like, wouldn't you want everybody to know this? Wouldn't you want to present the world with this information?
Correct.
Why would you hide it behind closed doors? It's not something. Okay, let's put it this way. It's not something that should be put behind closed doors. It should be something accessible to every human. If it was our right as a race of humans, right, to roam around the galaxy, like we'd want to know this. Like why is it shut behind closed doors? You know what I mean? Like who gave them the permission to do that? You know what I'm saying?
And hell, if we get the door slammed in our faces, or like things, seem off, like that's more ammo for y'all. And I
exactly
have to go look in the mirror for a little while, right? Like and try to figure out where my house of cards fell apart, right?
That's exactly what I've been talking about, Josh. So that would be even worse, right? Because why would they this late in the game be withholding information? If they're saying that they're making space accessible to every human in the future, it's going to be for everyone. And like, okay, so why are you still holding back the knowledge? Like, oh, because you think another country is going to hold on to this and it's going to be about, China versus the US, or like, what is that the reason? Like, is that good enough reason not to let people know? You get what I mean?
Well, you just remind me of that crazy argument people make. Like, there's 148 space agencies and with hundreds of thousands of employees. Well, how come, like, when you try to drill down and get into the weeds on this shit, you end up with something that's classified? If everybody's doing it, then it's not a secret, right?
Man, that's what I'm talking about, Indio.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense how it's simultaneously a secret and public. Like that doesn't jive, dude. It's contradiction.
Wait, I need Yoder to chime in on this, bro. Like, Yoder, help me out, brother. Like, I'm saying the same thing that Indio's saying, that I'm telling Josh. Like, this is the thing that, okay, we're at a very crucial moment in history where there should be a crossover where we're not withholding information from people anymore. Maybe at some point it was back in the day when there was this quote unquote Cold War going on, and like you couldn't let the other countries know what we were doing. But isn't it supposed to be like today? Like now everything's become available to all of humanity, like knowledge. We got AI. Like, why is it still gate kept, dude? Why is it still held behind closed doors? Like, it's enough of that already. Let's kick down the doors and say, okay, now the world wants to know. Okay, we all want to know. Are you showing us that the Earth is a globe or not? Like,
it's a cultural thing. Like, there's a lot of old heads that are still operating in that Cold War mentality, which is why I want to point y'all towards some of these newer commercial entities, like these startups, but more so like large funded companies, medium size, like a couple hundred people. They've got a couple $100 million in backlog contracts. They're building hardware, launching, operating, etc. But like for example, my first gig out of school was working for the Aerospace Corporation, which is sort of like the think tank for the DoD. And my manager, who is like pretty close to retirement, still referred to the NRO as the customer, because the NRO was a black agency until like the early 90s when it was declassified under the Clinton administration. And this was like mid 2010s at this point. And my manager was still not comfortable with even saying the words NRO. And like, I was on a call, I don't even know who I was on. It was like Friday. Last Friday, I was on a call with a commercial entity whose main customer, like the data that they sell their stuff to, is the NRO. And the guy was like, yeah, I mean, we would love to, get this service at a price where we're able to still like pass it along to our customer, which, I can say is the NRO, which still seems weird. And I was like, dude, they've been declassified for 30 years. What are we doing here? So there's still like some cultural stuff as far as like folks that have been around the block for a while. They still want to have close hold on things that are technically public information.
That's exactly what I'm alluding to in this conversation. Is like, if we're already past the mark of like things being classified and held behind closed doors for reasons of national security, if that's not a concern anymore, then why are we still in the same mentality of, well, space is for everyone, but just not knowing how to get there is not for everyone? So,
I mean,
what do we do at this point, bro? Like, I mean, I'm actually asking you as somebody who's actually moved up in ranks, and you're working in a satellite program. So wouldn't you want to know this information too? This documentary would be for you too. It's for everyone. It would be for everybody that is curious about the questions that we all want to know, that we can't ask because it's like you said, these old heads have kind of a monopoly on the information. So how are we going to move forward now? Like, are we just going to accept that they're never going to disclose the information between the black box and the black box?
Yeah.
Like, we're just going to sit here and accept it?
How come NASA is allowed to fail so much?
What do you mean? Like, just like schedule delays and like,
No. Like, since I've been alive, they've had a lot of ambitions. And a lot of those ambitions, like, oh, we're going to do this. And then they do it for a while, like half a decade. And then it gets shit canned. And then they say, no, we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to do this other thing. And then they do that for a decade, and then that gets shit canned. They say, well, the government, like, how are they allowed to fail so much? It produced so little.
So you said, I find it interesting, you said half a decade, and then you said a decade, which lines up with...
Well, it varies. It depends on what they say they're doing, right? Like, it depends on what they say they're doing, right? Like, because they say, well, like, say, we're gonna send a freaking, a rover to Venus. And then they have some project, and then it gets shit canned a half a decade in. Or they'll say, we're going to go to the moon, which has been, I don't know what they're going on now, 50 years?
Yeah, agreed.
So it's like a lot of these things get canceled, right? Like their spacesuits that they're supposed to send to the moon, right? They've been through like 3 contractors, and now they've kicked the can down the road for another year until the spacesuits are ready. I thought they already did that shit.
Yeah, so I mean, you said half decade and then a decade. That lines up pretty closely with the amount of time it takes for a single term president or a double term president, and then on the back end, like a new guy comes in and changes the priorities because they installed her, like, because NASA admin is a political appointee. Like the head of the agency is appointed by the president. So when a new president comes in, they pick their guy. And if you plotted the data points from when like large NASA programs were canceled, I'm looking back at like Constellation or Gateway or ISS follow shuttle, like the shuttle, the fully reusable shuttle program. Apollo,
I get it, bro. I get it that it's politically motivated. The money grab is politically motivated in it. Like a new president comes in and he wants to stick his name on the moon. So he's like, "Oh, we'll do this project," and then Bush is like, "I'm going to Mars." And
exactly.
Like,
and Obama's like, "We're going to an asteroid," and then Trump says, "We're going to the moon," and then Biden says, "We're staying with that," and then Trump comes in a second time and says, "Actually, we're going to Mars."
We're going to Uranus.
No.
Yeah, that's where they're all going. They're all going in all our Uranuses, dude. Fucking all of them.
People are tired. People just are tired of the shell game, though. That's what.
It's like if we think of any other government endeavor, there's nothing like this, really, where it's tolerated to just like do things like this. Even like, I think of like the military, right? The Defense Department. They'll start a project that they know is going to fail, that they don't even want, and it still keeps going, right? It like has this, to even get appropriation, you have like this inertia that's unstoppable. But not with NASA. It's just like it starts and then it stops, starts and then it stops.
Yeah, I mean, I would point towards the DoD having a budget that's 32 times greater than NASA at its peak. And now NASA is like 40% less than that. So, we're talking like over 50, 60 times the budget. So if you have the money to spend, right, you're able to, use it or lose it, right? Whereas with NASA, they're spread pretty thin with the amount, yes, their budget is huge. We're talking billions of dollars, but the amount of things they're trying to do with that budget is even bigger than that, right? So you don't have the funding to execute quickly on these programs, and so that like causes things to linger and move slower, and then it took over 4 years, there's a new president in office, they're going to completely change the direction of the agency, and so it's a combo between having the budget to program ratio is rough, and being at the whims of the president and the executive branch.
Yeah, but budget appropriations isn't their only source of revenue, right? It's. Have you ever looked at their CAFRA, their annual financial report?
Oh yeah, we did that
billions in assets, dude. And I have this question because it wasn't in the CAFRA. If I print T-shirts with a NASA logo on it, do I gotta pay them royalties?
There's a form you have to file to get access to license the logos.
So it is like,
but you have to. Yeah, but it's not. You don't pay to license it. Like you just had to fill out the paperwork.
Well, maybe they should start collecting royalties so we can go back to the moon.
Those streetwear brands that have the NASA worm logo on them, and
yeah, but are these exclusive licenses? They got to be getting something, dude. There's no way they're not getting anything. This is America, bro. Nothing's free here.
No, as long as you follow the style guide, right? There's a whole booklet that says how you're allowed to use the logo, and as long as you're within those bounds and you filed the paperwork to let them know you were using it. I don't. Last time I checked, you didn't have to pay for it.
Can I put a NASA logo on a Gleason's map?
I think there's a misrepresentation clause in the terms of service.
What am I misrepresenting?
Can you pull up the terms of service, that clause for us, and post it? So I want to read it.
I have absolutely no idea. So I'll do that. I'll do that when I get to the coffee shop. I'm currently driving. But yeah, no, I'll grab the style guide for you.
Well, my point is that there's like I always like when there's doing something, I go, okay, what are like situated people doing? And it just seems like government operations that are like situated don't act like NASA acts. Like, why doesn't NASA have the world's largest green screen? Why do they own that?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Like, it's at Michoud Heavy Vehicle Manufacturing Center in Michoud, Louisiana, and instead of building rockets in that space, they're filming fucking Wolverine and shit. Which obviously they get paid to do, right? They have a lot of side hustles going on, is what I'm saying.
I mean, I'd tell you that that's probably like single percentage points of the their overall budget.
Hollywood,
but well, I'm
Hollywood
just saying
don't
these
pay
quote
fucking
unquote
chump change, dude.
side hustles. Oh, I know, I understand, but you know, it's a government agency; it's all public. I'd be interested to look at their more recent.
You know, at this Michoud, they also do all the federal payouts, like the payroll. The entire federal payroll is processed at this Michoud Space Vehicle Launch Center. Heavy
for
vehicle,
the entire federal
heavy
government?
lift vehicle,
or all of NASA.
But yeah, all for the entire federal government.
No, I'd love to look at a primary source on that. That's interesting.
There's like a little documentary they fucking put out about it, where they're talking about it. Where they're talking, it's like a documentary about the center and all the stuff they do and about how big the facility is and blah 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 and all the crap they do there. One of the things they said they do is they do all federal payroll. It's all processed there. They're not green screening that. It's a fake green screen check. I want the real check. Nobody does checks anymore. Does anybody even know what a check is anymore?
We got some new people that just jumped in. Welcome to the group. We got Tickham that just joined. You guys have any questions for this room about the topic of the room? Do you guys measure any of the Earth being a globe at any time, or know somebody who can? Hello. How about Gilbert or GIWRGOS? We got Vi in the chat as well. Welcome.
So, Josh, what do you think about the stuff Yoda's presented? The government documents that say NASA was started as a propaganda agency, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
So when did they go, like, we're going to stop faking it, now we're going to do it for real? Like, when did that happen?
No, I think the propaganda is through doing it for real, right? Like it's a flex, right? We're going to dump 4% of our 4% of our GDP into this program that is developing technologies that the rest of the world doesn't have, or just the USSR is the only one that's even close. And it's a soft power thing. However, I do.
You have been drinking the government Kool-Aid. Dude, you drink all the government Kool-Aid, dude. Save some for the rest of us.
That's why he drank all of mine. That's why I can't follow along.
Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm a big guy. I need multiple doses.
Dude, you've been doing like fucking funneling at fucking Jonestown. Like funnel that shit. Go, go, go.
I'm more of a. I'm actually gotten to the point where I like reduce it down. You know, little. You know, if the Kool-Aid is cocaine, I'm just doing crack rocks over here.
You're just going straight to the source.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, if it be the creator's will, man, I hope that there would be a documentary that we actually collaboratively put together and put in front of the world's eyes.
I was gonna say I'm a big fan of side quests. This would be a pretty good side quest.
Yeah, but this might get you more reasons to think about where you're at in life with what you're doing.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Well, I mean, work with my therapist a good bit. Like you gotta the big thing that I'm focused on is focusing on the people, right? Like anything you do,
your side quest could be counting the number of NPC resets on your side quest.
Hey, therapist, will you give him a run for his money or her money?
Oh yeah, no, I got a lot of fucked up shit going on. Definitely make use of it.
Yeah, we'd have a little segment of like a little animation at the bottom. How many doors get closed when we ask these questions?
Oh, 100%.
Number one,
close. Little montage of saying, "Get the fuck out of here."
Yeah. And fingers being pointed in the opposite direction.
Hey, Josh, have you ever seen the interview of the deputy director of the Hubble Space Program and the SOHO Discover team phone interviews? Have you ever seen those? Done by Robert Mazzano?
I don't think I have.
I'll post them in the chat, dude. You got to hear it for yourself. There's no way to describe it. He was just going through the NASA, called NASA. He's just going through the extensions, and nobody was there for some reason. And he eventually got someone. He got the deputy mission director for this Hubble Space Program, and just asked some questions. He's been there 30 years and had never seen the Hubble telescope, which is kind of odd. Yeah, I'll post the interview in the side chat. Like, it's worth listening to. The SOHO one is kind of like SOHO Discover. It's kind of some horse shit in there too. They kind of like just like, they're just kind of like just making shit up. But the deputy mission director, he was actually pretty honest about what he was saying. When I say making stuff up, is they're just like, the sun is freaking freaking 6,000 degrees in the center, and it's a million degrees on the outside, and just like they're just trying to like sell them on their model or whatever of the sun, because it's so close to see the solar observatory or whatever. Anyway, I'll post it in the chat.
I appreciate it.
Now, this person that does the interview was also in military intelligence. So, I mean, actually, he was like, take a military counterintelligence, quite honestly.
That's an interesting field, isn't it?
Yeah, man, because one technique is to plant lies, right? Is to fish out moles by planting lies and to find out how it comes back to you, right? You give false intelligence. and to see where it goes, right?
I mean, NFL football teams do that a lot to figure out if they have a mole to the press.
Hey, YouTube. Kironi looks like short and otherwise a name.
Is that one of the demons from Dante's Inferno just come in here?
Yeah, I was gonna say I was hallucinating. That was some interesting vocalizations. Ah, damn! I'm glad I'm not going to the office today. Fucking bloodbath. 5% of everybody getting laid off.
You try to stick your head in the sand.
Ooh, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of pissed off people though. They're probably cleaning out their desk right now.
Oh, dude, go to work with a bulletproof vest, bro.
Yeah, no, I am not. That's why I got my that's why I got my shots today, so I could just text my boss and be like, "Yo, doctor's appointment. I'm working from home today."
And then they try to take you in with them too. Like, hey man, you don't disagree that this is all a bunch of BS? You're like,
Well,
I'm
so
just trying to get to my desk.
my floor. Yeah, I was gonna say my entire floor at HQ2 is all Kuiper folks, so we have like an extra level of security for ITAR, and so the entire floor is exempt. But I just don't feel like walking through the lobby and dealing with folks walking out with all their stuff in a box.
How do you know you didn't get shit canned?
Our
he said he's
program was exempt. Yeah, our program was exempt. Because it's
you might want to go just to check to see if your key card works.
No. My laptop still works. Everything. I talked to my boss about it last night. It's like, yeah, no, we're exempt.
He's thinking, hey man, am I still gonna have a job by the morning? He's like, yeah. Don't worry about it, man. You'll be all right.
I mean, my boss is great. My boss, I would take a bullet for my manager.
What if they X your manager too, man? They took all of you out. You're like, and get rid of him too, man. They do it all kind of like mobster style. Yeah, get rid of this guy.
No. I was talking to my wife about that, and like, because her aunt also works for Amazon in like a different part of the company. So I was texting her this morning to like see if she got laid off. She didn't, but I was talking to her last night. I was like, yeah, all the side quests, all like the space adjacent, like work adjacent stuff I do. If I ended up getting shit canned, I'd find a new job pretty quick, just because of like all of the extracurriculars I do. And she was like, oh, I didn't even think about that. I was like, yeah, so like when I'm out working late or doing shit on Saturdays or stuff like that, it's it's because I enjoy doing it, but also there's intangible benefits. All that jazz.
What's the motivation? What's the motivation for their toilet flush?
I think the official talking point or like the company line is we're becoming more efficient due to AI usage, and that we overhired too much during the post-pandemic capital bubble.
Okay. Like where are they firing? Is it like just across the board? Like
there's
because
a lot of
GE,
HR folks.
General Electric used to do this thing where like that they would always shit can the bottom 10% performing people every year. They just kept cycling like that.
Oh yeah, so that's normal. That's outside of layoffs. At Amazon, it's the bottom 6% get not laid off, but basically fired for performance every year. So about 20,000 folks a year. Not 20,000, like 16, 17,000. But this is in addition to that. But it's across the board. A lot of HR folks, program managers. It's all corporate folks. Like at the same time as they're laying off all these people, we just posted like 250,000 seasonal roles at all of the fulfillment centers. So this is This is white collar, not putting stuff in boxes.
So it's basically like a Thanos snap, because you want to make everything better, right? So you got to get rid of 50% of all the people that contribute.
Decreases your labor spending, right? And our third quarter earnings call is later this week, so they're also probably trying to, increase investor confidence and keep the stock price up by showing like, hey, we're, our numbers aren't as good, but we just, fired 15K to help decrease our labor spending to increase our profit margins.
What's I know this doesn't matter anymore. What's the price to earnings?
Actually, I have no idea. I don't look at the stock at all. I have coworkers and friends that work at Amazon that are like, well, no. Some people do. Like, people are like, oh man, we did this product announcement and the stock went up 2% today. And I'm like, no, I mean, I've got my RSUs that'll vest. I don't even think about it. It's not worth my time or my anxiety.
Typically, they do a layoff when they want to so they're trying to shore up their financial position. So they have, on paper, it looks like they have less outlays, right? So typically they try to do this before they borrow a bunch of money. And to me, I think that's why I'm asking you. I would say Amazon must be cash positive, but they might want to do a buyback. I mean, I don't know. I don't really follow Amazon's corporate doings that good. I just know, just generally, when you get a layoff, that means they're trying to do something else, right? They're not laying people off because any reason other than they're just trying to shave something off the balance sheet so they can do something else. So they can add some other crap onto it that's different.
Well, they made $90 billion in profit last year. That's not even revenue. I don't know. It could be going better, right? They're looking at NVIDIA and AMD and all these, the AI, not circle jerk, but cyclical economy between NVIDIA, Oracle, OpenAI, and wanting to get in on that. So I don't know. They're definitely implementing a ton of AI features for corporate employees. I have an LLM that's on my computer all the time for everything I do now.
Well, what maybe they want to do some crazy fucking data center build out, right? Just go on a data center freaking building spree. But
I mean, they're already doing that. That's my county, right?
But 10xing it is what I'm talking about. It's 10xing it. You know what I mean?
Right, so, they're going to leverage. So with the Fed dropping rates, the Fed's going to be dropping rates. They're laying people off. They're going to take advantage of a fatter margin somewhere. I definitely track their capital expenditures.
Oh man, so you see how much money we're spending on Kuiper then?
Well, there's probably some freaking tax freaking bullshit for that. There's probably some incentive, some government freaking incentive to do space nonsense.
That program,
the same way there was some incentive.
Yeah, they launder the money through that program.
Yeah, exactly. That's where the shuttle boats to Epstein Island are funded.
And you heard me saying the P there, Indio?
No, I didn't.
34.18.
Jesus fucking Christ. Before the 2000s, the historical, a safe PE was 11. And it hasn't been near that. And well, I mean, that's still the safe margin, but that rule of thumb has been ignored for about freaking 2 decades. It's crazy.
We're due for a big correction.
Well,
correction's a nice way. That's very diplomatic.
It all depends on how much. It all depends on how much growth there is with Amazon. That as if there's more and more growth, I would expect that PE to be higher than if there's not potential growth. So I think I remember somewhere around 2000, Amazon being like 128 PE or something like entirely asinine.
Yeah, I think it was like 300 at one point because they were losing money. Remember?
I was referring to the
Amazon was
market as a
losing
whole.
money for a long time.
Yeah, they were losing money hand over fist, but their stock price just kept going through the sky.
I was going to say, Kuiper is quite expensive. They signed like the largest launch contract in human history, and we bought like 80 something rockets with one contract. It was like
from who?
6-7 billion.
From who? The Russians?
SpaceX, Blue Origin, Arianespace, and ULA.
What? Why would they do that?
Because we need launch vehicles to get satellites up.
Like if you have like a fleet of vehicles, the more models you have, the harder it is to maintain the fleet.
Oh, I agree. But we need such a high volume.
Why don't they just license SpaceX's tech, right? Build a fucking clone factory of what they're doing and just make your own rockets under license.
They have no incentive to do that because Kuiper is a direct competitor with Starlink.
Yeah, money talks, bullshit walks, as they say.
Stop the cap. You guys are sending up your payloads in their vehicles, so I don't know, man.
So how long until Amazon sues SpaceX for anti-competitive monopolistic practices?
I mean, their reusable rocket tech makes them way cheaper than. Actually, no, it doesn't make them way cheaper. It makes their internal costs way lower. They price competitively because they're the only one that is able to reuse the first stage, but allows them to operate, at like 40% the cost of any other launch provider.
What's the turnaround on the first stage?
Like 2 days.
They can use it again. 2 days. They can reuse it in 2 days.
Oh yeah, like 48 hours, I think.
Okay, what's the failure rate? Like how many do you get out of it?
30 plus launches is the record right now.
Who's liable for when they explode?
I think SpaceX is, but you usually get insurance.
Who the fuck would insure that?
It's a good question. Space insurance is a weird business.
I'm in the space insurance business.
I say
I didn't say right. Fucking
yeah, I'm in.
He sells meteorite insurance.
Yep, I sure do. $39.95 a month. $10 million if that space rock hits your house or your dwelling.
I sell
credits from space.
Yeah, I'm gonna start selling title insurance on the moon.
Yeah, you can get sections of the moon.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell title insurance, man. Like if you get somebody that comes and says they own that piece of moon, and they roll against you, I'll pay out, man. I promise.
It's the outer space treaty. You can't own celestial bodies.
Beg to differ.
Oh, brother. Yeah, like once you're on the celestial body, you just start your own government, okay? Dude, like, who the fuck, bro? Like, are you serious? Did you just say
he was talking? Yeah, he was talking about maritime law. Yeah.
My God, brother.
It would be illegal to do that.
Yeah, where?
to get to that place, you had to go launch from Earth, and the launching state has liability for all actions and hardware of the thing they launched into space.
Yeah. So, who has jurisdiction?
The launching state would have jurisdiction over you, not the land you're on.
Ah, okay. So we're slaves.
So it would be act of treason against the United States.
Well, that's impossible. It's actually not possible to be treasonous against the United States. And all
you know what I mean.
And all death warrants for treason, it was always against the person. It was never against the frickin' body politic like in the United States. So without the person to commit treason against, that's just dead letter law. This goes back. I can actually.
You know what I mean.
Called Calvin's case. Well, no, I do. Do you know what I mean? That's like they don't have jurisdiction in space. The law that would apply would be the same as maritime law. Amy brought it up, right? So
correct.
So like when you left England, and this is the problem that the people had in America, they wanted the rules of that they had in Britain. They wanted the common law to apply to them, but they weren't in England. They were in America. Okay, so they were like, "Go fuck yourself. You're under the maritime law because you're in a foreign land." So once you leave your little frickin' rocket ship, you're in a foreign land. Now they could probably try to, like you claimed, treason against the United States, claim jurisdiction over the person. But like, bro, good luck, dude. Try to enforce it. Yeah, go fly to the moon and arrest me. Go fly to Mars and arrest me.
No, I get it. I'm not saying you can't do that, right? But I'm saying that they would have the ability to prosecute you.
I just can't believe they even wrote it down, dude. Like seriously, it's some crackhead shit right there, bro.
They try to codify it, Indio.
Isn't this what the movie Foundation is about? That book or something?
Yeah, but how would you enforce it? How would you enforce it though? What's the level of enforcement there? What are you gonna chase somebody down on the Sea of Tranquility? Like what's going on, bro?
I have no idea. It hasn't been. This is all hypothetical. But I mean, if I was a state, if I was a nation state that was going to be launching a sizable number of people to a celestial body, like I would practice pretty hard control over the license to launch and operate, right? Because if I have suspicion that they would break the outer space treaty, I could say based on that suspicion, I'm not going to grant you a license to leave, to launch from one of our spaceports.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know their ulterior motives until they actually land in the place. And let's say if this whole thing was even a thing that was possible, once they set foot on that body, you had no jurisdiction whatsoever, except for when they set foot back on the craft. Because that craft was,
even if you're not on the craft, you have jurisdiction over the person.
Oh hell no, nope.
That's a legal fiction. Anyway.
Yeah.
Dog the Bounty Hunter would make bank, though. I will tell you that. He'd be like, "You're gonna pay me $500,000 plus my operating costs." So it's $200 million for the rocket. It's Dude, this is like a movie. Did they ever remake this movie?
They explore the concept a little bit in For All Mankind, the TV show on Apple TV, about like a mutiny on a moon base. I think it's end of season 1 of the show. It's like an alternate history where the Soviets got to the moon first, and so the space race never ended. Good show.
Yeah, but dude, ain't never gonna happen is the title of that new movie.
Oh, it's 100% a fantasy. Yeah. But this argument's hypothetical. But it's something that we do talk about at the Space Policy Institute at GW, or George Washington University in DC. Like we did like a whole like model UN like war games assignment based off this scenario as one of our projects in the class.
You got lawyers there too?
No, I mean it was a bunch of graduate students in technology policy, but it was a classroom exercise.
But don't you need lawyers for stuff like that though?
To form policy, no. To prosecute, yes.
Well, because there's always a bridge between government policy and the law, right? Because it's kind of doing the same thing.
Yeah,
policy's kind of saying what the law should be, whereas the lawyers write down like the actual execution of it, like
exactly.
to codify it.
It's like strategy versus like a program manager.
But actually, you guys can come up with any policy, but you're going to need to sieve that through some lawyer that tells you whether it's actually legal, lawful.
Yeah, but you're not talking about you're not talking about moon policy anymore, Indio. We're talking about Earth. The policies on the moon don't operate the same as they do on Earth. So,
so this is the thing. Like, if somebody can compel you to be a citizen or a subject or something like that, then you're a fucking slave. Because you don't have a choice. You get that, right? I'm like, yeah, dude, I want to expatriate to the fucking moon. And they're like, no. You're a slave. Guess no one wants to touch that one.
It's a good
I agree with
you there. Like you just need to file paperwork. Like it's open, but it's at the discretion of the regulatory agencies.
Yeah, boy.
Like I ran the regulatory affairs team at one of these small organizations. That was my previous gig before Amazon. Like we were able to do, like, it was pretty laissez-faire. I basically it's the same thing with like the NASA license, right? I just had to, the NASA like logo licensing, I just had to file the paperwork and send it to them. Like there wasn't a ton of like digging into what we wanted to do, but you just gotta make sure you do your paperwork. If they wanted to close things off, they could. It's just like, you submit paperwork to the FAA, to the FCC, and to NOAA, and they give you a license to go do whatever you want to do. Past performance of the company, you don't need past performance of the company, but it's helpful to have past performance of the person who's filing the license request. So, like, when I was running the regulatory affairs team, I had to, I had experience at, like, I boomeranged. I was at Amazon and I left to go to the startup, and then I came back to Amazon. But because I had like worked with the Space Bureau at the FCC, it was a little bit easier for me to get my foot in the door when I was running my own team, but I still had like outside counsel that had been doing this shit for like years, and they were able to sort of bend the ear of the folks that I needed to get approval from. But yeah, no, you're not starting a launch facility in your backyard. The FAA is not going to let you do that. Honestly, the biggest thing against you would be NEPA, like the Environmental Protection Act, and then your neighbors getting to vote on the rezoning of your land. If you go dig into like the Camden County spaceport in Georgia, that's been proposed. It actually got put on a referendum to rezone the land to turn it into a spaceport down on the coast south of Savannah, and they, the community voted against it because they didn't want to deal with the noise.
What's a spaceport?
Well, if you're going to go to space, you need
facility?
a spaceport.
There's 4 of them in the U.S. Brownsville, Cape Canaveral, Mid-Atlantic at Wallops Island, and Vandenberg out in California. Actually, no, 5. Kodiak up in Alaska.
Yeah, good thing too. They're about to commercialize space, so
We should be able to take a rocket from Alaska
get
and land in
ready.
Florida then at Florida Spaceport. So you should be able to send people in like 15 minutes now.
Point to point. Well, you don't land at a spaceport. You land in the ocean if you're doing a return mission.
What the fuck? That doesn't sound like a port to me.
Yeah, sorry. No point to point yet.
Yeah, the Globies don't want to hear you land in the ocean. That's not very good, Josh. You gotta. You land in another spaceport.
Nah, it's in the ocean. Or they've done a couple re-entries in like White Sands out in Utah. But there was a startup, Varda, that wanted to do a re-entry, and the FAA wouldn't give them a license, so their shit was stuck up there for like 6 months before because they were doing like drug manufacturing in low Earth orbit. And they ended up like getting a permit from the Australian government to land in the do re-entry in the outback because the U.S. wouldn't let them come back down.
They had a manufacturing plant floating around.
For Varda, the drug manufacturing?
Yes.
Maybe not floating around, but their CEO is pretty active on Twitter. I'm sure if you send him a DM, he'd answer your questions. It's VARDA. They're doing they launch a little capsule up. It does zero gravity or microgravity manufacturing of like certain crystal structures in drugs that can't be done on Earth, and then the capsule comes back down.
Sounds expensive.
It is.
Sounds like horse shit.
I mean, y'all can go kick the tires on it. They've landed like 4 or 5 capsules now.
Special medicine. Is it special medicine? Costs a lot of money.
I have no idea.
Kick those tires. Take it. Get your flu shot and then pop that pill. Bro, dude, Radwin, we're gonna be rich, man. New grift, man.
I know.
Space pill. Oh, dude, this pill was in fucking space. That's why it's so expensive. Dude, a whole new product line. Just put it in space for like 5 seconds and be like, fuck, dude, this shit was in space. I have to charge you 5 times what it's worth.
Yeah, because the way you would normally make it, you can't make it at all on Earth. So you have to send it to where there's no gravity, and then it makes it. That's crazy.
I mean, I'm sure if you looked around, they're pretty new. I think they're like Series A right now.
Gravity in space, right?
Well, yeah, but you're in constant free fall because you're going sideways so fast.
Yeah, but it doesn't change the fact that there is gravity.
Yeah, but I'm saying like the mass of like the crystalline structures isn't like compressed, so it's able to form in a way that's not possible on the surface of Earth.
If you look at China, they have glass of water.
Why don't they just do it with fluids?
I have no idea. I mean, if you Google, I'm sure you could find a pitch deck floating around somewhere, or like I said, just DM Delian, who's their CEO.
Sure, I could find a guy riding around in a fucking McLaren laughing his ass off.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man.
Oh, he's a private equity guy. This isn't his first like rodeo. I got into a pretty big fight with him on Twitter a couple years ago.
Space crystals, huh? Sounds interesting.
Microgravity.
If you're in LA, they have their capsules that have come down in their facility.
Dude, makes so much sense. You got the homeless tweaker shelter on the moon, and then you got people doing space crystal.
Oh shit!
Sounds about right.
You'd really be tripping out.
Yeah.
The LA is probably the place to be.
Oh,
Hey,
they're
you can
calling
hear
it
the guy.
Gungo now.
You can hear the pusher being like, "Dude, you gotta try this shit."
Made in space.
In a tweaker shelter.
Space drugs. It's not in order. It's just falling with style. That is all it is doing. And microgravity is just a fancy word for saying that they're falling with style.
Correct.
Well, seeing they only have 5 pills, how are they going to do human trials on that?
I actually have no idea. I haven't kicked the tires. I haven't dug into it too heavily as far from like a pharmaceutical point of view. Like I understand the mechanics of like what they're doing from a satellite point of view, but the actual like payload and how they're gonna the product that they're actually making, I have no clue.
Yeah. Mass market. How do you mass market something like that, dude? It ain't even. It's not even feasible. You have to send a shit ton of pills up there to get crystallized, and they come back down. Like, dude.
And then, like, bro, and then you have to start with animal trials, right? Like, so then they got to freaking kill a bunch of animals, then phase 1 clinical trials, and then phase 2, then phase 3 to get to a human being. Dude, you think developing a pharmaceutical is expensive now? Like, Jesus Christ, this is like a fucking $100 billion fucking endeavor. At least. That's probably just to get to the animal trial.
I was gonna say I'd be interested in looking at their pitch deck.
I guess if you could sell somebody on magic space crystals, you could probably get them to pay out whatever it is the drug costs. You know what I mean? It's just like Jack and the Beanstalk, you know? These magical beans. They'll pay whatever, dude. Like,
That's a perfect.
I'm serious, brother.
You sold the fucking cow?
Got these magic beans, bro.
I got the fucking crystals, man. Come on.
Yeah, he got you, man. I got you space crystals. I mean, what do you need, bro? Got
Did
it all right
somebody
here.
say they did all that for 5 pills?
Yeah, that's what I said. Imagine mass marketing that thing.
What the hell?
I mean, just weigh. Did they weigh out the cost factor, or they just like cowboy up? You know, like, oh, we're just gonna send a whole bunch of.
That's why I said I want to look at their pitch deck, because obviously they would have to like, do some like total addressable market analysis and all that jazz to get folks to give them money hypothetically, but I have no fucking clue.
Yeah, and then you gotta go beg Elon for rocket rides and yada yada. Unless they got their own vehicles.
No. They go up on SpaceX, not Winnebago. Not Hitchhiker. What is Winnebago is the name of their capsule that comes back down. I'm trying to remember what the name of the launch is, because like SpaceX does 2 rideshare launches. One is in polar orbits and one is in mid inclination. One of the polar orbit is called Transporter. Basically, it's like a Christmas tree. They like, instead of having like 1 or 2 satellites, they sell a ton of slots for like up to 100 different like customers, and they put them all on one rocket.
Can you give me the electrical diagram for the controller that launches those satellites from the rocket? I want to see what their PLCs are using.
I have no idea. If you Google transporter mission or SpaceX transporter, you can see some of the launch stacks. They look like Christmas trees, but they have like tens of customers on each launch.
I want to see the wiring diagram.
Well, I don't know. I'd be interested to see that as well. I don't know if they have electrical contact with each of the payloads, because it might just be a mechanical interface for deployment. But yeah, like I said, you dig into that a little bit more. Oh, it's gonna bug me. Transporter is polar. I'm trying to remember what the name of their mid inclination one is, because that's the one that Varda uses for their launches. Bandwagon. So if you didn't want to go over the poles, right, you could book a ride on a bandwagon launch that goes to mid inclination, like 45, 50 degrees.
You could get on the bandwagon.
Yeah, they're like the Uber of space. Yeah.
Yeah, no. That's exactly what it is. It's like a ride share. So that
ride share.
XYZ university that just wants to put up something the size of a loaf of bread doesn't have to pay for a whole rocket.
Why are you throwing up small things like that? What are you trying to do?
Some of them are for education purposes. Some of them are for testing out one piece of hardware to get the technology readiness level up. Some of them are actually doing science. Like there's some swarm formation flight concepts out there. But there's a whole conference called SmallSat in Utah, the first week of August every year, where a lot of schools come together and talk about the CubeSat programs they're working on. Like when I was at NASA, the CubeSat program I was working on was called TechEdSat, Technical Education Satellite, and literally the purpose, we had a payload on it. It had a camera and an NVIDIA GPU hooked up to it, so that we could get live footage after deployment. But the main purpose of the mission was just technical education. It was a training program.
Aren't some of the satellites
in a thermovac chamber? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
They're like the size of a football. Those CubeSats, like little tiny satellites.
So smaller than that they can be. They go off a U system, like unit. So like a 1U CubeSat. Each U is a 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter cube. So if I say I'm making a 1U CubeSat, it's just a 10 centimeter cubed little box. Or if I'm working on a 3U CubeSat, it's 30 by 10 by 10, like the size of a loaf of bread, and that goes all the way up to 12 or 24U. But yeah, anywhere from something that could fit in the palm of your hand to the size of a mini fridge.
Do you have any control over that, or is that something that's just released?
No translational control usually. Sometimes the larger ones will have a small cold gas thruster, which is kind of just letting air out of a balloon to do propulsion, a tiny amount. We do have rotational control. So if you wanted to point things, so we'll either use reaction wheels or magnet torquers, which are just coils of wire that you're able to run current through to interact with the magnetic field of the Earth to provide torque. Or reaction wheels, which are basically just a disc that a weighted disc that you're able to spin up, and the force you're using to spin up the disc creates a torque in the opposite direction along the same axis. So there is some amount of control, but nothing too complex.
So the Hall effect thrusters, those are just for big satellites. You don't use those for.
Yeah, you need a ton of power for those. You need kilowatts, and usually the solar panels aren't big enough for a CubeSat. I think they've flown a couple small Hall effect thrusters on CubeSats, but again, that's when you get up to mini fridge size. Yeah, Hall effects usually kick in around 50 kilograms ish or larger. For propulsion.
And then in the bottom image, it's disappeared. That's on a flat surface.
Well,
Well, look.
So what it's about optics. It's about the size of the lens. So the lens in your eye is about 5 millimeters. The lens on a camera is about 6 millimeters, maybe 5. Some of them are smaller. You can look up on the phone. What size?
I see.
So what happens? Let's just what that is. If you get your phone and you flip your phone upside down, so the camera is really close to the floor, so the center of the camera line has its eye level. So what's happening is it's trying to look at the bottom of the can, and because that angle is below 0.02, it can't resolve it. So it just blends in with the floor. And that's what's happening with the can. The same thing with the ships. From your eye level to the water level is a really small angle, and you can't resolve that image. That's all that's happening, my friend.
Well, I'm not gonna try to convince you, but yeah.
I used to be like you, my friend. I went to school the same, taught that it was a ball, the whole lot. The difference is, some of us actually went outside and had a look at the stories we told at school that we live on a ball. But if we live on a ball, we should be able to measure the curvature. And if you can't measure any curvature, that does leave a little bit of a problem.
Okay, but you see, when let's suppose if the Earth is flat, the whole ship would simply get smaller. It would never disappear from the bottom first.
They do get smaller. It's called perspective. So what happens is, as it gets further and further away, because of perspective, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Now, your eye line is still the same height. So the ship gets smaller at the top, top comes down. Smaller at the bottom, bottom comes up. And it converges at your eye line. Now, as we know, from your eye line down to the bottom of the ship is only a very small space. Your eye line to the top of the ship is a big space. So the small angle disappears first. And that's all that happens.
Okay, so you can try an experiment. I'm gonna tell you experiment. Like, take a coin and a curved ball, right? Turn that ball upside down and place the coin on the far side of the ball, and and then just move back. The bottom first will
I understand what you're saying. If you rotate the ball, the coin will slowly come back. I agree with you, because that's exactly what happens. But the problem we've got is you've got to prove that the Earth is the same as the ball. So the ball has curvature, which we can measure. So that means the Earth should have curvature that we should be able to measure. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but just as you said, take those scans, right? Those scans should be the exactly the size of the Earth, or you can say the surface. The
same thing.
Place
the optics
same as the ship. Like, the distance between you and the ship, it should be the same size of the Earth, right?
No, we don't have to do experiments that are the same size. You can scale.
But you just said it, right? You just said it.
I just said what?
You just said it, like the ball should be the size of Earth. So
no. It's a ball. A ball is a ball is a ball. Small ball, big ball, medium-sized ball. They all still are spheres. So if you've got a small one, you should still get the same optical effects as a large one, just on a small scale. It's just the scale is different, that's all. So if you stick the coin to the ball and rotate it, you should watch the coin slowly disappear over the back of the ball. I agree with that as a statement. I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is you still believe you live on a ball. What you haven't done is proven the ball.
Well, you see, it's already proven.
Okay, when did this happen? Because there's quite a few people in this panel that would love to know when that actually happened.
When Earth was proved that it was a sphere, right?
When did that happen? That's the bit we want to know.
Well, I don't remember exactly. I think it was. I think he was Pythagoras, right? Do you know him?
Never met him.
Yeah, like he was Pythagoras. It's a theorem too. Like I think 6 century, like 6 before CE, like before Common Era.
Oh shit! So he's pretty old then.
Yeah, there were scientists who believed that Earth was a sphere, like Aristotle and Pythagoras. They believed, and the first evidence.
So they believed it was. So how did they verify this? How did they actually measure? Because we should be able to go outside. You and me should be able to go outside, and we should be able to measure this curvature. So if it truly is a ball, we should be able to measure. And verify this as a ball.
Yeah, we got images of the Earth after 1950s, right? 19th century, when.
So the images show it's a ball.
Image. Yeah, I can send you the image.
This is where I'm getting to. If the images show that it's a ball, we should be able to measure if it is a ball to verify and prove that it's true.
So you are saying what's the radius of Earth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's already proven that the radius of Earth.
Well, we should be able to measure it and confirm it. Like if I say to you, my computer table is 6 foot wide. How do I prove that to you? I get you to come around, you get out your trusty tape measure, and we measure it.
Yeah.
So we should be able to do the same as the Earth. Somebody said it's a certain size, so let's measure it. Let's go out and check it out. I think that's a good idea.
I think the simplest method when scientists measured was, they choose 2 cities, north and south, I guess, and city A to B, and distance between them measured by road or GPS. So just leave this, or there was a formula D upon Earth's circumference.
So they're already assuming that it's a ball. They're not actually measuring it. They've assumed it was a ball. That's not very good, is it? We want to actually measure it. We want to prove that what they're saying is true and that they're not telling porky pies.
Well, it's your opinion, or your belief, or I don't know, whatever you say.
Belief is just acceptance without evidence. I would like the evidence.
You have the evidence that Earth is flat.
No, there's no evidence. That's the problem. There's no evidence of the ball, no evidence of curvature.
So is there the evidence of flat Earth?
Yes, there is. Would you like me to show you?
Yeah.
Well, what happened, there's this group of guys, Field Engineer Corps, and what they do is they get a high-powered laser, and I'm going to put a little picture up in the side chat so you can understand what I'm talking about. If you think you live on a ball, when we create a tangent to a curve, we can just walk along that tangent or move along and measure the distance between the straight bit and the curved bit. Really, really easy, eh?
Yeah.
So if we get a high-powered laser and we go to a very large lake that's, 20 or 30 miles across, all right? Now, we know that water, flat, level, horizontal, whilst it's at rest. So we're going to go to this big lake when it's a nice calm day and there's no waves and things going on, and we're going to shoot a laser all the way across it, and we're going to set the laser up, make sure it's perfectly horizontal. Now, at our end, we measure the height of the laser from the laser to the water. And then we travel around the other side of the lake and we measure the height from the laser to the water. So at 10 miles, The difference between the laser and the water should be 60 feet. 66 feet? Wait up. Let's put my chart up so I don't forget this.
Yeah.
There's my chart right there. Yoink. Normally someone else chucks it up for me. They must be getting slow. Loading, loading, loading. Yep, so when we go around the other side at 10 miles, it should be 66 feet between the laser and the water. At 20 miles, 266 feet. At 30 miles, 600 feet. And at 40 miles, over 1,000 feet. So if we were to shoot a laser and then go 20 miles around the other side, we would expect there to be a great big gap between the laser and the water. Does that make sense?
Yes, somewhat.
Well, the issue is this has already been done multiple times. There's this group called FE Corps, Field Engineer Corps, that have very expensive lasers. I think one of their little toys is worth about $35,000. And they shoot these lasers across very large bodies of water and over frozen lakes too, which is pretty cool actually. Pardon the pun. And they go and this, and they hit targets. So the only problem we've got, when they're shooting this laser over 10, 15, 20 miles, they should not be able to hit a target at the other end if there's curvature. And these guys clearly hit targets quite comfortably.
I see. Okay.
Would you like me to post up one of their videos for you so you can watch it and then go, oh wow, that's pretty cool?
No thanks, but I really appreciate it.
Not a problem, my friend.
Yeah, I think I got the idea. Just well, thank you, Matrix.
So that's what they mean by measured. So if some of the guys say it's measured flat, the reason they say that is because these guys go out looking for curvature and they can't find it. And they know if they are told it's a ball and it should be a ball, we should be able to measure for a ball, and they don't find any curve. So how's it go? If there's no curvature, there's no ball.
I see. Nice. Okay, thanks, Matrix.
No, you're good, man.
That's my time. Yeah.
If you have any more questions, don't be scared to pop in and ask.
Yeah, of course.
Apparently, I'm a really cranky person, and lots of people don't like talking to me, but the other guys are really nice too. They're normally a lot better than me. So if you do pop in and I'm not here, don't be scared to ask them. They're really cool.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
Not a problem, mate.
That's my time, so have a good day. Bye.
No, you enjoy yourself, my friend. Have a good day. See ya.
Bin Laden, what are you doing here?
Just chilling.
Damn, Bin Laden. I thought they got you a long time ago.
Nah.
Now you're still out there causing mischief?
Yep.
Oh, well, good for you. What brings you to the Flat Earth channel, Bin Laden?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
You just find yourself stumbling around the internet, not knowing where you're going, like some kind of internet drunk?
Absolutely.
Okay, fair enough. Well, can I suggest to you that since you've found your way here, and that's good fortune for you, by the way, that you have a conversation with us about the Earth?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not? Why not indeed? So what do you think the Earth is?
Flat.
You think the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
You don't think it's a spinning ball?
No.
Okay, why do you think it's flat?
Because the ground is flat.
The ground is flat. Okay, how do you know that?
Because I walk on the ground.
Yeah,
And
but
it's
what if
flat.
it's just such a big ball that it seems flat?
Oh.
Well,
No.
that's what they say at school, isn't it? Didn't they teach you in school that you live on a very big ball that looks flat?
I didn't go to school.
You didn't go to school?
No.
Why not?
I just didn't go.
All right. You got no education.
You guys seriously talking about flat Earth?
Yeah.
Like that's the topic?
Yeah, flat Earth. 24/7.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, we're just pointing out that the Earth is not a globe, 24 hours a day, and collecting
So what do
people's
you think?
meltdowns.
What do you think?
Oh yeah, I'm the same. I know that the Earth is not a ball, that it's observed, measured, and practically used as flat. Bodies of water measure flat.
Do you think
Our
it's
everyday
spherical
experience.
or not?
Spherical? No. It can't be flat and spherical. And it measures flat, so that rules out spherical, because if it was spherical, it would measure curve, wouldn't it? I know you didn't go to school, but you know that a sphere
no
has a
idea.
curved surface, right?
Come again?
I said, I know you didn't go to school, but you know that a sphere, a ball, has a
Yeah.
curved surface, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Earth doesn't. So whatever Earth is, can't be that.
Okay.
Understand?
Hmm.
Because think about this. Have you ever heard of anyone who's measured curvature of the Earth?
No.
Exactly. Why do you think you haven't heard of anyone who's measured curvature of the Earth?
No idea.
Because there is no curvature of the Earth to measure. Silly. You understand?
Yeah, I get it.
Yep. So there you go. They're telling people that they live on a giant spinning ball in a vacuum, but the reality being what you experience every day. Just like when you go outside, you don't feel the ground moving around, do you?
No.
No, because it's not moving around. You don't see curvature anywhere over like a body of water. The horizon is flat, horizontal, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what it is. Surface is generally horizontal over a body of water. You see the sun move and the stars move. Yeah? Is that too much?
No, I'm listening.
Okay, so do you see the sun move and the stars move?
Well, you can see the sun move.
Yes. Why do you think you see the sun move?
I don't know, because it sets. And it,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because the sun is moving, right?
Yeah. Yep.
But you understand a lot of people believe that it's not the sun moving and it's actually the ground moving.
Is this what you believe?
No, this is what globe believers believe.
This is what?
Globe believers, people who believe the Earth is a sphere. They think it's the ground spinning that makes it look like the sun is moving.
Oh. Yeah.
Damn, maybe you didn't go to school. Fair enough. Honestly, you're probably better off.
Yes.
Probably smarter for it.
I have a question.
Question? Okay.
Yes. I just has been on Discord like for a time, and I just found this thing, and
Oh, well, lucky you.
I'm just trying to understand, like, in this quote, you like talking about flat Earth. Am I right?
Correct. The lovely flat Earth that you see all around you every single day. I could really just say we're just speaking about Earth. Flat Earth is a bit of a media buzzword. We're just talking about the Earth outside, not on TV, the Earth that we all experience in reality. Yeah?
Well, it sounds like surrealism.
Like what?
Surrealism.
Say that again? You're breaking up.
Thanks for saying trolling, Cyclone. I could be wrong.
That's all right. Let me. I hope so.
Surrealism, like, you know, like something that is like something hyper, something unreal.
Something unreal or real?
Unreal, like you know this phrase of yours, like the world outside.
Yep.
Something. It's like some metaphor.
No. It's not a metaphor. It's when you open your door and you step outside of your house, that earth, that ground, that surface that you walk upon, that's the earth that we're talking about. There's nothing metaphysical or imaginary about it. It is physically real. You understand?
Yes.
Yes. So that physically real surface of earth measures flat, not curved. So it can't be a ball, because I'm sure you would understand that a ball is curved on the surface. That's a curved surface, right? Like a football.
Well, technically, our planet is not a ball, but okay.
Well, technically, the Earth is not a planet, because planets are lights in the sky, and Earth is the ground beneath your feet. They're different things. But you've been taught that they're the same, right?
I think another way, like, just we are on a planet that's somewhere in the galaxy, and that's the definition.
No, that's the made up story that isn't true, though. That's what we're saying. Now, that's not true. You're not the lights in the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars, the planets, they are different from Earth. They are not a type of Earth that you could go to. They're not a place you can visit. It's more like hands on a clock.
Oh, kinda, I agree.
You're kind of angry.
Yeah, kinda, I agree with you.
Oh, you agree with me? That's nice.
Kinda.
You should agree with me. I'm correct.
You know, you like hypnotizing me.
I keep what?
Hypnotizing.
Yeah, I'll hypnotize you. I'll hypnotize you into being a flat earther.
Yeah.
That's what you came here for. Of course. So what do you want to know?
Well, you know, like, when did you start like thinking like this?
Like, God, maybe 7 years ago now.
And like, what lead you to this? Like, what happened that you're like, yo, I will think like this and leave?
Someone pointed out to me that the surface of the earth and large bodies of water like lakes and oceans are measuring flat, not curved. And I thought, well, I don't know anything about that. I've never looked into measurements of the surface of Earth for curvature. I'd never even thought to. I just presumed a long time ago someone had measured it to be a ball, and that's why they were teaching us all in school that it was a ball. But it turns out no one ever did that. They just assumed it as some kind of weird geometry philosophy, and just made up a bunch of fake images and videos years later. So I saw these videos, right? Do you know what happened? Like a few years ago, maybe 10 years ago, consumer optics, right? Camera companies, in particular, a company called Nikon, a Japanese camera company. They invented a bunch of cameras that had incredible zoom power. right? They had like an 80 times optical zoom on them. So you could, it was basically like having a telescope in a camera that you could record high definition photos and videos. So this, coupled with YouTube, meant that people could now go and do long distance observations. They could test how far they could see and share them on YouTube so that other people could say, oh, look, this guy is seeing 20 miles as he's just standing on the beach. And then we go and compare how far we can see to what the globe model mathematics say we should be able to see, and they don't match. In reality, we see much further, right? The surface where it's supposed to be curving, according to the globe, is just stretching out flat as far as can be measured. And when I found that out, I was like, well, shit, I'm going to have to go and buy one of these cameras, and I'm going to have to go and test it for myself. And that's what I did. And here we are 7 years later. I am hypnotizing strangers on the internet.
That's the start of anime, you know?
Yeah, it is, eh? They should make a movie out of it. But they can't, because all the globe believers get too upset when we start talking about how the earth measures flat. People lose their minds.
Well, you know, there are a lot of animes about weird shit, like some...
yeah, that's true. You might get away with an anime.
Like, you know, like this thing about... I don't know, a lot of exposing of angriness, like emptiness, like these exposing things about like real life, but people accept it. Why do you think that people won't accept your flat?
Because it threatens their understanding of reality and themselves, right? They take the globe to be part of themselves. They identify with Earth being a ball, and they think, I know that I'm a human being living on a spinning ball as a tiny speck of dust floating through an infinite universe for no reason. People get comfortable with that idea, and when you take it away from them, they get upset. Because we're basically telling them, you don't know where you are. You don't know how you got here. You don't know why you're here. You don't know what the purpose might be. It's not a globe in space, so it can't be any of that Big Bang fantasy theory. And that scares people. People are scared, right? People are so used to trusting the government.
I think that this won't happen because we don't know where we are, why we live. A lot of people nowadays have depression. Like I have a lot of like this, and I don't think that most of us like care about where do exactly we live. Like we live and it's okay.
Yeah, I think people don't care about it because they've been told they live on a meaningless spinning ball that exploded out of nothing for no reason. So people have lost that interest in where we are and why we're here. Those kind of deeper philosophical questions that human beings have always asked. In the last few hundred years, we've been educated out of asking those questions, right? We've been taught to think that we already have those answers. Some smart guy in America did it. The Americans went to the moon and played golf. So we know what the situation is. We don't need to think about it. But the reality is very different. The Americans never went to the moon to play golf. We're not on a big spinning ball in a vacuum that exploded out of nothing for no reason. Our actual reality is that we're in... You ever heard of a terrarium? Do you know what that is?
Terrarium, yes. Yeah, yes, I know what it is.
So it's like a sealed container, glass, that you have plants and things in, and it grows. Life grows in the sealed container. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically like what the Earth is. The Earth is one big sealed system with a sun and moon and stars, basically like a giant clock on the ceiling. And because we are sealed, contained, we have a gas pressure system, we have water cycle, we have a gas cycle, just like in a terrarium. You couldn't have that in a vacuum.
We can be like kind of aliens, but just...
Well, we're humans. We're humans.
Why aliens?
Well, alien would say something other than humans because that's different to us. But we're humans. Right.
Why do you
Oh,
think
but you
that?
mean like who made? Are you meaning like who made the terrarium?
Yes. Maybe
Oh,
like
okay.
leading your theory, like maybe we are
Well, your guess
made
is as good as
by.
mine. I mean, for a lot of people, it's a creator that they rationalize as being God. Other people have different ideas. You might think it's aliens, whatever that would mean. But they can't come from space, remember, because space doesn't exist.
Well, I think that by the way, I'm like atheist. I don't believe in God at all. And I know why all these philosophers like occur to like God because it's the easiest thing because they lived in times when God was everything, like church was everything. They were all everyone was uneducated, and I think that I agree with the theory of happening because of water collapse or water something or cells. It's like kind of scientifically true, you know.
No, it's not. It's not science, and it's not true. All the stories that they've told us about the Big Bang and things just popping into existence for no reason are not true. They're not science.
And what is true in your opinion?
What's true is what you can verify to be true. So this means what you can observe, measure, detect, and then logically arrive at as a conclusion. Right? So I would say what's true is that you can't have something from nothing. You understand? Everything comes from a creative source, as far as we can tell. Nothing just pops into existence out of nothing. That's true. So apply that to the Earth, and the story that you think sounds scientific doesn't work.
Well, you know, I don't know, like
I'll tell you another thing that's true. Every single human being on Earth, since the beginning of time, has always experienced the Earth to be flat and motionless. You understand that?
Yes.
You understand?
Yes, I see where you're heading.
Right. But then at a certain point, someone's come along, or a group of people have come along, and they've said, it's not what it seems. You cannot trust your senses. It's actually curved and in motion.
It's global gaslighting. Okay.
Right. So you understand that the story we've been taught conflicts, goes against what we experience as human beings with our senses. Yeah? So then they would need very good evidence to support that claim. Do you agree? Okay. So what was the best evidence they showed you?
I think when astronauts from space show us Earth.
Okay, but can we verify that those stories and those images are real? Because you know it's very easy to make fake images and videos, right?
I think yes. It's easy to make fake images, but it's people are just making fake images not so far along, like I think 10 years ago.
No. They've been making fake images since the 1800s.
18.
Yeah, since photography was first invented, they've been making fake images. Not necessarily Photoshop or on computers, but with different methods. right? Painting directly onto plates, negative manipulations, manipulation of the actual film, the physical film, right? You can just Google it. You can just Google
Just posted in the chat a fake one of Abraham Lincoln. Now that's not a photo of Abraham Lincoln, but they turned this other guy into a photo of Abraham Lincoln. So that's 1850.
Oh,
there you go. Hey, what's up, India? Right. So they've been making fake imagery for hundreds of years. So do you think it would be a good idea for us to base our worldview on images that we can't replicate ourselves? Like if I said to you, I have a unicorn in my garden. Here's an image. Will you now believe that?
Well, I believe everyone, but in your logic, I shouldn't believe you.
Well, you wouldn't know that I have a unicorn just because I've posted an image, because it could be a fake image, right?
Yes, I know.
So you would have to come to my garden and see the unicorn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but you can't do that with the astronaut stories, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we can't use stories and images that we can't verify to be true as proof of the globe. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So then we have to think, how can we prove it ourselves on Earth? Now, did anyone give you any evidence of something you could do or we could do to prove that the Earth is a globe in reality?
Do you apply your theory of unusual life?
What's that?
Like, do you consider your life like just usual life, not about like flat theory, but the same?
Do I apply this kind of logic outside of flat Earth, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, all the time. See, I come from a legal background, so evidence-based conclusions is exactly what I do, right? And evidence has to be verifiable. You have to be able to prove that it's true, at least beyond a reasonable doubt. So yes,
Like,
you should apply this level of thinking in all areas of your life. Someone comes up to you and says, "Hey, what's your name, by the way?"
My name?
Yeah, what's your name? On Discord, not in real life.
Asha.
Sasha.
Asha. Tasha.
Asha.
Like, I'm from Russia, like, Tasha.
Okay. Pasha. All right, that'll do. So if someone comes up to you and says, "Hey, there's, I don't know, a monster coming to town. It's just over the hill." You should apply skepticism to that. You shouldn't just believe it because someone said it. Even if they show you an image, you should say, "How can I know that this is true?"
Well,
if you want to know what's true and you don't just want to be believing stories that could be false.
I kind of agree again, because I think as a woman, like that I have suffered from some violence from my parents, from men. I consider, for example, every story from women that telling like that my husband is beating me or like he's raping me, and I'm like, yes, I will help you, like without. I will always help her like this. Like I don't ask her.
See, and that's fine, because it's good to have compassion for people, but that doesn't mean that eventually there could come someone who tells you a story that isn't true, and you wouldn't be able to believe it. It's like, or if you had a husband and someone told you, "Hey, your husband is cheating on you, and you say, hey, husband, are you cheating on me? And he says, no. Well, how are you going to figure out if that's the case just by going on what they've said? This other person might say, I have
Not in
proof.
that question.
The other guy might say, I've got proof. I've got video of your husband cheating. And then you can go and look at the video and see, okay, is that a real video? Is that my husband in the video? And then if you still say, okay, well, that's my husband in the video and he is cheating on me, then you might tell yourself, well, I don't know why he would cheat on me, so I won't believe that he cheated on me. That's like what people do with the globe. They say, well, I don't know why someone would lie to me about Earth being a globe. So even though I'm presented with evidence that shows me Earth is not a globe, I will still believe it's a globe. You understand? You need to be skeptical.
But you guys really think that the Earth is flat?
Yes, because it observes and measures that way. That's the way we see it, and that's the way we use it and measure it. So nobody's demonstrated ever that the surface of water is curving at a continuous rate, which would mean it's curving around to become a ball. When we measure it, it's just showing no deviation from horizontal. Didn't like that one. It's like, nah, it's too much for me. Water.
If you would go back to planes, like, would it be like an accurate experiment to do if we had like a plane that flies a circle around like the Arctic Circle? And then
what would that prove?
You take like flight data and look at the speed that it traveled and stuff and the time that it took to do that. And then you do the same thing around the Antarctic Circle and would take the time and the speed that it took and stuff like that, just that you have an equivalent speed or something like that, and then wouldn't that prove something if the plane
No, with two planes going in a circle, change the fact that the surface is not curved?
No, the time that it takes them to circumvent that circle. Like
you're presuming that Antarctica in this case is
I'm not
somehow presuming. Yes, you are. Like
no.
Yes, because we don't have a map that has Antarctica as an outer circle, so there could be Antarctica as an island, and then you would get a similar amount of time circling it.
But it wouldn't be going around an island, it would be going around the Antarctic Circle.
Yeah,
which is like
an island,
line of longitude.
a circle around a spot.
But it's not about the island, it's about the circle that you take. Not that you're circling an island, it's just that in the Arctic, it just happens that there is the Arctic in the center of that circle. Special lines of longitude.
Yeah, the point is, if you're going in a circle, and if that circle is equally big, all you figured out is that circle is equally big. You didn't figure out if that circle conformed to your sphere, and if that southern part, or the magnetic south, is actually the bottom of a globe, and you're going around the bottom of a globe. You could just be going around the circle of an island.
But you're doing it along lines of longitude. So if the Earth would be flat, we'd know that Antarctica is basically at the outside of it. And then at least it's south of the equator, so it would immediately take way longer for a plane to go around that line of longitude.
Yeah, no, that's again presuming a map. Like, you're presuming the map there.
Yeah, but I mean, if you think that the Earth is flat, it would make geometrical sense.
It's not about us thinking that the Earth is flat. No, stop. It's not about us thinking that the Earth is flat. That's how it measures. So if it measures flat, it's not a globe. And so it doesn't matter if you fly in circles that are equally big in two locations. That doesn't mean the Earth suddenly becomes curved and the measurement's curved. It doesn't change.
It doesn't have to be. I mean, in your model, it doesn't have to be curved, but you could try to.
Yeah, but you're assuming that Antarctica is going to be on the outside of. Are you talking about an AE map?
Yeah, that's kind of the model that was presented to me.
Yeah, no, we don't describe to that model. That's a globe projection.
Okay, but still, if do you still think that?
Okay, but still, no. You got to understand.
We don't have to talk about
we're not making the claim that you're trying to falsify here. Our claim is the surface isn't curved, and you talking about going in circles in some places doesn't change the fact that the surface isn't curved. You get that?
Yeah, I guess.
I didn't get it.
It's just because because you don't really have like a model that is like explainable to visualize.
Yeah, we don't claim a model because we haven't gone out and measured the whole world and created a model. What we have done is gone out and measured the surface of water, and the water isn't curving according to the globe. And so either the globe is so much bigger that we live on a tiny flat spot on it, or the Earth is flat. There's two options for you.
Hey. How do you explain that there's day and night?
The sun moves.
It has to be a sphere.
No, it doesn't.
No. The sun moves. Just like you observe, the sun moves.
The sun is much larger than the Earth.
No, it's not.
Is it?
Planet.
Is it? How do you know that?
You don't know that?
Affairs. In order for you to make an assumption like that, you need to measure the Earth and then the sun. You can't measure either. Have you ever measured either for yourself, Fairs?
No, I didn't.
Fairs? You haven't. Okay. So it's an assumption that you're talking on, and it's not a fact, right? Unless you have evidence that the sun is 93 million miles away and a couple 100,000 miles in diameter.
We see the sun as a circle, right? And the moon.
I mean, I don't know what you're getting at here. Sure. I mean, it looks round. Sure.
Why not the Earth's sphere as they are?
Because the Earth is not in the sky. You don't see the Earth in the sky. You see circles of light. The Earth is not a circle of light. To us, it's the ground we live on.
I understand you, but
I mean, I also see clouds in the sky, but I don't think that the Earth is a cloud shape.
Yeah, I see birds in the sky. I don't think Earth is a bird shape either. This is incoherent nonsense.
Yeah, this is true. Fairs, have you got any experiments for measuring the shape of the Earth? Or the sun? I mean, I don't know why we're talking about it, but I mean, it's a Flat Earth Discord. Let's talk about the Earth. How can you measure the Earth? And if you're claiming for it to be a sphere, how are you measuring sphericity, curvature?
Well, you could do long distance measurements and see if there's a drop over distance. Because if it's a globe, you've got a claimed radius. So that radius should be in place.
Spoiler alert, there's no curvature.
Yeah, basically.
If can't measure either, then you can't say the sun or moon is bigger or smaller. If the Earth is flat, why do those in the southern hemisphere see the crooks? What is crooks? And the northern
I think
hemisphere
he's talking about the Southern Cross.
The Southern Cross is crux, and where the stars rotate around a central star. It's
Okay.
different in the southern hemisphere than the northern hemisphere. Why is that if the Earth is flat?
Yeah, you see different parts of the sky. The sky is something we don't know how operates. However, the Earth is measured flat, so it doesn't really matter how the sky operates. It's a non sequitur to the Earth.
No, it's not a
being
non
flat.
sequitur. It's a non sequitur for you to dismiss it. The issue is when you go to the southern hemisphere, the stars rotate around a central star, and the northern
That's what it
hemisphere.
appears like. However, the Earth is measured
Can I
flat,
finish,
so
please?
it doesn't
No,
matter
hold
that
on.
the sky appears to rotate however you like.
Can I
That's just
finish?
appearances. That is not the
interrupting.
measurement of the Earth. And so when the Earth isn't measured curved, it's not curved. It's very simple, buddy.
Interrupting doesn't prove anything. It just means you don't like the answer, so you overtalk.
Yeah, your incoherent denial of your non sequitur doesn't change the fact that it's a non sequitur.
Can you explain
Those two
from the
things are
flat
not
Earth-
related.
Explain it from the flat Earth model. Why the difference? Go ahead.
I don't need to explain it. I don't need to explain
Flat Earth is-
everything. I don't need to explain
Flat Earth is
everything.
not a model.
Yeah.
If it's flat, that phenomena would not be real. If it's
No, that's just your belief. That's called
Bare
your appeal
assertion.
to incredulity.
So
you
why
don't
don't you
believe it could work unless it's a sphere. Stop
provide an answer.
over-talking me.
Provide an answer.
I don't need to provide an answer because I don't have a replacement cosmology for you. The sky works the way the sky works. The ground lacks the curvature required for your explanation of how the sky works to work. So your explanation has been falsified at its base.
Explain, then your model is insufficient.
Yeah,
so
we
why don't you
claim
try
a
and answer the
model,
issue?
buddy. We've already
just told you.
falsified. We already falsified your model, so we're not claiming a replacement model. We're showing you where your model is falsified. It's very simple. You don't need to be dumb about this.
Let's see, your next question should be, how did you do this? Not, I demand an explanation. Yeah, flat Earth
Hemispheres.
is not
If the
a
Earth,
model.
if there's a dome and you have a moon suspended in the upper central area of the dome, then people.
Bro, why don't you ask us our position instead of assuming it?
Then I'm just trying to lay it out so you guys can then address it.
No, you're
If
just assuming. You're just assuming our position instead of asking us for our position. That's called a straw man fallacy.
If you're on the opposite sides of the disk, why do you see the same side of the moon?
What disk?
Flat Earth model. Why would you?
Yeah, we don't
see
have a
different-
flat Earth disk for you. So why are you creating the straw man? What's wrong
Are you a
with
flat earther? Are you a flat
Hey,
earther?
listen, bro. I'm gonna tell you one last time and get it through your thick head. Flat Earth is not a model.
It's not a reality?
It's not a cosmological model, bro.
Anything that exists can be modified.
Model is
or
not
modeled.
reality. You're making a classic error.
Okay. Yeah, you guys.
Models are not reality. Reality is reality. Models are wrong. Models
Is the
are
Earth- is the
approximations of reality and not correct.
Is the Earth flat or not flat?
It's measured flat.
Is it not? Is it flat or not flat? I didn't say if it was measured. I asked you, is it flat or is it not flat?
It's measured that way, yes.
It's also measured as being spherical.
Where? Show us, dumbass.
Hey, look. Why do you speak so derogatorily? Why are you doing that?
Because
I'm
you're a
minister.
dumbass who cannot listen to a word that's being said, and you have to interrupt and talk over. And then when things have been explained to you explicitly, you straw man and don't actually account for anything that anybody else has said. So you're proving you're a bad faith actor who doesn't actually want to take part in this conversation.
Well, he's made a claim. You made a claim that it's measured spherical. So can you show that? Start there.
You made the claim that a model is not a representation of reality. Demonstrate that. You went first.
That's very
Go ahead and
easy.
do it.
No models are representations of reality. This is a common aphorism within science that
You don't know what
models are
science
wrong
is.
because they are not accurate representations of reality. That's a reification fallacy.
Does the flat idea, the idea that the Earth is flat, or the idea that the Earth is a sphere, which one better represents reality?
The Earth is measured flat. The sphere is falsified. So, of course, the flat Earth represents better reality than the globe because the globe is proven false. It's so simple.
Okay, so then explain
I'll tell you what,
Polaris.
one sec.
Explain Polaris and Crux.
One sec, bro. No, we're not explaining anything in the sky. Listen, bro.
Okay, if you
so
can't,
what we're not doing
it means your system's falsified.
Listen. Just
you can't answer it.
relax and listen
can't
to what I'm
answer
about
it.
to say. Listen to what I'm about to say. Give me a chance. So what we're not doing is coming up with an idea and then going out into reality to see if there's anything that matches that bias. We're allowing reality. We're allowing reality itself to tell us what it is through observation and measurement.
Yeah.
Directly.
You're not falsifying anything by looking into the sky and saying this doesn't match with your imagination of how the Earth works, because that's not what we're claiming. We're just showing you falsifications of how your beliefs don't work.
Okay. Crux and Polaris falsify the flat Earth model.
They don't. They falsify your straw man. That's called a straw man fallacy because you are not capable of addressing what we're actually saying.
You said the Earth is measured as being flat. That means you then presume that the Earth is flat. If the Earth is flat, then explain Polaris and Crux.
I don't need to explain it because the measurements prove themselves.
So you can't explain it. That
I didn't claim
falsifies
to
your
explain
belief.
it. I don't
It's all
claim
right.
to have a replacement cosmology.
You're defeated.
Numpty.
Your argument's
Dumbass.
defeated.
No, it's not defeated because you're not actually addressing my argument. You're running away to the sky and claiming, you need to prove everything. That's a Sisyphean task. You're asking me to prove everything when your beliefs have been fundamentally falsified. That is just incoherent. That's a red herring from you not having any evidence of your beliefs.
You won't even believe the facts.
What facts? You don't have any.
There'd be no need to believe facts. They contradict each other. Those two words, belief and fact.
You just have beliefs. We have measurements, which are facts. That's the difference. You believe your beliefs are facts, but you have nothing to back them up.
So, if anybody has any questions or, would like to discuss the name on the door. It's very good cop, I guess. So annoyed at this. Yeah, I guess. I mean, hey, it's okay.
I got one.
You got one? What's up,
Can you post the video again where you measure the Earth flat?
Sure. I mean, we can post many different experiments and tests that we've done to prove that the Earth is flat. Could we get a GIF of the? I mean, we can use lasers. We can use physical landmarks to depict distance.
No, there was one laser test that apparently took refraction and stuff into account. That's the one that I wanted.
Okay, if anyone knows what he's talking about, drop it in the chat.
I mean, so one of the flat Earth, it was like a month ago or something, where someone posted a video in the chat, but I forgot to grab it.
Oh, okay.
About that.
Well, here's Dr. John D. He's a PhD in spectral photometry. And so he understands refraction. He went out and tested it in many different days. He offered anybody to come out and join him. And he tested it specifically during the times when refraction should have been the least and when the refraction should have been upwards. And so during those times, you should not be able to see beyond the geometric horizon. That should be impossible. And so he was a globe believer, PhD at that, and he wanted to debunk us. So that's why he put those constraints. He went to try to find the conditions required to debunk us. But when he did so, turns out we're correct, and the globers are just retarded. They never actually check these things. They just assume them because they want to believe the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I was just asking for the video. Thank you.
Right. So, have you given that video a quick watch, Rusty P?
45 minutes long.
Yeah, I know. I just watched the first.
I'm doing a 2x speed.
Yeah. Okay. Well, did you watch the first part, the previous peer-to-peer observation? Did you see the different factors that he took into account? So, in some instances, it was a little bit too foggy.
I gotta watch it again. I skipped a little bit forward.
Okay. Would you like to talk about the previous or the observation where it's 23rd of February 2019?
And if you want to learn more about this, I can send you my optical framework where I, instead of going in circular reasoning, assuming the Earth is a globe, and then looking and seeing that you see too far, assuming refraction covers the gap to make it a globe, circular reasoning, you go in a full circle. I start with basically taking all of the optical constraints and constraining it down into an optical framework, and then seeing what's left. If there's any geometry left after you constrain all of the optics involved, you're looking at perspective collapse, where when you look out, you see the ground appear to ramp up. Even you're on the globe, you're supposed to be falling down. You're still seeing it ramp up. Even when you're looking down a flat hallway.
How I can?
Sorry. Even when you're looking down a flat hallway, you know it's flat.
Please, I have a question.
Yeah. You can ask the question.
Can I ask you about flat Earth?
Yes.
Why is flat Earth?
It's because it's measured flat, and
because it has to be.
All of the supposed evidence for the globe Earth is actually either fallacies or misconceptions. It doesn't have any validity to it, and so the globe is just a belief system, not actually what you experience. You live in the world, you experience the world as flat and stationary. That's how you operate in it. That's how we build everything in it. That's how everything works. But then you believe it's a globe beyond that. That's a belief system, like a religion.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So back to what I was talking about, perspective collapse. And so when you look down a flat engineered hallway, the ceiling and the floor are equal distance away from each other. It's flat. But when you look down the hallway, the floor appears to rise up, the ceiling appears to collapse down, the walls collapse together into this vanishing point. This is the vanishing point of your vision caused by the diffraction limit of your eye. And so this is how optics work. We have a limit to our vision based on this diffraction limit, how big the aperture of your eye is. And so that's the limit of our vision, the horizon. However, that gets modified slightly by refraction. And the globers want to believe that refraction allows you to see forever beyond the globe, but that doesn't actually work. That if that were happening, we would have effects. We would be able to quantify how much refraction is happening because of that, and we would see separation of wavelengths as a consequence. We don't see that. We see the inverse. That when we see further, the less refraction. When we see less, there's more refraction. That means refraction is causing ray loss, which means bottom of objects, those rays from the bottom of the objects are actually curving slightly down.
Hello guys, how are you?
I thought talking. Once those rays hit the surface, you lose the bottom of the object and it's unrecoverable. Compared to if you look with your eyes, you can see 3 miles away. That's because the diffraction limit of your eye, you can calculate it based on that, see how far you see based on that. But if you use a bigger aperture camera, long distance camera, you can actually see boats that should have disappeared behind Earth curvature far beyond what your eyes can see. So things that disappear to your eyes can be visible in the high-powered optics. And that's because of the diffraction limit. But when those rays get lost at the bottom, you still can't recover those rays, even with better optics. And when you see conditions where there's very low refraction, we can see very, very far, like in the case with the black swan image. We can see that we can no longer distinctly distinguish the horizon because we're hitting the extinction limit of light in air. And so the horizon starts fading into this band, and you kind of need to turn up the contrast to see where the horizon is. I'll show you an image.
I know the black swan. I think so. Like, doesn't refraction work both ways? So it can refract downwards or upwards?
Yes, and that's what I'm telling you. When it refracts downwards, you lose the bottom of objects. Or we have the refractive effect called stooping and towering. Stooping is when an object gets compressed down and it becomes smaller. And so once it becomes too small for your eyes to discern, it becomes practically invisible. It gets compressed down into the horizon line. And so towering is the opposite effect when light refracts upwards and you get the image stretched upwards and you get a band of like distortion. That's towering.
It's like a superior and inferior mirage, right?
No, those are different things. Those are when there's actually a layer that allows basically the reflection of the ray so that you can see an inverted image in the sky or in the ground where there should be no such image.
Yeah, that's an inferior mirage, isn't it?
Yeah, that's an inferior mirage when it's underneath. Yeah. When it's above, it's a superior mirage.
Yeah, if you can see things that should be hidden behind the horizon, it's a superior one.
No,
it's an inferior one. You can see basically like the sky being
superior mirage is when you see an object in the air, like a ship, that's inverted, so it's upside down. It's a reflected image of the ship. That's a superior mirage. An inferior mirage is when you see the object reflected underneath the image. What you're trying to articulate is the claim of looming. They claim that objects can loom across the Earth curvature, and you can see projected images of things. However, in my optical framework, I address all of this. Looming is when the sky is being reflected, but the object is not, because of the curvature of the rays when they're hitting the temperature gradient. And so it looks like the object is flying, but what's actually happening is the surface is reflecting the sky, making the object appear to be flying, but the object is not. And so we can show this, just like with when I told you earlier, different wavelengths refract at different rates, and so if things are being refracted, we can look in different wavelengths and see this wavelength refracts less than this wavelength. So if we are seeing this because there's more refraction, the wavelength that has a more effect with refraction will show us more. The wavelength that has less effect with refraction will show us less. However, when we actually test this in reality, we find that wavelengths that supposedly have less refraction actually allow us to see further with the horizon. And so that's telling us that what's actually limiting how far we see is partially refraction, because things that refract less allow us to see further. Things that refract more are not allowing us to see further. So the globe is not being hidden by light allowing us to see around the globe, making it appear flat. It is actually flat, and light actually refracts, and that is causing the illusion that makes people assume the Earth is a globe when it isn't actually a globe.
People who believe in the globe can't measure the globe. That's the biggest problem. So when NASA presents a photograph of Earth from space, when you see the globe that NASA presents from space, how do you know that it's supposed to look like that? I mean, the answer is you don't know. There's no way for you to know, obviously. What this comes down to is trust. You know, are we allowed to trust and verify? Can we verify? Is it okay to verify that what the government says is true? There's a big word called civic duty. Civic duty. Do you have a civic duty to make sure your government is telling the truth? There been any more freakouts and meltdowns over the Yoder list?
I don't know. I kind of stopped paying attention to any of,
yeah,
those guys that were having meltdowns over it. Haven't heard anything new. But it was great. Like, I think it had a great outcome. Even without the context that was going to be applied to it, I think it had an unexpected outcome. It did some pruning for us.
Yeah, I more or less expected it to be more of a like a defensive preventive measure. Like new people wandering into the server, into our community, take a look at it. If they were TikTok flat earthers who are into ice walls and conspiracy theories, they would take one look at that list and say, man, these guys are no fun. And then, leave us alone, or at least not attempt to make fools of themselves. That was kind of the idea. And it turns out like people that I knew were freaking out at me over this. Like, oh, so you're one of them? Yeah, I get it, guys. Like, flat Earth is a lot of fun when you can speculate about science fiction. In reality, it's a lot more of a boring, mundane topic, to be honest. Like, we spend hours in here every day discussing measurements, some technical concepts, and philosophy. The rest of the world would rather, watch movies and sports and gab about politics. And the conspiracy people would just love to talk about reptilians and ice walls and UFOs, Nazis in Antarctica, whatever.
Yeah, this is more like analyzing and dismantling the source code.
Yeah. Like some of the people that were freaking out over the list, I'm like, dude, why don't we take the list item by item? Why don't you begin with the topics that are most troubling to you? There are 50 items on there. Which one bothers you? Well, it's really about that you're trying to stifle free speech, Yoder. What do you mean by that? No, let's talk about the list. What's the problem with the list? You're making a list of things we're not allowed to talk about. It's like, no, these are just misrepresented arguments or flat out bad arguments. I mean, some of these items are actually really great things to talk about.
Yeah, exactly. I used a bunch of things on the list today as my primary arguments against, for example, boats over the horizon.
Yeah.
Like if I had have said, well, when it looks like a boat disappears bottom up as it goes out over the horizon, you can just zoom it back in and see the whole boat again. That one's on the list. I used the same argument, except I didn't say anything about it disappearing bottom up and then you can zoom it back in again, because you can't do that. Okay, it's to do with the angular size. So yeah, it can be a great argument if you use it correctly. If you use it incorrectly, it can be the most retarded argument ever, and it's embarrassing. And I guess we just kind of got sick of being mid-conversation with a room full of people, and then some dumbass will pull that out, and the Glober will think that we're morons because we've just said something that's factually incorrect, and there's no evidence to back up whatsoever.
To be honest, I think there are quite a few more topics that could be listed.
Oh yeah, it could be a hundred list for sure.
You know, like saying all stars move east to west. That's not enough. It's not enough. I mean, like, how do you determine which direction east and west is if you're standing, let's say hypothetically standing directly underneath Polaris? And I say go east. Where do you go? Right?
Yeah.
All right. So you can still use this. You could say maybe all stars move from east of the prime meridian in the sky to west of the prime meridian. You know, you can conjure up the celestial sphere model if you want. You've got prime meridian, and stars are rotating east of it to west of it. And then you can also describe this if you're hypothetically standing under Polaris. You can point to where the prime meridian is and say that's east of the prime meridian, and that's west of the prime meridian. And you can get your direction that way. It's just saying like east to west. I mean, it invites, of course, the Glober to say, well, how come it's counterclockwise looking this way and clockwise that way, huh? Yeah, it's east to west, but it's going in different rotations. And then you say, well, it's because you turned around and you rotated, and now you're seeing it from, you're seeing what was in back of you now in front of you. And just around and around it goes. And then it goes into like, well, do the stars actually rotate, or are they just like tracing arcs? And do those arcs complete a circle or ellipses? Do the stars connect to each other? Like if you could do a 24-hour time lapse from a location that sees the circumpolar stars, do the stars connect with their tails over 24 hours? The answer is no.
Yeah. It's almost like we're reversing the burden of proof onto ourselves in a way.
Yeah, that's a
Like,
good way to put it.
Same with the eclipse, when they bring up eclipses as well. Rather than just, you know, you can just kind of end it right there by bringing the conversation back down to earth and the prerequisites of their claim having to be present in reality for their claim to be true. And if there's no curvature measured on the surface, then whatever's happening up in the sky is happening above a flat earth. And there's no way for us to validate how the sky works, and it could be something way beyond our comprehension, which it clearly is. But a lot of globers do think it goes west to east in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, we've heard that. Yep.
Quite often. But yeah, two apparent points of rotation in the sky. Everyone sees it. I don't know how people got away with saying that all of the stars just rotate around Polaris. Like spokes on a wheel kind of thing, you know?
No, I know. And then when it comes to all the southern latitude questions, it's, well, we know this map is inaccurate in the south, so they'll just drop it there. Well, how do you know that? Oh, and by the way, east and west are arcs around a spherical surface, globe or flat. They're ultimately referring to directions in the celestial sphere model of the stars. Model being, imaginary concept of how it should work. Yeah, east and west are arcs. So all the flat earthers saying east and west, they're arcs. You can project it flat with circles of equal elevation and all that. Still curved. Still projected. Another thing is like the elevation angle to Polaris. Yeah, that's great, but that's only taking a limited portion of the sky, and it's almost in a way strawmanning what the claim is. Utilizing Polaris alone to get latitude is not enough to determine the whole topology of the sky itself if you're trying to measure it in the way that it's being done, because the way that you're supposed to measure the whole thing is to conceive of it as a sphere in the sky. You got a bunch of flat earthers out there who say that it's actually flat in reality. I could make a geometric argument for that too. But I don't think it's very strong. We are, after all, dealing with a base assumption of a celestial sphere. And really what this comes back to is flat earthers who like to think of the sky as a domed firmament over a disk. That's really why we're experiencing so much difficulty and friction in the community over the use of these arguments. You got people like VaxWax, like you mentioned before, who imagines a firmament with the stars in the south sweeping across the horizon every night. Like, imagine being in Australia and seeing the south circumpolar point in the sky sweeping across. Like, that doesn't happen. It's not observed. And we know this because people take star trail photography. We know that it can be verified. So That's how you can know this. Go set up a camera. Your camera doesn't move, does it? And go take that time-lapse footage, aim south from Australia. See what happens. And it gets really messy, man. Like, it gets worse in a way. Like, you know, if you're going to use the celestial sphere for a flat Earth, well, then what happens when you look south and you see the Southern Cross below the south solar point of rotation, celestial point of rotation? Just like in the north, if you're to see the Big Dipper underneath Polaris. In the north, you're like, yeah, no problem. I'll just take an airplane from Canada to Russia. Now watch Polaris rotate up overhead. Assuming I can do this like at light speed, basically, I can then be at the GP of one of the stars on the Big Dipper that was under it, effectively flying over the North Pole, right? Well, you know, Southerners who are southern latitude biased look at the South the same way that Northerners look at the North. And so when they see the Southern Cross hanging out underneath Sigma Octans, do they imagine themselves taking a plane and being able to do the same thing as I described in the North? Guarantee all the Globers do. But what does this mean for flat Earth? If the celestial sphere is going to be consistently applied everywhere, what does that mean? Well, yeah, that's a problem, folks. It's a problem because there's an inconsistency of the topology and the logic behind it. How do you make it make sense? Can I actually draw a flat baseline using elevation angles to the Southern Cross below Sigma Octans? What would that look like? A straight flat baseline, that adjacent that everybody on that other side of the community loves to talk about. What does that mean, folks? I'm hanging out in Hobart, Tasmania, and I'm looking south and I see G.A. Crooks hanging out underneath Sigma Octantis, and I check my astronomical almanac and I say, oh, hey, look at that. That star is right above somebody in southern Chile. And I should draw a flat baseline, right? Because I'm using an elevation angle. I'm using an elevation angle to get that adjacent, right? So shouldn't the Earth be flat that connects Hobart to southern Chile? What does that go across? Oh, are we just going to pick and choose how we use the celestial sphere now because it doesn't make sense on a flat Earth? Well, these are the problems, folks, that many people, even on our side of the community, also don't want to talk about or mention. I'm willing to talk about them. They're problems because it goes back to reifying the damn celestial sphere as something that exists in reality in the first place. And then you get this confusion where you say, okay, so you're utilizing the sky as a sphere or a dome, flat earther, but then you're also telling us it's mathematically flat. Well, explain this observation. Oh, but I don't have to explain it, right? Because, oh, wait, in this case, you might have to, because if you're making the claim that you can take elevation angles to stars and measure flat Earth, what in Sam hell is going on between Hobart, Tasmania, and southern Chile? When you can take an elevation angle to a star above somebody in southern Chile from Hobart, Tasmania, looking south, both of you looking south. Is that adjacent flat? Or is it going to be doing a weeble wobble curvy curve around on E1's retarded magnetic map that he's been promoting with the dual poles?
Hello.
Hello.
Yoder, can you convince me that Earth is flat, or that we don't know?
I would rather not.
Shape of Earth is.
I'd rather not be the one to convince you. I would like to tell you why I'm convinced, but I can't make you convinced.
Okay.
Because if you listen, if Earth is flat, would you want to know for sure, for real? Or
yes.
Nah, not really.
I want to know, how do you know? How do you claim to that conclusion?
That's great. Yep. Well, I decided to test the Earth, and I made a measurement and observation myself. And I can't measure a globe out of anything that I do with the Earth. And then I met other people in our community, 24/7 Flat Earth, who had the same problem. They went out and they tried to observe and measure a globe, and they couldn't get a globe out of it either. So we're
Maybe
stuck.
they're maybe they're using the wrong measuring equipment. Don't you think?
Yeah, that's a good thought, right? So what have we all done? We've done laser tests all over surfaces of water over the Earth. We've done long distance surveying. We've done microwave links from tower to tower.
Mhm.
We've done high altitude infrared observations.
Mhm.
We've done above the surface of the Earth super zooms. We can see too far. We can communicate too far. And we can replicate our observations all over the place in any condition.
Yeah, so scientists call it horizon. So scientists say that however far you see, it is gonna feel like a straight line.
Well, is
So
that horizon the curvature of a globe?
the it's
No.
how far you can see.
Right. So I agree with that. And flat earthers agree too. So where's the curve?
There's a thing though. You can see that because humans are really small creatures, and Earth is very big, right?
So you sound like a flat earther right now. Keep going.
Do I? I have
Yeah, keep telling me how flat it looks. Keep telling me how flat it looks. And also keep telling me how you wouldn't know it's a globe. Unless someone told you.
Do you know
And
about?
you never checked. We checked.
Lunar. Do you know about lunar eclipse when Earth cast its shadow and on the moon? Do you know that?
Yeah, I know a lot about eclipses. I love astronomy. What about it?
So that shadow is a globe. That's how I know that Earth is a globe.
Something tells me you never looked into eclipses very much.
I have, man. Like everyone have seen lunar eclipses.
Yeah, I know. But do people think about what they're actually seeing as they're seeing it? And the answer is no, most people don't. They just assume that that's the globe shadow. They don't think about what they should be seeing. If you have a spherical object that is casting a shadow onto a spherical object, the resulting shadow won't be circular at all. The resulting shadow is going to be deformed. It'll form a sinusoidal pattern as it moves. It'll appear like a warping teardrop shape as it moves across the surface. We don't observe that with the lunar eclipse. So that's the first problem with the projected geometry. Mathematically, what you're observing is impossible. If you believe that Earth is a globe, that is.
Can you explain it by sending some images? This is really difficult for me to imagine such a scenario where a shadow morph into a sinusoidal form.
Right. So think about where the I don't have anything to send you as far as images go, but think about projected geometry. Okay, if I am projecting a ball onto a surface of a bigger ball, the shadow that begins. In this case, it's the opposite. Well, no, it's the opposite. If I'm projecting, either way, it doesn't matter. If I'm projecting a sphere onto a sphere, and the shadow begins at a bottom corner or edge of that sphere, the shadow projection is not hitting a surface that is normal or perpendicular to your field of view. The surface at that point is angled away from you. It's kind of like how when the sun is setting and your shadows are really long. The truth is the shadow should be longer on the edge of the moon and shorter towards the middle. And this would result in a sinusoidal distortion as the shadow moves. We do not see that. We don't see the shadows shortening and lengthening.
I've sent a GIF in the side chat. Can you please look at it?
Yeah, what I'm describing is impossible based off of what you observe. What I'm describing is reality. In reality, you should have long shadows moving to short shadows to long shadows as the Terminator line on the moon moves across. That's the first problem with lunar eclipses. The second problem is during sunrise or sunset lunar eclipses, the shadow often comes from the wrong direction.
I see.
Yeah, the phenomenon is called the Selenelian lunar eclipse. It's a mouthful. But the Selenelian lunar eclipse happens, for example, the sun is rising and the moon is setting, but the shadow comes from the top down on the moon. And the more that the sun comes into view of the moon, the more eclipsed the moon gets, which doesn't make any sense if Earth is a globe. Both are above the horizon. The sun and the moon are in full view of each other, and the moon is fully eclipsed.
Do you believe in gravity?
I think gravity is not well defined. So I don't believe in it. Like, I understand that when I pick up an object and drop it, it falls, and that solid objects fall at 9.8 meters per second squared in a vacuum. I get all that. It's observable reality. What I don't accept is that it's a magical space force.
It's not a space force. It's rather a mass force. So if you have
you
mass,
need to explain space, don't you? Though that's the problem. Right, and it's also not a force, according to relativity, at least.
Oh yeah, yes.
Right, because if it was, it would violate entropy laws of gas, which is another problem. How the hell are we breathing pressurized air inside of a gigantic expanding space vacuum? Relativity.
So you're basically saying that every single space organization of every single country is lying to us. Every single media house is lying to us.
Somebody's not telling the truth somewhere. I mean, listen, my friend. NASA began during the Cold War, and it began as a psychological operations program under the President of the United States.
Psychological or space organization?
Yeah. NASA began as a psychological operations program. The organization that created NASA was called the Operations Coordinating Board, OCB. It created NASA in order to project total world dominance, to project power, to project technological discoveries, to project capabilities, to ensure that nobody could surpass the United States in any of these areas. This doesn't mean that they're hiding a flat Earth. This just means that they're projecting capabilities that may not really exist. And amongst these capabilities included space discoveries using rocketed manned flight and satellites. 1958. The document is NSC-5814. National Security Council, document 5814. It's not classified. It's out in the open. Describing NASA as a tool for propaganda. Now, does this mean everything they do is fake? No. But a lot of things they do are fake, and I'm pretty sure the moon landing was fake. I can't believe anybody believes that they landed on the moon in 2026. Some people still do. Some Americans, at least.
Most people still do.
I don't know about that. Half of the Russians don't.
And I believe the Soviets accepted the moon landing.
The former head of Roscosmos, which was their NASA, said that Apollo was faked. You can read about that in newspapers. I have to step away for a minute. I can talk to you in a little bit, but I need to go take care of something. So maybe DJ or somebody else who's around can pick this up.
DJ, hello? DJ?
Yeah, I'll be able to talk in about 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be back in 2 minutes, man.
I was gonna argue about the horizon, but someone already did in chat. So, yeah.
Well, what were you gonna argue about the horizon?
Yeah, like what happened yesterday, right? So yeah.
Yeah, horizons.
Remember?
Well, I don't know. I had a lot of conversations yesterday about the horizon.
Oh, the one I started yesterday.
Yeah, can you refresh my memory on the specifics?
When I said, is the horizon opposite here or not? So I got a definition, and someone, I don't remember his name, but someone started talking about how the horizon is flat and the Earth is also flat. So I started talking about how the horizon isn't really flat, and then you came and he said, the horizon is flat just like Earth, but there's layers to it, right?
Layers, like a blanket?
No, not layers. I don't remember the word, but I was like something like that. I haven't slept, so.
Yeah, horizon's the apparent location where the sky and the ground meet.
Yeah.
On a globe, it would be a byproduct of Earth curvature. It would be at a predictable distance based off the height of the observer. And anything that goes beyond it would start to become physically hidden behind it.
Just like light, yeah.
Anything that was beyond the horizon, like a boat or a building or a person or anything like that.
Yeah, you told me about the lake problem yesterday, right?
Yeah, any problem, whether it be the ocean or a lake or anywhere. Yeah, so on a globe, the horizon would have to be the physical geometric limitation due to the curvature of the Earth.
So if the Earth is flat, we can see the horizon from any viewed distance, right?
Well, on a flat surface, the horizon is just a limitation of how far you can see due to the way your perspective works, and then it will be apparent because of the atmospheric conditions.
So telescope, you can't see it.
A telescope's just magnifying what you can see in the distance.
So if there's fog, you wouldn't be able to see it.
Exactly. You would still technically see a horizon, but it would be an obstructed horizon. Technically, that would be defined as a local horizon, which is not the actual horizon. It's kind of like when there's something blocking the actual horizon. Kind of like if you were looking out into the distance on land, and there was some elevation changes over the land, and you can see a horizon where the sky and the ground appear to meet. But if that blockage wasn't there, then you could see.
I could see the distance that I cannot see normally.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly, man. Kind of like even if you just put your hand in front of your face, and that's the distance where you can see the, the sky and the ground meet, essentially. Like that's all called a local horizon. Or if you've got waves out in the ocean, like ocean swells.
Hello.
That would be classified.
So it's a corrupted horizon in the ocean.
Hey Yoder.
Yeah, let's test your logic in real time. Go.
Yeah, why did you mute me?
Yeah, because you're posting AI drivel. You just happen to have logic notation on your keyboard.
No, me posting
Yeah,
that
no, of
obviously
course.
doesn't
Yeah, you're
entail me
posting
having
AI
annotation
dribble.
on
I
my
told you to
keyboard.
stop.
So what's the argument that it's AI?
Because most people don't post pages and pages of what appears to be LLM generated BS with logical notation embedded within the script.
Oh yeah, it says part 1, part
Well,
2,
I'm not
part
sure how
3, right?
I'm not sure how that entails me using AI. Me posting
Yeah, well,
It is an AI
then
detector. Hold on.
where'd you copy and paste it from?
from Umzu trees.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not sure why
Yeah,
you accuse
all
me
right.
of using AI.
I use
So
the
how
AI
is Earth a
detector.
globe?
It said it's 93. It said
Sorry,
it's
what?
93% AI generated. So
What?
I used an AI detector and I said it's 93% AI generated.
How many percent? 93?
Yeah.
Right, I don't really care about that, right?
Yeah, well, we do. So,
Well,
and
it's
that's what matters
obviously
here.
not AI, right?
Yeah, it's AI. Yeah, like
I can go through the inference with you. But yeah, well, it's just an internal critique that on Flat Earth you wouldn't expect.
no, it's not internal
supposed to
critique.
rotate in
I don't
different
accept. Listen, I don't
directions.
accept the perception of a celestial sphere is true. So your entire drivel can actually go in the garbage bin just on that.
Perception of a celestial sphere? Doesn't the argument
Yeah,
doesn't
I
hinge on
actually
that?
read your AI output, and it rested on the perception of a celestial sphere being acceptable to me, and it's not.
Wait, how does it hinge on that assumption?
Because it's one of the conditions. Did you read what you pasted or no? Come on.
Yeah, it doesn't hinge on it. It doesn't say anything about something spherical.
Yeah, it does actually.
Wait, where does it do that?
Yeah, go paste it again.
Yeah, I'm muted.
Oh yeah, that's right. Derp, go read it.
Can I post it or no?
Go read it.
Yeah, it says nothing about spherical.
Go read it.
Yeah, I'm reading it at the moment.
Out loud, read it to the audience. Let's hear you.
Yeah, if an object is perceived as rotating counterclockwise from vantage point A, then for all vantage points B, if vantage point A is on the same side of the rotational plane as vantage point B, then the
Pause.
object will be perceived.
There's a sphere. You're describing a sphere.
Where?
You're talking about celestials rotating.
Yeah, that doesn't denote there being a sphere.
Then what object is it?
That's unspecified. Right.
So therefore, the Earth's topology would be unspecified.
No.
Yeah, because you're saying the Earth's topology depends on how the sky's being perceived.
Yeah, the argument.
So you're done on 2 points. So do you care to make another argument, please?
Yeah, the argument doesn't hinge on the shape of the objects in the sky. It's an internal critique, right? I could just assume the Earth is flat. It still wouldn't make sense, right? Because we both agree that there's objects.
Nobody's claiming. Nobody's claiming that the Earth's topology depends on how the sky's perceived.
Sorry, I don't know how this is objecting to my argument.
Yeah, listen. Nobody here has made the claim that the topology of Earth is figured out by how one perceives the sky to move, as you claim that is. So it's not a valid internal critique.
Wait, what? I haven't claimed that. Again, the argument doesn't make any statements about the shape of these objects in the sky. The only thing you have to accept is that there are objects in the sky that rotate.
Yeah, but I'm saying nobody's claiming that you can determine the topology of Earth based off of that.
Yeah, I'm not claiming that either, in this argument at least. That's completely extraneous to the argument.
No, because it's talking about how objects move relative to your vantage point on the Earth.
No, the argument actually assumes a flat Earth and then derives a contradiction of that.
Right, so it's a straw man. Exactly as I pointed out, nobody's claiming that you can derive how the Earth is formed based off of how the sky is perceived.
Yeah, the argument doesn't do that though, so it's not a straw man.
It does. That's the whole argument. Go ahead and read the whole thing for the audience. I won't interrupt.
Sure. If an object is perceived as rotating counterclockwise from vantage point A, then for all vantage points B, if vantage point A is on the same side of the rotational plane as vantage point B, then the object will be perceived as rotating counterclockwise from vantage point B, as long as you're looking towards the rotational plane. Then, wait, let me just drink.
Yeah, what plane?
The plane the stars are rotating on.
Yeah, so we don't claim a plane, so it's not an internal critique.
You don't wait. The
It's a
rotation.
straw man. You are straw manning us quite literally right now, and you're trying to wiggle out of it.
Wait, so do you think the objects in the sky are not rotating?
I told you I'm not making that claim, and nobody here has. Nobody said it's rotating on a plane.
Well, the plane just doesn't denote any specific geometric configuration. Just
A plane is a geometric configuration. Ding dong. Try again.
right. Look, I don't need your rhetoric. So in that case, obviously, it doesn't denote anything three-dimensional, right? It's just stating that if something rotates, and this should be pretty logical. If something rotates, obviously it rotates along a specific plane.
Reality, or is that based off of a perceived plane?
I'm not sure what that's asking.
Right, because what we're talking about is whether or not Earth is in reality a topological plane.
Sure.
All right, so is the sky in reality a topological plane, or is this just a mathematical perception? And it says perception a bunch of times in your text.
No, it doesn't say perception.
Yeah.
It says that if you're perceiving something.
Perceive, yeah, it's perception.
Yeah.
So as I'm saying, like, you're straw manning and you're also mischaracterizing what we're saying in the process, because we're not just overall, we're not defining the surface by how we're observing and perceiving the sky. So it's not an internal critique. This may work like on some flat earth forums on TikTok or whatever, but it doesn't work here because we don't make those claims.
Well, again, a rotation will always assume or entail some sort of rotational plane along which it rotates. It doesn't denote anything about what's actually there. It exists as a concept in order to sort of describe the rotation.
All right.
Hey, Yoder, what if I just make sort of an abductive case for the globe Earth?
Deduction of the three main forms is the worst one to use because you can't prove anything.
Right, well, the other ones would be induction and deduction. Obviously, a deductive account wouldn't make sense.
No, you can only prove by deduction, actually. I got to step back for a minute.
Yeah, sure. The argument would just be as strong as the premises, which would be supported through induction.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove that that's the only way to arrive at that conclusion.
Sure, yeah, but in science, we just sort of gauge what is the most plausible explanation via these abductive virtues.
Yeah, so you can't really prove anything.
Parsimony.
Great.
Well, it depends on what you mean by prove. Obviously, I can make a probability.
Yeah, well, you could start with the deductive syllogism and then test it. Right? Like a hypothesis.
Well, you can derive certain expectations from an hypothesis and then falsify them via modus tollens. But I'm not sure.
Yeah, modus tollens would be deduction.
Yeah, but the premises of the argument would be needed to justify their induction. Like, it doesn't really matter if you use deduction or induction, since it doesn't matter if the logic.
Deduction would make a stronger case.
Not really.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, since it depends on the premises, right?
Absolutely.
The premises will need to be justified via induction, since they're synthetic facts, not analytic.
Why don't you go ahead and make a deductive syllogism for the globe? Can you?
Yeah, well, that would just involve abduction then. Right?
Can you do it? Can it be done?
Sure, yeah, it can be done.
Because we can make them for flat Earth and then prove it with evidence all day. I'm just wondering if you can do it with the globe.
Sure, of course that works. I can just do a modus ponens like.
Great. So start off with that and then provide the backing evidence for your premise.
I'm not sure why you want to accept sort of abductive case based on parsimony, ontological economy, stuff like that, right? Because globe Earth seems to unify different phenomena in the most efficient way. It seems to be the most parsimonious of all the explanations.
As far as you know today, or as far as you think today, maybe.
Sure.
Right, but it flies in the face of other evidence, especially evidence that's verifiable and, quite frankly, irrefutable to the contrary.
Well, I'm not sure.
I am sure. I am sure. And in fact, I don't know if DJ's around. He's got a great presentation of such evidence. DJ, you there, man? I got to step back for a minute and take care of some stuff.
I mean, I could go over it if he wants to. I mean, I don't have
he has to want to.
Yeah, I got a stack of work to do, but yeah, I mean, it's already in the side chat. If you want to take a quick look at the math first, and then I can kind of walk you over what the observation is testing specifically.
Sure. I'm just wondering. Yeah, I'm just curious. Also, what do you like? What if I just make an abductive count of the globe Earth? Sort of make an inference to the best explanation.
Well, then what if we present evidence that blows your premises to pieces?
Sure, then we could talk about that, but
yeah, we're going to skip over that part and do that right now. Why don't you take a look at the evidence?
Well, no, it would be the case that if I have evidence and you have evidence, some countervailing evidence, if for every phenomena you posit some different explanation, then your hypothesis would fail on.
Oh yeah, I can challenge you today to go find a measurement of the globe, and you won't be able to do it.
I'm not sure what you mean by measurement of the globe.
Well, then maybe you need to go figure out what that means.
I mean, the easiest prerequisite to test for the globe would be the water curving over distance. It would have to happen if the Earth were a globe. Okay, if you have gravity, if you have the claimed radius size, we can easily calculate how much that water should be curving over X distance based off the height of the observer. Okay, and we can go out and easily test for that curvature or the byproducts of the curvature that should be there. And that's been done over and over again. And the curvature is most definitely not there.
Sure.
If the curvature is not there, just quickly, if the curvature is not there, then all of the additional claims that require that prerequisite to be present are therefore invalid.
Well, not really. Just
okay.
Really.
Thesis, right. But also, I'm not sure if it's the case that you can accurately measure such things via. I think the methodology is like using a laser or something.
No, I didn't present anything to do with a laser. But this isn't a hyperspecific claim. This is just testing for the curvature that would have to be there, which is the hyperspecific claim that we're testing. Now, it's off by orders of magnitude, so there can be additional variables that can be taken into account, but it's not going to change the orders of magnitude error margin that's present in these observations.
Oh, well, then I'm not really sure what the methodology is if they're not using a laser or something to measure the curve or something like that.
Yeah. So it's things that would be physically obstructed behind geometric, like behind the physical curvature of the Earth. Things that would have to be obstructed. Yeah. Like in this example here, we have a 21-mile body of water, or a certain section of the lake that's 21 miles from point A to point B. Over that distance, there would be 293 foot approximately of Earth curvature. And this is basically shoreline to shoreline. Okay, so he's gonna zoom in across, and he's gonna be testing for the geometric horizon, which would be at 2.7 miles from the 5-foot observation height. So anything beyond 2.73 miles would start to become obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth, physically obstructed. And the shoreline on the far side of the lake would be obstructed by about 223 feet, which is kind of like a 23-story building.
I see. Yep. All right, I'll watch that.
Yeah, they also do a laser test after they do a daytime observation and then a nighttime observation. But the laser test is just kind of like some icing on the cake, really. The observations themselves is the argument that I like to present.
Sure. But then it just seems to me that we have two different domains of countervailing evidence. Like we have, we have like satellite images, and then we have this, so we just form a sort of contradiction. I'm not really sure why.
So the two domains are actually verifiable versus unverifiable. Great job. Yeah, like how do you independently verify proprietary tech?
I'm not sure what you mean.
You don't think satellites are proprietary?
Sure. Why would
Okay, so by nature, they're unverifiable. So the two domains are what's verifiable versus what isn't.
Well, I'm not sure how they're unverifiable.
Because it's proprietary. Don't you think proprietary means you can't verify it?
I'm not sure how that follows.
Well, proprietary means you can't check. You're not supposed to.
Well, no, I don't. I don't think that's what proprietary means. Maybe you have some idiosyncratic account of what.
Like
means, but...
ever try to just walk up to a rocket launch facility and go verify what they're doing?
No, I've not tried that.
I would want to.
I'm not sure why you'd want to.
Well, to verify, right? Because the two domains are that which is verifiable versus that which isn't by how you define satellites versus an observation that anybody can do, like what DJ's showing you. So on one hand, you've got your evidence for the globe, which is unverifiable in this domain, and then DJ's evidence, which is verifiable in that domain.
Well, when you say unverifiable, are you just saying it's impossible to verify?
Proprietary.
Yeah, but again, I don't know how that denotes it being unverifiable. Maybe independently unverifiable, which I'm also not really sure of.
Oh yeah, I mean, I would imagine, I would want things to be verifiable and independently verifiable, especially. That'd be just great. Just like if you could go out in your car and go make the same observation that DJ's showing you.
Yeah, but I'm not really sure how that follows then that it's unverifiable.
Why you don't think you're not sure how that follows? Listen, trust me, bro. I got verifiable evidence that only I can verify.
Yeah, well, okay, I'm not sure what you. Okay, can you just explain real quick what you mean by verification?
Well, simply put, that it's reproducible.
Oh, okay.
Preferably independently, like you were just talking about.
Sure. Well, then it's certainly the case that it's reproducible because it has been reproduced.
Independently, huh?
Yeah, it's been
So
reproduced.
yeah, I can just go walk over to the rocket launch site and go independently verify and check, right?
I'm not sure, but it's been reproduced independently from.
Well, yeah. So you're not sure your evidence actually holds up to the same standard of scrutiny that DJ's is, huh?
No, it's definitely.
No, you're right. No,
verify, right? But
you're right. No, it doesn't. It definitely does not meet the same. In fact, DJ's standard of evidence is so reproducible, so very reproducible. Millions, literally millions and millions of people live in the vicinity where this can be done by anybody. No restrictions whatsoever.
I'm not sure how that's a virtue.
What, reproducibility, like in the scientific method?
No, reproducibility to that degree. I mean,
well, it's great. Like it's like open source, open access.
I mean, it's great. But
transparency, right? Don't we want transparency? Don't you want transparency? I do.
Yeah, that's something I care about.
Yeah. I can't go walk onto NASA's rocket launch facility and check to see that the satellite that they claim is orbiting is in that thing about to be launched.
Right. Yeah, but nonetheless, it's been independently verified, as in by different agencies independently of each other.
Okay. Yeah, show me.
Show you? Yeah, I can just like.
It's like in the manner we're just talking. Show me where like the Russians went and inspected a NASA satellite launch.
Oh no, that's not what I mean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just
so it's going to be very specific, right, for your argument to work. I gotcha. It's not universal in that case. Bummer.
I'm not sure what that means. No, it's been.
Well, I guess you're not making a universal claim then, so that's fine.
Look, I'm not sure what that. means or how that pertains to what I'm saying. But I'm
That
just
means you
saying
gotta
that
cherry pick your
I'm
instances
just
that
saying
fit
that
your argument.
by verifying, you just mean reproducible, and it has been reproduced independently of the different agencies.
Yeah, and you're just going to go define independently in a way that's very not independent at all. It's very not transparent.
Wait, is the NASA
That seems a
independent
bit
of the
dishonest,
Japanese?
doesn't that, folks?
Is the NASA independent of the Japanese Space Agency? Because I would say so.
I don't know, is it? I know that I am independent of NASA.
Sure. I don't see how that answers my question.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if the Japanese Space Agency is independent of NASA or what that even would entail. Like, how would that independence be demonstrated?
How would that be demonstrated? Well, that there's no sort of
go prove a negative now. Great.
That there's no sort of
no sort of. So proving a negative now, that's not going to go well. Try something else.
rigorous internal connection between two or something like that, right?
Yeah. See, this ain't working. Try something else.
I don't see a reason to assume that they're sort of connected and not independent.
That's your opinion, then.
Well, no, it's not just my opinion, right?
Yeah, that absolutely is your opinion. Because I could say I see every reason to think that they are working together.
Well, then what's the reason?
Well, we can show you videos of Japanese and Americans together in a space station.
So, I'm not referring to national.
Well, I mean, how independent are they of each other? They are working together.
Wait, are you just referring to a Japanese man and an American man in a space station?
Well, I mean, from their respective space agencies, where they're supposed to be independent of each other, I guess.
Oh yeah,
I don't know.
Denotes.
I don't know how you demonstrate that independence. Is my point. I can come up with plenty of cases where they look anything but independent of each other, and that's kind of what I'm trying to convey.
And your cases that they're not independent of each other is that there's a Japanese man and an American space vehicle or something.
Yeah, if that is true, then yeah, I mean that's not a case of independence, right? I mean that looks like they're completely working together.
I mean, I would say that that's independent of dependence and independent. Extraneous to dependence and independence, right? Because we're not talking
How'd you
about
justify it?
Sorry, what?
Yeah, how do you justify it?
How do I justify that they're independent?
How would I go verify their independence either? So, I mean, this is where it just gets really knotted up. It's like the fact of the matter is NASA's presenting proprietary tech, proprietary claims.
Yeah, I'm not sure that you've made your case that that denotes that it's unverifiable. If by verifiable, you just mean reproducible, and it certainly is, at least under like.
Well, just one aspect of verifiability, in my opinion, would be reproducibility.
Okay.
I mean, what we're sort of presenting here is reproducible by just about anyone. I mean, this is right here on the Earth, directly testing the thing in question. This would actually debunk the unverifiable images that you're talking about from the space agencies. This would be direct evidence against that, and you could go and do it yourself if you wanted to, like I did, just to check for yourself. But you're never going to be able to reproduce or go and check what they're giving you. You could just choose to trust.
What conditions extraordinary?
Yeah, you could choose to trust NASA and then choose to trust Japan and have blind faith in either of those, right? But this one that we're showing you, you can actually go and replicate this yourself, or you could do it very easily as well.
I just don't understand how something being or something having the property of being replicatable easily is at least a non-trivial virtue.
Well, it's analogous to open sourcing software. The virtue lies in the transparency and the ease of reproduction.
I mean, it's telling that the only rebuttal that you have of this observation is by saying pictures from space. I mean, if that's all you've got, then anyone listening to this stream is going to see that, okay, this guy can't rebut what they're presenting. He's just gone straight to appealing to pitches from outer space. That's how it's going to seem to the audience listening to this.
Right. Well, I'm not really. That's out of my interest. But I mean, that's certainly not the only objection. I mean, there's different phenomena, different sort of extraneous phenomena that are each explained separate, in separate, with different explanations on flat Earth, which are all explained or unified under only a few common principles on the globe Earth. And so that would just be a theoretical virtue again.
Is that begging the question? I mean, we're trying to determine if Earth is a globe in the first instance.
Yeah, I'm not claiming that it is a globe. It's just the concept of a globe that would denote the sort of unification of different phenomena.
Okay, so religious explanations can do the same thing with different phenomena.
Oh Jesus, no, they can't.
They can actually, yeah. They often were.
Oh no, if you have some agential explanation, right? I don't see how that's of any interest because it's just so story, right? So the explanandum is just tailored to the explanans, which I don't see how that's explanatorily virtuous. Also, I mean,
I'm not claiming it is.
Right? Yeah. But a deity would just be compatible with every state of affairs in theory, and that's the problem with these intentional explanations or agential explanations. That they're compatible with, that they have no real constraints, right?
So back in Mesopotamia during the Chaldeans, the astronomers back then were part of the priest class, and they understood the cycle of eclipses, and it was a big secret because they used the cycle of eclipses in order to make predictions about their occurrence and appear to be all knowledgeable, being able to predict something to the public that is in fact a post-diction all along. The cycle of eclipses, called the Saros cycle, Sar, coming from Babylonian meaning lord or king, also derives from star. Sar, the Saros cycle, is a cycle of kings. They would do coronation events and welcome new kings and the birth of kings and so on whenever there was an eclipse with the Saros cycle.
Yeah.
So the public's religious experience became a foundation for their belief in this reality that eclipses and kings coincided with each other by divine order, when it was just a human fabrication from the beginning. So they had a unified explanation for all of this stuff. It was accepted for a long time. The Saros cycle, the funny thing is a Saros cycle, the post-diction cycle that we have is actually used by NASA today. There's some irony in there.
What you've just described just sounds to me like spurious unification, right? Which is to say that
yeah, isn't the globe like that though?
No, it would just boil down to saying that there's an agent who has the desire, who has the desire to do X and rationalizes X, and then that's for every phenomena. That's not unification.
Yeah, well, there's a phenomena of a globe that nobody actually sees or can measure.
Well, now we're just swaying off topic.
No, this is right back on topic.
No, not really. So, yeah, agential explanations don't unify phenomena.
Well, in this case, what's happening is the agent is man. And in the case of this cosmic religion called the Big Bang today, the agent is also universal mind, which they attribute man as being a part of too.
I don't really understand what you just said. Universal mind?
You ever listen to people who work at NASA talk about their cosmology?
No, I don't know anything about physics.
It's okay. Well, it's definitely not physics.
Right. I don't know.
They're literally invoking Kabbalistic emanations of Sefer Yetzirah. Not even joking. They're using that language.
I'm not sure what that means.
They have a cosmic religion, And it's not really identifiable because there's no singular titular Godhead or some agent that acts as a force, some thoughtful person that provides it's behind all the phenomena that everyone experiences or thinks that they experience. It's a godless religion, essentially.
Well, I mean, that sounds pretty peculiar, but that's not what I'm referring to when I say that the globe Earth unifies different phenomena.
Yeah, like what? The curvature that nobody actually sees?
No, it'd be things like tides, different rotational directions of stars, Newtonian mechanics or something like that, which is all unified.
Well, okay, but it's really not, because things like eclipses are not able to be unified by the heliocentric explanation.
How so?
The Selenelian lunar eclipse presents the exact opposite geometry of what occurs in other instances of lunar eclipses. You have a sunrise and a moon set, or a moonrise and a sunset, where both the sun and the moon are above the horizon at the same time, and the moon is fully eclipsed. And what's worse is what is considered the globe shadow enters the moon from the opposite direction of what the sun should be doing. And this type of eclipse is quite common.
Wait, what's the name of the eclipse?
The Selenelian lunar eclipse. NASA calls it the impossible eclipse, and they have a crazy cope where they describe, well, refraction makes it work. And then you look at the geometry, and it actually doesn't work, even with their explanation. So that's just one instance. Another instance are sunrise and sunset solar eclipses. Anytime you see a sunrise or sunset, and the moon is at peak new moon and full syzygy alignment, it geometrically does not align with where the placement of the sun, moon, and earth are in the heliocentric solar system. So what you see is actually an impossible geometric alignment if Earth is in a heliocentric system. So these are just two examples. And also the tides don't coincide with lunar phases.
Why would they sort of coincide with them?
Well, that's the claim, is that the moon is yanking on their bodies of water on the Earth.
Oh yeah, but how would you derive the expectation that under certain lunar phases the water would behave differently?
Oh, that's what I've heard claimed. I mean, that the tides are dependent on the moon's position.
Oh yeah, but I mean,
I guess the phases are not quite that. But yeah, that the moon's location does not coincide with tidal interactions completely in all places of the Earth. There are quite a few exceptions. There's some places where there are three cases of peak tide throughout a 24-hour period, and most places it's 2.
Right. With the Selenelian lunar eclipse, why do you reject the explanation through atmospheric refraction?
Because first off, the shadow, if the sun is coming up and the moon is setting, the shadow will enter the moon from the top, not the bottom. And then as the sun and the moon become closer and closer into full alignment with each other above the horizon, the moon gets more and more eclipsed. The irony being is the sun becomes in more direct contact with the moon, the more the moon gets eclipsed, which is kind of crazy.
Well, but I mean, how's that exactly sort of evidence against this explanation of atmospheric refraction?
Well, this explanation doesn't describe the direction. The direction of the shadow over time. You don't get to see what's happening over time here. And also, how is it that the moon turns red if it's in full eclipse? You ever see a red shadow?
Yeah, like a blood moon.
Yeah, like you ever see a red shadow on Earth produced anywhere for any other reason? Or is this just a special plea?
It's the scattering of light, Yoda.
Scattering of light. Okay, so The sun and the moon are both in the sky. The moon is fully eclipsed now, and it goes from turning dark to now bright red. And it's supposedly sitting in the full shadow of the Earth. The diagram does not predict what happens in reality.
You can look at the diagram that I've sent GIF.
Yeah, it doesn't comport with what we actually see, is what I'm telling you.
How does it not comport with what we see?
Because of the directions of the shadows.
Right. Do you have some
The phenomena that are observed over time.
Do you have some video or something?
Andy, I don't. I mean, we can direct it to our home server. We got tons of videos over there.
Okay. I've sent the video of lunar eclipse. In this video, we can see that the initial color is red, and it gets black as the eclipse ends.
Cool, red shadows, awesome. This ain't
Due
even
to
a Selenelian eclipse like what we're talking about, but still a problem.
Due to scattering of light, red color travel the most due to its longer wavelength.
So that means it's not in a shadow?
It is shadow, but it's also reflection as well.
Reflection?
Oh, no,
So,
not
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
It is shadow. It is shadow. Earth is casting its shadow, but light from the sun is getting.
So it's not a shadow.
What's the word for it? Refracted, I believe.
So it's not a shadow?
It is shadow and refraction as well. So there are two phenomena.
Shadow's an absence of light. How can it be both reflected light and a shadow at the same time?
Oh, okay. If you examine the GIF that I've sent of how lunar eclipse work.
You don't need to explain it to me. I understand the claim.
Okay, let me explain. So Earth is casting its shadow. That's why moon becomes dark, right? We can see the moon, and at the same time, sun rays are incident on the topmost points of Earth, and then they are getting refracted as and as red rays on the moon. That's why we see the color.
So no shadow.
Shadow, but the colors at the same time.
So red shadow?
Shadow, but red color as well, due to refraction of the red light.
You know this is happening because?
So Yoda, I've sent 2 images. Can you see them in the side chat?
Yeah, so what you're describing there is refraction.
Yeah, refraction, yeah.
But
so
you don't know that it's refraction, number one. Number two, I think the principal effect here is actually diffraction. But in either case, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In either case, then what's being presented is not a shadow.
Oh yeah. It could be diffraction as well.
Yeah, so how do we know? Like, which is it? Which one of one versus? Nobody knows. This is just a satisfying explanation to keep the globe alive. But the problem is during the Selenelian eclipse, the shadow directions are the opposite of the motions of the celestial bodies.
By the way, Yoder, see the image that I've sent. It's the top view from Mount Everest. We can see the curvature.
No, that's BS geometrically. You know why?
Why?
Because I've done the math. I can show you the map.
Yeah, that's obviously, beyond obviously, just a lens distortion effect that's taking place right there.
Right. We need to get the camera's data, like what was the field of view, the lens type, focal length.
Yeah. Notice how the horizon's above the center of the frame.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's gonna cause the line to distort in a convex way when it's above the center of the frame. If you could find more footage from that exact footage right there that you showed, if he just panned the camera up a little bit and that horizon dropped below the center of the frame, it's going to be curving the wrong direction. So I'll show you some footage from the top of Mount Everest right here, where we can see the horizon is at the center of the frame. And he also does a 360-degree pan around, and you don't see any curvature. And this isn't proof of flat or globe, because from this height you wouldn't see any curvature anyway. But from the top of Mount Everest, yeah, we just see a flat horizon. Even from 4 times that height, if we send up a non-fisheye lens camera, we don't see any curvature. Like a weather balloon height, for example.
Yeah, according to the geometric claim of the globe, you'd see less than 0.07% of the globe's surface from that mountain peak. You think you can see curvature? 0.07%, less than that.
I see.
Yeah. So if we were to take this same, let's say that was it, I mean, your camera would have to be such that it's angling downward. And if you were to do a 360 shot, yeah. Right now, as it stands, if you were to like look behind you and take a picture, would it also be curving left to right like that? And how do you connect the ends to each other? If you were to turn left, is it also curving left to right? And if you turn right, is it also curving left to right? Is it just going to make humps? So yeah, the geometry doesn't work out. We understand cameras and optics, so no. Barrel distortion is a reality. I mean, you can, like basic camera software will do barrel distortion lens fixes for you. What you do is you upload the raw image, and the raw image contains metadata from the lens that was used to take the picture. And then the software queries a database, performs calculations, and then flattens and straightens out the image again.
Mm. Do you know about the North Star?
Yeah.
North Star. So the thing with North Star.
Just quickly before you change to the North Star, I was just looking for some screenshots. I just wanted to share these just really quickly. Okay, so this is when I was flying over Alaska. I was filming out the window because I was shocked in how perfectly flat the horizon looked. So I decided to film it so I could show people. And then when I got home, I was like, damn, that's crazy. It doesn't look like what it looked like when I was looking through with my eyes. Okay, so here's a couple of screenshots from my video. So this is at about 40,000 feet above Alaska. And it looks like you can see a little bit of curvature.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and then what I noticed is that when I would pan the camera upward, and then the horizon would be lower than the center of the frame, this is what you could see. And when you would have the horizon right in the center of the frame, it would just be completely flat. So it's just a lens distortion. You need to take that into consideration, that's all.
Oh yeah. That's
Yeah.
that's weird. Yeah, speaking of North Star, the thing is, if you go to North Pole, you can see the North Star if you go to Greenland, for example. But when you go to Antarctica, you don't see any North Star. So isn't that a proof of globe?
No, it's the way our perspective works. We have a limitation. Things will converge towards the horizon as you move further away from them, and once they get below a certain degree in your vision, you're not able to see them anymore because of the angle of view. You're looking through a ton of air, essentially, ton of atmosphere when you're looking over that distance. That's why we can't see stars when they're just slightly above the horizon because of the thickness or the opaque air that we're looking through. And things converge. It's just basic perspective. For example, if you were standing on it, just say you had just hypothetically, say you had a giant football field and it was 100 kilometers across this giant football field, and you had a big light, like a big street lamp in the center of the field, and you were standing under it. As you move away, as you start backing away from the light, it's going to get lower and lower and lower in your field of view until eventually it's going to converge into the horizon. As you keep moving further and further away, you're not going to be able to see it anymore. It's just due to perspective and atmospheric extinction of light.
So DJ, can we say that Earth revolve around Sun or not?
No. You can say it, but you don't have any, even Einstein himself said there's no optical experiment that could prove that we're orbiting around the sun. Or the sun's orbiting around us or whatever.
Yoda, could you post it for me, please? Because I can't post.
There are two possibilities, right? Either we are orbiting around the sun, or is sun is orbiting around us. So don't you think that? Because at the daytime we can see the sun, but at night we don't.
Right. Or if you go down just a couple of 100 meters into the ocean during the daytime, you can't see the sun either. It's pitch black. You can't see any light from the sun at all because it can't push forever through a medium. So if the sun was much more local than what we get told it is in the globe theory, then as the sun moves to a different section above the Earth, as the light pushes through the medium, through the atmosphere, right, it's going to lose intensity due to the inverse square law of light, firstly, and it's also going to be scattered, and it's going to be absorbed by the medium over distance. So light can't travel forever through a medium. Depending on the density of it will determine how far it will be able to push through.
What's twilight then?
I've sent a GIF in the side chat. What do you think about this model?
That's a straw man flat Earth model essentially. So that's kind of showing like a disk in space with a globe projection map as the flat Earth. It's what people kind of use to straw man our arguments in here, and there are definitely some flat earthers that kind of think that the flat Earth is something like this, which is a poor argument. There's a lot of bad flat Earth arguments out there. I will agree, and that could be one of them. But generally, this is used as like to straw man flat Earth. Yeah, we don't think that's what it is, and we absolutely don't think the Earth is like a disk floating in space, like a flat planet. Most people try to replace. Most people try to replace the globe in the heliocentric model with a flat planet, and that's not what we're claiming. That would be silly.
DJ, can I get you to post the picture, please, that I sent you? Because I can't.
But DJ, like,
What do
what do
you
you
want
think
to?
about?
Yeah, hold on a second, Richter. Yeah, what's that paradox?
Yeah, I was saying, what do you think about gravity?
Gravity? Yeah, so gravity is something that would cause the water to be curving on a globe. Okay, so you need a globe to have gravity. You need gravity to have a globe. If you're talking about mass attracting mass, for example, everything being pulled towards the center of the globe, it means that the water would have to be curving at a specific rate, depending on the size of the globe. It would have to be happening if gravity were true. And when we go out and test, over large bodies of water, it's absolutely not curving over distance.
But still, we can see gravity working in moon, for example, right? Moon is spherical. Even the sun is spherical.
Yeah, I don't know about the sun. I can't tell what the sun is. I will grant you that the moon looks like it's a sphere, but that doesn't mean that the Earth is also like the moon. Okay, that's just. I mean, I understand why you're claiming that, because we grew up being taught that we're in a big giant space vacuum, like the universe, and then you've got all of these spherical planets and suns, and that we're also one of them. So I completely get where you're coming from. But I don't think the Earth has any characteristics in common with the things that we see in the sky. I think there's something different to what the Earth is. You know, kind of like, just to give you a silly analogy, it's like looking at a tree and thinking, oh, why isn't this other thing also a tree? Well, because it's not a tree. It doesn't have any of the characteristics that the tree has. It's obviously not a tree when we test it. So I think you could think of the Earth more like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in, and then we have celestials in the sky, sun, moon, stars, planets.
I see, but how I'm thinking is there's a space, right? And we can see objects in space, how they function. I can see moon with my own eyes. I can see the sun, and I can observe
we all
that
see
they are
the same thing. Yeah, we all see. Well, you see a round light. Even NASA and whatnot, they refer to the sun as the disk of the sun, or the moon as the disk of the moon. That's kind of what we see from our perspective. We see a round light in the sky, essentially. And we've been fed a whole big story surrounding what we can see, and we've been told that outer space is a big giant vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 Torr, deep space vacuum, and that these things are certain distances away, and that suns are burning balls of plasma gas, right, in the vacuum of space. And I deny that claim, because I would consider it textbook definition pseudoscience.
There's a logical gap, right? The logical gap is I look at the moon and conclude that Earth is a globe as a consequence of that observation.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I get why you're doing it. You know, it's not giving you a hard time for doing that because of the way that we were brought up. You know, thinking that we're on another round planet, you know, that's like the moon or the other planets or something like that. You get taught about gravity, and gravity forms these things into balls and so on. But we're testing that. We're testing the core of those claims by testing for the curvature that would have to be there. It's the prerequisite or the requirement for the Earth to be a globe. You have to have X amount of curvature over X amount of distance.
I see.
I can give you an example in the side chat if you want to have a look at one.
Okay, I want to see that.
Yes, send it.
Yep, sure. Okay. All right, so this is all out of a high definition, full length video that goes for an hour and a half, where Dr. John Dee goes over all of the details. So I'm just showing you some small sections out of the video just to explain it. And at the end, I'll share the video if you want to watch it later on.
Yeah.
It's just
Sure.
uploading now. So this is just a clip. So what he does, he goes to the ocean on a nice clear and still day where there's no waves, no wind, and very nice clear conditions. And he sets his camera up on a tripod. It's a super zoom camera, a Nikon P900 camera. Has amazing zoom capability. And he's zooming out from 1 meter height to a windmill platform. Sorry, a windmill that's out in the ocean, a windmill farm. Okay, so just focus on the windmill on the right-hand side. That's the furthest one away. Okay, that's 11.2 miles away. Do you want me to? I can probably do it in metric if you're used to metric system.
Yeah, I use the metric system, kilometers.
Yeah, okay. So he places the camera at 1 meter height, and that windmill is about 18 kilometers away. So now we can do some basic math. Yeah, what's your question,
happened?
Ali? Okay,
Yeah.
so the windmill
What
tower should
happened?
be obstructed. What's that?
Yeah, go on. I was just asking
Okay.
them what happened.
All right, so let's just, I'll post a screenshot from an Earth curvature calc. Actually, I don't have it in metric. I only have it in imperial. Okay, so basically the horizon should be 3.4 kilometers away. Okay, so we know what the horizon is. So I'm just going to post a little diagram so we can be very clear on what the horizon would have to be if the Earth's a globe. Okay, and I'll just read it out. So it's in the side chat now. Okay, so a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet. So basically, it gives you a picture of it there, and you notice how you can't see any water beyond the horizon. You shouldn't be able to see any water. That's the maximum distance you can see the water up to if you're doing an observation over water. Now, we can also calculate how much the windmill tower should be obstructed by behind the horizon. So you should only be able to see a portion of the windmill tower sticking up from behind the horizon, and the bottom 52 feet, which is about 16 meters, should be hidden behind the horizon. So what I'm going to show you now, just quickly, is a close-up. Right, this is just a close-up of the windmill towers that he's looking at, just so you can see what they look like close up. So that's just uploading now. And what you'll see is that we can see the entire windmill platform. Sorry, I keep saying platform. The entire windmill tower. Well, it is kind of a platform, I guess. Anyway, when it's low tide, we can see the black portion at the bottom where the paint's corroded off because the salt water goes up and down there.
Yes,
Okay, so have a look at the zoom footage again. When we zoom in, we don't see any obstruction of the windmill towers. In fact, we can see the water going beyond the windmills. We can even see a boat off in the background that's going past. So if the Earth's a globe, anything that goes beyond that geometric horizon must physically be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. So the bottom 16 meters of the windmill should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, and that horizon line should be at 3.4 miles. Sorry, 3.4 kilometers, approximately.
I see.
Yeah.
There's another experiment, like laser light experiment, which also proves this, confirm it.
Yeah. There's actually this guy, Dr. John Dee. He's a PhD. He's got a PhD, and he's a professional when it comes to optics.
I see.
So he also does laser tests. He used different spectrums of lasers, and he shoots lasers over huge distances. So on his YouTube channel, he also has a ton of different laser test videos. We've got dozens of laser test videos that we could show you as well, which is a similar principle. Basically, you're setting up the laser at a certain height, and then you have a target at the same height on the other side of the body of water, and they're attempting to hit the target with the laser. And if the Earth were a globe, then the laser should be way, way up in the air and shouldn't hit the target. But the lasers hit the targets consistently.
Then
Yeah,
why
yeah,
we
share
don't
those
have
videos.
any?
Share those videos.
Why?
Share his YouTube channel. I'll watch it later on.
Yeah, I
Because
will. Just a second.
Okay. Hey DJ, I have a question. Why we don't
Yeah,
have
go on.
any endpoint of this Earth?
Well,
That
we're
why?
not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, and I have no idea where the endpoint would be. And I would say that nobody has ever just kept going south to see what happens that we can verify. So if you keep going south and the Earth is a globe, then you should come back to, eventually you should come back to where you started. You should come back around the other side of the globe, and come back to where you started. On a flat Earth, if you kept going south, that wouldn't happen. Obviously, you're not going to come back to where you started again. But nobody's ever done that. Nobody's ever just kept going south, which is interesting.
Earth is not
Considering,
small.
yeah, I didn't say Earth's small. I said no one's ever kept going south. Okay, so if there's an end at some point, we're not able to get to it. And there's also certain restrictions that make it very difficult to freely travel and explore in the south. Right? Once you get to 60 degrees south, there's actually a treaty called the Antarctic Treaty that prevents you traveling past there without a strict permit. A very expensive and strict permit that has a whole bunch of very difficult conditions that go along with the permit.
Not true.
But still, there's a lot of people
Not
that
true.
live there.
Not true. He says, okay, who name one person since the Antarctic Treaty that freely traveled beyond 60 degrees south?
Jade Hairmaster.
Okay, he didn't have okay, post your evidence.
You said name one person.
Actually, there was a guy recently that did do it. He was a Chinese guy who was flying his plane around the world, basically, to raise money for cancer research. A Chinese pilot, a young guy. And he decided to fly to Antarctica and land there without a permit. And he got thrown in jail.
That's the same thing also in the Arctic Ocean, not in just Antarctic.
Well, not really. You can travel to the north. Okay, they don't have the same type of restrictions, even though it is monitored, but they don't have the same type of restrictions as they do in the south. So in the 50s, they came up with the Antarctic Treaty, and yeah, you're not allowed to travel beyond 60 degrees south without a permit, without permission.
Who's not allowing you?
Who's not allowing you? Yeah, so all of the countries basically that signed the Antarctic Treaty, which it's over 50-something countries that have signed it now. Yeah, who's not allowing you? It's I can find you the permit if you want to have a look, right? So on my server, Pickled Minds, there's a whole section called Antarctic Treaty. Refracted Space Ghost just put it in the side chat. So there's a whole channel dedicated to the Antarctic Treaty. If you want to go and read all about it, you can do that.
Okay.
Or the treaty itself is only 6 pages long. It's not difficult reading either.
See the geopolitics. There's America, China, Russia, they are a big enemies for each other. So if the Earth is not globe, then why they didn't talk about it?
Well, if Russia and
always be a
I mean,
big
doesn't Russia and the United States share a space station? And they like when the astronauts apparently got stranded on the space station, and then the Russians said that they're going to be the ones that go and rescue them. So when it comes to space travel and certain things, they seem to be friends. Okay, so it really depends on how you're looking at it.
Not even China and Russia. India recently launched a mission on moon, Chandrayaan-3. They also like have a video on camera that Earth is globe. So
Yeah,
I
but have you
think
looked at the
that's
India footage? Have you looked at the footage that they gave you from there? You know, India's one greatest recent achievement. Have you looked at the footage? I mean,
yeah,
it's the footage. Look, I'm going to post the footage in the side chat. Like the footage looks even more ridiculous than NASA's footage of the moon landings. Okay, at the end of the day, you're just going to have to trust them anyway. You're not going to be able to go and check if they did what they said they did. But this footage, right? This is basically the only footage that they released of the moon, right? The rest of the footage was just CGI, like admitted to be CGI. And this little bit of footage is just silly. It doesn't show anything. It doesn't look realistic. Could easily be shot in a studio, but we can't validate it either way.
I don't think that is real.
It's all faith-based stuff. When it comes to things that are too high for you to validate, you're just going to have to believe or not believe. Okay, after spending years looking into the fakery of the NASA moon landings, even if I believed the Earth was a globe, I would still be calling fake on NASA going to the moon. And the Indian footage, I mean, most of the Indian people that come in here also agree that the footage looks very fake and that they probably faked it.
That means the whole world is celebrating a fake news.
Yeah, I don't know if the whole world is still celebrating I mean, I don't think most of the people that come in here, even if they believe the Earth's a globe, they call bullshit on the India and NASA. Well, not most people, but quite a lot of people call bullshit on the footage. People that have looked into it. I mean, I can post you some NASA footage now. I could post you some NASA footage that NASA claims to be real footage. It looks so ridiculously fake that I don't know how anyone can take it seriously. But at the end of the day, we can just go and test the surface of the Earth over and over again to try to confirm if there's curvature or not, rather than having to believe in pictures from space. We can just go and test if they actually match up with reality.
But DJ, bro, why do you think that governments are lying to us? And every single government is lying to us.
Yeah, I mean, are they lying though? What are you lying about? What in particular? Going to space or lying about the globe?
Yeah, the Earth. The globe.
I don't think most people that work for the government or the education system or scientific industries, I don't think that they're lying. I think that they are just repeating the information that they learnt at school. They're just memorizing the textbooks and repeating it to people. They're not going out and actually checking. You know, they're not going to college and they're not saying, "Oh, Professor, how do we really know that the Earth is a globe?" That's not a question that they're asking. They were taught that it's a globe their whole life. They've never questioned it, for the most part, right? They've not gone and tested it.
let's say that India landed on the south pole of the moon, and NASA appreciated it. So why both the India Space Organization and NASA, why they both are lying?
Well, why would they not? I mean, if they're both lying and it further confirms that people can go to the moon, it's going to add more legitimacy to whether NASA went to the moon. Someone else did it too. It's going to say, okay, well, that's more evidence that we went to the moon because look, somebody else has also done it.
So, do you believe on Elon Musk? Do you think that he was also a lying person?
Yeah, I think I don't think he's lying about the Earth being a globe, but I wouldn't know if he's lying about that. But he's definitely lying about things like sending a Tesla car into space, for example. Remember when he said he sent the Tesla car into space? And even he said it looks fake.
Yeah, it's
so
okay, but
DJ?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Hold on a second.
can
Off the
I-
Rick, though. Just want to answer his question. Yeah. What were you going to say?
yeah, I'm not gonna talk about countries or like that. But I wanna know that if the Earth is flat, then why we don't have any end point of this Earth? Like,
Well, maybe there is an
Why-
end point. We
why-
just can't get.
why
We just don't have anyone that's been able to go there and confirm this. We're not claiming to know that. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. The globe side are claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're testing that claim, and when we test it, it doesn't match up with what we're being told. Remember, flat's not a shape, right? A globe is a shape, but a flat is just a descriptive term to describe, in this context, a surface area that's not curving over distance. Like bumpy, smooth, flat, rigid, it's just a descriptive term. So what we're talking about is the surface of the water, which covers most of the known surface area of the Earth, not curving over distance. And by default, if you have a large surface area that's not curving, it's flat by default.
But it's not. Can I get you to post that picture, please, DJ, that I sent to you because I can't post.
Sure.
Thank you very much. And that Chinese guy that got arrested, he got arrested for filing incorrect flight plans by the Chilean government.
Yeah, because he went to the part of Antarctica that's owned by the Chilean government.
It's the incorrect flight plans. Is what he got arrested for.
Incorrect flight plans. So if okay. So he went to Antarctica and he got arrested for incorrect flight plans.
Not for landing on Antarctica.
Okay. But that's what he did, and that's what got him arrested.
Getting into trouble, being forced to land on Antarctica was what drew it to attention that he had filed incorrect flight plans. If he didn't get in trouble and he didn't need to land in Antarctica, no one would have been any the wiser.
Okay. So who's gone to Antarctica and not got in trouble without a permit?
About 10,000. I think it's about, no, I think 2022, there was 106,000 people, I think, visited Antarctica as tourists.
Yeah, they all had permission through the jurisdiction of the tour company or travel company that they were going there with, whether it be a flight company that does the drive-by tours from Australia okay, to a particular section of Antarctica that's owned by Australia or designated to Australia, and then the other ones going from Chile or whatever, okay, they have permits, right? They have deals with the government where they need to have permission. We're talking about an independent person going there, not with a tour group, not with an organized tour group that's government run.
You said you couldn't. It's not government run; it's private enterprise. You said you couldn't go there unless you had extremely difficult to get permits. So the story's changed.
No, it isn't.
So you can go with the tour
you need to get a you need to go through a designated.
Don't need any permits.
Yeah, that's not free exploration, though, is it? I said freely explore. Yeah, so that none of them are freely exploring Antarctica, are they? They're going to designated zones on tours. It's not free exploration. You can't just jump on a boat yourself and just go to Antarctica past 60 degrees south without permission.
Can you go to the Ukraine without getting permission? Can you go? Can I land in America without permission?
No, you can just get get permission. You can easily get permission to go to the Ukraine. I could drive there right now, probably, and get across the border with just a basic tourist visa.
Paperwork, yeah, passport.
Yeah, so it's probably $50 or if not free, and you just fill out a form and then you can go. It's not the same deal when it comes to freely going to Antarctica. For example, there was a U.S. Navy SEAL that just wanted to carry to tow a little sled across a little section of Antarctica for an endurance challenge. And he had to raise over $1 million to pay for all of the conditions that went along with his permit just to be able to drag a sled across a small section of Antarctica. He had to pay hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to have safety teams on standby. And he had to pay, he makes videos on Instagram explaining all of the crazy costs, right? Because he had to raise the money independently, which he did do, and he did go there. But it cost him over $1 million just to land there and drag a little sled across a certain section because of all of the restrictions that were basically requirements to be able to get the permit to do what he was doing. It's not as simple as just getting a visa and going to Thailand or something like that.
I understand that.
It's a false analogy.
Which country's just going to leave you to die? None of them. They're going to have to come and get you if you get into trouble.
Yeah, that doesn't change the fact that it's expensive and difficult and that there's restrictions to the permit. Yeah, all of those things. Okay, so you can give reasoning for it. I'm not saying there's not reasoning behind it.
Yeah, there's 4 in the morning. You still haven't posted that picture. I've got to go to bed. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Yeah, hold on a second. I got the picture ready to post here.
Okay.
All right, so explain the picture. It's uploading now.
So that's Brisbane Airport. Just to show there's no window distortion, no lens distortion. Straight lines are straight lines. And,
all right.
And then out the window of the plane. Taken by me, 36,000 foot.
Okay. All right. You take it with your mobile phone or what?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the focal length on the lens of your mobile phone? 18 millimeters, probably, something like that.
What's the difference? There's no distortion on the ground one, and there's curvature in the right one.
Yeah, so there's no distinct lines to be able to check for the curvature in the top one because we have topology, we have planes and buildings and terrain and that kind of thing. We don't have a horizon. We don't have a horizon for comparison in the bottom image. In the top image, okay, you're using a phone camera, which obviously has barrel distortion. Okay, it's like a wide angle. It's like a wide angle shot.
Why can't we see it in the left photo? Why can't we see it in the left photo?
You don't have a line in the left photo. You don't have a horizon line. You have a local horizon, which is obviously topography. What lines? What lines?
Look at the picture.
It's like a big roundabout, a green roundabout We've got curving lines. We've got terrain and planes and buildings in the background. What line are you talking about? What horizontal line? What horizontal line? So you're denying lens distortion right now, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, I am, because there's no distortion.
Yeah, I am. Great clip. Thanks for that little soundbite. Yeah.
Well, everyone else can see the photo, man. They can make up their minds. Anyway, thanks for having me on, everyone.
Yeah, so I'm going to show some counter footage right now from 40,000 feet where I was flying above Alaska. Okay, so I'll just post some images in the side chat. So obviously when we have a low focal length lens, we have lens distortion. Anyone can look this up. Just go on any AI or any optics website and you can just double check. Okay, so as you pan the camera around, you're going to see distortion of lines in the distance. Happens every single time. All right, so here's two pictures, horizons above the center of the frame and horizons below the center of the frame, 40,000 feet. All right, we see a convex horizon in the top one and a concave horizon in the bottom one, proving that it's just lens distortion. The Glober's arguments are getting weaker by the day.
Okay, so I got it correct. Which of these two the plane actually uses?
The plane is designed to put the airplane on a globe for navigational purposes, for communication purposes, for asset protection and liability, for insurance purposes, for every other purpose. The airplane takes physical measurements of its attitude, its yaw angle, its acceleration, and it puts that on a spherical coordinate reference system.
And uses that.
Exactly. Yep, that's all it's doing.
I might be still misunderstanding.
Right, no matter what it does.
But if it uses a spherical coordination system and ends up getting to the right place, wouldn't that...
Yeah, it will get to the right place. It will get there. Like if you use GPS to drive from your house to the grocery store, whatever it is, you will get there. You will follow the coordinates. You will probably never know exactly what direction you drove, exactly how fast you drove, and basically where you drove from point A to point B relative to each other. You only have the reference system on the map, but you don't have a reference in reality.
So
apart from the map, you don't have that.
I'm trying to understand the discrepancy here.
Well, you need to ask the question how. Yeah, you need to ask the question how it was derived. That should be the next thing.
You are replacing the map with reality right now. You are putting the map before reality. It is the problem of the ages. This goes back thousands of years. Which came first, the map or the territory?
Just to be clear, we can use other maps and get to our location without a sphere involved. Just because the sphere works, we're not going to reify that model.
Okay, the spherical coordinate system, have you asked the question where it was derived? Like, what was it actually?
Well, I mean, we could get to there. I would love to get there. Let's pin that to the wall and come back to it. But guess what? You can use other coordinate reference systems. You don't have to use a spherical one. You can use a flat one, and it will get you from point A to point B.
But you said they disagree 1,000%.
Yeah,
they do.
One's fine.
Yeah, so there is a flat planar coordinate reference grid called the British National Grid System. For the audience listening on YouTube, you can Google this British National Grid System.
That's how we get our electricity.
Yeah. It does not align with latitude and longitude, not at all. It is a flat planar survey of interlocking squares that go out to an area of 2,500 by 2,500 miles. Or kilometers, I forgot which. Might be kilometers. The Brits are weird. They started with miles and then like halfway went into the metric
We
system.
still use miles, dude. We still use miles. Miles posted on the road
God
signs,
bless
miles
you.
an hour when we drive.
God bless you. Your colony in America never forgot.
Yeah, fuck the French.
No, I do have a really great image of this. I have an image of the British National Grid System, which is a flat square slapped onto a globe. It's somewhere in my holdings. It's like buried deep in the shit. I can't pull it up that easily.
You know, the Brits still use miles because they still hate the French, man. They're still mad about Agincourt, even though they won. They're still pissed off.
Yeah, too fucking right, bloody French.
That's funny. The French helped us.
What's the swath of land that it covers, Yoder? Like the map?
Yeah, it's like
All
a
of England.
2,500 by 2,500 mile grid or something.
I mean, for perspective, for that guy, if he's listening.
Yeah, so it goes from like Iceland somewhere out into the Atlantic Ocean across like northern France and the Netherlands, and then up along like the Danish and Norwegian coastline, and then up past the Shetland Islands and then out to Iceland. And in the middle is the UK. This isn't the only one, too. Like, there are a bunch. We've got a ton of these. Like in America, we've got state plane coordinate reference systems in every state. There are other countries. Oh, you bounced? Yep. Well, okay, for the audience listening, I mean, we've got flat, square, orthogonal coordinate reference grids, and they work. In fact, they are used in the court of fucking law. Yeah, that's right. You want to know where the meets and bounds are? You got a property dispute with your neighbor. You got a property dispute between like a freaking airport and a 3,000 acre farm. Yeah, they're not taking curvature of the Earth into account. Fuck that. They're using the state plane coordinate reference grid.
Grab the telescope, man.
It got real fast with that guy, so he's just like, I don't want none of this.
Yeah, he's like, these guys are too smart.
He sounded like he was actually trying to be a little slick.
Yeah, you called it out in the beginning, and I thought I was right, and then you ended up being right in the end, Mickey. So hats off to you.
Yeah,
but we got good content.
AB's the globetrotter whisperer, man. He like knows
He
what's in your
freaking is,
mind
dude.
before they even talk.
I've been wrong about you before, AV.
Yeah, but to be fair, this would have not got how far it did if he wasn't in here. So, for the audience sake, it had to have been drug out this far.
Hey, we got Josh Ingersoll, our flat Earth satellite engineer from Amazon Kuiper Systems. Hello, Josh Ingersoll.
Oh, wow! I heard they got rid of that department.
No, like, hey, Josh, have you met any flat earthers at NGA or NRO yet? No, I have. Oh, fuck, I better log off before they catch me.
Yoder's always dragging him around by his short hairs, dude, like every time.
Told ya, Kuiper is dead. Told ya, it's over with. See how that works? No matter what you do, they always kill the project.
Now they can waste another year printing new letterhead.
How are they going to redact that, though?
They're retooling, right, Indio?
Yeah,
They're upgrading.
retooling, managing their synergies for optimal performance.
Yep, they're retooling. They're optimizing their downtimes, all that. They're going restructuring right now. That's why they killed it. And then they'll rename it something later when they're ready, maybe in 5 years.
You should have heard what
Josh
he
says
said.
all purple now, baby. You get that? You know what that means? That means joint.
Uh,
No,
Yeah, he
not
said-
like that joint. I mean, like that means like working across agencies and departments.
Hold
Well,
on,
he said
let's
they were
ask
gonna-
Josh. Josh, if you found out the whole thing you're doing is fake, would you snitch or would you just keep getting your check?
$300K a year, man. Come on, that's kind of hard to pass up.
No, he ain't.
He'd want to find out where the flat Earth office is.
You guys are ruining his Magic the Gathering, like, playlist that he's trying to get in the right headspace, man, before he goes head to head with some guys over there.
Yeah, hey Josh, if somebody knows, they're probably in Colorado. I'll leave that with you.
Yeah, Josh. You, as far as Magic the Gathering, all I know about Magic the Gathering is Mount Gox owes me money.
Empty Gox because it's empty.
And that was the first Bitcoin exchange. They got hacked, and they still got some of my Bitcoin, but not a lot. I think it's only a quarter.
Yeah, Traver, Josh.
But they went through Japanese bankruptcy, which is way different than American bankruptcy.
I got $1 that he's gonna come on here and be like, "Hey, I just got back on, man. What's going on, guys?" But
yeah,
he's listening, man. But they always do that.
Okay, Josh, you reached the 4-0?
Oh, we got to get him drunk.
Oh, hell yeah. He's 40 now. Hey, look,
Dude,
you're
I'll cash you
baby
your
boomer.
money, dude. So you can get drunk and confess in here.
That's about a White Claw and a half, dude.
29. Jeez, dude. Could almost be your dad.
But the confidence on him, though, every time he speaks, he's like,
Yeah, if you're going to be the public guy, Josh, that doesn't mean you know anything. Like all the people who know things, they're not out in public, 100%.
In fact, they hired him because he doesn't know anything. That's what you hire the PR people for. You don't want them saying something.
Exactly. You don't want your PR people to like cough up secrets. Hell no. Trade secrets from Amazon. Nope. Yeah, there's some old crusty people from the old Defense Mapping Agency days that do ham radio that you should probably talk to, Josh.
Didn't you hear though? He's rubbing elbows with people over there in the, those forums where he said that he can be a voice for us.
Yeah, I know.
And the
It's
UN.
like the guys who know shit are like mid-level, like chain smoking, divorced alcoholics sitting in a cubicle. And he wants to rub elbows with CEOs and UN representatives. I thought you meant purple based off of my remark. Okay, never mind. I mean, for the record, like I never officially encountered any flat Earth when I was in Washington, but I met people who said these things to me that made me wonder, like back in the early to mid 2000s. I would love to write a book and tell all about that kind of thing. I don't know if I should. And I don't think I ever will.
Yeah, parts of that stuff would be probably
Yeah, like it wasn't until the freaking COVID lockdowns and we're all sitting around in our houses with our families wondering what the hell to do. And I'm like, you know what? That guy that said this thing and that chick that said that thing to me and that other time and this other time. And I'm like, you know what? This is freaking weird. Let me go check out this flat earth shit.
And the rest, as they say, is history.
The rest is history. That's right. I'm like, oh my God, it all makes sense. Like, holy shit. He was trying to tell me this. She was trying to tell me that. They were doing this. They were doing that. This is freaking weird. Like, I was never in the club, but there was a club and I wasn't fucking in it. And they might have been in it. For all I fucking know.
Probably.
Yeah.
You were mostly on a need to know basis, weren't you?
Dude, the bait was freaking like, I don't know. Like, I think they were trying to feel me out for a while to see if, I don't know. But,
well, don't they do that? Don't they do that? They kind of,
yeah, they certainly do.
They throw a little, you know, hey, by the way, we're going to be going over here. And they're just like, you know, they try to see what you say. If, like,
right. They're like little loyalty tests that are given and passed or failed all the time. You know, while a lot of this stuff is based off of need to know and stuff, I mean, it's also to some extent who you know. Because who you know will put you in a place where you need to know.
I've always thought about, like, before they let you into that inner circle, you got to be compromised before you get there. Then once you are, then you can come in.
Yeah, and then you're done either way. So don't compromise yourself.
Yeah,
man. Like, yeah, I mean, there are stories about that. And, you know, it can go sideways too, because people think they're climbing a ladder and they're really going sideways and they're fucking their career, their family, their life and everything up in the process. And they're being
They have
used.
special islands that you can go to and you can get compromised.
Yeah, that's
Josh is screwed.
That's for the real shit.
Yeah, that's
Josh has already given him enough ammo, right? He's already associated with us. He sports a "It's Flat" number plate, license plate, bro.
Dude,
what a
awesome.
perfect patsy. Anything goes wrong, I'm pinning it all on Josh.
So I can say this, like the few stories I know I can get into. So I worked with a guy. He was a geologist and an RF engineer with master's degrees. And he's old as dirt. I don't know if he's alive right now. But he was a guest scientist in the Cold War and did 2 tours of duty in Antarctica at Vostok Base and McMurdo. And Vostok Base is interesting because I was with the Russians during the Cold War. He was a guest transfer scientist. He had some interesting things to say and never really said it. And he taught me a lot. He was a mentor of mine, taught me a lot about RF and signals and stuff. And one of the things he said was when he got down to Vostok Base, he's like, this is the actual place on Earth where magnetic field lines terminate. And he said, we were able to do interesting studies of the ionosphere and of the geology, which was more interesting to him, even though he was an amateur extra and other things in amateur radio. One of the things he said to me was, after all these years, I still don't know if the ionosphere rotates with the Earth or if it's stationary and just breathes in place. I'll never forget that.
That's profound, dude. That's what's going on in the globe ahead right now when they're listening to.
Yeah, freaking Macarena. Right? Isn't that profound? I mean, he said other things like that too.
I mean, really probably never it didn't click when you were listening to it at the
Josh's
time.
friends anyway. It's Josh's friends anyway.
Yeah. He said some other things too, like like the magnetic alignment of rocks that they used to study down there were not congruent with what they understood with the history of the Earth and geology and the nature of things. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy shit, and this isn't anything like this is not crazy stuff that people can get in trouble with by talking about, but. And then I met somebody else. She was a similarly qualified expert, but far younger. And she told me things that, like, you know what? Everybody studies skywave propagation of radio transmission. Radio waves bouncing off the ionosphere at night in a certain frequency range. She's like, that's not really what's going on. She said, if you really want to know, if you really want to know the rest of the story. It's not just that. If you want to know the rest, you need to focus on the ground wave component, ground wave propagation. In fact, ground wave is really all that it's at. And skywave is kind of theoretical, but it's all ground wave. I'm like, that's kind of like what Nikola Tesla was saying, like about freaking energy transmission over the ground. And now I'm like, holy shit. And then like you open old like antenna theory manuals and they're talking about how they model the propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat planes, over half planes. And how like they do studies in like the energy density of the wave on a target like an antenna or whatever in a far distance. If Earth is curving, then it should be predictable how much energy is being transferred onto the far end of the target by the predicted curvature amount. Plus, diffraction and all that shit. But it's not. It's actually like as if Earth is flat. Like electromagnetic fields act as if Earth is flat, folks.
And that's how they measure it too. Well, calculate it. But yeah, I just wondered, is there any information loss? Is there any loss over distance? With radio wave propagation due to surface contact?
Yeah, there's absorption and scattering. It depends on the surface. So if the surface is lumpy, like lumpy Lambertian surface, then it's going to scatter, and if it's specular, it's going to reflect. And the ocean and bodies of water are like mirrors to radio waves, just like light.
Right, and can that then adversely affect, like unobstructed wavelengths? Like, can it interfere with
reflection? Interfere?
Right. Right. So what's traveling straight, right? So it's going in all directions, right? But you got some coming down and hitting the ground, and then bouncing back up. Some are being absorbed, scattered, whatever. But you got reflection happening. So it's coming back up into the path of what hasn't gone that direction. Does that interfere?
Yeah, there's interference. Yep. Some of it bounces back and hits the transmitter that may be receiving too at the same frequency. Or it can actually change its phase and completely and bounce back at a different frequency. Yeah, it's so messy. I don't really know. I'm not an expert on this stuff, guys, but it's such a messy freaking soup. I do know that there's a lot of money. Like if you want to make money as an electrical engineer, particularly in communications, the money isn't in the antennas or the power or the freaking protocol and all that shit. It's going to be in the filters that are used. It's going to be in the filters. It's going to be in smart filters. So you're going to need like chemical engineers and freaking, artificial intelligence, computer scientists, cryptologist engineers. You put them in a room together to start making filters, and you can do so many amazing things. Figuring out the transmission's the easy part. Because you can come up with novel ways to do that all day long. But receiving it, that's the trick. So they got ways to they have ways to propagate energy in a chiral motion. That's like a drill, like it spirals. And if your antenna is not configured properly to receive it, then you're not going to get the full transmission. So there's a physical way to encrypt and decrypt signals based off of the waveform itself. And then when all this is flying out there with all the freaking black body radiation, all the static and everything else going on, how do you tease out the signal from the noise? That's the question. Well, that has to do with filters. I don't know what this has to do with flat Earth, but oh yeah, the signals, they go over a flat Earth. But for Tesla's energy propagation, he proposed putting plates in the ground at intervals apart based off of the harmonic of the wave and all this, so that you can leapfrog the transmission of energy from one place to the next using ground wave. And basically, it allowed for inductance and capacitance at every incremental point to store and retransmit the energy in the direction that it was initially transmitted at. So it's kind of like greasing the skids, you know what I mean? You got like a rail, you got like roller blades, you want to grease the skids, you want to grease the ball bearings. So.
What do you mean a plate in the ground? I don't think I've ever heard that one.
Yeah.
I know about the ground wave shit, but I didn't know he was going to stick a plate in the ground.
Yeah, like a sidewalk. Like he envisioned like steel plates at intervals going from A to B.
And that was to make the current travel farther, or
with higher fidelity.
Oh, yeah.
To retain energy.
Well, you could also basically rectify. I think you could rectify the signal if they were spaced right.
And nothing in the way. Well, I mean, it's all diffraction.
Well, what you're going to get is the further away, right? It's going to get noisier, right? Right. Even the resonant wave is going to start to decompose unless you're using fucking solitons or something, right? Which nobody knew about at the time, including Tesla. But you could.
Yeah,
so one trick he used to do is he had a way of. We'll get. I shouldn't get into it. I should get into it with you somewhere else. Not here. It's fucking way too deep for this shit. If you look at some of his writings from the pre-1900 stuff where he gave presentations, like at the Benjamin Franklin Institute, one of the presentations he gave there is freaking mind-blowing, bro. The single wire freaking electricity transmission and how you could change the way, like, this standing node. So what he would do is because when you reach the end of the conductor, the electricity will bounce off the end. So if the length of the conductor is some fraction, some ratio of, you can make a standing wave of electricity, right? Where the center of the conductor basically has no charge on its surface, and the endpoints have all the charge. And you could change where the node was by making like a little Now it's connected metallically. But you could change where the node is by putting this little piece of metal, kind of like a pointy thing, right? To kind of accumulate the charge, or like just change the way. You'd have to look at the diagrams because the diagrams show it all. It's hard to explain, but this is part of his single wire electricity idea that he was doing. I don't know why they ever ended up with the freaking 3-wire. I guess
it
that's
came
just
with
cheaper.
demonstration though, didn't it? During his lectures and that.
Oh yeah, he did it. Yeah, he
Like he-
demonstrated. He didn't just talk about it. He did it in front of everybody. That's why everybody was amazed by him, because they would all talk theory, right? And when they came up, then when he got up, he'd be like, "Okay," and he'd have all this. He'd have all that apparatus and shit, and show people stuff. He was an experimentalist. He wasn't really a theoretician. And people just don't get that there's a huge difference between a physics experimentalist and a theoretician. Gigantic difference. They're not even in the same fields, you could say. Just like applied physics is different than theoretical physics. But even the applied physics people, if they're not doing experiments, they're still way behind the experimentalists.
Right, that's why Maxwell's equations were like sort of disregarded for a while, right?
Yeah, they're impossible really to work with in any practical way.
It got worse after Einstein. Trying to scale those up, right? Or down.
The problem with Maxwell's equations really is that when you could work the equations out, but when you end up coming to the boundaries of like a conductor or a capacitor or anything, when you tried to quantify the boundary condition, they would go to infinity because they're partial differential equations. So they would just frickin' blow up into,
noise.
You know, yeah, they just frickin' just blow up. I mean, then what are you going to do with it? And because they're kind of they're nonlinear. Like you don't know, is the blow up because of the nonlinearity or is it because they're at the boundary? You know what I mean?
That reminds me. So that clip you sent me of that dude with the mustache. I don't know his name. He's got a YouTube channel. It's a great channel called like Inductance or something.
Oh, Inductive. Yeah. He just put out something which is pretty interesting. I
yes, he did.
No, you saw it?
He took all of Maxwell's equations and distilled them down into 3.
Yeah. Using the
I'm
Arnold
like,
Bohm
holy
effect,
shit,
dude.
this is so intuitive.
Yeah, and it's like modeled as a fluid. But he said at the end, he's like, it's funny, dude. Because what he said at the end is like because before Flat Earth, I was looking into all this shit, all this ether, and though I wasn't like all hooked on the ether shit, it was a little more different than what I was looking at, though the ether was involved, is that if you look at the equations and you model electricity as a fluid, you end up with a problem because part of that fluid is moving in the opposite direction. And we don't observe that. Okay, so he had like so it was a glut and a non-glut, right? So you have basically, it's almost like you have an area, so the electron was an area of a bunch of ether, and the proton was a positive charge is the area with like less ether, and this little section of space ended up making a positive versus negative charge. And so they're modeling it as a fluid, like the fluid's going into the electron and out of the proton. And when you have this imbalance, right, they get attracted to each other. So, but when you model this like as a conductor, then you end up with a proton flow. And this is what he was saying at the end. What he was saying at the end is like he talked to the paper. It was a guy named Martins, and said, "Yeah, that's what it predicts." And he's like, "Well, in the guy, this Indicta guy is like, the problem with this was that we don't observe it in nature. Yeah, because protons are in the nucleus, right? They're in a lattice. Yeah. But I remember coming across, because I remember this specific thing, me wondering, like, if they model electricity as electron flow in one direction, why aren't the protons flowing in the other direction? Right? It's intuitive. Like, why wouldn't they go in the other direction? Like I don't even know if they do it in a plasma. Well, someone actually did that test, and they actually did record proton flow. I can't remember what they used, but somehow they measured some amount of proton flow, but you have to turn up the fucking voltage, like, to some stupid, ridiculous level to basically get the molecules to travel within the substance itself, to travel within the lattice, because like solid state matter usually has some sort of crystalline lattice, right? So
right,
unless it's glass or something. So
especially
I think
metal.
they might. That reminds you, maybe they was glass, that they used some sort of amorphous substance to get the positively charged molecules to flow in the opposite direction. And so they actually did get it to happen, but it's like they had to crank it up to some crazy fucking voltage.
That's always the problem with this. They have to go to extremes in order to create the rules. So they have to find exceptions, and yeah.
Well, I mean, you think about it; it's all symmetric, right? The positive and negative charge, everything's just symmetric. But that's not kind of what we observe in nature. The protons are stuck in lattices of conductors, so we don't see a positive flow in the other direction.
Well, I mean, that's where the ether comes in, right? With counter space.
I don't even know I'm still trying to figure out what counter space means, bro. I don't know
listen, it is the hole that everything goes into that you don't understand.
Oh, you mean like your donations? Is that where your donations go?
That's where your government contract money goes. Your grants, but
no, Dollar's always begging for donations. I think that's where your donations go, like right into that freaking hole. That dude, when I first I'll say this about Dollard. He's very knowledgeable about the history of electricity, and I credit him with teaching me much, at least the historical background of what the situation was. Beyond that, I don't know if he knows what the fuck he's talking about. He might. I don't know. It's impossible for me to evaluate it. All I know is that he does his presentation, and the hat comes out at the end every fucking time. So
yeah,
I mean, he's made no fucking progress that anybody can discern.
Listen, the guy I talked about earlier from Antarctica, he was like Eric Dollard, and I gotta.
Flat Earth doesn't cure you. Like, if you were a globe earther and now you're a flat earther and you have problems with your character, you still have problems with your character. Like, waking up one day and saying the Earth is flat didn't make you have good character all of a sudden. The human journey still exists.
Being a flat earther does not make you a good person.
Leans more to the fact that it's not going to be like a utopia if everybody knows that the Earth is flat, which is what some of these guys think the end game is. Oh well, what does it mean? Everybody's going to be like kumbaya? No, I don't think so. There'll be a whole new set of problems.
Someone told me if everyone was a flat earther, there'd be no war and no famine. Everyone would live in peace and everybody would live in abundance. And I'm like, dude, you're smoking some straight up bags. They also told me that nobody would fight anymore. And I said, well, how will we do that? What about people that are born that have violent tendencies or this or that? Oh, well, we'll have to deal with them. Well, what do you mean deal with them? Well, yeah, we'll have to get rid of them. Well, what do you mean get rid of them? And of course, at the end, they said, well, we'll have to kill them. So I said, oh, so your utopia requires random killing of people that don't fit your group's identity. Okay, I get it now. Yeah, we just have to kill everyone that doesn't agree with us. I'm like, oh, good job, bro. That's real peaceful.
That's like the Charlie Kirk follower mentality. They took Charlie Kirk out, and then they're like, oh well, let's start canceling all those guys. Let's see how they like it. I'm like, dude, isn't that what he was advocating against? And you guys are just gonna fall right back into the same thing. He was basically, if you want to carry his legacy, don't do the same thing they're doing. Do the opposite. Like.
You know how I defeated that guy's logic with his kumbaya utopia? It was so simple because he was like, well, everyone will have money, everyone will have food, everyone will have what they need. No one will be, jealous or envious of anyone. And so they won't have any motive to fight or go to war because it won't be like, oh, I don't have food, you have food. And then I said, well, okay. And I'm like, okay, so everyone will have a wife. Every man will have a wife. Every wife will have a husband. Yeah, they'll all have their own children. Sure. Okay, cool. So every man is going to have a wife, right? So there'll be no covetousness, right? Yeah, of course. Okay, what if your wife's prettier than my wife? And his whole worldview fell apart because we know for a fact that in a situation when you have all these humans together, that some guy is going to covet another man's wife, and that wife's going to be wooed by him, and we all know this. Like we're not deluded into thinking that it's circumstances that circumstances can make people do things worse than they otherwise would, but there's always disequitable circumstances. You can never make somebody's life identical to somebody else's life where they have no reason whatsoever to covet anything that they possess. That's impossible to remove. You can't equalize everyone. You can't equalize everyone's desires to even know that you can give everyone what they want. So it doesn't even make sense. Absolute lunacy.
You can't get rid of the problem of sin, man. No matter how hard you try.
Right. Yeah, you'd be like, well, we'll just make all women have D cups by force. And then we'll make all women's faces look the same by force. That way no man could think another man's wife is more attractive than his wife. And then if one woman's tall and one woman's short, we'll cut her legs off. And then we will put those legs on another girl and graft them in, and then they'll all be the same height. And vice versa for the men. They'll all have facial hair. Like, get real, dude. You could keep trying to manipulate reality into this perfection all you want, but we all know it's not possible.
That was the problem with the Matrix, the first iteration. They tried to make it a utopia, and people didn't.
Because it's like at the end of the day, you're presented with circumstances, and you have to make more decisions in those circumstances, right? And you're either going to do the right thing or not do the right thing, and everybody's capable of not doing the right thing. And not only are they capable of not doing the right thing, oftentimes they don't. In fact, confidently, we all know for a fact that confidently we can say about everybody we meet that they not only have they done wrong things in their life, that they did wrong things in their life, eyes wide open, knowing what they did was wrong, and they did it anyway. We all know that about every single person in this room, and about every single person we've ever met, and about every single person on the face of the earth. We all know that. And anybody who thinks that's not true is retarded, and we all know that. And anyone who says they never have done any of those things, we all know is a liar. That's just the facts. But if everyone knew the earth was flat, then all of a sudden that would magically disappear overnight. Oh, get real. Isn't that the same stupidity with the Globers' zealotry of thinking that the advancement and evolution of mankind is going to lead to a peaceful utopia in the future one day? And that salvation of mankind is in the cosmos, out there somewhere in the stars? And isn't that just a reverse thing? The salvation of mankind isn't out in the stars, it's on the earth. The face of the earth is the salvation of mankind. Does that even make any sense?
Yeah, theirs is in reverse. They actually have to colonize a new planet where only the best and the brightest and only the upstanding moral people are going to be to start a new civilization. So that way, when they start that new civilization, it'll be pure. Only the cream of the crop.
Hey, speaking of the guy who asked me about AI recently, so you know all this stuff about traveling to other worlds, right? You could actually create a society that believes people have already traveled to other worlds and are communicating back with us, especially with the way AI is going. You can literally pattern human behaviors and interactions and basically have this whole crew of virtual people that allegedly exist on another world communicating with us, and they'll like send us messages about their hopes and dreams and about the things they need and how they witness this and that, and people will believe it, dude. They'll be watching it on a TV screen and they'll literally think that these people are on another world, 2 or 3 light years away or something. Hey, Yoder, you want to know something funny? Huey was being called out for the Black Swan argument on Nathan's show earlier. They were critiquing the Black Swan, saying that all the extra stuff isn't needed. All you need is the distance to the oil rigs.
Holy smokes.
But I'm only saying that not to critique that statement, but to critique that, within a couple of weeks ago, there was a list put out of arguments that are bad or badly employed or that need to be critiqued or thought about or talked about. And man, some people got so butthurt about it.
Yeah, we were talking about him in here, man, in the morning time. It was quite fun, man. We had it was a pretty stacked panel. And then it wasn't even I think the list, we stopped at 30 something when we did it. I think Yoder expanded it. It's in the 40s now, probably more than that. I don't know where he's at with it.
I thought of a new one just the other day, and I was like, "Oh, this would be a good one," but now I'm having a hard time remembering it. Let me try to remember what was going on yesterday. Maybe it'll jog my memory.
Yeah, he's listening. He's probably busy at work. Yoder, can you type in what number you're at right now? You're in the high 40s, right? 48 or 49 or something. Yeah, 48. And that's not to say that can be added to. It's just where he's at with it. I think we were talking about it too. If it's a black swan, it means it's an anomaly, right? That's the anomaly, the black swan. But why does it have to be a black swan though? Because that would assume that we're taking a position that if someone is proposing that the Earth is a globe but not experiencing it, like the common experience. But if the common experience is such that the Earth is flat, then wouldn't the black swan be that the anomaly would be the Earth is a globe? That's what we're talking about. I don't know what do you think about it? Because I could see that. You'd have to actually take on the world perspective that the Earth is a globe, and then say, well, the black swan would be that the Earth is flat, and then you see it. You went to Santa Barbara and you saw that extending distance to the horizon, which far exceeds the predictable curvature amount. That means that now that is the anomaly. But wouldn't that be just a common experience that everyone would have anywhere they go? There's no curvature being tested. Or at least amount of curvature that's taken at any distance that would be given the geometry of the Earth, its characteristic. So it's not per se a black swan. I don't know.
It's like everyone thought that all swans were white because they saw freaking white swans everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? In relation to the horizon, no one's ever seen a white swan in regards to that, right? So what's the whole thing's just ridiculous. It's all set up around a scripted, ridiculous argument about there not being any refraction, screaming at people and muting them. It's all set up around that. A cherry-picked, blurry observation that's heavily distorted on purpose. So people will say the word refraction, and then someone can say, "Oh, it's not refraction. You're an idiot." And that's the whole.
Well, you can concede. You could concede refraction. You could concede that the reason why things look different at different times is because of refraction, but then that gives up the geometry because now you only have a myriad of observations that are basically seen through the lens of optical phenomenon, And so your underlying geometry has to be proven separately, right? So the image itself isn't proof of the geometry.
Well, in all cases too, the bottom up obstruction would have to be observed at distances that would be equal to the person observing it, like wherever they did observe it. So if they said, I seen a bottom up obstruction and I saw the ship, it was at like 15 miles or whatever, then that would be the standard, wouldn't it? Like you couldn't say that that specific optical phenomena, seeing the ship disappear from the bottom up, you'd have to be able to see that, in the case of like testing it. So if you don't see that, like some people I've heard that they don't see the bottom up obstruction, it just goes to the vanishing point. So then it doesn't make it true then bottom up obstruction, even just saying that is not true to be in all cases. There's so many things wrong with that. And what's even worse, if you give them a way they can see that it's not just a specific type of optical phenomena, but like also the waves that could be, causing that obstruction, that blows their minds. It's not just Earth curve. The undulation of that ship and that GIF that DJ posted one time, it demonstrates that. At a fair distance away, the observer can see that I think it was a Coast Guard ship. I don't know what ship it was. I think it was a Coast Guard ship. As it was like moving through the water, it was undulating. You could see it like where the waves were actually distorting the bottom of that ship. Then it would pop up above the wave, and you could see most of it again. Oh yeah, thanks for that, Yoder. Yoder posted the arguments in the text. Can't try to remember. Was Flat Earth the one that actually was somebody from Flat Earth saying the 69 mile per 1 degree? Welcome to the channel, Nerb Hey. Oh really? Oh wow. I didn't know it was that well accepted. So this place is the only place that would raise an objection to that, what it seems. I don't know why. I just can't find the reasoning behind why people are so hung up on that map. I don't know why. Like that one, like that specific map. Well, yeah, I mean, I could see why they. But doesn't that just go back to what AI was saying earlier? How do you know if you've been 90 degrees underneath Polaris? Like that would be the next thing. Who's verified that?
Oh, that's why I told you earlier, AV, that guy that we were talking about has the flat Earth map. He just doesn't know it yet because he made a whole bunch of claims about Polaris is in the center, right? All the stars rotate east to west around Polaris, and that there's ground positions of those stars. So all you got to do is just get a ground position above a known territory, and then you have a plot point using your 69 miles per degree, which you claimed were linear distances from the center, which is the ground position of Polaris, right? Which you've never validated, but that's neither here nor there. So you put a dot in the center of a paper, right? That's Polaris. Then you put a dot for the ground position of the star. Then you get the angle to Polaris to get the distance. And then wherever you are, right? Let's say you're in New York City, for example. You now know where New York City is to Polaris. And then you can then see, through a period of time where the star moves to another ground position, you get that ground position. You could plot all these points out, right? So I told that guy, well, if you're making these claims, just draw that out, plot the points, and draw it on a piece of paper and see what you get.
There you get.
You're going to get something that looks. Yeah, you're going to get something that looks almost identical to an azimuthal equidistant projection, right?
Yep. You'd have to. I mean, you get spokes on a bicycle wheel, But so now it's just we're demanding measurements from the Glober, and then the Glober doesn't have to demand measurements from us now when we're making this claim. It's just, I don't know. It's too much to actually take on and say that we can't be bothered by figuring out the measurements after, the Glober says, okay, well, you wanted me to give you the measurements of the globe, but you're making a 69 for 1 degree rule, and have you measured that? They could demand the same. Well, what's going to happen then at that point? We're just going to shout them down into oblivion? Yeah, Yoda brings up a lot of good points. He said you get a globe, actually, if you're doing that.
No. You get something, but it won't be a globe. You'd have to make another step to put that into a globe. You make it confusing, a bunch of weird. Man, there's no 360, Holmes. Only on one axis. So let's say that the star, you're going to have a flat piece of paper. You're going to put a dot in the center, right? And then you're going to draw out your coordinates, right? Based on latitude and longitude, which is just time and distance or angles. And so all you can really draw out is a bunch of dots that are in a spider web like grid, for lack of a better term. Like a circular, circles expanding out, right? Because these are quote unquote circles of equal altitude around Polaris, right? So you're going to end up with what looks like the classic spider web azimuthal equidistant coordinate system. And then you can only plot your points on that. So you're going to get something that's flat with a whole bunch of points plotted on it, and those are going to have consequences. If you're making the claim that these are direct, triangles on the surface of the Earth, and the point that you're at is getting the ground position of the star from your point from where you're at, and so you can start plotting these points out. Now, maybe the case after you plot all these points out, you're like, wait a minute, it doesn't make sense about the relationships of the distances between all these cities unless I curve it or something. Because I have to decide, did I make a false claim about the relationship of the geometry of the sky to the ground, or did I do it the other way around? And then you're going to have to decide to abandon your claims about the direct geometrical relationship between the sky and the ground, which is one thing that flat earthers did in the past. They said the sky doesn't have a direct geometrical correlation to the ground. And then, after a while, they started adopting again, but now that I'm a flat earther, I can start doing a direct, mapping of the ground from the sky. Based on my claim of elevation angles to Polaris and everything goes east to west and this, that, and the other, but you never actually plotted those points on any map. You can't even, when asked, you can't even do it. But yet you come in here and try to lecture us that we're just believing our friends who live in Australia when they say, this is what I saw when I looked south. Okay, that's what you saw. But apparently those guys that live in Australia are liars because other people say everything's, measured in elevation angles to Polaris. And it's been driven into their minds and they can't even think for themselves. So yeah, maybe the case that when they get to that junction and they see that what they basically created was a relevant relationship between the ground and the sky, that when they look at it, they're like, well, the easiest way to solve this would be just to assume the Earth is a globe. Or because otherwise I have to abandon all my claims I've been making about the relationship between the sky and the ground. When I thought it was that part of the whole flat Earth, let's just call it a mantra for lack of a better term, that a lot of them have been saying, right, is you can't determine the ground from the sky. So you're told you can't determine the ground from the sky, and then you're bait and switched and saying, but here's a sky determination that tells you what the ground is.
Right, so or Eratosthenes baked-in assumptions.
Yeah.
Yeah, using elevation angles as a method.
Yeah, you could almost argue that it's a cyclical, like it's a cycle, right? And they were brought along for the cycle to be convinced that, whether they realize it or not, they're basically being retrained to believe that how you determine what the ground is by appealing to the sky. And then it makes it very easy to just go right back into the way of thinking that you had before.
Hey, AI, let me ask you a question, man. Did you bring this up to anybody about it? Like the other chats that you go to?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it wasn't like taken in and thought of or critiqued or anything? Like they just dismissed it or what?
Well, I mean, there was a long time when they would actually respect what I had to say, but then once it became a personal issue between me and some of their members, who, by the way, were doing direct bad things to me, and I was just defending myself essentially. That's when they started not caring so much, and basically that they allowed those guys to trick them into demonizing me. So rather than listen to the merits of what I had to say, that just be like, well, I can just dismiss what you say because you're a liar, you're a shill, you got bad intentions, yada yada yada. And it's like, dude, I'm just asking you, draw that out for me. You made a bunch of claims about the geometry of the Earth relative to the sky. Can you draw that out for me? That's it. And to be fair, some of the Globers were critiquing some of these guys, saying, "Hey, can you just do this steps for me? Like you're saying that I can do this with a flat Earth. Can you just do the whole process so I could see it happen?" And they're like, "No, I'm not going to do it for you."
That's pretty crazy, man.
It's like the equator, right? I mean, the equator, according to some people, is where the sun passes over the Earth, where it's like equal time and equal night or something like that. And then one of the other explanations is the equator is quote unquote 0 degrees declination of Polaris in your field of view. So basically, whenever you're going away from Polaris and then all of a sudden you can't see it, that's the equator. Well, if that's true and that is the quote unquote equator, and you're claiming a degree relationship of the declination of Polaris as a straight line distance, which would be the base leg of the triangle, right? The angle from you to Polaris would be the hypotenuse, right? Then you're claiming a literal distance. You're claiming a circle that has a specific circumference, right? And the distance to that, if you claim it's linear versus what the Globers would claim, those are two different distances, right? That has consequences. And then if you're claiming that all the other stars are, have ground positions and they could be plotted within or without this circle as essentially either a concentric circle within those circles or maybe a little bit elliptical or maybe off a little bit here or there, but either way, they've got real distances because you're claiming the base leg of the triangle is a real distance to the ground position and you're claiming it's a linear distance. Well, you could plot that out on a chart. I've yet to see one of these charts. And it's not as simple as somebody who doesn't really know the argument about that coming in here and not being educated or not understanding it and being asked for that. No, these are people who supposedly have been under the tutelage for years of people claiming to be experts in celestial navigation and experts in how to measure the Earth with elevation angles and all this and that. But then when they come in here and we ask them for something simple as, oh, well, can you just draw that out for me? Can't be done. Oh, well, can you tell me how you get these things in the south? Can't be done. So it's a head scratcher, isn't it? Now you could argue until you're blue in the face that elevation angles proves the Earth is flat, but when any of those questions are asked, you can't answer them based on this whole synergized celestial navigation argument. And then the Globers are listening. What do you think the Globers hear? They hear, well, the reason why none of these flat earthers are doing what you're asking them to do, it's not because they're just mad at you and there's a little, tete-a-tete between your personality and their personality. No, it's because if they actually did it, it would result in a globe, and me being a glober already, accepts the Earth being a globe. So I'm just laughing at these stupid flat earthers because it's the answer so obvious, solves all the problems of why they can't reconcile these distances, right? So the glober goes away completely unconvinced. The glober actually never even took a pause in their worldview because everything that was argued about to them was silly. But rest assured, if you just repeat elevation angles has a specific definition, therefore the Earth is flat, you think you've won. Well, I mean, maybe you've won something, but it depends on what you're trying to win. Okay, real distances and straight line baselines and angles, they have real consequences, right? Like if you're building a building and you're trying to lay walls out on a floor, right? That's gonna be either it's going to be plumb level square, or your distances are going to be wrong, and you're going to end up with a different shape. So if somebody then asks you, well, can you draw that out for me? or can you build that out for me? And you can't do either. And your entire argument exists within rhetoric, but you can't actually model it or demonstrate it. Then that person may not be convinced. And it's not unfair for them to ask you to do either of those two things, especially if you're claiming to have specific knowledge and expertise. And to go into other people's forums and spout off at the mouth like you know what you're talking about, and then when pressed with a simple question that you should already have the answer for, to be able to then validate that you have any expertise in what you're talking about, and then you can't produce it. I mean, that's pretty embarrassing. Hey, Miggy. You're fired. No, I'm just kidding.
What up, homeboy? Damn, on my day off? Damn. What's up?
Man, yeah, so what, so like, for example, if I told you to tell me what my position has always been about the stars' relationship to the Earth, would you be able to do that?
I mean, it would be the common answer that we all say in here. They help navigate, but they're not any relation to the surface condition. I mean, I don't know. Did you say something according to like it having a relationship to the surface condition? Which would be something I haven't heard, but I've never heard you speak of it like that.
Well, my position was always that once I realized it, that basically the stars are they're just something we see in our field of view from our observer's location, and their true place relative to the Earth and relative to different observation points is actually unknown and can't possibly be validated because no one's ever been to the star field to validate their actual locations. So you just have all these different observer-based model interpretations, which you can synergize to use for certain practical benefits, but there's no real true knowledge about the physical locations of the stars relative to the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, that
No
was
one's ever been out to the stars.
That was Yoda's position. Try to get a 90 degree to any star. Has anybody ever done that?
Not on the surface of a ball.
Oh, what's up, Radwin?
I mean, I would challenge anybody to get 90 degrees on any surface. Yeah, go out in your backyard and make a level piece of land and then get something 90 degrees from it. That's actually truly vertical. I mean, maybe you could say drop a plumb line, but then you wouldn't even have to worry about the ground at all, would you? You could just go out in your backyard and drop a plumb line and then just say there, now I've got 90 degrees. So why even bother leveling the surface? But like if you went out back in your backyard and poured a slab of cement, right? Even that cement isn't going to be perfectly level. Even if you think, well, it's kind of like a liquidy substance, and so it's going to, just self-level. Not necessarily, because cement actually has some viscosity to it, and then you got to screed the top, and so you may be off a little bit. And so then if you put some wood on top of that cement, right, you got to fasten it to it. That wood isn't going to be perfectly straight. Then you're going to put a wall up, and you're going to use your level, right? And maybe you're going to use the 3-4-5 rule from your floor, but you ain't going to get that perfect either. So you may be at 89.5 degrees or 89.75 degrees off of true vertical. If you're going to tell me that you're going to go out there with a handheld bubble level, a plumb bob, and wood, and actually construct something that's perfectly 90 degrees oriented vertically, you're smoking some crack. But that doesn't mean that your house is going to fall down. Right, your walls your building doesn't have to be idealistically perfectly plumb level square for it to function, right? It just has to be within the tolerances for the purpose that you're utilizing it for. And in most houses, bubble levels is all you need. Good enough.
Some people might hear you right now and mistake you for saying that gives the glober the excuse that over a distance you could have the occurrence where there is that little bit of tolerance to have the globe exist. Because if you're saying, well, I measured a level straight horizontal surface and I connected it to another level straight horizontal surface, as in the case of surveying and that, when they transfer the line, that they're actually doing it over a surface of the globe, according to what you're saying. So they might mistake they might mistake what you're saying for that.
Well, you got to think about it like this. So, what's the most accurate leveling device that we possess? Probably water, right? And I'm just going to use numbers that somebody else gave me. This is just for sake of argument, okay? So what they told me is that a water level, and the water level being not a bubble level, but a water level, and the water level is where you actually use water over a long distance. So you might take it in a tube, right? And you have one end of the tube here, and you could have like 200 feet of tube on the other end, and then you fill it with water, and the water will rise up in the tube to the same level. And so you could then take a pencil and mark off level where that water is and go to the other side and mark off level. And now you got a level between, that 200 feet, right? Maybe you had 3 points on it so you could do the middle too, right? So supposedly in that scenario, the confirmed accuracy can only be within a 50 millionth of an inch. That's what I was told. So even in spans, water level to be able to measure is only accurate within a 50 millionth of an inch. So according to that logic, if the Earth was a globe with a sufficient radius to where the entire known territory of the Earth that we have ever had available to us was a 50 millionth of an inch of curvature over that entire span, and then you extrapolate the Earth out to be this globe of gigantic proportions, right? And by gigantic, I mean, I haven't done the math on it, but you'd be talking about millions and millions of miles of radius, I'd imagine. Then yeah, the accuracy that we can employ would still leave the logical option that it is curved at that rate of curvature, because we don't have anything more accurate. Now, if somebody said, no, you're wrong, that can't possibly be true, guess what? I'm sorry to say, but they'd be wrong. Unless they have a more accurate methodology of measurement than that, which they don't.
Yeah, that's great, but the issue isn't that. It's more of the what's on the table right now, and that's the size of what the claimed radius is. So if the tolerance that you just described is still within bounds of being able to measure a specific radius, like that they say that the Earth is, then that's different than it exceeding that and not being able to measure it, like if it was a bigger ball. You get what I mean? So that's, I just kind of wanted like maybe there to be where you said like, yeah, if it was outside of that range, there's no way you could detect if you're on a giant ball or not. But that's not what they're saying. They're saying it's within the
right.
You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly. And then what happens on the other part of the flat earther arguing against that, they will think that if you say something like that, that you then think that this giant ball that you're postulating for a hypothetical means that you could then walk forward and eventually you'd be standing sideways to how you were standing before because you'd be on the quote unquote side of the ball. But why would you assume that? You would only assume that if you're carrying over certain trappings from the previous worldview that you were critiquing. So, for example, plenty of flat earthers will say that up is up and down is down, right? And that a down is not inwards to a giant ball. Well, you could actually live on a giant ball and up be up and down be down. Unless you're linking the direction of down to the ball's surface, right, as a radial from the center. So you're mixing your worldviews there, and you're actually not doing an adequate critique of different positions. You're only limiting yourself to two options, and the first option is entirely something you've been told, and you're still living within that view and trying to make it work on this other view where it doesn't necessarily have to exist. There are some people, dude, that couldn't even fathom this. Like, so if you take a piece of paper, right, and you draw a circle on a graph paper, make the origin of coordinates right at the intersection, right? Draw a circle so you have the x and y axis, right? We all can imagine, we've all seen graph paper before, right? So if you make the y axis up and down, right, then if you're going off on the side of the ball, you'd fall off. And you hear people say all the time, well, if the earth was a ball, you'd fall off, right? So they understand the principle, but then when it comes to thinking about it, they don't apply it. So if you tell them, hey, even flat water on the surface doesn't tell you the overall shape of the earth at all, right? It just tells you the surface that's facing up is flat. Right? That's all it can tell you. It doesn't inform you about the extent of the boundary, right? It doesn't tell you where the quote unquote edge is or if there even is an edge. It doesn't tell you what's underneath the earth. It doesn't tell you that if you go far enough away from where you are now, eventually you'll reach a part where the earth just keeps declining in elevation for an undefined period. It doesn't tell you any of that information. And so if you're saying from everywhere we know of is flat because it's covered in water, right? And then now I can start making claims about places I've never been. That's where you start putting your foot in your mouth. Some people think that if you just keep walking, you just are going to always have more land to keep walking on, right? That's some people's interpretation of what flat Earth means. And you're just going to keep walking and walking and walking, and the land will just never stop. Maybe you could walk 1,000 years and there'd still be more land, and you'd have no way of knowing if it just keeps going for another 10,000 years. Now that's different because notice how I say you could keep, you have no way of knowing, but there's people out there that say, oh, I know the boundary conditions of the earth. I know the extent of the earth. Well, how do you know that? Just like God said to Job, Did you stretch a line across the earth to tell me the breadth thereof? Well, have you? I'm being serious here. All the flat earthers, listen to me. Have you stretched the line across the earth to tell me the breadth thereof? Have you gone to the ground position of Polaris to tell me where it is thereof? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? There'd be a lot of flat earthers making a lot of claims that they can't possibly substantiate, while at the same time criticizing other people for being critical of arguments. It literally makes no sense.
AI, are you saying that Earth could be a bigger ball?
Well, logically, if everywhere we know is flat within the accuracy of a 50 millionth of an inch, right, and you can't possibly know the full extent of it, then yes, logically, you could be living on a gigantic, enormous, astronomically kabungus, big chungus, fat mungus ball. Yes, that's just logic. And if I said anything otherwise, I'd be being dishonest.
Sorry.
And so anybody out there who, has an ire against me, like Neil from FED, who wants to go back and report to FED, oh, AI said you could live on a bigger ball. Well, if you say that's not true, go ahead and disprove anything I said logically. Go ahead. With any argument you could possibly think of. Because logically I'm airtight, and there's no instrumentation that exists. There's no instrumentation that exists that can disprove what I just said. So yes, let's just call it a Schrodinger's possibility.
Hey, AI, if I'm not mistaken, is that not a similar sentiment to what Flat Earth Dave had in his interview with Jesse Lee Peterson? Remember when he was grilling him? He's like, "Oh, are you sure without a shadow of a doubt?" This flat, and he kept not answering that. It's like he wanted to reserve that similar type of possibility. It seems. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about?
No, yeah, but it's according to the idea that he's postulating that the Earth is flat. So there's this whole you can't. Okay, there's a double speak. If you're okay, I get it. Everybody gets AI's point, right? You understand why he's saying that, though, right? Logically. I don't know if you're. Well, I kind of need to hear how you. Let's put it this way: 20 cups. All right. So you heard AI.
It's just like that. That's kind of what resonated with me. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you heard what he said, right? So what did you understand by what he said? Like, hey, is there any way you could tell the audience? I'd like to know.
Yeah. In a nutshell, what I got is based off of the precision of our available instruments, right? The accuracy of 15 millionth or 5 millionth of an inch or something like that. We could not tell if it was curving within that range because our instrumentation is not sufficient.
Outside of that range. Now within it you can. Yeah. Outside of it you can't. So if something was greater than that, like it was a lot, the ball was bigger, you would be able to detect whether or not you're on a curved surface beyond those parameters.
Well, now check this out, brother. Waters, but we could be within a crater on a bigger ball, right?
That's fair. But before we lose the point, I just want to point out that other things that have been claimed to be direct measurements of the surface of the Earth to make the conclusion that it's flat, right? They may be sufficient, but they are not more accurate than a 50 millionth of an inch. Okay, celestial navigation is not more accurate than that. Okay, I hope we all understand that. Celestial navigation doesn't result in pinpoint accuracy. Okay, let's be clear. Do we all agree? Okay, as far as I know, I mean, you're talking in the celestial navigation, you get results that are like accurate within a mile or something, or maybe maybe 300 feet, or who knows. Anyway, it's not in the sub inches. Okay. Period. Lasers aren't even, lasers over long distances aren't that accurate either. Now, are they sufficient to the task to be able to get information from? Yes, but not on a subscale. So yes, there is a quote unquote logical Hail Mary dreamland where a glober could say, maybe I live on this gigantic ball, right? But that still destroys their entire paradigm.
Yeah, but Overlord, it will go infinitely. It will go infinitely. There will be no possibility to just tell if someone just keep making that ball bigger and bigger.
Yeah, exactly, brother, exactly. So I got one question for you. I got one question for you. Have you laid a line across the earth to tell me the breadth thereof, sir?
No, I didn't. But
I want to answer the question. I just answer the question. Just answer the question.
I didn't. I just answered.
All right, perfect. So now you can continue. Go ahead.
The point is, even if we assume that you get those instruments that can give you the measurement, that won't be sufficient because someone else will come and will make that much bigger. So you have to have accurate billions of an inch.
Necros, you're breaking up, bro.
I'm sorry. I'll disconnect and reconnect.
Yeah, he's basically just saying you're going to get into an infinite regression.
Mic check.
Yeah, we get you. We heard you. I heard you, bro. You're saying if you do something within a millionth accuracy, someone's going to claim a billionth accuracy, and then someone's going to claim a trillionth accuracy, and so that they can always claim that they live on a cosmic entity. Before we live on this little ball inside this huge universe. Well, let's just make the ball the size of the universe.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's the truth. Hey, bro, maybe that's the truth. Maybe the Earth is the whole universe.
Yeah, I was actually saying that from the very beginning. But no, I think, does anybody have, I'd like to do this as like a teachable moment for anybody listening. Does anybody have any objections to what he's saying? Or you'd like to raise any comments? Or perhaps you'd like to engage with what he's proposed? I don't know if there's anybody that's taking what you're saying right now because nobody's chiming in. And they're just like, is he saying the Earth is a globe? Because I think that's like as the globe that we all know of or been told, not the one that you're talking about.
I literally agree 100% with what he said. And he understood my point. So, but for the moment, because we have that line just separating between the claimed globe that we already know about, so that have specific dimensions, and no curvature, meaning that it's flat. So curved or not curved, so meaning that it's flat. Dependent to the accuracy, that will be when we agree that it's not that claimed globe with those specific dimensions. We can try to find if we can see if it's curving just a little bit with that accuracy, like the example that he gave, millionth of an inch or billionth of an inch or gazillion of an inch. Who knows in the future?
But that's how level is defined, right? So when you're actually trying to get with like the water level, that's how you understand that. Yeah, you're going to get level off of that. So if anything is beyond that, how are you going to define that after that? What would that be?
I don't know.
There's no
definition.
Well, no, I'm saying that if there's something that exists that's outside of that parameter, then it would be named something else, But as far as we know, that's level, that's flat.
Yeah. For me, I work with the fact that level is horizontal. They are equal. Level is horizontal for me. So that's my baseline.
Right.
I don't think anyone's going to have any pushback here. Like, yeah, there could be a scale so big that, yeah, level is horizontal at this scale. I don't think anybody in here is claiming anything beyond the known world, like that being, you know, the Antarctic Circle. So I don't think you'll get any pushback. And there already is a very small group of flat earthers called crater earthers who believe that we're on a crater on a bigger ball. But I think, yeah, there's already these ideas going around.
fair
I don't
enough.
see this being a problem with anyone.
Well, check this out. Yeah, so if you were, let's say you did, just for sake of argument, live in a crater on a giant ball, and up is up and down is down, and level is level and horizontal is horizontal. So in other words, level is not a circle conforming to the equipotential surface of a ball. Level is just horizontal. So if you live in a crater on a giant ball, if you were able to get out of the crater and go towards the edge of the ball, you would be experiencing a descension. You wouldn't be rotating radially as you travel over the arc. You'd be experiencing the arc as a descending hill. And then once you got to the edge of it, you'd fall off, for lack of a better term. Right? And that would fit, what I just explained would fit all of the claims of the flat earthers over the past 10 years about the earth being flat, about level being level, all of those things, right? Except for the one claim that the overall form of the earth, right? But the known territory would still be flat, it'd still be level, it could still be measured with angles, all of those things could all still be true. So all of those things don't logically exclude the scenario I just described. Now, some people, whenever you argue that way, here's what they will rebut you with. If the earth was a giant ball, then you're saying water would stick to the side of the ball. Now, real quick, that is an actual rebuttal that I was given. Not just given, but screamed over to be given. Now, does that make any sense? Is that a fair rebuttal?
I think
Or do you need me to
No, it's
clarify?
not. It's a straw man.
Yeah, it's a straw man, exactly.
Yeah, of course.
But not only is it a straw man,
at the top, right?
yeah,
There you
right.
go.
So it's not just a straw man, but it's an example of how people are so conditioned into a line of thinking that they can't even think outside the box. So their version of a globe must be the glober's version of a globe. And anybody who mentions a shape that is a globe, it must work that way that the globers claim it worked. It can't work any other way. So it just shows you just how deep the systemic indoctrination is into people's minds that it left them permanently scarred or permanently inoculated to being able to think for themselves.
Well said, bro.
That's wild. Isn't that wild?
This is a really healthy discussion because at the end of the day, it's all speculation beyond the known land masses, right?
That's correct.
Correct.
Speculation.
And within the tolerance that we can measure level and flat. So anything
Let me give you
outside of
another
that
hypothetical.
falls
Go ahead.
into No, I was just gonna say anything outside of that falls into that realm. But logically, it would still stand. So you know what I mean?
Yeah. So the argument that's being used that water, can't stick to a ball, is relevant in the scale that the Earth is being portrayed in the heliocentric model. But when you're talking 100,000, I don't know how many times bigger it would need to be, there would be a place where you could have water on a giant ball.
Yeah, well, see, the part of that whole mental exercise is if you say water can't stick to a ball, therefore the earth can't be a ball, that doesn't logically follow. Now, if anybody's not following what I just said, Ask about it and I'll help you understand it. So I'll say it again. If you say water can't stick to the side of a giant ball, therefore the earth can't be a ball, that doesn't follow. That's not a true statement. Anybody misunderstand it? Or everybody get it?
Hey, can I ask a question? Could water stick to a ball with a radius of 3959?
What? No. That's a positive. I'm doing it in the counter positive. So, for example, when people say water can't stick to a giant ball, they'll oftentimes do an example by pouring water over a basketball. And they'll say, look, the water can't stick to this basketball. So according to their previous reasoning, they would then have to conclude that the basketball is not a ball. Do you see the problem? Anybody not get it?
I think what needs to be highlighted is the physics that are working on the Earth that we're on right now. So if they're saying this thing is like something where physics is being used, then what if the thing that we're on is something that physics is described in a different way? You know what I mean? Like this, because you're on the thing that physics is being utilized.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So you're trying to use a demonstration of a ball that you can see, like a basketball, pouring water on it, and then saying that the Earth is exactly like that, but it doesn't follow because it's not analogous, because it's not like that thing that you're holding in your hand. It'd be an entirely different entity.
Right. So the correct logic form would be water can't stick to the sides of a giant ball. Therefore, the Earth can't be a giant ball with water sticking to the sides of it. Not that it can't be a ball. The can't be a ball wouldn't follow from the previous statement, but it would follow that it can't be a ball with water stuck to it. But there's a little bait and switch in there that a lot of people don't even realize that they're bait and switching themselves. They're not trying to bait and switch the person they're talking to. They're doing it to themselves and they don't even realize it. Why are they doing it to themselves? Because they've been so indoctrinated in a way of thinking from the past and they're still not on the other end of the road yet. For example, if you deny a perfectly logical option that you don't have any explicit counterexamples against as being a possible option, you're doing yourself a disservice logically. You're actually stifling your own thought processes because you're railroading yourself from previous artifacts from the way you used to think when you were a Glober and from the way other flat earthers are encouraging you to think in the present moment. Right? So you're still being railroaded.
Listen, we're not here to give you tales of science fiction. We're rational empiricists. That's what set us apart from everybody else. We're also probably the oldest flat Earth community since this whole thing blew up 10 years ago.
What about the ISS? Is that like fake, or like how does that work?
I wouldn't claim to know how it works, but there's plenty of evidence to show that NASA is untrustworthy, particularly with ISS footage. What is it? I don't know. Could there be something up there? I don't know. How does it work? I don't know. I do know that you can go measure the Earth yourself, just as we all have, just as many others have, and you can find out that something isn't adding up.
Something I can definitely say, and I don't need your the first thing I was asking, like, what is the okay? Let me ask this. Ask this question actually. Like, what is the sort of the flat Earth model you think is likely to be real?
Why would you ask me for a model?
Yeah, I mean, like maybe you came to some conclusions in your research or something.
You don't come to conclusions based off of designing a model.
Oh, a model.
Models.
A model is a physical is a simulation of potentially
something you measured. It's a simulation of something you measured.
Reality, right? Like that's what it is.
That's correct. A model is for observable phenomena. Like what our friend Professor Triangle says, for something in reality. We don't benchmark reality to a model like you just asked us to do. We benchmark models to reality. Nature is the true reference here, not a model.
But like, yeah. So you can't prove anything. That's essentially what you're saying, right? You're just saying
No.
like, we have to accept that you can't know anything.
I'm telling you the exact opposite, Bart, that this is something you can know for sure and definitively prove.
Yeah, he's trying to tell you you can't prove anything. We can.
Yeah, with your globe belief, you can't prove anything because you're trying to shoehorn reality as it actually is into a fictitious version of it.
What makes
it
my
was created
research
for you to
different from
believe
yours?
in.
But what makes my research different from yours? I mean, you believe
Because
in
you keep trying to filter reality as it is through a conception of the world as it is imagined.
How is it different from what you are doing? But you just have a different idea of it.
No, we don't hold we came to this conclusion without preconceived notions of what reality should be. That's why.
But then like you believe your partner's here, where it's like the thing across the lake, so that's already like some.
We measured a flat
right?
distance across a lake. What more do we need?
What about the sun? Do you think the sun is bigger than Earth, or what?
Holy crap.
Bro, listen, why don't we stick to one topic at a time? Whatever the sun is, I don't know. People who study the sun for a living, the heliophysicists, don't even know what it is. Like you talk to the experts and they're less sure of what these things are than many of the people that talk to us on Discord are.
So, but yeah, do you think like the sun is bigger than Earth? Is it very far away?
I don't care. How about
why
that?
does it
I don't
matter?
freaking care.
Yeah, why do we have to know what the sun is for you to accept that there's
Well,
no
you're trying to
curvature on the
disprove.
Earth?
You're trying to disprove thousands of years of science, but you don't.
No, you haven't proven anything yet. We don't have to disprove something you haven't proven.
Bingo.
Why do you have to disprove something you haven't proven to be able?
We don't have to. We don't have to disprove anything that you have not proven yet.
How do you know what the sun is?
Well, I know.
Like you seem to be, seem to be way more sure about what the sun is than I do. How come you're so sure of it?
Well, I can tell you. I am pretty certain that the sun is very far away and much more massive than the Earth. And
I know you do. I know you do. But the question is,
with the Earth. Let me speak. That's how light, because of how light interacts with the Earth. You can't really do this with some kind of disk with like a light bulb above it. That doesn't work. You won't get the same light properties, right? Like the vectors in which light would travel would.
You haven't even proven the sun is a physical thing yet.
All right, so Bart, let me ask you: How do you know what the vectors are from the sun?
The vectors are from the sun. Well, what it is let's say we have this big sun, like sort of the more general accepted models, right? Like, the only way you get this sort of where light seems to come, let's say you have like a candle, right? Like you have it on your table and you have a couple objects around it. Now there will be shadows will be cast behind all of those objects in this sort of radial fashion, right? Like, but let's say you have this really big object and it's very far away from Earth. Now you get this almost this light direction is the same for every object on this smaller object.
No, that's not pause. Pause right there. Eratosthenes disproved you, Bart.
I mean, it's like it's approaching that, but it's never completely.
No, like it's not even close. Not even close. There was like 7.5 degrees of separation between Alexandria and Cyan of the shadows that Eratosthenes measured, which he believed in a globe was a result of that.
It's approaching that. That's
approaching that? All right, so
The farther
You're trying
the
to
sun
argue.
will be away, and
You're
the more
trying to
massive
argue
and the
for ray
smaller the Earth is.
parallelism.
Hmm?
Yeah, you're trying
Yeah, it
to
becomes
argue
more
for ray
parallel.
parallelism.
Yeah, it perceivably becomes more parallel. Yeah, that's.
Well, the problem is this supposes that the Earth is curved for the geometry to hold. And the problem is when you measure the shadows, they're not parallel.
They can be completely parallel because that wouldn't make sense, of course, right? But it's just
Because you require
approaches-
curvature in your brain for parallel light. The shadows will necessarily not be parallel on a curving surface if the rays are parallel. Do you understand?
The shadows will not be parallel, but that doesn't have to do with the light direction. That's shadow casting on an object. That's like a projection.
Correct, exactly. So you told me that the shadows would have to be parallel, and I'm telling you that no, if you believe in the globe as you say you do, then the shadows are necessarily not parallel on a projected curved surface. So listen, you guys don't really understand what it is you're supposed to be defending. We understand what the
think you
globe
have no
is
idea
because
what
we
I am.
study it.
Oh, me too. I'm literally. Oh my god.
Well, you're getting wrecked on topology here and topography.
I'm getting wrecked on topology. You're describing fucking a projection of shadow on a geometric shape. That has nothing to do with light direction. What?
Yeah, it does actually, because that's what shadows are, projections, ding dong. And furthermore, you're the one that screwed up. You're the one that screwed up the topography.
Is curved. Has nothing to do with the light approaching that geometry.
Well, how do you know the light's parallel to begin with if all you have to conclude from it are diverging rays that are not parallel?
Why if the sun was like some kind of candle that's very close to Earth, you would have
Candle
where literally you could
Guess what, Bart?
all around.
Guess
you
what?
get this,
Hey, shush! I didn't claim that.
shadows
I
casting
didn't
over
claim that, Bart. So you want to straw man me some more? I didn't claim any of this stuff.
You didn't claim.
I didn't claim that the sun. I didn't claim. You're trying to stick me to a claim that I didn't make. I told you several times I have no idea what the sun is or how it manifests, and I told you that even the experts who study it don't really know. And then you screwed up the freaking topography of it.
I didn't screw up. You're.
Yeah, you did because you don't seem to understand projected geometry to a curved surface.
Are you psychotic?
Wow.
No, I'm just getting frustrated because you're stepping in dog shit everywhere you
I'm
walk.
literally just explaining what those shadows
Your
would look like.
explanation is not
If
proof,
that wasn't
dude.
the case, and you're saying
Your
I didn't say that.
explanation,
No, of course
your
not. I'm explaining
explanation isn't
something.
proof. Your explanation does not prove anything. You get that, right?
Yeah, sure, man.
Hello, guys.
Oh, the moon is round, the Earth is flat, the sun doesn't exist. That's
Earth
kind
is
of
not a planet
general
and we're
model.
space bar.
Who the shit said the sun doesn't exist? Come on, mate. You can do better than that.
The sun does.
What are you laughing like a little schoolgirl for? What kind of numpty says the sun doesn't exist? Crikey. Just walk outside
said
on
that.
any given day, as long as it's not cloudy.
Someone said the sun does not exist. Someone here really said that.
You just can't make any assumptions about it.
No, that's what that clown talking said, that we said the sun doesn't exist.
Yep, someone said that. Someone really said that the sun does not exist.
Yeah, Bart said it.
That's pretty much what you said.
No, pretty much is not when we go and rewind it and it doesn't say that. That's not pretty much then.
So Bart said that the sun does not exist, right?
Correct.
Well,
Bart has turned into, he thinks everything's a hallucination now since he came in here probably 30 minutes ago. Now he's hallucinating shit.
Yeah, I've seen the light. That flat earthers told me the truth. And
Great. Let's talk to Agnostic. Okay, let's move on from Bart because Bart's been such a great guest. Agnostic was in the text chat. He seems to be really upset
or
right now.
something. Like literally.
All right, thank you, Bart. So I just muted you so we can move on to Agnostic. Hey, How you doing? Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth.
What about?
Agnostic is mad at us because I pick on Elon Musk.
I didn't care. I was just making a stupid. Yeah. Do that everywhere I go.
Why, you can't control yourself?
Might be other things.
That sucks that you can't control yourself. It must be terrible for your parents.
I mean, they don't really care.
They don't care that you can't control yourself? That's weird. Must suck for your grandparents.
It's for my therapy. I tried telling them, yeah, so.
I can definitely see the sun in the sky right now.
Okay, some people are not as quick as others. Malaxor, one person said that other people said the sun doesn't exist. Now, the other people never said that. So the guy that said it on the other people's behalf is a clown, and the clown has left the room. So now that you've caught up with what's going on, let the other people talk. Agnostic was about to tell us about his globe proof. Hopefully he does better than the other one.
Oh, really?
But the other one kept saying that the sun produces parallel rays and parallel shadows on a curving surface.
So the sun must be a flat plane then.
That's crazy, actually. I don't really believe that, though. Agnostic, you are a glober?
What's this? No, I ain't even good enough at maths, so I'm the worst globe to talk to. Oh, don't worry. Most of the other ones suck at maths too. Don't feel bad.
That must mean the sun is bowl-shaped. Got non-Euclidean parallel rays. Man, the whole parallel ray thing screws them up about as much as Coriolis does, honestly. And it's like, oh, we know the rays are parallel. Well, how do we know that? Well, Eratosthenes measured non-parallel rays. So why does that follow? Well, because Earth is curved. Well, how do you measure the curved Earth? Well, because the rays are parallel. Well, how do you know the rays are parallel? You see, it just keeps going around and around and around. And why would you conclude that the rays are parallel when the observation begins with non-parallel rays? You got ray divergence from a source, sky. Like that was the whole point. Like Eratosthenes measured different shadow lengths. What's really screwy are the trippy flirfs out there that think that you have parallel rays from the stars and a flat Earth at the same time. And that geometry is just absolutely contradictory. It doesn't. But then they'll have to say, well, because sky firmament magic and stuff in superfluid. It's like, how about you stop doing this and just be cool with the fact that the Earth measures the way it does?
You know, funny, Professor Triangle, when we were talking about Coriolis and the guy got it backwards, it's because when you Google like Coriolis on a globe, there's so many diagrams that get it backwards too. Yeah, I should note that Bart voluntarily left. Nobody banned him. I muted him because we wanted to talk to the other guests.
It was very agitated.
Yeah, I mean, I did keep cutting him off because he kept trying to strawman my arguments and kept trying to misrepresent what I was saying over and over again.
He just
Plus,
assumed that everything is based on a very big sun. So supposedly maybe, gravity and attracting everything and all that. So the sun was really important to him.
Tends to be the case.
About the sun. You talk bad about his son. Crazy. Imagine getting emotional about something that may not even exist.
I don't know if you heard it, but every time he was proven wrong about a point, he would switch to another point, and that point usually went along the lines of, well, you're trying to undo 2,000 years of science. We've known this for a long time. Did you notice?
Yeah. Yeah, he kept trying to appeal to mass consensus over time. Like, imagine if that was good enough for the Roman Catholic Church. Oh, wait, it is. Because it's a religion.
Well, apparently, yes, socialists and communists kind of have to go with that kind of a narrative.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. That does flow from collectivized thinking.
It might have been way below the belt because it's like irrelevant, but just the fact that China says it doesn't mean it's true, or like because 1.3 billion people are supposed to believe it's true kind of thing. That's a political narrative. Has nothing to do with results from experiments or evidence or whatever.
Man, you could have a lot of fun with this. Like if this really flows from collectivized thinking, like communism, then you can say, oh, so the last 2,000 years of high privileged bourgeoisie thinking is what you're relying on. The imposition of the privileged belief system onto the underprivileged classes, that's your defense?
Yeah, just turn it around on that. Like you're supposed to actually revolt against that.
Indio comes in here and he's called it like a colonial cosmology. That's what he's referred to or termed the like the Big Bang reality of the Globers.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, most places were introduced to this concept through colonialism. So in our era, definitely does apply.
Yeah, where the confusion comes in is many communists are scientific materialists and atheists. And this is where
with not defining. It's very important to define a word before even getting into something. Something I actually learned like per standard, right? So when somebody uses a word, he might be using it differently. Like in his mind, it means something different. The definition is not, standard. So you actually have to like agree on the definition of something. So when we say, for example, scientists, we understand different things. There's people who believe in Scientology as a religion, like whatever scientists say is supposedly true. And then there's like real science where, you can literally observe something, whether it makes sense or not, but that's just what it is. So those are different things, It could create misunderstandings sometimes.
One of the funny things that the great communist thinkers never thought to shed themselves of was the last 2,000 years of cosmological imposition by the elite. Think about it.
Yeah, in theory, they're supposed to like revolt against it because traditionally that's what it was.
But they didn't, because they liked their outer space myth too much.
I mean, it's offering them power, so why would they let it go? That's like saying, okay, I don't want this power anymore, you take it, hand it over to democracy, just to show you how bad it might be.
Yeah, meanwhile, we're the ones democratizing cosmology. We tell people, think for yourself, go find out, go measure the Earth like we have.
The irony.
It totally is, man. Everything about the globe, like, it just corrupts everything that it touches.
I think I foresee like potential wars, people getting killed over such.
Over this cosmological debate.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I wouldn't doubt it.
Killed for less, yeah.
Right, like entire empires were lost over women. Just kidding.
Not just empires. Did you like ever see that image or even the text about some Greek king declared war on, I think, Apollo. Who's the god of war again? Mars. I think it's Mars.
Isn't that the Roman god Mars?
Yeah, the Roman one, yeah. So it should have been in wherever it was, maybe Italia or somewhere. But I remember it was a coast, right? Like, it was the beach. And he sent his army to, like, start stabbing the water. It was the god of the sea or something, not the god of war.
Poseidon,
The guy
Neptune.
was... Yeah, I think it was one of those. The one
I'm
who was
bad
got,
on
like,
my
a
Greek
trident.
and Roman history and mythology, dude, so I'm not the best one to talk about this with.
Well, it's the concept that's important, not the name, rather. So he declares like war on this god, right? And you don't know where the god is, so it's the god of the sea, and he sends his army to like start stabbing the water on the beach. They're just stabbing water, like
Yeah,
they don't know any other way to like.
Hello, guys. I am back.
Welcome.
Is there like any sound echoing from my
No,
microphone?
you're good. The sound is good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What did you find? What are you back with? What's good?
Yeah, welcome back. Have you been doing any research?
Well, actually, no. I just switched from phone to personal computer on Discord.
I gotcha.
Well, glad it's working.
Well, for anyone new, we just had a discussion on parallel light rays. the globe claims that the light from the sun is coming into the Earth parallel. But that's not what we experience, not what we see. Any thoughts on that, Globers?
Well, I'm not really exactly a glober, but the sun really does come in contact with the Earth, right? I mean, you can feel it, you can see it, you can feel its warmth.
Certainly. But people measure different angles to the sun. And the sun cannot be triangulated either. Like nobody can triangulate the height of the sun above the surface of the earth, whether you think the earth is flat or not.
What do you mean by triangulation? More exactly, what do you mean by that?
So if you were to take an angle measurement, take the tangent of the rise over run, you could calculate the height of an object, like a skyscraper, a mountain, whatever. And you can use triangulation to fix the peak of that mountain or the top of that skyscraper in 3D space and slap a coordinate reference point on it. But this can't be done with celestial objects, sun, moon, planets, stars. Can't do it. We can all take angle measurements to them, but we can't triangulate the height because all attempts to do so result in the object being in a different position. You cannot fix it to any single coordinate position.
It's because we don't know the distance, right?
It's more than that. It appears to be observer dependent, almost like an optical effect is observer dependent. A popular example is a rainbow. You can't triangulate where a rainbow begins and ends.
Yeah, I've had personal experience with that one. I actually walked to like the beginning of the rainbow, and it was just simply like in a field in grass. I could see it beginning there, like sort of.
For you, but for somebody else, it's going to be somewhere else.
Yeah, makes sense.
You know, so
Depending
it's
on
like
where
if
they're
you
standing,
stare
yeah.
at the sunset, the sun is setting on the ocean, and you can see the sun's reflection going from the horizon across the ocean to your feet. Somebody else who's 30 feet away from you, watching the same sun, they're going to see the reflection of the sun from the horizon to their feet, rippling across the water surface. But if you look over at them, you're not going to see what they see in the reflection going to their feet. You're not going to see what they see.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
perception, yeah.
So what is the sun? I mean, it appears to be a very mysterious object, and we can't triangulate its height, much like optical phenomena. So what is it? I don't know. All right, I got to
Maybe
step
like a
away. I need
personal
to get
story.
ready for work.
Yeah, we're observing corpuscular rays from the sun. We're observing hot spots on the clouds when you're in an aeroplane observing the sun. We're not seeing anything that resembles a 93 million mile away massive object.
Point, Rich, if I can butt in too. The hot spot you see is going to be in a different place than the hot spot that I see from the same sun.
Same with the light rays, right?
Absolutely.
This idea that the sun is in a vacuum 93 million miles away and light is traveling millions and millions of miles, illuminating the Earth parallel, but giving us the appearance of a localized spot in the sky is just a story. It's ridiculous. When you really break it down, it's a load of nonsense.
Yeah, it's an explanation based off of something you can't see. You can't see or measure parallel rays, and you can't see or measure curvature of the Earth. And the notion of parallel rays is also contradicting what you actually see, because if the light was parallel, it would enter your eye in a parallel ray fashion, which means you shouldn't see anything, but everywhere you look upwards, it should be like bright white light from the sun.
That's not what we observe. Yoda, while you've got, I don't know if you've got to go or if you've got a minute, but the idea that the sun doesn't have a surface, right? I believe that's the heliocentric claim, that the sun doesn't have a surface. Is that correct?
Not like a solid surface.
Right. So this idea of the gas pressure within a container on an object that doesn't have a solid surface, how does that work in their paradigm?
That's when they flip over to electromagnetism and the electric universe thing. This is what they do. They bounce back and forth. Whenever gravitational models don't really explain things, they flip to electric universe and then vice versa. So here, this is where they say, well, the sun's a ball of plasma and it coheres because of, I don't know, nuclear and electrical energy fields. But then they'll say, well, there's an overriding gravity that is providing the space-time warpage for the density gradients to settle in place in with the sun, just like the Earth, in a different way. I don't know, freaking energy shit.
So basically, time and space is warping between the gas molecules and an electromagnetic center. Is that the claim?
Yeah, they say that basically they have this stellar nebular hypothesis where space-time, where the mass of a sun, whatever it used to be, is so great that space-time overtakes the suspension of matter, and it compresses the matter in on itself. And the sun would then, or the object would start to give off heat in exchange for the gravitational squeeze.
Right.
And flowing out of that's this plasma, yeah.
And have they got any lab-based tests that kind of they've built the foundation on that idea, or is this just completely theoretical?
Yeah, it's all story based. So
yeah,
you got a bunch of loose particles hanging out in space, and for whatever reason they decide to clump together, and more of them clump together, and then eventually gravity field starts to form and pulls even more matter, clumping it together, and it turns into a clump. So you go from like basically space dust to a baseball, to an asteroid, to something like a planet, to something that's bigger than a planet. Eventually it gets bigger and bigger, and gravity has a larger and larger impact on the compression of matter, that it starts to create friction, starts to heat up and exchange heat out with the environment. Yeah, man, eventually it'll collapse inward on itself, and like gravity folds into itself, and it's actually seemingly incoherent, honestly.
Yeah, that never made sense to me, and the electromagnetic explanation doesn't make sense either, because there is no. I thought you needed mass. I thought you needed mass for the warping and bending of space-time, and I don't know how an electromagnetic force can act as a mass.
Hey, you know, space-time tells matter how to move, and matter tells space-time how to warp. And then coming out of this are interactions that they say somehow produces plasma and produces hydrogen and helium, both. And it gets even zanier. Like they some of the stuff that they claim to measure coming out of the sun resembles like He3 or He4 superfluids. And then you start reading some of these crazy papers coming out of the University of Maryland, where they describe superfluid vacuum theory, SVT, as basically the blackness of space is really a superfluid. And then we talk about how crazy that is and how seemingly awesome it would be. And then people think flat earthers came up with it.
Yeah, right. I was gonna say that nobody believes it until science come out with it, but this has been in ancient texts for God knows how long, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Hilarious. They need to get their story straight. Either space is a low pressure vacuum or it's a fluid medium.
No pressure vacuum.
They need to get their story straight, dude. This
They
what can
can't.
change.
They can't. Every time they fuck up, they can just come up with something new because nobody goes there. They can't do the same with the Earth. After claiming a certain diameter, they can't change it now to say no, it's really big. They would have to create a lot of new countries and discovered lands and everything. Fluid.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
What's up, dude?
Just looking for globe.
Charlie, you're back again. You're becoming a regular in here.
Yes, I enjoy it.
Very good. What do you enjoy the most about this room?
the topic of discussion. I mean, there's nothing else that I enjoy most. I mean, just hearing about flat Earth, the truth. It's always good.
So forgive
What I
me if
like,
I've made a mistake, but I remember the first time you came here, you were arguing for the globe. Is that correct?
I might have been trolling, but I'm not quite sure. But I think I took offense because I think a moderator was claiming that I was the Glober, and I took offense to that.
So you don't consider yourself a believer that we live on a spinning ball?
Not at all. And I don't even think when I was younger I believed in it, honestly.
I think I remember you saying a bit about this when you were 15 or something. You had a question. You had questions. You were skeptical.
Well, I don't think that was me. I mean, I don't think I even really cared about cosmology like that, or science, or whatever was taught in school, which I think is a blessing in disguise. I never really cared about it. I never really thought about it. All my friends would fantasize about aliens and, you know, what's up there, but I never really truly cared. Even in science class, it was just like, I didn't care. I was good in every other subject, but just science was something that I just didn't care for. But nevertheless, I'm in fact not a Glober.
Yeah, I didn't actually care until until I came across I think it was quantum physics. Then I thought, well, this is interesting. And then relativity, I thought, wow, this is strange. And that led me down the path of being interested in, you know, the cosmology, because it directly, you know, it would directly affect the cosmology. So that's, I think, how I got into it, coming across quantum. And then I
Nice.
obviously, somebody told me in a real world party that I was at that the Earth was flat. I didn't take it serious. They got a bit upset with me. And I said, okay, that's fine. I will take it serious for you, even though I don't think it deserves it. And I'll prove to you that the Earth is it's clearly a spinning ball. You know, I didn't say it like that, but that's what I did. I went out and I made it my mission to go and find direct proof that the Earth is curving and spinning, just to shut this guy up. And then 6 months later, I'm texting him saying, look, I'm sorry. I apologize. You know, I didn't know what I was talking about, and I completely understand your position. And then within 6 months after that, I had a moment where I was like, oh shit, I'm a flat earther. You know, wasn't proud either. I was like, oh my God, I don't want to be a flat earther. And then a little more time passed, and I thought, oh wow, this is awesome. You know, this is a great place to be. Yeah.
That's actually pretty funny. I don't want to be a flat earther.
No,
but once you see it, you can't unsee
devastated.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
Once you
Yeah.
see it, you cannot unsee it.
Yeah, I liken it to the idea of once a kid finds out Santa Claus is not real, you know, they see their parents wrapping the presents or whatever, that's it. Like, it's done. It's over. You know? I didn't want it to be over though, you know. I was like, I don't want to be a flat earther. But that was me being a bit worldly, you know, focusing too much on things that aren't important when it comes to the question, when it comes to the truth.
I had a similar experience. I had someone tell me in 2017 that the Earth was flat, and I got offensive. I thought it was straight BS. It's like, whatever, man. You're like leading me in the wrong direction. And then maybe 2 or 3 years later, I found out that the earth was flat. And then I started getting into the politics side, which I never knew about the Antarctic Treaty. So that I think ultimately had me in question about, okay, this is kind of weird. So I dove deeper into it and got more information and was like, dude, this is plain and obvious that the earth is flat, that I don't want to say these people are lying, because as I learned from this server,
Earth is not flat, guys. Like, how can you believe that?
hold on, I was talking.
Stop being rude. Wait your turn.
It's cool, man. If you want to believe in the globe, that's fine. But I just lost my train of thought, which is fine. But at this point, yeah, I don't like to argue with people. I do. What I like about the server is I can listen to debates and not have to kind of be in the debate, because it's not a debate, in my opinion. The earth is measured flat. No ifs, ands, or buts. And yeah, so at this point, I don't even like to argue. It's not a debate, but I do like to listen. So if people want to believe in the globe their entire lives, so be it. But that's why I enjoyed the server, just to listen.
That's awesome, dude. So, Sad, did you have? Thanks for sharing that, by the way, Charlie. I really appreciate that. So, Sad, do you have something you want to say?
I want to say that when you see footages from NASA, it clearly shows that the Earth is kind of a not round, but kind of a round shape. So how can you say that it is a flat surface or something?
Because the footage you're seeing with the curvature is not a true representation of what you would see at that height with the naked eye. Because we can send weather balloons and high altitude vehicles up high and take footage without a wide angle lens, and we're seeing flat horizons. We even have footage from the ISS, which is allegedly 200 miles above the Earth, showing flat horizons. So what you're seeing from NASA is not a true depiction of what you would see with the naked eye at that height.
So we are normal humans, right? But the people who are working in NASA and doing all these researches, going to the space, they also don't say that the Earth is flat or something. They say that Earth is kind of a egg shape, but it is more of a not smooth. It is like a if you go on the Google, you can see the real footage of Earth, how it's shaped, but not actually it is flat or something.
Well, what you're seeing on Google is not a real picture of the Earth. And if you'd like to share an image, we can have a look and see what you're talking about. But we're not seeing pictures of the Earth because, like I said, at 250 miles above the Earth, which is allegedly where the ISS is, you're not able to see a shape. All you're able to see is land as far as the horizon will take you, and that horizon is flat. So you need to get extremely high. You need to get outside of the Earth's atmosphere, really past the Kármán line, to be able to take a photo of the Earth. So the photos you're seeing is either probably CGI or it's composited images that are stitched together to make images like the blue marble, for example. And NASA fully admit that's how they have to make those images. They have to take data, stick them together, Photoshop some clouds on, because you cannot get outside of the Earth to be able to take a photo of the Earth. So you're being fooled by these images, thinking that they're direct photographs of the Earth when they're not. And NASA don't even claim that they are.
So the world is being fooled by the people who are actually educated and qualified, but we are actually more smarter than anybody.
No. The educators just believe it's round, right? They believe it's a ball. The educators aren't lying to you when they tell you that they believe the Earth is a ball and that everybody believes it's a ball. Everybody does believe it's a ball. The problem you've got is most educators have never asked the question, how do we know it's a ball? What direct proof have we got of this ball? Everybody just hears the story. The Greeks figured it out by looking at sticks and shadows, and then we had the moon landings to confirm it, right? That's what everybody believes. It's not even a question for them. It's just what they believe, and they believe that it's not even worth debating. So most educated people just go along with it because they have a model. They have a model, it explains things, and they're happy with the explanation. The problem is nobody wants to know how or who actually measured the Earth and proved that the Earth's a ball. That's the problem.
Did you see Earth in an angle which shows that it is actually could be flat? Like, is there any that angle photo available, or it's just